Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Got Cheated by Girls and Girls Went Back in Time Movie 2. Before we start, please go support Roberto Torres 769 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Issei is a male. Chapter 61 City of Lincoln. Note: I'll only include Lincoln's quote and not Issei's, so keep that in mind. It was Sunday, the day Lincoln had his date, and Issei also had a date with Linka. Issei: how did you get Linka to agree to a date with me? He said while wearing a suit. Lincoln: I'm the man with the plan. I told her that if she went on a date with you, in exchange I wouldn't tell Dad that she broke his karaoke records. He said with a smile. Issei: actually, she performed a miracle breaking them. No offense, but your father sings horribly. He said while remembering the karaoke night with the Louds. Lincoln: yeah, I flushed them down the toilet once, he said while remembering. So they both go out in formal attire for their date. Rias: you look cute, she said blushing. Hiroka: I agree, she said with a smile. Issei blushes and smiles. Back to history. They were both seen discreetly leaving the Loud house, and upon exiting, they went in different directions. So Lincoln walked to a flower shop and bought a bouquet of blue roses. So he arrived at the park where he was to meet Sheila, and when he saw her in a blue dress, he was mesmerized. Lincoln, gathering his courage, approached her and introduced himself. Lincoln: hi, my name is Lincoln Loud, it's a pleasure. He said with a smile, but inside he was incredibly nervous. Sheila saw Lincoln and was surprised to see him. She thought he was a boy her age, but she had nothing to lose. Sheila: oh, so you were the boy who sent me that letter and that chocolate? She said, looking at him. Lincoln nods. Sheila: well, it's a pleasure. My name is Sheila. It's a pleasure. She said with a smile. Rias: it looks romantic, she said with a smile. Tadano: hey, by the way, you never told us how your date with Linka went. He said, looking at him. Issei: just one word. Horrible. He said while remembering the worst date he'd ever had. The girls were curious about it, so they decided to watch Lincoln's date. Lincoln: well Sheila, where do you want to go? He said as they walked. Sheila: well, I'd like to go somewhere special, but I'm embarrassed. She said, blushing. Lincoln: go ahead, tell me, he said with a smile. Sheila: well, I'd like to go to the comic book store. I hope you don't think I'm weird. She said, lowering her head. Lincoln: wow, you like comics. He said, looking at her. Sheila: yes, she said blushing, looking away. Lincoln: me too. Tell me, who's your favorite superhero? He said excitedly. Sheila stared at him. Could it be him? Could it be the one for her heart? Sheila: well, my favorite superhero is Ant-Man. It's cool to see that he can talk to ants, but my main favorite is A-Savvy. She said with a smile. Lincoln: wow, A-Savvy is my favorite superhero too. He said with a smile. So they both quickly head towards the mall, which wasn't far away, and go to the comic book store. So once they go in, they start looking for the comics. Lincoln was picking up an Iron Man and A-Savvy comic book, while Sheila was reading Ant-Man and A-Sucker Punch comics. So they both leave and go to the park to read. Sheila noticed that Lincoln had a limited edition A-Savvy comic book. Sheila: hey, that comic isn't a reprint. She said, looking at the comic Lincoln had. Lincoln: yes, if you want we can read it together, he said with a blush. Sheila blushes and gladly agrees, and they read the comic together. Elsewhere, Lincoln and Sheila were seen at a restaurant. Lincoln: I've never in my life met a girl who liked video games, comics, and chess, he said with a smile. Sheila: well, I never thought anyone would be interested in me. In the past, I confessed to several boys I liked, but they all told me I was an ugly girl, a nerd, a loser, and that they would never be with someone like me. She said, lowering her head sadly. Hyoudou: what idiots, he said seriously. Naoto: it's true, are the people at his school blind or what? He said seriously. Issei: Lincoln did have good taste, he said seriously. Back to history. Lincoln: well, they're all idiots who don't realize the kind of person you are. You're funny, beautiful, you have gorgeous eyes, really shiny hair. If they don't see that, then they're blind for not realizing the kind of person you are. He said with a smile while taking Sheila's hands. Sheila blushed. It was the first time anyone other than her sisters and father had said that to her. Her heart beat as a cute blush spread across her face. Sheila stood up and hugged him, which Lincoln reciprocated. Scene change. Lincoln and Sheila were seen at the movies watching a film while eating popcorn together. Without realizing it, they were both hugging while watching the movie. Scene change. Sheila: you didn't have to walk me home, she said blushing as she felt Lincoln's hand next to hers. Lincoln: No, a gentleman's duty is to escort a beautiful lady home. He said politely. All the men. How nice, they said, watching the scene. Roberto. That's respectable, he said with a smile. Back to history. So they both arrived at Sheila's house, but Lincoln was surprised because it was a mansion. Lincoln. Wow, it's huge. He said, looking at the house. Sheila. My father works for one of the biggest companies in Hollywood and you could say we're rich, she said with a smile. Lincoln. Wow, well Sheila, I hope we have another date. He said while touching his arm. Sheila. Yes, it's my first date and I can tell you I had fun, she said blushing. Sheila and Lincoln looked at each other and both remained silent as they moved closer, their faces almost touching, until they were about to kiss, but they were interrupted. Sheila, I need your help with an exam, said a blonde girl with 2 pigtails. But she remains silent when she sees Lincoln and Sheila about to kiss. Issei's son. He was returning to the loud house, but he had a depressed look on his face. Issei. Well, who would have thought Linka was worse than Lola? He said with a depressed expression. Rias. What did that Linka girl do to you? She said, looking at her boyfriend. The other girls were curious about how Linka treated Issei. Issei. Look, at that moment I also met my other friend, he said with a smile. Back to history. Issei was seen walking but ended up bumping into a brown-haired boy with streaks in his hair. They both looked at each other and Issei was the first to react. Issei. I'm sorry, buddy. He said as he offered his hand to help him up. No problem, he said while depressed. Issei. Hey, are you okay? He said, looking at him. Yes, only women, they always play with us, he said depressed. Issei. Wow, there are 2 of us, but what happened to you? He said, looking at him. You don't want to know, he said while lowering his head. Issei. Come on, hey, I know a burger stand, let's go, he said with a smile. The boy stares at Issei, who accepts, and they both go. Chapter 62. Painter Friend and Convention. Issei and the brown-haired boy were at a hamburger stand while they talked. Naoto. Well, my name is Naoto, it's a pleasure. He said with a smile. Issei. My name is Issei, it's a pleasure. He said with a smile while taking a bite of his hamburger. Issei. And tell me why you say that women are always the same, he said while looking at him. Naoto. Well, I had a date with a girl named Christina, but she wasn't the person I thought she was, he said with his head down. Issei. What happened? He said while looking at him. Naoto. Let's just say she's, excuse my language, an arrogant, conceited, and stupid bitch. She made me spend all my savings buying her things, made me take her to an expensive restaurant, made me watch a movie I didn't like, and when I was about to end my date with her, surprise. A pile of garbage fell on me, and then her friends came out and all made fun of me. And she said, did you really think I'd be with a nerd like you? Ha. I'm a princess and you're just a pretty boy, so get lost and thanks for buying my stuff. She said with her head down. Titania. I would never do that, she said angrily. Issei. Has she been on dates with anyone? He said, looking at her. Titania. No, no one has wanted to go on a date with me, she said while remembering her loneliness. Issei. So how about you go on a date with me once all this is over? He said with a smile. Titania saw Issei's smile and blushed, so she accepted. Back to history. Issei. Wow, that explains your garbage smell. He said while looking at him. Issei. Well, mine's kind of the same as yours. When I went on my date with a girl named Linka, she suggested we go to the mall. I agreed, but I wanted to make an effort, so I bought her candy, but she threw it away, saying she didn't like it. Then she made me draw some pictures of landscapes, but she didn't like any of them. Next, we went to a restaurant, but she wanted something really fancy and expensive, and I didn't have any money. Then I bought her a cute dress, but she threw it away, saying she didn't like it. Finally, we went to the movies, but to be honest, I fell asleep. Tell me, who would watch a movie where the main character is in a video game? It was like watching a tutorial on how to play that game. He said seriously. Issei. At the end, she told me that she would never in her life be with a perverted piece of shit like you, he said while his head was down. Issei's entire harem was angry with Linka. Issei put in a lot of effort on that date and she repaid him like that. Rias. I would never do that to you, she said while hugging him. Akeno. Me neither, I will always appreciate whatever you give me, she said while hugging him. Asia. I love that armor you gave me and I will always take care of it, she said while hugging him. Kuroka. Naya, I would never do that on a date. I would do whatever you want instead. She said while hugging him. Zenobia. If I can go on a date with you, I promise I won't treat you that way, she said while hugging him. So Issei's girls told him they would never do that to him like Linka did, and Issei smiled because he really had women who loved him. Back to history. Issei. I hope Lincoln's date went well, he said while they were both eating. Con Lincoln. Lincoln was seen talking to the blonde girl with pigtails. Lincoln. So you like art like my sister Lincoln Nikki? He said while taking some juice that was offered to him. Nikki. Yes, if you want I can show you my art, she said while taking his hand. So he was led by the blonde while Sheila just followed them. Issei and Naoto. Issei. So you're an exchange student from Japan just like me, he said, looking at him. Naoto. Yes, I've been here for 5 months now, representing art and painting, he said with a smile. Issei. Oh, I see, me too, but with me it's the kitchen, he said with a smile. So they talked about different things until they had to leave. Issei. Well, now that I know you study at the same school as me, why don't you join my group of friends? He said with a smile. Naoto. Of course, he said with a smile. So they both say goodbye and return to their homes. Some time later. Lincoln and Issei were seen in the garage talking. Issei. I'm glad things turned out well for you, he said with a smile. Lincoln. Thanks, but, he said, unsure how to tell her. Issei. But what? He said, looking at him. Lincoln. I have another date, but this time it's with his sister Nikki, he said while looking at him. Issei. Sheila knows about that, he said, looking at him. Lincoln. Yeah, she wasn't bothered, heh. She has Leanie's innocence, and she's a lover of art and cosplay, he said while remembering Nikki. Issei. Wow, congratulations. He said with a smile. Lincoln. Yeah, and I'm sorry your date with Linka was awful. He said sadly. Issei. It doesn't matter, someday I know I'll have a beautiful girl by my side, or if possible, beautiful girls who love me and will do all the perverted things I want. He said, motivated. Rias and the others just chuckled and hugged Issei. Back to history. Issei. And when is your date? He said, looking at him. Lincoln. Tomorrow, I'll take her to the stamp shop. He said with a smile. Issei. And why to that place? He said, confused. Lincoln. He loves the stamps he looks at, he said while showing her his back covered in colorful stamps. Issei just laughed and they continued talking. The next day. Lincoln, Issei, and his gang were seen, but Issei had a new member in his group. Issei. I'd like to introduce you to Naoto, my new friend, he said with a smile. Stella blushes when she sees Naoto, just as Naoto blushes when he sees Stella. Rias. So you like Stella Naoto? She said, looking at him. Naoto said nothing and just lowered his head as tears streamed down his face. Issei. Rias, he doesn't like to talk about it, he said while she felt guilty. Rias. I'm sorry, she said with her head down. Naoto. Okay, he said while wiping away his tears. Ryota and Futuro pat him on the back to encourage him. Back to history. Naoto and Stella could be seen looking at each other. Issei. Are you guys okay? He said, looking at both of them. Both. Yes, they said without taking their eyes off each other. Liam. Let's leave our lovebirds alone, they said as they went to another table. Thus the group left Stella and Naoto alone, who couldn't say a word to each other. Clyde. And guys, look what I got. He said while showing them an ad. Issei. A contest for whoever has the best A-Savvy costume. He said excitedly. Lincoln. The winner will participate in the next A-Savvy movie. They said excitedly. This is how Issei and Lincoln imagined themselves participating in the movie, with Clyde being One-Eyed Jack. Asia. And you were able to participate in the film? She said excitedly. Issei. If it hadn't been for those bitches, I would have participated in that movie along with Lincoln and Clyde, he said seriously. Zenobia. I would have liked you to participate in that movie, she said while sighing in defeat. Issei strokes her head, which makes her blush, and she says. Issei. The good thing about that was that I met someone I hadn't seen in years, he said, looking at Sirafal. Back to history. Lincoln, Clyde, and Issei were seen working on their plan. Issei. So you want to use the whole deck? He said, looking at him. Lincoln. Yes, that will increase the chances of winning, he said, motivated. Clyde. Okay, we need to tell your sisters about this. He said as they went to the Loud Sisters. So they ask them if they can help, but the women refuse. However, when they say the winners will participate in the film, they agree. 3 months later. This is how Lincoln and Issei looked in A-Savvy outfits, except Issei had a black one with yellow details. Clyde in his One-Eyed Jack costume. And the Loud Sisters dressed in full decks. And let's not forget Linka in her female version A-Savvy outfit and Liberty in her female version One-Eyed Jack outfit. Note. A name for a female version of these characters. Rias. You look cute, Issei, she said, blushing and excited. Irina. I've never seen you in that outfit before, she said blushing. Sirafal. Someday we can go cosplaying, just you and me, she said, unaware of her words. Issei. Of course, he said with a smile. Who knew? Can I go with you? She said excitedly. Issei strokes his head and says. Issei. Sure, no problem. He said with a smile. Hunu felt happy because her future father would be spending time with her. Back to history. Things didn't go as planned for Lincoln, Clyde, and Issei. Since the Loud sisters monopolized the judges' attention and the judges didn't notice Lincoln, Clyde, and Issei. The worst part was that they were blamed for something they didn't do, since Linka and Liberty released the evil cat because it had been trained. So the three of them fought against the cat, which excited Issei's harem and also Yotsuba and Komi, who watched as those three children fought with that cat. In the end, they put him back in his cage thanks to one of Issei's plans and locked him up, but the Loud sisters blamed them for releasing the cat, insulted them for causing this harm, disqualified them from the competition, and declared the Loud sisters the winners. The trio of heroes left the convention, and all three of them looked sad. Rias. Those wretches, she said, unleashing her destructive power. The Keno. I should torture that bleached blonde, she said with a sadistic smile and had lightning bolts in her hand. Asia. That was cruel, she said while saddened to see that Issei didn't participate. Zenobia. They'll pay for this, she said, holding her Durandal. Back to history. The three of them were seen in the park, sad because they couldn't participate in the film. They saw that several people had arrived who had witnessed the fight the three of them had with the cat and asked for their autographs, which they readily agreed to, signing their comics. So these people left and saw that their friends had arrived and explained everything to them. Saji. I'm sorry, friend, that was tough. He said, feeling sorry for the three of them. Liam. You know, there's another convention nearby, but it's for Marvel, and whoever has the best costume will get to see the movie with all the creators of the film, he said while showing her the poster. All three of them saw that and are motivated to participate again. Lincoln. Guys, I have a plan. He said, motivated again. Scene change. Lincoln was seen dressed as Spider-Man, Issei as Iron Man, and Clyde as Thanos. Issei. Alright guys, let's do it, he said with a smile. What they didn't know was that Sheila was at that convention and had a camera to record what they would do. Thus began their performance before the judges, where the three of them performed some very well done scenes. The most important of these were. Lincoln. I don't want to leave, I don't want to leave, I don't want to leave, he said as he crawled towards Issei and Issei took him in his arms. The scenes the three children were performing caused others to look at them, especially the judges. Another scene. Clyde. I am inevitable, he said while snapping his fingers, but nothing happened. So Issei raises his arm and says. Issei. And I am Iron Man, he said, snapping his fingers, and Clyde, disguised as Thanos, dies. Everyone watching the show applauded Issei and his friend's performance. Rias. I liked your show. She said excitedly. Roberto. I can say that I like the snap better, he said with a smile. Futuro. Me too, he said with a smile. Back to history. Judges. And the winners are Clyde, Lincoln, and Issei. He said as everyone applauded. So they say thank you and give them their tickets, which are for. So they go with their friends. Zach. Congratulations guys, he said with a smile. Rusty. If you see a model in the movie, tell her about me, he said with a smile. Issei. Thanks guys and hey, where are Stella and Naoto? He said, noticing they weren't there. Saji. They went on a friend's outing, he said in quotation marks. Issei. I bet Naoto will confess to Stella first, he said while making the bet. Lincoln. How much? He said, looking at him. Issei. $100, he said with a smile. Lincoln. Deal, he said as they closed their bet. Liam. Hey guys, there's a Miku costume contest, wanna go? It's nearby. He said while pointing at the contest poster. Everyone. Let's go. He said as everyone left. Some time later. Issei, Lincoln, and their friends were seen watching the girls dressed as Miku. Of course, Issei sometimes took advantage of the situation to take pictures of the girls under their skirts. Nino. Pervert, she said angrily. Futuro. I can't criticize him since I used to do that myself, he said while remembering when he was 11 years old. Nino just stared at his boyfriend and said nothing. Back to history. The judge was seen announcing the result. Judge. And the prize for best Miku costume goes to Serapho Leviathan. He said as she walked onto the stage, very excited. Everyone. Serapho, they said in surprise. Serapho. Surprise. She said with a smile. Sona. So you knew Issei before? She said, looking at her. Serapho. Just like her friends, of course Issei had to punch Rusty so he wouldn't be too flirtatious with me, but I got along very well with them. By the way, what happened to all of them? she said, looking at Issei and Saji. Both. Keep watching, they said seriously. Back to history. Seraphil was seen taking her trophy and jumping around, which made her breasts bounce. Issei had a perverted face, but he saw that two girls who were on top of the stage had blue paint, so they had silver paint and threw it at Seraphil. Thus, both of them throw the paint toward Seraphil. Issei. Nuo, he said as he ran onto the stage and pushed Seraphil where the paint had fallen on Issei. Seraphil was annoyed by the push, but saw why he did it. Everyone watched, and the two girls who threw the paint were about to leave, but Lincoln and his friends grabbed them. Of course Rusty touched both girls' breasts, making them angry, but the convention security took them away. Shido. Wonderful play, he said respectfully upon seeing what Rusty did. Dodano. That's being smart. He said respectfully, but Komi pinched his arm. Dodano saw Komi, but she looked away with a pout. Back to history. Seraphil. You saved me, thank you. She said as she stood up. Issei saw that his Iron Man suit was ruined, but it was worth it. Issei. No problem, I couldn't let that suit of yours get ruined, he said with a smile while wiping the paint off his face. Seraphil thanked him, and everyone applauded Issei for his act. That's how Seraphil met the boys, and they went to different places at the convention. Hours later. Seraphil. It was a pleasure meeting you guys, she said with a smile. Lincoln. Serachan, right. He said, looking at Issei and Seraphil. Issei. Almost, well, it was a pleasure meeting you all, especially you, Issei, he said with a smile. Seraphil approached Issei and kissed him on the cheek, making Issei blush. Seraphil. See you later, she said with a smile as she left. Issei froze, touching his cheek. His friends congratulated him on that achievement. But they saw how Sheila approached Lincoln, just like another blonde girl. So Lincoln talks to both of them and both of them take him away. Some time later. Issei was seen bathing to remove the paint he still had on him. After finishing this, he changed his clothes and went to his desk to create another recipe. While he was thinking, there was a knock at his door. He went to answer it and saw Lincoln, but he was with a blonde woman he didn't know. Issei. Lincoln, what happened to you? He said, looking at him. Chapter 63. Fight and Feelings. Issei was shocked because Lincoln was badly beaten, bleeding from the head, and had several bruises. Rias. What happened to him? She said worriedly. Issei. I'll just say that Lincoln was a man, he said while remembering that day. Back to history. Issei took out a first aid kit he had. Issei. Thank you, Oka-san, for making me carry this. He said as he took out a rag and began cleaning the blood off Lincoln. So once she finished, she began to apply cream to Lincoln's wounds. Issei. Who are you? He said, looking at her. Marta. My name is Marta, it's a pleasure, she said while watching Issei heal Lincoln. Marta. By the way, where are the others? She said, noticing her sisters weren't there. At that moment, 4 girls burst in. They were Sheila and Nikki, but they had an unconscious brunette and another unconscious dark-haired girl with them. Sheila. We lost them, she said, sighing with relief. Nikki. It was thanks to Lincoln, he's our hero, she said while seeing Lincoln already healed by Issei. Issei. What happened? He said, looking at them. Sheila. You'll see, she said, counting. Flashback. Lincoln was seen walking alongside Sheila and Nikki. Lincoln. Amazing, I really like this dog you made, Nikki, he said while looking at Nikki's phone. Nikki. Thank you, I always bring happiness through my art, she said, striking a magical pose. Lincoln. Thinking, she's just as innocent as Leanie. He thought with a smile. So the 3 of them walked towards the girls' houses, but halfway there they saw Marta being taken by the arm by a boy, just like the brunette from earlier. Marta. I already told you, Eric, I'm done with you. She said while trying to get him off her. Ramon, stop making me lie down, she said while slapping Ramon. Hey, leave my sisters alone. Said the brunette as she approached the 4, but someone put a handkerchief over her mouth. Francisca, you fell for our trick, he said while holding the handkerchief. The boy was about to grab Francisca, but Lincoln punched him in the face. The boy fell to the floor and saw that the brunette was unconscious. Lincoln. Girls, take Francisca away. He said as he approached Eric and punched him in the face, making him let go of Marta. I'll help you, he said, but Ramon took out a handkerchief and put it over his mouth, causing him to lose consciousness. Ramon. You fell for it, he said as he went to grab one of her breasts, but Lincoln kicked him. Lincoln. Take Amanda too, he said as Marcus, who was the one who knocked Francisca unconscious, lunged towards Lincoln. They stayed like that for a while, but they saw that Lincoln was having a difficult time, but it was to give the girls time to leave. So Marta took Francisca and Sheila, along with Nikki, and they took Amanda. So they left while Lincoln fought against the 3. Lincoln. I know I'll get the worst beating of all, but it was worth it, he said as he no longer saw the girls. So the three of them lunge at Lincoln, and Lincoln receives the worst beating of his life because Ramon practices sumo wrestling, Eric was the captain of the American football team, and Marcus practiced mixed martial arts. Lincoln was taking blow after blow and was about to fall, but the three of them were attacked by a group of boys. It was none other than Hyoudou, who was blonde at that time. Hyoudou? Attack. He said as a group of boys with sticks and pipes rushed towards the three of them. So Ramon, Eric and Marcus were beaten up by those boys and Hyoudou approached Lincoln. Hyoudou? Don't think we did it for you, we did it because they beat up one of ours, he said seriously. Lincoln fell unconscious as those boys tied up Ramon, Eric and Marcus and took them away. In the park. Marta. I'll go, Lincoln is fighting alone, she said as she went to the place where she was attacked by her ex. Sheila was also with Nikki as they carried the unconscious Amanda and Francisca. So they arrived and saw Lincoln unconscious and the group of boys still beating the three. Marta. Lincoln, she said as she picked him up and left. The others are also taking out their sisters. But since Marta was stronger, she took Lincoln away faster and had the brilliant idea of knocking on the garage where it was said that a student named Issei lived. End of flashback. Issei. I see, I'll thank that group later, he said while Lincoln slept. Marta. You're crazy, it's the Brax Homers, they're a group that robs and beats people up, they're very dangerous, especially that Hyoudou guy, she said, trembling a little. Sheila. It's true, I even saw him hit 10 boys at the same time, she said fearfully. Itsuki. That's true, she said, looking at him. Hyoudou. Yes, but that was in the past. Now, from what I know of my group, we help elderly people, beat up muggers, and help with community service, and they give us some money. He said with a smile. Miku. That's good, she said with a smile. Issei. Good for them, he said with a smile. Back to history. Issei. Well, I'd better stay away from them. He said while waiting for Lincoln to wake up. Then he saw Francisca and Amanda wake up. Amanda. Where am I? She said, looking all around. She remembers everything and she sees everywhere and sees her sisters are fine, but Lincoln was badly hurt. Amanda. What happened? She said, and Sheila told Amanda and Francisca everything. Francisca. When I see that Marcus, he'll pay for this. She said angrily. Marta. Don't worry, the Black Homers took care of it, she said with a smile. Francisca. Did they do something to you? She said, looking at her three sisters. Nikki. We didn't think they were following us, but no, she said with a smile. Amanda. What a relief, she said as they all approached Lincoln. Issei. You'd better leave. I'll explain everything to the Louds when they get back from their celebration. He said as they all shook their heads at the idea. Amanda. No, it was our fault Lincoln got involved in that fight, so we'll stay. She said confidently. Issei. Well, I'll go get some extra sheets. He said, leaving the garage. So he went and got some sheets for the girls, and once he finished he went to the garage, and when he arrived he saw something that surprised him. It was Amanda kissing an unconscious Lincoln. Akeno. Thinking, I can't tell him anything since I give blowjobs to Issei while he's asleep, Akeno thought. Asia. Thinking, it would be hypocritical to say anything since I sometimes kiss Issei while he's asleep, the girl thought. Back to history. Issei. What are you doing? He said, confused. Amanda quickly got off Lincoln and was blushing. Issei noticed that Lincoln had 5 different types of lipstick on his face and neck. Issei. Can you explain? He said seriously. Some time later. Issei. So they're all in love with Lincoln? He said, surprised. All. Yes, they said blushing while touching their arms. Issei. How? He said, still in shock. Sheila. Well, Lincoln is the only boy who ever noticed me. He never judged me or called me silly or ugly. Instead, he called me beautiful and said the most beautiful things any boy has ever said to me. She blushed. Marta. He defended me from Eric long before, since I broke up with him 2 months ago, but he still keeps insisting, and he defended me every time he tried to kiss me. He was very brave, even though he ended up with a bruise on his face or body, he still defended me, she said blushing. Issei. Thinking, that explains the makeup I sometimes saw on her. Issei thought. Amanda. He took care of me when I went to the mall, he defended me from Ramon who is a stalker, he helped me with many things as well as the others, he is responsible, and never refused anything I asked of him, she said blushing. Nikki. Well, he appreciates my art, he never tried anything inappropriate with me, he's not conceited like Linka and Liberty, he gives me advice to improve every day, and he never complained about my childish attitude, she said blushing. Francisca. He helps me with my boxing, kung fu, and other sports training. He never called me a tomboy like some people did. He was always kind to me when we practiced some hand-to-hand combat sports. He compliments me, but not on my body, on how I train. He never judges me when he sees me eating too much, and he always helps all of us without asking for anything in return," she said, blushing. "Johnson sisters. We love Lincoln loud," they said, now red with embarrassment. Issei couldn't believe it, his friend Lincoln had a future harem, he couldn't be prouder of his friend. Issei. "Listen, first of all they're sisters, it looked bad for them to share the same man," he said, looking at them. Amanda. "Don't worry, we're not blood sisters, I'm from Paraguay," she said with a smile. Sheila. "I'm from Japan," she said with a smile. Nikki. "I'm from England," she said with a smile. Francisca. "I'm from Colombia," she said with a smile. Marta. "And I'm from France," she said with a smile. Issei. "Okay, well, I'm sure Lincoln loves them all," he said with a smile. All. "Really?" they said with hope in their eyes. Issei. "Of course, but they'll have to confess their feelings for Lincoln," he said seriously. Lincoln. "It won't be necessary," Lincoln said, standing up. Amanda. "Lincoln, how long have you been awake?" she said nervously. Lincoln. "Ever since you all started kissing me," he said, blushing as he remembered all your lips on his. They were all nervous because they didn't know what Lincoln would say. Lincoln. "You know, he said nervously. Lincoln. "I'm in love with you guys," he said blushing and looking away. They are all surprised and blush. Lincoln. "At first it was with Sheila, but then I met you guys and started to develop feelings for you," he said, blushing. Lincoln. "I thought about asking all of them to be my girlfriends, but I was scared they'd reject me, so I didn't say anything," he said, blushing. Issei. "Lincoln, what a charmer," he said somewhat mockingly. Lincoln. "So I'll say it, girls, do you want to be my girlfriends?" he said blushing. They all fell silent, but less than 2 minutes passed before they all rushed towards Lincoln and covered his face with kisses. Issei. "Well Lincoln, I'm going to sleep in your room, is that okay?" he said while looking at Lincoln who said no. Issei. "Rest and don't do anything dirty in my bed," he said while taking a recorder and a notebook and leaving Lincoln and the Johnsons alone. So he went to Lincoln's room, but before going he went to the bathroom to relieve himself. But this night would mark Lincoln and Issei's lives forever. Chapter 64. Sad Reality and the Beginning of Hell. As Issei was about to leave the bathroom and go to Lincoln's bathroom, he overheard a conversation between Lincoln's parents. Lynn Sr. "You know, Rita, I'm proud of my daughters. They're going to be in a movie," he said proudly. Rita. "Me too, but what about Lincoln?" she said, confused. Issei never knew, but he took out the recorder he had and started recording his recipes. Lynn Sr. "Rita, let's be honest, Lincoln is just a loser," he said with disappointment. Rita. "It's true, he's always being lazy. Remember when I sent him to sports and he made Lynn replace him?" she said while sighing in regret. Lynn Sr. "Yes, it's true, sometimes I even wonder if he's really my son. If I had known he would be talentless, I should have put him up for adoption," he said with disappointment and without regret. Issei was shocked. His teacher and Lincoln's father were saying horrible things about Lincoln. Issei stopped recording and left to show Lincoln the sad truth. Roberto, Sirzechs, Grayfia, Yasaka and Michael exuded an aura that almost reduced Issei's house to rubble. Roberto. "How could they say that about their son?" he said angrily as his hair turned white. Yasaka. "Those wretches have no shame," she said as her teeth turned into fangs. Israel. "Calm down please," he said while touching both of their shoulders, but ended up getting burned as they both released a very strong heat. Grayfia froze all the space around him and Sirzechs unleashed his destructive power. The four parents were about to lose control of their anger, but Issei tells them. Issei. "Please keep watching," he said seriously. So the four of them struggled to control their anger and continued watching. So Issei went to the garage and knocked. Lincoln opened the door. Lincoln. "What did you forget, Issei?" he said while looking at him. Issei simply showed her his recorder and had a sad look on his face. Some time later. In the garage, only the crying of a child could be heard. It was Lincoln crying, who, upon learning what his parents thought of him, was filled with great sadness. Nikki was sad to hear that, Sheila was in shock as she shed tears, Amanda was angry with Lincoln's parents, Marta was equally angry as she hugged Lincoln to calm him down, and Francisca was furious and wanted to enter the loud house and beat the loud parents until she was exhausted. Issei just didn't say anything while listening to Lincoln crying. Issei. "Lincoln, I'm sorry, but I should have shown you this," he said while watching Lincoln continue to cry. "Serafal. It must have hurt him a lot," she said sadly while still hearing Lincoln crying. Back in history. Issei thought of something. It was very crazy, but this would make Lincoln happy, and Issei too, since he would finally have something he had dreamed of years ago. Issei. Lincoln, maybe your parents don't love you, but mine do. He said while encouraging him. Lincoln. What do you mean? He said, looking at him while wiping away his tears. Issei. What, I can convince my parents to adopt you, and you can be my brother. He said with a smile. The Johnsons were surprised to hear that, and so was Lincoln. Rias. That was very sweet, she said, giving Issei a kiss on the blushing cheek. Asia. Then why isn't Lincoln here? She said, confused. Issei remained silent, as did Saji, and everyone continued watching. Lincoln. Are you serious? He said, looking at him. Issei. Yes, what do you say? He said with a smile. Lincoln, without thinking, hugs him, which he reciprocates. So they were both embracing while the Johnsons watched them with a smile. Some time later. A week had passed since Issei proposed to Lincoln that he become his brother, and Lincoln accepted. Lincoln became very distant from Lin Sr., Rita, and his sisters. Lily was the only one he got along well with. Lincoln was now seen eating breakfast alone, since Issei had an exam that Lin Sr. had given him. Lincoln hears footsteps and quickly heads towards the kitchen. Lily sees him and before she can say anything, Lincoln hands her a lollipop and she falls silent. Lincoln. Many will say, Lincoln, why do you run away from your sisters? Well, in a big family there are always events and contests where we all support each other. My time for myself is very limited. There isn't any. Sometimes you have to relax and be alone for a moment. He said as he went up the stairs. Lin Jr. Hi Lincoln, she said with a smile. Lincoln. Damn, I should have counted them all at the table. He said, breaking the fourth wall. Greg. Who are you talking to? He said, confused. Issei. To this day, I don't know. I always say I did it to avoid going crazy like the Louds. He said seriously. Saji. That makes sense, he was the most normal of them all, he said seriously. Back to history. Lin Jr. You know, today's my baseball event, so tell me, are you coming to watch it? She said with a smile. Lincoln. No, I want to watch the A-Savvy vs Radioactive Muscle Fish special. He said while showing his comic book. Lin Jr. Come on, you're the only one who hasn't been to any of my 6 games, she said while looking at him. Lincoln. Why did I have to go to 6 other sisters' events? He said while looking at her. Lincoln. I'm sorry, but no. He said while looking at her. Lin Jr. Don't you want to reconsider? He said while holding his bat and with a threatening expression. Scene change. Lincoln looked unfriendly as he watched Lin Jr.'s game. Futuro. So that's why, right Issei? He said, looking at him. Didano. I thought it was ridiculous why I blamed her, but now that I see it with my own eyes, I see that she's a sore loser. He said seriously. Shido. It's true, that bitch never knew how to lose, he said seriously. Rias. What are you talking about? She said, confused. The boys tell them to keep watching something everyone is watching. They saw Lin Jr. lose the baseball game, and Lincoln approached Lin. Lincoln. I'm so sorry you lost, he said as he approached. Lin Jr. Stay away, you're bad luck. He said while hiding behind a trash can and throwing garbage at her. Lincoln. What are you talking about? I'm not unlucky, besides, we all lose sometimes. He said seriously. Lin Jr. Well, I didn't. I woke up early, ate 6 raw eggs, did the lucky dance, and still lost. And when you came to my game, I lost too. She said seriously. Lincoln. How ridiculous, he said seriously. Lin Jr. Well, you'll never come to my games again from today on. If you'll excuse me, I have to do my lucky dance as an apology to the gods of luck. She said while doing her dance. Roberto. Zarafuku wouldn't have accepted your apology, he said seriously. Rias. That's ridiculous. She said seriously. Akeno. It's true, luck has nothing to do with it, she said seriously. Issei. If Lin had accepted her defeat, 20 million people would still be alive, he said seriously. Searches. Wait, you committed genocide because of that, he said incredulously. Issei. It wasn't because of that, it's because of how people saw it, he said seriously. They keep seeing what happened next. That's how they saw Lincoln talking to his girlfriends. Lincoln. So they're going to Hollywood for 6 months, he said sadly. Sheila. Yes, we're sorry, but we'll be back. We tried to convince Dad, but he refused. She said while looking at him. Marta. My prince, don't be unfaithful to us because if we find out you cheated on us, you'll regret it, she said while touching his crotch, making him blush suddenly. Lincoln accepts and spends his last day with the Johnsons. Lincoln returns to spend time with Issei and play video games. Issei. Seriously, Lin didn't accept her defeat and blamed you? He said, looking at him. Lincoln. Yeah, but it'll pass, he said while playing. Issei. Lincoln, I'll be gone for 4 months, he said seriously. Lincoln? What? He said incredulously. Issei. Totsuki Academy called me and I have to go to Mexico so that the critic Israel Navari can be my food critic, he said seriously. Lincoln. Seriously, and when are you leaving? He said sadly. Issei. I'm leaving tomorrow, don't worry, I'll be back and when I do we'll play together all day, he said with a smile. Lincoln. Well, I'll call the others so they can say goodbye to you. He said with a smile. So they continued playing until it was their bedtime. The next day. The Louds were saying goodbye to Issei and Lincoln was doing the same. Lincoln. Take care, Issei, he said with a smile. Issei. You too, Lincoln, and guys, see you in 4 months, he said with a smile. Stella. Take care, Issei, she said with a smile. Saji. Take care, brother, he said as they bumped fists. Naoto. See you later, Issei, he said with a smile. Everyone says goodbye to Issei and he gets into a black car which takes him to the airport. Issei didn't know it, but during that time Lincoln would suffer the worst hell of all. Chapter 65. Months later and the beginning of hell. 4 months later. Issei was seen on a plane. Issei. Wow, it was kind of Israel sensei to give me these tacos as a farewell gift. He said while eating some tacos. Israel. So you were the kid I taught. He said, looking at him. Issei. At first I didn't quite recognize you, but it's a pleasure to see you again, master. He said with a smile. Israel. Likewise, Issei, he said with a smile. Back in history. Issei was seen arriving in Michigan and a black car took him to Royal Woods. It took him 4 hours to get there and when he arrived at the Loud house, he felt a small chill. Adi arrived and was greeted by the Louds, but the strange thing was that Lincoln was nowhere to be found. Thus began a celebration for Issei's return from Mexico. Issei was chatting animatedly with the Louds, but when he asked about Lincoln, they all told him, somewhat annoyed, that he was on a date with Sheila. This surprised him since Sheila and her sisters went to Hollywood 4 months ago and were due to return in 2 months. Rias. What's going on? She said suspiciously. Issei. It would be the beginning of hell, he said seriously. Back to history. Issei was seen lying in the garage, but he had many doubts. His ear could hear a strange noise in the Loud house, but it didn't surprise him since it was normal to hear some noises in the Loud house. Sometimes they were caused by the faulty air conditioner or by his pets. Now that I think about it, I didn't see them anywhere. In fact, I always saw Charles and whenever there were visitors, he was always the first to react. But then he heard a scream and that alarmed him, so he put on his slippers, left the garage, and went to the Loud house. He followed this path, but instinctively he saw Laurie coming out of the basement, but something about it piqued his curiosity. And that was because something red was dripping from his fists. So he decided to go down to the basement and descended into the darkness. Issei. I wondered why Laurie had that red stuff on her fists, he said as he continued entering. So he went in and turned on the light and saw a squirrel suit, but when he realized what was happening, he saw that there was blood on the suit. So he approached and saw the suit clearly, but he noticed a person inside. He pulled out his squirrel head, but when he did, he saw something that changed his life. It was Lincoln, but he had both eyes black, many cuts, and it was noticeable that his nose was broken, as were his arms and legs. Issei. Lincoln, he said while looking at him closely. No faction leader could say anything. Roberto covered his children's eyes, and Yusaka covered Kunu's eyes. Mitsuda. But what the hell? He said incredulously. Leona. Oh, what happened to Arachi? She said while looking at Lincoln's poor condition. Michael. Oh my god, poor child, he said, looking at him. Asia, Zenobia, Irina, and Gabriel were speechless. It was one of the cruelest scenes they had ever witnessed. Back to history. Issei picked up Lincoln and carried him out of the basement. So, with difficulty, he made it to the garage, and once he arrived, Issei laid Lincoln down and began to remove his suit. Once he finished, he saw something worse than his face. Lincoln was severely malnourished. His rib bones were visible, and he had difficulty breathing. Issei began to heal Lincoln as best he could. Issei. I have to take you to the hospital, he said while thinking and decided to take Lola's cart which luckily was in the yard and he started pushing the cart where he put Lincoln. So he pushed the cart Lincoln was in and it arrived at the hospital. So Issei arrived and asked for help. Some nurses offered their assistance, but upon seeing Lincoln, instead of helping, they called security. Issei. But what? He said, unable to believe it. Nurse. I'm sorry, but this child is unlucky and we can't risk him infecting the others. The nurse said seriously. Issei. Bad luck, he said as he was kicked out of the hospital along with Lincoln. Just then a patrol car arrives and stops in front of them. Issei. Finally, he said hopefully. Without any care, Issei was forcibly put into the patrol car along with Lincoln, who showed no concern despite his condition. Rias and the others were incredulous about what happened, as were the leaders. Azazel. But what just happened? He said speechlessly. Ross. Why didn't the hospital help them? He said, speechless. Issei. That would be the damn beginning of our hell, he said seriously. Back in history. Lincoln and Issei were seen in a cell while Issei was better treating Lincoln's wounds. Then Lincoln began to wake up and saw Issei. Lincoln. Issei, he said very weakly. Issei. Calm down, tell me what happened, he said while looking at him. Lincoln. Remember that time Lin Jr. lost his baseball competition? He said weakly. Issei. Yes, he said, looking at him. Lincoln. Well, she told everyone I was unlucky, my sisters, my parents, the school, the whole town. He said while trying to move but unable to. Lincoln. Everyone started to think I was unlucky and everyone distanced themselves from me, except my friends, he said while giving a very weak smile. Lincoln. But I decided to put an end to all this, so I went to another one of his games disguised as a squirrel, he said sadly. Lincoln. So she won, and to prove I wasn't unlucky, I went up to them and told them I wasn't unlucky, but I only made it worse. He said while remembering that day. Lincoln. So Lin said that if I had the suit, my bad luck would turn into good luck, so she forced me to wear the suit and told everyone that I was now lucky, he said crying. Lincoln. The next day, the opposing team that played with Lin beat me with sticks and stones. People I didn't know threw garbage at me, saying I was a plague. I even tried to sue my family for what they did to me, but I got beaten up by the police and electrocuted. He said crying. Lincoln. They locked me up in an adult prison, but instead of beating me, the inmates helped me with my injuries and gave me their best food. After that, they released me, and when I got home, my things had been sold. They made me sleep in the basement, but they beat me for every little thing that went wrong. He said while crying more. Lincoln. Chandler made me watch him having hex with Linka and Liberty, saying I'd never have anything like that again. He made me throw up and told me the next ones were my girlfriends. I've been like this ever since you left. My friends tried to help, but Naoto had to go to Florida for an art exhibit 3 months ago, and Saji helps me as best he can, but his mom is okay with it. He said while crying. Lincoln. Even Lisa said that if I had hex with girls, it increased the chance of increasing my good luck. Laurie's friends, Leni, Luna, Lewin, Lin, Linka, Liberty, and Lucy, would come to the loud house just to grape me, especially Lin's friends, he said while remembering how he was graped. Lincoln just cried while Issei was crying as he heard all that. He could never bear what Lincoln had endured. While Rias was in shock and couldn't believe this, Akeno was equally shocked. They were all unable to believe it. Michael felt like trash. He now understood why Issei hated him and the angels. Back to history. Then they see Lin Sr. and Rita arrive at the police station. Lin Sr. So here was bad luck in my apprentice, he said seriously. Issei. Lin-sensei, this is wrong. Lincoln isn't just unlucky. He said while protecting Lincoln. Lin Sr. Of course he has, because of him I couldn't become a millionaire and my daughter's acting was awful, he said seriously. Issei. Maybe it's because he's not a good father, he said, looking at him. Lin Sr. remains silent as a police officer opens the door and Lin Sr. enters. Lin Sr. You can repeat that. He said threateningly. Issei, I said it's not. But he fell silent after receiving a hard slap from Lin Sr. Leon was taking a walk with his wife, Albert, and Myrtle when he felt the urge to hit someone, but he didn't know who. Everyone was surprised by what Lin Sr. did. Roberto was getting angry, as was Sirzechs. Back in history. Lin Sr. had hit Issei, but he remembered something his mother had said. And it was that he wouldn't let anyone get away with anything, that if someone hit him he would hit them back no matter their age. So Issei took out his kitchen knife and stabbed him in the thigh. Issei. Hit me again, you wretch. He said as he stabbed him again in his other thigh. Lin Sr. fell to the floor screaming and was about to continue, but a police officer entered and punched Issei in the neck, knocking him unconscious. Police officer. We're sorry about this, Mrs. Loud, he said sadly. Rita. It doesn't matter, we'll teach this wretch a lesson, she said as she took Issei and Lincoln away. Scene change. Issei was seen tied to a chair and he slowly woke up. Issei. But what? He said, seeing that he was tied to a chair. But he saw Clyde, Rusty, Zach, Liam, Stella, and Lincoln all the same. Her friends were badly beaten and Stella was standing naked in front of them. Issei. Guys, he said, looking at them. Then the door to that place opened and Issei realized they were in an abandoned house. That's how she saw it was Lin Jr., and when she saw them all asleep except for Issei, she took out a bucket of cold water and splashed them, waking them all up. Lin Jr. "Hello, bad luck," she said, looking at them. His friends just stared at Issei, who was tied up. "Plied. Issei," he said, unable to believe what he was seeing. Lin Jr. "You know, Issei, I heard you stabbed my father in the thighs, so you'll be punished," she said while holding a titanium bat. Issei was scared, but he didn't show it. Lin Jr. then punched Issei in the stomach, causing him to spit blood, and Lin Jr. continued like this for 10 minutes. "Rias. Issei," she said while watching Issei get beaten up. "Asia. Issei-san," she said while hugging him and shedding tears. Zenobia began to get angry, so she summoned Durandal and squeezed her tightly. Back to history. Lin finished hitting Issei, who was coughing up blood and catching his breath. Lin Jr. "Well, see you after my game," she said with a smile as she left. Issei. "Guys, what happened to you?" he said while looking at them. Rusty. "This is our punishment for helping Lincoln," he said while spitting out a tooth. Zach. "I don't really regret helping him," he said with a smile, but then he spits blood. Issei. "So it's all true," he said, looking at them. Stella. "Yes, and also," she said as she began to cry, "Chandler raped me, not just once, but he does it very often," she said crying. Naoto just cried silently while Fudro gave him a hug to calm him down. Back in history. Issei just looked at this and did something he very rarely did. Issei. "God, I don't know if you can hear me, but please stop this. Lincoln isn't unlucky, please stop this madness," he said while looking at the ceiling. His friends were doing the same thing while staring at the ceiling. Michael and Gabriel felt like idiots when they saw some children begging to stop this. Michael. "Issei-kun, I'm sorry," he said, lowering his head. Issei. "It's too late, 5 years late," he said while looking at him. This would be the beginning of a hell created by an entire people. Chapter 66. Weeks of torture and escape. Several weeks later. 3 weeks had already passed since Issei would experience hell firsthand. Both the Loud sisters and strangers came to beat up Issei and his friends because of their bad luck. Pedophiles even came to grape Stella. There were even times when they forced them to watch. Issei had several bruises and cuts, but their hope was that Saji would secretly come and give them some food. Rusty's brother, Rocky, would also come and heal them a little. He told them he could free them, but it would be dangerous, but they all refused. Some time had passed, and that day went badly for all the Louds, and they would do something that would even mark Issei for life. Lin Jr. "Hey losers, you know, we all had a bad time," she said as she approached. Lin Jr. "We were going to torture them as usual, but we decided to do something better," he said while Lola dragged an axe. Hiroka. "Why that axe?" she said while sensing that something bad was about to happen. Issei touched his right arm and remembered that. It was a memory he didn't want to relive. Back in history. Lin Jr. "But after a raffle we held, we have a winner and that's you," she said while pointing at Issei. Lin Jr. "I hope you scream a lot, Hyoudou," she said while taking the axe. Thus Lin, without any mercy, cut off his left arm, causing Issei to let out the worst scream of pain of his life. His harem unconsciously began to cry as they watched their beloved Issei suffer. Back in history. Issei. I. He screamed as tears of pain streamed down his face and he saw his arm on the floor. Lin Jr. just laughed like a psychopath, as did Lola, who couldn't stop laughing at Issei's suffering. Lin Jr. "And that's not all," he said as he raised the axe again and cut off his right leg, making him scream even worse. Issei. He screamed much worse when he saw his 2 limbs had been cut off. Lin Jr. "And as a final act," she said while taking out a spoon and approaching Issei's face. Thus Lin removed Issei's right eye, who could only watch as his eye was taken away. Issei just screamed and cried in pain, while his friends were crying as they watched their friend suffer. Lin Jr. "Well, enjoy your new look. Besides, your missing parts won't be wasted. Lisa will experiment on them. Don't worry, it's for the good of humanity." Laughed while Lola used a torch to burn the severed parts to stop the bleeding. Lin Jr. and Lola left while taking Issei's parts with them. Rias and the others were crying as they saw how much Issei suffered because of that bitch. The office was about to lose control of her power, but Roberto blocked it. The office was on her knees crying when she saw that. Roberto went and hugged her while watching his alpha cry and scream in suffering. Irina. "How could they do that?" she said while watching Issei suffer. Issei stopped recording for a moment and raised his arms, where his entire harem came and hugged him, including Tsubaki, Ross, Gabriel, and Yasaka. Issei let Gabriel hug him because he could feel his pain at not doing anything. An hour passed until everyone calmed down while Roberto put his children and Kuoh to sleep as this was too cruel for them. Back in history. Issei saw that they had left, so he decided to do something. Issei. Please let this be, he said while searching in his small pants pocket. So he found a very small knife. It was small, but it had some edge. So he began to cut the ties of his body, but it was very difficult for him, especially since he only had one arm. After an hour he was able to cut the ties but fell to the floor. Issei approaches his friends, but they stop him. Clyde. You go, Issei, he said while looking at him. Issei. I'm not going to free them, he said while trying to cut the bonds with his friends, but they stopped him. Rusty. If we all escape, they'll find us, especially since we have tracking chips. You're the only one without one, so go without us. He said with a smile. Issei. But, he said but couldn't finish. Everyone. Go away, they said as Issei, with no other option, crawled like a worm towards the exit. Issei, with great effort, opened the door and left the place. Luckily for Issei, there was a skateboard, a bit worn but it would do. And so Issei sped off on the skateboard. Half an hour later. Issei arrived at a bus, got on, and lay down on one of the seats. Issei. Friends, he said while he couldn't bear the sadness of leaving his friends and cried like he never had in his life. The homeless woman who was passing by heard Issei crying and went inside. Vagabond. Hello, she said as she entered the place. La vagabonda vio Issei lor y esta si saka su seco y si aproxima Issei. Vagabond. What did they do to you, kid? She said while covering him and hugging him to calm his crying. Vagabond. Don't cry, do you want me to take you home? She said while Issei continued to cry. The homeless woman stroked Issei's head as he gradually calmed down. Everyone was silent, how could they not be? They had witnessed the cruelest thing of their lives. Bali identified with Lincoln since both suffered because of their families. Well, in Bali's case, he had his mother for support. Rias and the others hugged him, while Issei felt that same warmth he had felt with the vagabond. Back in history. The next day. Issei saw himself in an abandoned house. Issei thought it had been a dream he had escaped, but then he saw that it was another house. Issei saw that he had a very rusty prototype on his leg, so he struggled to stand up with it, but then he saw a stick and began to walk very slowly. So he walked this way until he reached the living room and saw that homeless woman making a stew. Vagabond. Hello child, I see you're awake. Come, eat with me. She said with a smile. So Issei finally reached her, but the homeless woman helped him sit down and served him some of her stew with a glass of water. That was the first time Issei knew humility, and so he ate with gusto. He didn't care if the food lacked salt or ingredients. He just wanted to eat to satisfy his hunger. Irina. You seriously ate that? She said, looking at him. Issei. That day I learned what it meant to be humble. After what I went through, I didn't care about food anymore. He said seriously. Back in history. Issei. Thank you, excuse me, what's your name? He said while looking at her. Juanita. My name is Juanita, it's a pleasure, she said with a smile. Issei. My name is Issei, it's a pleasure. He said with a smile. Juanita. What happened to you, kid? I saw you suffering on that bus. She said, looking at him. Issei told him about Lincoln's bad luck and how he tried to defend him. Juanita was shocked to hear that. It was incredible that people like that existed. Juanita. Oh, I'm sorry, kid. I see you managed to escape. She said, looking at him. Issei. Yes, I wish I had done something. I just ran away like a coward. He said while looking away. Juanita. No, they told you to escape. You weren't a coward, you were brave to endure that. If I were in your place, I would have committed suicide. She said while grabbing his shoulders. Issei felt good when he heard that. Issei. Thank you, Juanita, he said with a smile. So Juanita began to take care of Issei, she helped him walk properly with the prototype on his leg, she had to put alcohol on his leg so that it wouldn't get infected. Issei saw Juanita as his second mother. It was incredible that a stranger treated him so well. Issei. Thank you for taking care of me, Juanita, but tell me how you ended up like this, he said, looking at her. Juanita. I knew you'd tell me, she said, looking at him. Juanita. Well, I was a wrestler, I was known as the Tigress of Hell, I was very loved by everyone, I had fame, money and a life that very few have, I couldn't have children due to a problem with my eggs, my husband asked me for a divorce because of that, I fell into drugs which caused my fame to fall, my fans started to boo me for being a failed wrestler, she said, while remembering her moments of fame. Juanita. One day I wrestled a new wrestler, she was La Tormenta. We wrestled well, but she said I had made an illegal move, which further damaged my reputation. So my sponsor dropped me. My manager was a con artist who took everything from me, leaving me penniless and homeless. she said sadly, remembering her past. Issei. Well, since you told me that, can I ask you something? He said while kneeling down. Bonita. What would that be? She said while looking at him. Issei. Can you teach me wrestling? He said while looking at her. Bonita remained silent, unsure whether to say yes or no, so she accepted, but they would have to find another prototype, but one for her arm. Issei didn't know it, but he was undergoing his first training to carry out one of the most notorious genocides in history. Chapter 67. Death of a Mother and Last Words. 2 weeks later. Bonita was surprised to see how quickly Issei learned. She taught him fighting moves and he learned them very fast. Now Issei could defend himself even though he no longer had his arm, leg, and eye. Bonita gave him a wrestler's mask, the one Gasper used today, and also an eye patch. That day Issei had a surprise for Bonita. He would give her a wooden figure that he made with a knife. So he waited for Bonita, who went to look for the day's food in the trash. Bonita. I hope Issei likes Swiss cheese, she said, holding a piece of cheese that was still in good condition. So she walked on, but as she walked she saw 3 girls, those were Nikki, Ronnie and Sid. Ronnie. Hi Juanita, what's wrong now? He said while looking at the cheese. Juanita. Hey, leave that alone, she said while trying to pick it up. Ronnie throws the cheese and steps on it. Juanita angrily lunges at Ronnie, but Sid and Nikki join the fight. The 3 of them were being beaten up by Juanita, but Ronnie, in a cowardly act, stabbed Juanita in the stomach. Ronnie, without pausing, cuts her throat and they leave, leaving Juanita dying. Rias and the others watch that with sadness. Back in history. Juanita. Thinking, Issei, I don't think I'll be back. Be a good boy. I'm proud of you, Issei. Take good care of yourself, my son. She said as she closed her eyes with a smile. Juanita died with a smile on her face as she remembered the moments with Issei. The next day. Issei was walking through the streets looking for Juanita, but when he reached a street he saw many people surrounded. So he approached the crowd and Issei saw Juanita dead. Issei. Juanita, he said as he knelt down and saw Juanita's body. Issei begins to cry as he hugs Juanita's body. People recognize him and tell him it was his fault she died from catching bad luck. Issei remembered how he met Lincoln and his gang, how he lived their adventures, how proud he was of Lincoln because he now had a harem, but this went to waste because of a sore loser. The screen just went black and nothing could be seen. Rias. What happened next? She said, looking at him. Issei. That day changed my life forever. He said seriously. Naoto and Saji only remembered that day and it made them very sad, especially Naoto, who cried silently while Ryota, Futuro, and Tadano comforted him. Back in history. Issei was seen waking up in a room. Issei. What happened? He said while touching his head but felt bandages on his head. He stood up and saw a mirror and when he looked at himself, he saw that his head was bandaged and he had a metal arm, but better. Then 4 people entered. A dark-haired boy with freckles who was about Lisa's age, a short girl with brown hair and freckles who was about Issei's age, and a blonde girl with perfect breasts who was about Lori's age. Issei. Who are they? He said while getting into a fighting stance. David. Don't worry, let me introduce myself, I'm David, it's a pleasure, said the boy. Cookie. I'm Cookie, it's a pleasure, she said with a smile. Carol. And I'm Carol, their older sister. It's a pleasure. She said with a smile that made Issei blush. Issei. Hello, but how did I get here? He said seriously while looking at his new metal arm and leg. David. Well, you were lucky we found you before the police, he said seriously. Issei. He said, looking at him. David. He doesn't remember what you did 2 days ago. He said seriously. Sona. What did you do? She said, looking at her boyfriend. Issei. Look, he said seriously. Back in history. David. Well, I went into the town security cameras and look, he said as he approached a computer and the recording was shown. Issei was on his knees and let out a scream, looking at everyone who was staring at him and blaming him for Juanita's death. Thus, with his rusty metal arm, he struck one of them in the nose, breaking it in the process. Issei lunged at everyone, biting one by the neck and beating another to death. The vast majority ran away from Issei, while others charged towards him. Someone broke his rusty arm, but Issei takes advantage of that and stabs him with that broken metal arm. The others rush towards Issei, but he uses all his wrestling knowledge and mercilessly beats them all to death. One of them hit Issei on the head, causing him to bleed, but Issei stabbed him in the neck with his arm, killing him. Issei let out another scream and fell unconscious. End of recording. Issei's entire harem fell silent as they watched what Issei had done. Issei. Don't worry, there's an explanation for that. He said seriously. Everyone decides to keep watching what happened. Back in history. Issei. I did that, he said while looking at what he did. Cookie. Doesn't remember anything, she said as she approached. Issei. No, and why is my eye yellow? He said while rewinding the recording and seeing that his eye was yellow. David approaches him and begins to examine him and perform some medical tests. David. As I suspected, you had a personality change, he said seriously. Peril. Personality change, she said, confused. David. It's known as post-traumatic stress, I call it flippy mode, but well, after suffering so much you got this change, he said seriously. Rias. So that's what it was. She said as she approached Issei. Alice. You don't suffer from that anymore, do you? She said, looking at her partner. Issei. No, not anymore, he said with a smile. Ryota. I still remember the terrible beating he gave us in that mode, he said seriously. Hyoudou. I still remember the broken ribs he left us with, he said while touching his ribs. The quintuplet saw Hyoudou and became curious. Back in history. Issei. So that's what I've suffered for. He said, looking at David. David. Yes, but what was the reason you suffered to such a degree? He said, looking at Issei. Issei. They know about the bad luck thing, he said, looking at the three. David. Don't remind me, that wretched Lisa tried to experiment on her friend Daisy and I stopped her, and the worst part is that she didn't care if she lost her friendship with Daisy and mine, he said seriously. Cookie. That bitch Liberty destroyed my cookie book just because I accidentally tore up one of her pictures, she said seriously. Peril. And don't remind me of Laurie. I still can't believe she abused her brother for the title of older sister. We had a fight when we found out about the bad luck thing, and I broke off our friendship. Only Fiona didn't believe that. She said seriously. Cookie. Jordan didn't believe that either, she said seriously. David. Not Daisy, he said seriously. Issei. Well then, he said while telling them what happened. When it was over, all three of them were furious. Peril. We have to rescue them, she said as they nodded and left. Issei. But they have tracking chips, he said, looking at them. David. I can take care of that, he said seriously. While they were running to rescue Lincoln and his friends, in Carol's living room the news was playing, but there was something special about it. Reporter. And in other news, today is the day that the unlucky one known as Lincoln Loud will die, she said as the four stopped and looked at the screen. There were 6 wooden crosses, but Lincoln, Clyde, Liam, Zach, Rusty, and Stella were there. They all had nails in their arms and legs to prevent them from falling. Everyone without exception was so badly beaten that they could no longer even see why blood was falling into their eyes. Issei was shocked, as were Carol, Cookie, and David, who looked at the horrible state of Lincoln and his friends. Rias and the others had their hands over their mouths as they watched that. Asia. How cruel, she said, seeing Lincoln's state. Bali. Those people have no heart, she said, looking at Lincoln. Back in history. Reporter. Well, before we begin the execution, we need to hear his last words. She said as a microphone was raised to where everyone was standing. Lincoln. Issei, I don't know if you see this or not, but I'll say it anyway. I'm sorry we couldn't fulfill our dream of being legal brothers. If life granted me one wish, it would be to have been your brother. Issei, always look ahead and follow your dreams. Even if I'm no longer in this world, I'll always be by your side, supporting you in whatever decisions you make. He said with a smile, crying as he realized he had a best friend who never betrayed him and never believed in bad luck. Lincoln. Please, take care of Lily and tell her that her older brother tried to fix this mistake. Watch her grow up, cry, laugh, and have someone who loves her for who she is and will protect her no matter what. He said this while listening to Lily cry and say his name. Rusty. Issei, I know I wasn't as close to you as Lincoln, but I want to tell you that it was a pleasure to meet such a cool guy as you. Conquer many girls and create your harem like Lincoln. No matter if I fall into heaven or hell, I will always see you and know that you will be someone special because you already are special. He said with a smile. Rusty. Rocky, forgive me for not seeing you grow up. I hope you don't make the same mistakes as your brother. Win over beautiful girls and follow your dreams, even if I never get to see them. He said this while Rocky was crying for his brother at Rusty's house. Liam. Issei, I'm very sorry I won't be your kitchen ingredient supplier in the future, but I want you to take very good care of my animals, especially Virginia. Remember that you must always fight her twice a day. Tell my sister that no matter what, her older brother will always be by her side. He said with a happy smile. On a farm, Liam's animals were seen crying while watching the television in the house, while inside, an orange-haired girl was seen crying for her brother. Clyde. Issei, I'll be honest, at first I was jealous of you for taking my best friend title, but then I realized how great you are. You were and always will be one of my best friends no matter what. Please tell my grandma to take good care of Bingo the dog, in case you're wondering, he said with a small laugh. Clyde. Chloe, Emma, Penelope, and Haiku, I love you all no matter what. Find someone better than me and live your lives to the fullest," he said with a smile. At the school where this is also being broadcast, Chloe, Emma, Penelope, and Haiku were seen crying as they watched the sad scene of their shared boyfriend. In a nursing home, many elderly people were seen crying, especially three who were looking at their grandchildren like this. Zach. Issei, forgive me if I was ever annoying. Always keep moving forward, and if you find other lives on other planets, I'll be more than happy. Tell Rias that she was a great girl and that many boys would be at her feet and get to know her better. Rias, thank you for accepting me just as I am," he said with a smile. In a comedy club, Rias was seen crying upon seeing how her boyfriend was, and worse, because of his words. Stella. Issei, thank you for being my friend. It doesn't matter if you're a pervert, I'll always love you. Even though I'll never see you marry into a harem or a girl who loves you just the way you are, I'll always be by your side supporting you and trying to help you achieve your dreams. Chandler, even though you raped me many times, I don't hold a grudge against you because it's not worth hating a jerk like you," she said with a small smile. Stella. Naoto, you're a great guy and that's why I love you with all my heart. No matter if many call you a nerd or clumsy, I'll always be by your side, even if someone else tries to take your heart. Naoto, I truly fell in love with you," she said with a smile. In one house, Naoto was seen watching television, crying while hugging a rather special dog. Lincoln. Girls, I hope you see this, I love you, Sheila, Marta, Nikki, Amanda and Francisca, thank you for being in my life, thank you for being with this talentless guy, I hope you find another guy better than me, he said while shedding some tears, but these were blood tears. In Hollywood, the Johnsons were seen buying gifts for Lincoln, but they felt a bad feeling, and Francisca felt a thirst for blood and revenge. Lynn Jr. Good words, bad luck, well goodbye, she said while holding a torch and burning the crosses where they had gasoline, quickly heading towards Lincoln and company. Lincoln and friends. Team Scorpion out. Their last words. Lincoln and his friends were burned by the fire, but none of them screamed, none of them begged for mercy. They simply died with their same smiles. Issei was on his knees watching his friends die, while Carol looked away as tears streamed down her face. Cookie hugged Issei, and David only said one word that marked Issei even more. David. This state no longer has humanity, he said seriously. Lincoln just stood there in silence as tears streamed down his face. Rias and the others were crying because of the words of Lincoln and his friends. A single tear escaped Futuro's eye as he watched the sad scene. Tadano even shed a traitorous tear. Saji just looked away as tears streamed down his face. Saji's harem hugged him while they calmed him down. Naoto was on his knees crying. It still hurt him to see how his girlfriend was murdered in cold blood. Michael didn't know what to say. He was speechless at what those people had done to innocent children. He could only manage one word. Michael. Sorry, he said, lowering his head, but Yusaka slapped the angel hard. Yusaka. Seriously, you never had time to see this? If God were alive, he'd be ashamed of you, she said as she approached Issei and hugged him. That day changed Issei Hyoudu's life and would mark the doom of an entire state. Chapter 68. Preparing a revenge. Issei kept crying while Cookie tried to calm him down. Elsewhere. The nursing home was visible where Albert and Myrtle were mourning the sad loss of their grandson. Albert. Lincoln, said the strongest old man in the world, crying as he remembered how he carried him as a baby, how he gave him his first ice cream, how he punched a pedophile for giving Lincoln an obscene balloon. Albert simply stood up and left the asylum along with Myrtle and Clyde's grandmother. Note. What is the name of Clyde's grandmother? I can't remember. Myrtle. Where are we going? She said, looking at her husband. Albert. Let's go find Issei. He was a great friend of Lincoln's, and if he wants revenge, I'll help him, he said seriously as he walked. So the old folk searched for Issei and soon found him thanks to the fact that Clyde's grandmother was a secretary to a former president and had some privileges, one of which was that she could see the security cameras in any state of the United States. So they arrive at Carol's house where they knock and Carol opens it where she sees the three old people. Carol. What do you need? She said while wiping away some tears. Albert. Issei is here, don't worry, we didn't come to beat him up like the Louds did, he said with a sad smile. Carol let them in, and upon entering she saw Issei crying while saying Lincoln's name and his friends' names. Albert and Myrtle approach Issei and hug him, and he returns the hug. 1 hour later. Issei had already calmed down and saw the two old men. Issei. Mr. Albert and Miss Myrtle, what are you doing here? He said, looking at the two elderly people. Albert. We saw everything. Rita is no longer my daughter. We knew you were hurting, and what happened to your arm and leg? He said while looking at Issei's metallic limbs. Issei told them how he defended Lincoln but couldn't do much for him. Albert, who was angry before, was now furious and vowed to find the Chandler and castrate him without anesthesia. Chandler was currently preparing troops when he felt a great chill. Invader. Master Chandler, are you okay? The invader said to Chandler. Chandler. If I'm okay, prepare for a worldwide attack, he said authoritatively. Both invaders, soldiers, robots, fallen angels, yokai, demons and experiments gained access. Back in history. Albert. I'm sorry for not interfering, but I was undergoing surgery at the time. I should have done something. He said, lowering his head. Issei. Revenge, he said softly. Issei. I want to avenge my friend. He shouldn't have suffered such torture, and it was all Lin's fault. If he had accepted his damn defeat, none of this would have happened. He said seriously. Albert didn't know what to say since Issei was right, Lin was like a father to him, neither of them ever accepted defeat no matter what. Albert. You want revenge. Fine, I'll grant your wish, but tell me, are you sure you want to do this? You know that if you make a decision like this, you can never go back. The old man said seriously. Issei thought it over carefully. He didn't want revenge on the Louds, nor on the villagers, he wanted revenge on the entire state. He still remembers how he and Juanita would walk the streets of other cities and demand justice for Lincoln. But people threw rotten fruit and garbage at them while telling them to leave and that they shouldn't defend someone like Lincoln. Issei. I'm sure I won't take revenge on the Louds, nor on the village, but on the entire state, he said with total hatred in his words. Albert. Well, I'll help you with your revenge. I also want to avenge my grandson. If they hadn't performed that operation on me, I would have saved him. He said sadly. David. Sorry to interrupt, but how will they get revenge on an entire state? He said, holding a whiteboard. David. They need around 2 million soldiers to take revenge on an entire state, especially the United States. They need heavy weaponry, and they also need to have great influence to convince many people to help them. He said while writing on the board. Searches. Is it true how they managed to take revenge on an entire state? He said, confused. Issei. Watch and learn, he said with a smile. Back in history. Issei. Well, David, do you want to help me? He said as he approached David. David. Are you crazy? Said the surprised boy. Issei. Tell me, how many times did Lisa steal your credit for your inventions? Tell me how many times did Lisa tell you that she was better than you? Or tell me how many times did you feel like you were in her shadow while she took all the glory? He said seriously to the boy. David thought it over carefully. Helping someone thirsty for revenge was something he wouldn't do, but he remembered how Lisa took credit when it belonged to both of them. She won scholarships, loans, checks, and even a Nobel Prize. He recalled how he alone made a device that made sewage water drinkable, but Lisa stole that invention and won the Nobel Prize. David just cried with anger and fury as he remembered those damned memories. Peril hugged David, as did Cookie, who reassured David. David. I accept, he said with hatred in his voice. Issei. Perfect, he said with a smile. Peril. I also accept to participate in your revenge, she said seriously. Cookie. Me too, she said seriously. Issei. Are you safe? He said, looking at them. Peril. Yes, Lincoln was just an innocent child who didn't deserve that. Besides, that bitch Lori knew I liked Bobby and she didn't care, although now I don't care about that cowardly piece of shit anymore. She said seriously. Cookie. Me too, those bitches Linka and Liberty made my life a living hell, they threw away my cookies, altered my recipes and many other things that still make me angry every day, she said seriously. Issei. Well, thanks girls, he said with a smile, but was still sad about the death of Lincoln and his friends. David. Well, as the brains of the group, we need to convince the people who hate the Louds, he said seriously. David approaches the computer and begins searching the internet. 10 hours later. During that time, David looked for people who hated the Louds and was surprised to find many, including Lisa, who had children who hated her. David. I'm finished, look, he said while showing the image of Lin Sr. David. From what I know, Lin Sr. has many enemies and he's also a recipe thief since he stole many recipes, look, he said while showing many cooks. Issei. I already thought it was strange that he had so many cooking styles and besides, they weren't all that perfect, he said seriously, remembering Lin Sr.'s dishes that weren't all that perfect. David. Look, he said, showing several images. There were many famous chefs on the computer, but there was one in particular who had a great hatred for Lin Sr. David. Well, Rita has a writer as an enemy. She says Rita stole one of her stories and put it under her own name. He said seriously. The image showed a chestnut tree, very well known in the world of writing. David. Lori's enemies are Carol, Carlota, and Dana, he said seriously. Issei. Wait, weren't they his friends? He said, confused. David. From what I saw, Carlota became independent from her family when the bad luck thing started. Carlota started her beauty business, but that bitch Lori spread rumors that she used adulterated and expired paints, and that caused her to lose fame. And Dana seems to have been humiliated in a golf match, and not only that, but Lori painted her car pink and wrote the word loser on the windshield. He said seriously while showing Dana's car. Sona. It seems those Louds have many enemies, she said seriously. Hyoudou. Yes, I was one of them, he said seriously. Ryota. And me, he said seriously. Dodano. And I, he said seriously. That surprises them a little, and they continue watching. Back in history. David. Lini's enemies are Fiona, Miguel, Chaz, Jackie, and Mandy, he said seriously. Issei. Wait, weren't they his friends? He said seriously. David. From what I've researched, Fiona was fired for theft when in reality the thief was Lini, Miguel, because Lini told many girls that Miguel was gay, Chaz because he was humiliated by Lini when he confessed his feelings to her, Jackie, because Lini uploaded some semi-nude photos of her to the internet, and Mandy, because she was expelled from school because of Lini, he said seriously. Issei. Wow, he said speechlessly. David. Well, Luna has many rock bands as enemies, the most special ones are these. The Black Cats, the Hells Angels, and the 13th Street Gang, he said seriously. Issei. I know the Black Cats, but I never thought they hated Luna. He said seriously. David. Well, Lewin has Rias, Benny, Tadano, and Maggie, he said seriously. David. Before you ask why, I'll tell you. Rias was banned from the comedy club because of Lewin, who told very rude and feminist jokes. Benny was banned from the drama club because of Lewin. Tadano was blamed for a prank he didn't pull, and Maggie was the victim of a prank by Lewin, where she ended up painted pink and her friends abandoned her. He said seriously. Issei. That explains a lot, he said seriously. David. Lin, well, see for yourself, he said while showing many people, including people who were in juvenile detention. Issei. Why is that boy listed as an enemy? He said, pointing to a boy in a white acrobat suit and helmet of the same color. David. From what I know, his name is Kick and he was in a bike race where Lin wrecked his bike, preventing Kick from participating, and she won. Kick saw the security cameras and realized who did it. His friend also hates her, as do some of the other girls who live there, but those others belong to Lisa. He said seriously. Issei. So besides being a sore loser, she's a cheater. He said seriously. The Keno. So that bitch doesn't know how to lose, she cheats too, she said seriously, since she already hated Lin for seeing the great damage she did to her boyfriend and her friend. Issei. I was surprised by all the tricks he played, just like they say, like father, like son, he said seriously while Hyoudou and Shido laughed at the joke. Back in history. David. Well, from what I can see, Lin also has the Homer Blacks as enemies, the most dangerous gang in Royal Woods, so they'll be an advantage. He said seriously. David. Linka has Cookie Jordan, Emma, Christina, and Nikki, Lincoln's girlfriend, he said seriously. Issei. Wait, why does Nikki hate Linka? As far as I know, Nikki is too innocent to hate anyone. He said seriously and very confused. David. Well, from what I understand, Cookie went because of her recipe book, Jordan because Linka hit her with a dodgeball filled with frozen water that broke her nose, Christina because she once broke into her house and cut her hair until she was bald, and Nikki, well, she was humiliated at an art event where her own artwork exploded in her face and she became the laughingstock of the entire place, he said seriously. Issei. Wow, that explains a lot. He said seriously. David. Liberty has Shido, Chloe, Penelope, and a girl named Talon who is a photographer like her, he said seriously. David. From what I know, Shido was expelled from his orphanage because Liberty gave the director a nude photo of herself and she blamed Shido, resulting in his expulsion and being thrown out onto the street. Chloe and Penelope were expelled because of Clyde's death and Talon because Liberty tore up many photos she had taken throughout her life. He said seriously. Issei. So they have many enemies, he said seriously. David. That's right, look, Lucy's enemies are the funeral club, especially Haiku, and she also has Rocky, he said seriously. Issei. Let me guess, the funeral club members hate her because she tore up all their poems, Haiku for Clyde's death and Rocky for Rusty's death, he said seriously. David. Yeah, basically they hate her for that, but how did you know? He said, looking at Issei. Issei. Nah, I just guessed. He said seriously. David. Well, Lola, you can't say she has many enemies, especially the beauty pageant contestants, but there's one who wants to destroy her no matter the cost, he said, showing a red-haired girl like Rias. Issei. I think I know her, but I can't remember her name. He said seriously. David. If Lana didn't have any enemies of hers no matter how hard I looked, he said seriously. Issei. It seems she's the only one who plays fair. He said seriously. David. Lisa, well look too, he said, showing many child scientists. There was an orange-haired man in a lab coat and behind him was a blonde girl. There was also another blonde who had a genie sweater and lived in the same place as Kik. There was another blonde guy who wore a red suit and also lived where Kik lives. There were two arrogant reteeds who also hated Lisa. David. I know the reteed, he's a colleague of mine, his name is Dexter, and they'll tell you why they hate her, he said seriously. Issei. Okay, with them I can fulfill my revenge in this cursed place, he said seriously. Albert. Well, now that we see you have enemies, here's the plan. I'll go to several countries to hire the best fighting masters, while you, Issei, will convince everyone here and those who live far away to help us. He said seriously. Issei. Okay, Grandpa, he said seriously. Issei. Thinking, you'll see, the Louds will pay for what they did to Lincoln and also for the people who participated in this bad luck, he thought seriously. Throughout the state of Michigan, people going about their daily lives felt a chill run down their spines, but it would take them a while to find out why. Chapter 69 Alliances. Issei. Well, Albert Sama, thank you for your help. He said while bowing. Albert. Heh, don't call me Albert Sama, call me Grandpa, because from now on I'll be your grandpa, he said with a smile. Myrtle. And I'll be your grandmother, she said with a smile. Issei smiled and said. Issei. Of course, thank you grandparents, he said with a smile. Albert. Here, it's a fake passport with a fake visa, because if you leave the country with the original you'll have problems, he said seriously. Issei. I understand, he said, looking at his new passport and visa. Albert. Here you go too, he said as he handed her a credit card. With it, you can pay for trips and other things without limits, he said seriously. Issei. Thank you, Grandpa, he said with a smile. Albert. Issei, I wish you luck in finding allies, he said with a smile. So he leaves to find his masters and have them train Issei and his allies. Some time later. Issei was at Saji's house and he was talking to Saji. Saji. So you want to commit genocide, you son of a bitch. Count me in. He said with a smile. Sona. No bad words, she said while looking at Saji. Saji. Buck you, he said, but realized what he had done too late. Issei. Saji, it was an honor to meet you, he said, touching his shoulder. Sona had a very unfriendly face, so Saji ran for his life. Saji ran as fast as he could from his mistress, but it was too late, as Sona caught him. 30 minutes later. I saw all the men scared to death as they hugged each other, while I watched Saji bleeding from the mouth with soap in his mouth and Sona with a very serious look. Issei. Mental note. Never swear in front of Sona, he said while looking at Saji's poor state. Back in history. Saji. The truth is I want to avenge Lincoln. He should never have suffered the hell he had to endure, so count me in. She said with a smile. Issei. Okay, well let's go get Naoto, he said as both children went to recruit Naoto. Some time later. Naoto was still depressed after what happened to Stella. Issei. Naoto, if you want to avenge Stella, join us. Stella would never have wanted to see you like this. He said seriously. Naoto. I'll join, but only to avenge my friend and my girlfriend, he said with a serious expression. Naoto. Before I introduce you to someone, he's my best friend, he said while opening a cabinet. This is what a dog with a saw on its head looks like. Naoto. I present to you Pachita, don't worry, she's friendly, he said with a smile. Pachita barked and Issei took out some bread he had. So Pachita spits out and licks his hand and he gives a smile. Roberto. Where did you get a relative from? He said seriously. Naoto. While I was coming back from school, I saw him with a wound on his stomach. I didn't know what to do, so trying to do something, I cut myself on a splinter and it drew blood. He sucked my blood and I offered him my blood and that's how he healed. Since then, he hasn't stopped following me and well, I made him my pet. He said while remembering Pachita. Ollie. And what happened to him? She said, looking at Naoto. Naoto. Keep watching, he said seriously. That way everyone can see that it continues. Back in history. Issei. It's cute, well let's go recruit Dana, he said as they walked. Some time later. Issei was seen in a house. Issei. As far as I know, Dana lives here, he said as they walked to the door but saw a car in the garage that had pink paint. Issei. Thinking, David didn't lie, she did that to her friend, he thought as the doorbell rang and a brunette girl came out. Yes, looking at the three children. Issei. Dana lives here, he said seriously. Dana? Who's asking? She said seriously. Scene change. Dana. So they want to commit genocide across the entire state. she said seriously. Issei. If Lincoln never had to endure that kind of treatment, then tell me, will you help me? He said seriously. Dana. I accept. I told that bitch Lori she should never have treated her brother like that and she never listened to me, so I'll help. She said seriously. Issei. Perfect, go to Carol's house. We'll have to wait for our grandfather to start our training. He said seriously. Dana. Good, she said with a smile. And so they say goodbye and move on to the next one. Sona. So they asked the people who hated the Louds for help to start their genocide, she said seriously. Hyoudou. Yes, although Issei had some problems recruiting the Homer Blacks and me, he said somewhat sadly, remembering how Issei spoke to him the first time. Back in history. Saji. Well, Dana will help, but who's next? She said seriously. Issei. Well, I'll go to the big city for Carlotta's big house, Saji go and convince Fiona, and you, Naoto, go and convince Chaz to help us. He said seriously. They both nod and Saji goes to the mall, as does Naoto, to look for Chaz. So Issei looked for a means of transport to go to the big city, but the buses wouldn't let him on, telling him he was unlucky. So Issei, with no other option, stole a bicycle and pedaled off to the big city. Issei drove to the big city. 1 hour later. Issei kept fighting, he was only halfway there, but he tripped on a rock and fell into the forest in front of him. Issei was falling but ended up hitting a rock and fell unconscious. Rias. Issei, were you alright? She said worriedly, as were the others. Issei. Yes, although that fall was an advantage, he said with a smile. Viteria. What do you mean? She said, confused. Issei smiled and they continued watching. Back in history. Issei woke up but saw that he was in a tent. So he saw that there was a robot and the robot, upon seeing him, approached him. Robot. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you, he said while touching his head and seeing his wound. The blue light came out of the robot in his hand and it began to heal Issei's head. It was slow but effective. Robot. Your wound is already healed, human, said the robot. Issei. Thank you. Do you have a name? He said, confused. Robot. No, I and all of us have a number, I am number 45, said the robot. Issei. I see, but what do you mean by all of us? He said as he sat down. The robot removed the tent curtain, revealing many robots. In total, there were 2,000 robots. 45. You see, this is our home. We were all discarded by our mistress. Said the robot. Issei. And who is it? He said, confused. 45. Lisa Loud, said the robot somewhat angrily. Issei. So that bitch left them to their fate, but why did she do it? He said confused. 45. He told us that all of us were useless for his experiments, so he left us here. There's one bear in particular that we're taking care of. He said while guiding Issei. That's how Issei sees a blue bear with a flower on its head. Issei. Who is this bear? He said while petting the bear, which led him. 45. It's Lisa's experiment, 5.0.5. Lisa left it 2 months after she created us here. It was very sad and we took care of it, said the robot. Issei. I see, but they don't want to get revenge on her. He said as the robot looked at him. Issei. Think about it, she left them like they were scrap metal, she doesn't deserve to be called a scientist. Look, I plan to commit genocide throughout Michigan. I won't force you to join me, but think about it, don't you want revenge on that bitch who left you like nothing happened? He said seriously. 45 thought about it, he still remembered Lisa's cold words, I don't need a couple of useless pieces of human scrap like you, he still remembered that day his mistress left them alone. He remembered the sadness his brothers suffered and the loneliness they endured, so he said. 45. I accept, I will speak with my brothers to see if they accept, said the robot. Issei. Well, I'll be back in a few hours. I have to go to the big city to convince someone to help us. He said as 45 nodded and took him to his bike where he took the trip back to the big city. Azazel. Interesting, so those robots helped you, just like that bear. He said, watching Issei take a trip to the big city. Issei. Yes, although they all had different attitudes, 25 is very grumpy, 69 is very perverted, 210 is very hardworking, and 274 built many things, he said seriously. Searches. What happened to them? He said, confused. Issei. Well, some died in the genocide and the rest stayed in Royal Woods and now it's their home, he said seriously. Back in history. So he arrived and looked for where Carlotta was. He asks this question, but some recognize him and tell him to leave, that he has bad luck. Issei was fed up with these people believing something so stupid, so he searched and found her entering a building that rented very cheap rooms. Issei. Excuse me, is Carlotta Casagrind here? He said seriously. Oh man. So you're a customer. If she's in room 28, please don't make too much noise, okay? He said, while Issei didn't understand what he meant by making too much noise. So he went upstairs and knocked on the door. The opening scene shows Carlotta wearing a miniskirt, a tank top that barely covered her breasts, and makeup that made her attractive. Issei blushed when he saw Carlotta dressed like that and didn't know what to say. Carlotta. So you want my services? Well, you'll have to give me the $250 before we begin. She said flirtatiously. Hyoudou, Tadano, Ryota, Naoto, Shido, Saji, Roberto, Sirzechs, Michael, Azazel, Volley, Gasper, Ryo, Kiba, Mitsuda, Motohama, and Issei were blushing deeply when they saw Carlotta like that. Hyoudou had his ears pulled by his girlfriends, Tadano had his cheek pulled by Komi, and Sirzechs received a powerful blow from his wife. Roberto. Hey Issei, do you have her number? He said, still blushing. Israel. You know your wives can hear you, he said while trembling slightly. Roberto. I'm in charge of the relationship so they can't tell me anything, he said somewhat arrogantly. What did you say? Said a voice. At that moment, Roberto felt true terror upon hearing the voice, and he turned around to see his 3 wives and 3 other girls who were friends of his wives. Kurumi. So you want whose number? She said, holding her rifle. Mitsuda. I recommend you run, he said as everyone nodded. Roberto ran as fast as he could, but hands caught him and his handcuffs took him away. Toga. You're going to receive a severe punishment for this, she said with a psychopathic smile. Roberto. Help. He said as he tried to grab the wall but was taken to a room. All the men felt great terror upon hearing Roberto's screams. Ali. On second thought, I don't want his number, she said while still trembling from Roberto's shouts. Everyone. Us too, they said while covering their ears. Roberto. Wait, Miyuki, what are you going to do with that drill? Roberto's voice was heard. Everything was silent until a loud scream was heard from Roberto, causing everyone to tremble uncontrollably. Some time later. Roberto was seen bleeding from the head and had several bruises on his body. Asia did the best she could to heal Roberto when she saw him unconscious. So they ask why Roberto hasn't returned to Mexico yet, where Issei tells them everything. At the end, Roberto's wives were furious with Rita because that bitch did nothing to protect their son. So, here's what follows. Back in history. Issei was in Carlotta's apartment when she arrived in the living room wearing a robe and they both sat down while drinking coffee. Issei. So you're a prostitute, huh? He said, looking at Carlotta. Carlotta. Yes, how did you find me? She said, looking at Issei. Issei. I saw you come in here, he said while looking at her. Carlotta. I see, she said while drinking her coffee. Issei. What happened to you? I saw you as having a great future. You even had a contract with a famous singer, according to what Lincoln told me. He said, looking at Carlotta. Carlotta. You see, when the whole bad luck thing started, my family supported it, but I didn't. My family left me out, and everything got out of control when I saw Lori hit Lincoln. I hit her back and got punished. I got angry and told them how they could support such nonsense. She said seriously. Carlotta. My grandmother then kicked me and my mother out of the house. I received support from Margarita, a lady who owned a beauty salon, and she left me her business since she went to France. So I dedicated myself to cutting hair and doing makeup for women, she said seriously. Carlotta. But that bitch Lori started rumors that I used old, expired makeup, so my reputation plummeted, especially since they realized I didn't follow that nonsense about bad luck, she said seriously. Carlotta. I had to sell the shop and the rent and expenses forced me to do this. I also had to pay for my university, she said seriously. Carlotta. So I became a prostitute. You have no idea what I went through, how many times people at the university called me a bitch and dirty, and how much I charged. I just hope that one day they will suffer for what they did. She said while lowering her head. Issei. You know, that's why I came for you, since I plan to attack the entire state of Michigan, he said seriously. Carlotta. What do you mean? She said, looking at Issei. So Issei told him his revenge plan and asked if he was in. Carlotta. Yes, I suppose I have nothing else to lose. She said with a small smile. Issei. Perfect, do you have a motorcycle or anything so we can leave the big city and go to Royal Woods? He said, looking at Carlotta. Carlotta. Well, I have a somewhat worn out car, but it'll do, she said with a smile. So Carlotta takes her money and leaves her apartment and they leave the big city. So Carlotta opens a garage door and it turns out it was an old car. Issei. This is yours, he said, looking at the small car. Carlotta. Yes, my paternal grandfather gave it to me as an inheritance, she said as they both entered. So they go to Royal Woods to begin their attack. But first they went after the robots, who luckily could store themselves away by turning into a small chip, and these could remain like that for 2 hours, which was enough to return to Royal Woods. Chapter 70 Alliance of Racism. 2 days later. During that time, Issei, along with Saji, Naoto, Carol and David, were responsible for uniting different people. Issei recruited all the gangs that hated Luna and the partners of his friends who were Kuoh, Emma, Penelope, Haiku and Rias. Saji was in charge of recruiting Fiona, Maggie, Benny, Rusty's brother Rocky, who wanted to get revenge on the Louds for his brother's death. He also recruited other people who hated Louds without mercy. Naoto took charge of Chaz, who agreed to do this. He also recruited some of his painter friends, as well as the funeral club, who hated Lucy, and the photography club, who had a huge hatred for liberty. Carol called her friends for help, which they accepted without hesitation, since Laurie had betrayed her friends a long time ago by sleeping with their boyfriends. David spoke with some scientists to get them to send him some materials to make a very dangerous gas, even more dangerous than mustard gas and chlorine gas. Now Issei was talking to the girls from the children's beauty pageant, who didn't know what to say, since Issei was giving them a somewhat cruel offer, but they remembered how Lola threatened them if they didn't win, things would go badly for them. She still remembers how they tried to help Lincoln with his bad luck, but his parents punished them, and in some cases, they were even beaten by them. Girls. We accept, they said seriously. Just then, a red-haired girl approaches Issei. I'm going to help you, I don't like you unless I'm very tired of that damn Lola ruining my fashion shows, she said while she was angry. Issei. Thank you, may I know your name? He said, confused. Lindsay. My name is Lindsay Sweetwater, don't waste it, said the serious girl. Irina. Wait, she participated in that genocide. She said, surprised. Issei. You know her? He said, somewhat surprised. Irina takes a magazine out of her things and there's Lindsay on a catwalk in France. Irina. I cooked for her 2 years ago and she became my friend, she said with a smile. Issei. So she's already participating in the Junior World Runway competitions, huh? I'm proud of that girl. He said with a smile. Back in history. Issei was walking through the poorest streets of Royal Woods on his way to the house of Juanita, his deceased mother. As he walked, he saw something that enraged him. 2 white police officers beating several African children with their batons. Issei was angry because those children were asking him to stop, saying they hadn't done anything. Issei's eye turned yellow, and he let out a scream that made both police officers turn their heads. Issei, who suffered another attack of post-traumatic stress, lunged at both police officers. Issei punched a policeman in the stomach with his metal arm, causing him to spit blood, as the policeman felt as if he had been hit with a sledgehammer. The other policeman hit Issei on the head, but Issei lunged at him and bit his neck, tearing off pieces of skin, causing the policeman to suffer a respiratory attack. The other policeman saw this, pulled out his gun, and shot Issei in the chest. Issei yelled and, grabbing the other policeman's stick, lunged at the officer and began hitting him. The policeman used his gun, but Issei moved from different sides and hit him, which meant it didn't help him. Issei kicked the policeman's hand where he held the gun and then, using the policeman's stick that he had killed, began to bury the stick in the policeman's neck. The policeman struggled, but Issei overpowered him. In the end, Issei buried the stick in his neck, causing him to slowly lose his breath. Issei saw the children who were scared of him, so Issei lost his flippy mode and fell unconscious. The children looked at Issei, and together they picked him up and carried him away, but not before taking the police officers' weapons and leaving. Some time later. Issei was seen in a bed and he slowly woke up. Issei. Where am I? He said as he stood up but noticed he had bandages on his head and chest. Issei. What happened? The only thing I remember was those police officers and nothing else. He said while rubbing his head. Then an African-American boy enters with food. Hi, I brought you some food, she said while putting the food on the nightstand. Issei. Thank you, who are you and what happened? He said to the child. Beto. My name is Beto, and you see what happened was that those police officers beat me and my brothers, so you appeared and like a tiger you pounced on them and killed them, and then you fell unconscious, and we brought you here, he said seriously. Issei. I see, but why did they hit them? He said while eating a little. Beto. We just went to the supermarket for food, and those police officers told us we had robbed the supermarket. We showed them the receipt, but they didn't care. They pulled out their guns and pointed them at us, and then they beat us until you showed up. He said, showing a bruise that was noticeable even though he had dark skin. Rias. That's not right, she said angrily. Issei. Yeah, those damn cops in the United States are racists, but at least I took care of the ones in Royal Woods, he said seriously. Back in history. Issei. Oh, I'm sorry for what they did to you, but what about your brothers? He said as he stood up. So Beto takes him to a room and there were 6 children the same age as Beto. Issei. They're brothers, he said, looking at everyone. Beto. Yes, I'm the oldest, the second is named Marcus, the third is named Alberto, the fourth is named Joe, the fifth is named Max, and the youngest is named Carlos. We're hextuplets. He said seriously. Issei. What, and his parents? He said, looking at them. Beto. You see, our mother died a year ago, and my father was killed by a policeman because he thought he had robbed a car dealership, he said sadly. Issei. Well, I'm very sorry, but tell me how this town has treated you. He said as he sat down with them. Marcus. It's terrible. We always have to beg to survive day to day. We always search through the trash for food. Today was our lucky day because we found a wallet, but that luck ended when those police officers came. He said seriously. Issei. Look, I plan to commit genocide throughout the state of Michigan, he said seriously. The hextuplets are surprised to hear that, but he continues. Issei. Look, I won't force you to help me, so what do you say, can you help me? He said with a smile. The hextuplets thought that. It wasn't a decision to be taken lightly. They knew they would die, but what more could they lose? Hextuplets. We accept, they said with a smile. Issei smiled and told them that he would call them when his grandfather arrived with his teachers so that he could begin his training. Some time later. A few days had passed and they already had all the people who hated the Louds as allies, but some were still missing. Issei. I'm sure it's here, Rocky, he said, looking at Rusty's brother. Rocky? Yes, here's one of the people who hates Lin, he said seriously. Thus Issei entered the shop that said Raiden Sumo. Upon entering, they saw several much older boys and other younger boys practicing sumo. Issei. Excuse me, I've come to look for Ryota. He said seriously to a boy. Boy 1. Yes, he's over there, he said, pointing to an arena where Ryota can be seen pushing a boy out of the arena. Issei. You're Ryota, he said, looking at the boy. Ryota? Yes, who's asking? He said as he approached Issei. Issei. I want to talk to you, he said seriously. Searches? So you joined Issei to commit the Molotov genocide? He said, looking at Ryota. Ryota? Yes, not only me but also my sumo friends, since we all hate Lin, especially because of the bad luck incident. He said seriously. Back in history. Ryota. So you want to get revenge on Lin for the death of Lincoln and his friends? He said while he and others from sumo looked at Issei. Issei. Yes, I won't force you to join me, but I won't achieve this genocide alone, so what do you say? He said seriously, looking at the sumo wrestlers. Ryota. I accept. I didn't know Lincoln well, but I knew very well that he wasn't a bad person. He shouldn't have to suffer like that, so I accept. He said with a smile. All of sumo. Us too, they said with a smile. Issei smiled. Without realizing it, he was building a large army of people who wanted revenge just like him. Some time later. Saji and Issei were seen in several very dangerous situations where their objective was to recruit Futuro and his gang. Futuro? Oh no, he said nervously. Itsuki. What's wrong? She said, looking at her boyfriend. Futuro? You see, it wasn't easy for Issei to recruit me, he said while remembering when they first met. Serafal. What happened? She said, but she felt the urge to kill Futuro, but she didn't know why. Back in history. A basketball sandal is visible where Futuro and many others were playing. Issei. Well, will you help me with this, Saji? He said, looking at his friend. Saji. Not a chance, he said as he stood on the fence. Issei. What a great friend, he said sarcastically as he entered the court. Momo. Seriously, Saji. She said, looking at her boyfriend. Saji. Well, the Homer Black scared me, I wasn't going to risk my life there, he said while defending himself. Everyone looked at Saji seriously, and so they continued watching. Back in history. Issei was passing by, but everyone was staring, and one of them, more specifically Tadano, approached. Tadano. I knew you wouldn't resist, I have milkshakes that will surprise you, I have fries that will leave you speechless, I have hamburgers that, he said while thinking of a rhyme. Issei was expecting a rhyme, but Tadano couldn't think of anything. Tadano. I have hamburgers, he said while showing a hamburger. Issei. I'm fine, I came to talk to Futuro, he said, looking at Futuro who was approaching him. Futuro? So the useless one came to us, he said seriously. Issei. If I come too, but he doesn't finish because Futuro interrupts him. Futuro. I know, you want some of us to join you in committing genocide, right? Futuro said seriously. Issei. How do you know? He said, somewhat surprised. Futuro. One of mine heard and we knew you'd come, ha, they're just a bunch of losers who are touching themselves, he said seriously. Futuro. The only thing we'd play with you would be to beat you until you cry like a damn bitch, he said while laughing along with his gang. Tadano. Damn bitch, damn bitch, damn bitch, he said, doing a robotic dance. Miku. That was rude. She said while looking angrily at Hyoudou. Hyoudou felt sorry, especially because of what they were about to see. Back in history. Issei. Wow, there's some bad jokers. He said seriously. Hyoudou. You risk sticking your ass in the jungle because you know we are, he said seriously. Issei. How about this, 1 versus 1 in basketball? If I win, you join the genocide. If you win, I'll leave you alone. He said while looking at him. Tadano. Come on, accept it, Hyoudou, accept it, he said while encouraging him. Everyone cheers for Hyoudou, and he says. Hyoudou. Ball, he said as everyone got excited. Thus begins the game where both begin to play. Issei had the ball and was about to score, but Hyoudou pushed Issei, causing him to hit the goalpost. Hyoudou. I hit you, he said mockingly. Issei. I'm not okay, he said with a smile. So they started again, and Hyoudou had the ball and was pushing Issei, but Issei moved aside, causing him to fall to the ground. Issei. Not bad, he said as he took the ball and scored. Thus began a play where Issei and Hyoudou played. In one scene, Issei was seen having the ball, but Hyoudou pulled him by his shirt, causing him to fall to the ground. In another scene, Issei is seen scoring, but Tadano hits the ball, sending it in another direction. In another scene, Issei is seen with a trickle of blood, but he receives a strong punch from Hyoudou, who delivered the blow. Hyoudou. I hit you, he said mockingly. Issei. I'm not okay, he said while throwing the ball and scoring. It was the last point where Issei and Hyoudou had tied, and only 1 point was missing. Hyoudou. How do you want it to end? He said while holding the ball. Hyoudou was about to shoot, but Issei steals the ball and scores. Hyoudou. Foul, he said angrily. Hyoudou. My court, my ball, he said as he approached Issei. Issei gives him the ball and he scores, where everyone mocks Issei except one. At that moment, Hyoudou felt great terror as he realized he saw Issei's harem looking at him with great anger. Ria's eyes were red with anger as she unleashed the power of destruction. Akeno released a black aura while wielding a whip, Asia held a knife and glared furiously at Hyoudou. Kaneko and Kuroka had their hair standing on end, while fangs bared their teeth and their tails trembled with fury. Without exception, all of them glared furiously at Hyoudou, who was terrified. Shido. Hyoudou, run for your life. He said, and Hyoudou didn't think twice and ran from a mob of angry girls. Tadano. Run bitch run, he said while watching as Akeno used her whip to tie up Hyoudou, and they all took him to a room to torture him for what he did to Issei. Roberto woke up to Hyoudou's screams and saw what happened on the screen, but he also saw his wives and said nothing. Some time later. Miku and Yotsuba were seen healing a dying Hyoudou who luckily survived a fury that very few escape. Ryota. Guys, remember that we must never anger Issei's girlfriends, he said nervously as he saw that Issei's girls were still glaring angrily at Hyoudou, who was already unconscious on the floor covered in wounds. Everyone. Done, they said while looking at Hyoudou's poor condition. Back in history. Hyoudou. Well, it was good to give you that beating, get out of here, he said seriously. Issei. Fine, he said as he left. Wait, said a blue-haired boy. Thus he approaches Issei. They already have a sniper, he said seriously. Issei. As far as I know, no, he said seriously. No offense Hyoudou, but if he could withstand a beating from you, I can't imagine what he'll do in a genocide. I want to join, I want to. He said, but was interrupted by Tadano. Tadano. Give me that burger, you're acting like a stupid Argentinian, he said angrily. Hyoudou. Tadano, leave him alone. If Shido wants to go with the losers, we'll let him. Let's go. He said as they all left. Saji. Well, he didn't have the Homer Blacks, but he did have at least one, he said with a smile. Chapter 71. A pain that never heals and a new alliance. Issei was looking at a mansion along with Shido. Shido. How do you think they'll take it? He said, looking at the mansion. Issei. Not good, and thanks for keeping me company, he said with a smile. Shido. I had nothing else to do, he said while putting his hands on his head. So they both rang the doorbell of the mansion where a brunette was seen. Issei, what a surprise to see you. And where's my sugar bonbon? He said while looking around. Issei. Amanda, we all need to talk. He said seriously. Amanda became serious and they entered the mansion. Some time later. Marta. And can you tell us where our prince is? She said, looking at Issei. Issei. Look, it's going to be very hard to tell you this, but I'll tell you, Lincoln is dead. He said without a hint of humor. Everyone was silent. No one said anything about the news. Amanda dropped some bags containing gifts from Lincoln and fell to her knees. Marta fainted upon hearing the news. Sheila dropped the bags containing Lincoln's gifts and put her hands over her mouth as tears streamed down her face. Nikki put her hands on her head saying no 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 no, and the older one screamed. Francisca was in shock at the news and cried her eyes out. Issei watched with sorrow as Lincoln's girlfriends cried upon hearing his news. Rias. It would hurt me to hear that too, she said, hugging Issei. Bekeno. I can't live without you, she said while hugging him. They all approach Issei and hug him while saying the same thing to him. Issei. Heh, girls, I love you, he said with a smile. Issei's harem. We too, Issei Kunnaya Sama-san, they said, hugging. Back in history. 1 hour later. Crying could be heard coming from the Johnson mansion. It was the Johnsons who cried upon hearing that while hugging each other. Amanda. How did he die? She said while still crying. Issei. It won't be easy to tell them, he said while recounting everything Lincoln and his friend suffered, and him. When it was over, they were all furious, especially Francisca, who was being held back by Issei and Shido. Francisca. Let me go Issei, I'm going to rip that bitch Lin's head off, she said while trying to get Issei and Shido off her. Issei. Calm down, to think Lincoln would want to see you like this, he said while looking into her eyes. She couldn't bear it and fell to her knees while crying and shouting Lincoln's name. Issei. Listen, look at this, he said while showing the news report where Lincoln and his friends were executed. They cried even harder when they heard Lincoln's last words and how he told them that he loved them. Issei. Listen, I have a plan to get revenge not on the town but on the entire state of Michigan. Tell me, don't you want revenge on all these bastards who took away the love of your life, the one who loved you more than you could ever imagine? Tell me, don't you want everyone to suffer for what you did to poor Lincoln? He said, looking at Lincoln's girls. The Johnsons thought it through. They wanted to get revenge on Lin for killing their bunny, and that's exactly what they would do. Once they finished this, they would meet up with Lincoln themselves. All. We accept, they said without hesitation. Issei. Very well, I'll go to California since there are other people there who hate Lin and Lisa. In the meantime, find more allies so we can start our plan. He said seriously. They all nodded and the two left, while the Johnsons wasted no time and began to look for allies such as friends and acquaintances. In Sheila's case, she went to her laboratory to make some war robots to begin her revenge plan. Some time later. Issei and David were seen at an airport as they looked at Carol. Issei. Carol, you don't know how grateful I am for your help and also for giving lodging to my allies, thank you very much, he said, bowing. Carol. Relax, I'm a billionaire, so giving your allies lodging is nothing. Now go and recruit more people. She said as she approached Issei and kissed him on the forehead, making him blush. Carol. That's for good luck, she said, winking at him. Rias and the others looked at Issei jealously as he gave a nervous laugh. Issei. Thinking, I hope he doesn't go out that night, he thought while remembering that night. Back in history. Issei and David were seen on the plane while they talked. Issei. So you'll go after Dexter while I go after Kick and his friend, right? He said seriously. David. That's right, Dexter has Folidin type GD45, that's the chemical I need to create my gas which I named Nazi Gas 2.0, he said proudly. Issei. Great name, well, let's wait for the trip, he said while they both waited. Searches. Wow, you certainly knew how to get allies, he said with surprise. Issei. Yes, I was even surprised by what I did, he said proudly. Back in history. Several hours had passed and Issei and David had already arrived in California. Issei. Well, David, let's not waste any time and go get the new allies, he said with a smile. They both nod and go their separate ways. Issei's son. He asked for a bus to take him to the town of Kick. 4 hours later. He arrived at a quiet town and upon arriving asked where Kick lived. They told him the address and this was where Kick lives. Upon arriving, he rang the doorbell and a beautiful woman answered. Honey? Yes, she said upon seeing Issei. Issei. I've come to see Kick, he said seriously. Honey. From what I can see, I think he did something to you, especially considering your condition, she said while looking at Issei. Issei. No, this didn't make me his son, I just came to talk to him, he said with a smile. Honey. He's doing an acrobatic stunt now. If you want, you can wait until he gets back. She said as she let him pass. Issei. Excuse me, he said, entering. Honey. You can have a seat, I'll bring you something to drink, she said as she went to the kitchen. Issei. Thinking, so Kick lives here. He thought, looking at the photos of his brothers. Kick's mother arrived with a glass of juice and some cookies. Honey. Here you go, she said as she handed him the cookies. Issei. Thank you, he said with a smile. Honey. And tell me, how did you end up like this? She said while looking at Issei's eye patch, metal arm and metal leg. Issei. Believe me, I never believed you, but tell me what your children are like, he said while eating a cookie. Honey. Well, I have a daughter named Brianna. She participates in many beauty pageants and is very athletic, she said with a smile. Honey. Well, I also have Brad. He's a good guy, even though he sometimes makes mistakes, she said with a smile. Honey. And Kick, well, he's a good boy, he's very talented, she said with a smile. Honey. And what about you? She said, looking at Issei. Issei. Well, I'm a good cook, I have wonderful parents, and that's all. He said, since he wouldn't tell her what he had in mind. Honey. You can teach me a few things, she said with a smile. Issei. Sure, he said while telling her some things. Some time later. Pick was seen entering with a blonde boy. Pick. Gunther, we shouldn't go back to using rabid dogs in that stunt, he said while kicking a dog that was biting his butt. Gunther. Done, he said while watching Kick and Issei's mother talk. Issei. And never, ever put pineapple on spaghetti, he said while she was writing. Honey. Hi honey, look, this is Issei and he came to talk to you, Kick's mother said. Pick Theo Issei y Issei a Kick. Pick. Okay, let's go up to my room and talk in private. He said as the three of them went up to the second floor. In Kick's room. Pick. Well, what did you come here to talk about? He said as they both looked at each other. Issei. Listen Kick, do you know Lin Loud? He said seriously. Pick and Gunther's eyes widened in shock and Kick became angry upon hearing Lin's name. Pick. Never mention that damn name, he said furiously. Murayama. It's clear he hates Lin, he said, observing Kick's reaction. Issei. Believe me, he hates her, and even more so when he finds out she's alive. He said seriously. Back in history. Issei. Well, can you explain why you hate her? He said, looking at Kick. Kick. Well, you see, 4 years ago there was an extreme danger competition. I participated like many others. That day everyone had to show how extreme they were. I was going to do an acrobatic stunt with rattlesnakes on my body, but at the moment of doing it the snakes bit me. I didn't understand it since I had tamed them, he said seriously. Kick. After that, I was disqualified and sent to the hospital. When the doctors looked at my things, they saw that there were flowers on my skateboard and that upsets the snakes. After that, I saw the recordings of the competition and saw that damn Lin put flowers on my skateboard, so I went and for some strange reason, I discovered that the recordings were lost and they labeled me a liar. He said seriously. Kick. After that, I was banned from extreme competition for 30 years for fraud and an unprecedented accusation, he said seriously while crushing the can he was holding. Issei. You know, you're not the only one who hates Lin, I do too, look at my body, he said while taking off his shirt where the metal arm is visible. Kick. You look great, he said respectfully. Gunther. I agree, he said with a smile. Issei. Thanks, but actually she did this to me, he said seriously. Both are surprised to hear that. Kick. But how? He said, speechless. Issei. Sit down, this will be a long one, he said seriously. So they both pay attention, and Issei tells them everything from beginning to end. Upon hearing that, both of them couldn't believe it. Kick would never blame his brothers for something as stupid as luck. Gunther was no exception. Her family never taught her that she should depend on luck and she did something horrible to her brother and friends. Issei. Listen, I have a revenge plan and this is it, he said while explaining his plan and that some were on his side. They both heard his plan and it was crazy, but they knew those bastards deserved it. Issei. So you say, I won't force you to join me, he said seriously. Kick. I accept, he said, accepting Issei's plan. Gunther. Me too, I can call some Vikings to help us, he said with a smile. And I accept, she said as a girl entered. Kick. Brianna, what have I told you about listening to private conversations? He said angrily. Brianna. Yes, I know, at first I wasn't going to pay any attention to it, but hearing the last name Loud makes me furious, she said angrily. Issei. Do you know Loud? He said, looking at the girl. Brianna. Yes, that damn Lola got me banned from beauty pageants for something I didn't do, she said angrily. Kick. That explains why you don't go to that place anymore, he said seriously. Brianna. Listen, I want to get involved. When that awful woman came here, I met Lincoln. He was a great person who didn't deserve that, so I want to get involved. She said seriously. Issei. Well then, welcome, he said with a smile. Brianna smiled and they both made a deal. Issei. Well, I have to go. I need to recruit more allies. He said seriously. Kick. You can stay tonight, we'll come for the others tomorrow morning, he said with a smile. Issei. Well, thank you, he said with a smile. So they both told Kik's mom that he would be staying that night, which she agreed to, and Kik gave him a sleeping bag and he went to sleep. Chapter 72. Alliance of Geniuses. Issei was seen walking alongside Kik and Gunther, who tells him. Kik. And tell me who's next. He said while looking at him. Issei. Next up are Kendall, Ronaldo, and Christopher, he said seriously. Kik is surprised since they were his enemies, so to speak. Gunther. Are you sure? He said, looking at him. Issei. From what David told me, Kendall and Ronaldo hate Lisa and Christopher hates Bobby, but I don't know why. He said seriously. Kik. Okay, let's go then. He said as they went to Kendall's house first. Sona. Why do the Louds have so many enemies? She said, sounding doubtful. Saji. Well, everyone we convinced to commit genocide had problems with them, and besides, what they did to Lincoln was unfair to them. He said seriously. Issei. But there was one main reason why they agreed to do it, and with even more reason, he said seriously. Back in history. These three had arrived at Kendall's house where they were greeted by her. Kendall. Clarence, what are you doing here? She said seriously, looking at Kik. Issei. I've come to talk to you, he said seriously. Kendall. And who are you? She said, looking at Issei. Some time later. The four of them were seen in the room where Issei explained his plan to Kendall regarding his revenge. Kendall. So you want me to join you in committing genocide across Michigan? She said seriously, looking at Issei. Issei. That's the idea. Lincoln shouldn't have suffered through all that, so tell me, are you in? You can even get revenge on Lisa. He said, looking at Kendall. Kendall. Well, I accept. Besides, I have unfinished business with Lisa. She said seriously. Gunther. Hey, but why do you hate Lisa? He said, confused. Kendall. Well, every year they hold a competition for young geniuses in Florence. 3 years ago, I made a food cloning machine. I was very confident I would win, but that awful Lisa ruined my invention without me noticing. My invention exploded in the judges' faces and they disqualified me. From that day on, I hated Lisa because the security cameras saw her and some girl named Lola destroy my invention. I told the judges, but they banned me from the competition for 20 years, so I can't participate thanks to her. She said seriously. Issei. Wow, well welcome then, now I have 2 geniuses, he said with a smile. Some time later. Now Issei and Kendall were seen arriving at Ronaldo's house. Issei. He lives here, he said, looking at the house. Kendall. Yes, although you'll have to talk to him yourself since I'm his ex-girlfriend. He hates Kik and Gunther doesn't get along with him, so good luck. She said as she left. Issei rang the doorbell, a blonde boy came out and saw Issei. Ronaldo. I can help you, he said seriously. Issei. You're Ronaldo, he said, looking at him. Issei. I want to talk to you, he said as he passed through a metal detector and it throbbed when he touched his metal arm and metal leg. Ronaldo. What do you have there? He said, looking at him. Issei shows him his metal arm and leg and he understands, so he lets him in. Some time later. Ronaldo. I understand, you want revenge on all of Michigan and you need my help, he said, looking at him. Issei. That's right, you hate Lisa, don't you? He said as Ronaldo stood up and opened a wardrobe where there were many photos of Lisa that were torn, burned, or melted with an acidic liquid. Tsubaki. It's clear she hates her with all her soul, she said, watching the scene. Issei. Yeah, I don't know who hates Lisa more, but I'd say he hates her more, he said seriously. Back in history. Ronaldo. That bitch ruined my scientific reputation. Kik isn't even capable of doing that. He said seriously. Issei. And what did he do to you? He said, looking at him. Ronaldo. You see, years ago, I created a virus to reveal government secrets to the world, like the invention of the water-powered engine, the cure for cancer and AIDS, the president's polygamy, and many other secrets. But that bitch Lisa destroyed my virus and I was sent to prison for life. But those idiots didn't know I was a genius, so I changed my identity. I've been on the run from the government ever since, because of her. He said seriously. Searches. Wait, that kid had government secrets, he said, surprised. Issei. Yes, in fact he knows how to cure cancer, AIDS, and nuclear radiation, he said seriously. Everyone was surprised to see Ronaldo's great intelligence. Back in history. Ronaldo. I'll help you, I'll give you my knowledge to get revenge on that wretch. Hey, first of all, can I see your metal parts? He said while holding a screwdriver. Issei. Go ahead, he said, letting Ronaldo do whatever he wanted with his parts. Ronaldo removed his metal arm and leg and he watched some television while Ronaldo looked at Issei's metal parts. Asia. I don't like seeing you like this, she said, seeing Issei's poor state. Arena. Me neither, she said while looking at Issei without an arm and leg. Issei. Don't worry, what do you think about me having a date with both of you when all this is over? He said with a smile. Zenobia. And what about me? She said, pouting. Issei. Thinking, she looks cute, he thought, seeing Zenovia's cute pout. Issei. I haven't forgotten about you. When all this is over, you and Irina will be my guinea pigs for my dishes. He said with a smile. They both begin to imagine the dishes Issei would make and both drool at the thought of all the food Issei would prepare. Isaka. Don't eat so much or you'll get fat, she said mockingly. Both blushed and Issei and company gave a small laugh. Back in history. 2 hours later. Issei was seen watching a program with a bored expression when Ronaldo arrived with his limbs. Ronaldo. Sorry for taking so long, he said as he approached Issei and put his metal parts on him. Issei. What did you do to my parts? He said, looking at him. Ronaldo. Okay, press the green button, he said seriously. Issei. Okay, he said while squeezing it. Thus, a 30-centimeter blade appeared in the palm of Issei's hand. Issei. Wow, incredible, he said, looking at his blade. Ronaldo. If you want to save it, just press it again. Now touch the red one. He said as Issei touched the green button and the blade returned and then he pressed the red button. Issei's arm turned into a drill and Issei was surprised again. Issei. It's a cool drill, he said while looking at it. Ronaldo. It's even capable of destroying diamond and the hardest metal in the world. Now press the black button, but let's go outside. Let's go to the junkyard. He said as Issei nodded and put away the drill and they both left. Some time later. Issei was seen at the junkyard where there were many destroyed cars. Issei. What are we doing here? He said, looking at him. Ronaldo. Well, the black button is above the arm, so point it at that pile of cars and press the black button. He said seriously. Issei points at the pile of cars and presses the black button and half of the metal arm shoots out like a rocket towards the pile of cars and gets stuck on them. Issei. That's all. He said, confused, but Ronaldo approached him and pressed a button on his watch and a shield protected them. Issei was about to say something, but the battery in the arm he launched exploded, sending cars flying. Some of the debris was about to hit them, but Ronaldo's shield protected them from the falling debris. Issei. So it's rocket arm and it explodes, he said, surprised. Ronaldo. Yes, and don't worry, look at your arm, he said as Issei saw half of his arm and the other half of his arm appeared as if it were Piccolo's regeneration. Issei. Great, he said, looking at his arm returning. Ronaldo. Just don't overuse the regeneration. It can only bring back your arm 10 times. He said seriously. Issei. I understand. And what did you do with my leg? He said, looking at his leg, he saw a blue button and a white one. Ronaldo. Okay, press the white button, he said seriously. Issei did it and now he could fly thanks to his metal leg. Issei. I can fly, he said while flying. Ronaldo. You'll have to control it, now press the blue button, he said seriously. Issei accepts and presses the blue button where 3 homing missiles appear. Ronaldo. If you want to shoot, just press the blue button again. If you're wondering how to save, just wait 5 seconds and they'll save automatically. He said seriously. Issei. And how can I stop flying? He said while flying in the area. Ronaldo. Press the green button on your leg and you'll get down safely, he said seriously. Issei presses the green button and he descends safe and sound. Everyone except Futuro, Ryota, Saji, Shido, Tadano, and Naoto was surprised to see the improvements Issei had made. Azazel. They're incredible, he said, interested. Issei. Yes, although I miss the drill arm a little, he said, touching his left arm. Futuro. Hey, and how did you manage to get your arm back? He said, looking at Issei. Issei. You'll see later, he said with a smile. Back in history. Issei and Ronaldo were seen arriving at a house. Issei. It's here, Ronaldo, he said, looking at Ronaldo. Ronaldo. Yes, Christopher is known for getting everything. If you want porn, he gets it. If you want drugs, he gets them. If you want illegal things, he gets them. He said seriously. Issei. I'm interested in porn, but it'll have to wait, he said, knocking on the door. Then a blonde boy opens the door. Christopher. What do they need? He said seriously. Issei. I want to talk to you, Christopher, he said seriously. Some time later. Christopher. You really want to commit genocide? Well, after hearing your reasons, I'll help you, but Bobby, I'm killing him. He said seriously. Issei. One question, why do you hate Bobby? He said seriously. Christopher. Well, years ago Bobby came here and lived for a while. He asked me to get him condoms and marijuana. I got them for him, but he promised to pay me the next day. Trusting him, I agreed, and when I went to his house, that jerk had moved away. When I told a neighbor, she gave me a letter saying I was a huge idiot for believing him, that he would never pay me, and that I should check my private storage. He said seriously while drinking a soda. Christopher. When that wretch arrived, he stole all my merchandise, and not only that, but he burned what he didn't take. When I put out the fire, the rubble said loser, and from that day on, I promised to get revenge on Bobby. It took me a year and a half to recover everything I lost. He said seriously. Issei. Well, I accept. Tell me, can you get me some porn? He said with a smile. Christopher. How much do you have? He said, interested. Issei gave him $200, and Christopher quickly went to his room. This one returns with 5 magazines. Christopher. 5 magazines for $200, and I'll give you a high school girl's bra, he said, holding up the merchandise. Issei. Done, he said, taking the magazines and the bra. Rias and the others looked at Issei as he gave a nervous laugh. Rias. When this is over, I want you to throw away that bra, she said jealously. Issei. Actually, I lost that bra when I committed genocide, he said while remembering that he never found the bra. Gabriel quickly went to the bathroom and returned with a bag. Gabriel. Here, I hope this makes up for not helping you when I had the chance, she said, looking down. Issei saw that she was sorry for not helping him, so he remembered that Lincoln always forgave if he saw that they were truly sorry, so he patted her head. Issei. How about we go on a date when all this is over? He said with a smile. Gabriel's eyes lit up with stars and he hugged Issei, burying his head in her chest. Issei. Thinking, she's not wearing a bra, he thought while feeling Gabriel's large breasts. Back in history. The 3 of them were seen looking at magazines. Issei. Look guys, what a blessing, he said in a perverted way. Ronaldo. I didn't know Colombian women had such hips, he said drooling. Christopher. This is a limited edition, and now I see why, he said while holding a piece of paper to his nose. Issei. Now we have to see the Mexican girls, he said, turning the page. All 3 suffered nosebleeds and fell unconscious upon seeing such a woman. Rias and the others chuckled as they recalled the times Issei had done the same thing when they tried to seduce him. Back in history. Elsewhere, David was seen talking to an orange-haired boy. David. So tell me, Dexter, are you in? He said, taking a sip of tea. Dexter. Sure, buddy, if I want to get revenge on that bitch, I'll do whatever it takes. He said, eating a cookie. Dexter. And what do you say, Susan and Mary? He said, looking at 2 red-haired twins. Susan. I've waited a long time for this, she said with a mischievous smile. Mary. Me too, finally our revenge will be fulfilled, she said with a malicious smile. David. Great, and what do you say, your brain is inside, he said, looking at another child. Brain. Heh, if we want revenge we have to join forces, so I'm in too, he said arrogantly. David. Get ready, Lisa loud, because you're going to fall very low, he said while laughing like a mad scientist. Everyone does the same thing while rays of light come out of the window. Isaka. Seriously, those kids are geniuses. She said, unable to believe it. Issei. I was surprised too, I still remember Susan and Mary, he said, recalling the beautiful moments in Vietnam. Roberto. If I were you, I wouldn't have said that, he said while being healed by Kurumi and Mayu. Issei saw Rias, who was very jealous because her boyfriend knew other deeds. Rias. When this is over, prepare yourself because I won't show you any mercy. She said, increasing her aura. Issei. What are you going to do to me? He said nervously. Rias leans close to Issei's ear and says. Rias. I'm going to tie you to the bed and give you so many slams that you'll beg for more, she whispered. Issei blushed as he imagined Rias doing that. The factions didn't know it, but a great army was preparing for a global attack. Chapter 73. The Cook's Alliance. Issei was seen with his allies, who were looking at Ronaldo, who had robots that looked like Kik, Brianna, Kendall, Christopher, Gunther, and himself. Issei. What are robots for? He said, confused. Ronaldo. Well, so that no one notices our absence, I decided to make these robots so that no one suspects we're not here, he said seriously. Issei. I understand, he said seriously. Ronaldo. Well, let's go to Royal Woods, he said as everyone nodded. Issei. From what David told me, he won't be long. He said as he saw a school bus stop in front of them and David got out along with Dexter, Brain, Susan, and Mary. David. Well, Issei, I'm back. Look, these are Dexter, Brain, Susan, and Mary, my colleagues. He said with a smile. Susan. It's a pleasure, she said as Issei blushed upon seeing Susan and Mary. Issei. Likewise, he said while shaking Susan's hand. Dexter. Okay, let's get on now, because DD will find us any minute now. he said as they all entered the bus, which was driven by a robot disguised as a driver. So everyone goes in, but then they hear a scream. "Dexter," said a blonde girl as she ran towards her brother. "Dexter." "Shit," he said as everyone entered and Dexter yelled at the robot that was accelerating. The robot does it and accelerates, losing the blonde. "Issei. Who was she?" he said while still hearing the blonde scream. "Dexter. It's my sister DD, believe me, it's infuriating that she's destroyed several of my inventions," he said angrily. "Issei. I understand. Well, you and David will return to Royal Woods while I go to South Korea since I sent a message there to the cooks who hate Lin Sr., he said seriously. "David. I understand, you want us to take you to the airport," he said while looking at him. "Issei. Please," he said with a smile. So they take Issei to the airport and upon arrival he says goodbye to everyone. "Dick. Good luck, Issei," he said with a smile. So he says goodbye and Issei goes inside, buys his ticket and waits for his flight. And Royal Woods. Shido was seen arranging books in the library. "Linka? Any books, Shido?" she said as she approached Shido. He saw that Liberty, Lewin, Lin and Chandler had also approached. Shido. "No, I'm not a good reader," he said while arranging some books. Chandler. "Come on, you work here and you say you're not a good reader," he said mockingly. Shido. "Well, how about this one?" he said, handing her a book. Lewin. "An orphan in the ocean, ha, because we were reading a book about a useless orphan," she said seriously. Lin Jr. "Or maybe we offended you, orphan," I said seriously. Shido got annoyed by Lewin and Lin's comment and was about to leave. Lin throws down a book and says. Lin Jr. "Excuse me, could you pick this up?" she said as he went and picked up the book. Shido. "Ready," he said as he was about to leave. Liberty picks up a book and throws it on the floor. Liberty. "You forgot one," she said seriously. Shido goes and picks up the book. Chandler. "Ha, I bet you want to hit us," he said arrogantly. Shido. "Not hitting them, they're friends," he said with a fake smile. They all made an annoyed face and threw down the stack of books. Linka. "Pick them all up, orphan, haha," she said laughing along with the others. What Shido didn't know was that Futuro and Tadano had heard and seen everything. Shido picks up the books, but then he sees Futuro and Tadano approaching and helping him. Futuro. "Now I see why Issei wants them dead," he said seriously. Shido. "Why don't you join us?" he said while looking at him. Futuro. "This isn't my fight, but I promise I won't fight you when this starts," he said seriously. Tadano. "Here, you need to eat something," he said while giving him a hamburger. Shido smiled and took her hand and then they both left the library, leaving Shido alone. Rias. "You're annoying," she said seriously. Asia. "That's not right," she said seriously. Shido. "Well, I got my revenge on them," he said with a smile. Back in history. Issei had arrived at a 5-star restaurant in Korea, the most famous of all. He went in and saw that there was nobody there, only several cooks. "Seriously, you brought us all together here?" said a dark-haired man. "Do. Why did you do it, kid?" said another dark-haired boy. Irina and Alice. "Dad and Mom," they said, surprised. Rias. "Wait, Issei, you recruited Irina and Alice's parents?" she said, surprised. Issei. "I didn't know they were his parents. Had I known, I shouldn't have recruited them," he said as Irina and Alice punched him. Irina. "Well, I let it slide, only if you go on a date with both of them," she said seriously. Issei. "Done," he said with a smile. Back in history. Issei. "Chefs, ha, Chef Mana Nakiri, Chef Azami Nakiri, Chef So Nakiri, Chef Leonora Nakiri, ha, the perfect family," he said mockingly. Mana Nakiri Irina's mother. Azami Nakiri Irina's father. So Nakiri Alice's father. Leonora Nakiri Alice's mother. Issei. "You're not far behind either, Chef Kajiro Shinamiya," he said seriously. Kajiro. "Kid, why did you gather us here? Do you know how much money we spent to reserve this place?" he said seriously. Issei. "You're chefs, ha. You're all frauds," he said seriously. Irina and Alice. "Hey." They said angrily because their parents had been insulted. Issei. "Please keep watching," he said as he watched Asia and Irina stop both girls. Back in history. Azami. "Hey, who do you think you are to call us that?" she said as she stood up and looked at Issei. Issei. "Well, here's what you lost years ago," he said, throwing some books onto the table. That annoyed everyone, but then they saw something that surprised them. Mana. "There are recipe books," she said, taking her book and seeing that it had all her recipes. Issei. "Yes, it wasn't easy stealing them from Lin Sr., he said seriously. Upon hearing that, all the cooks were filled with such fury that even Issei saw an aura of rage in them all. Leonora. What do you know about that big-nosed Argentinian? She said angrily, sitting in a Norwegian chair. Note. No offense to Argentinians, but I don't really like them because I've had a lot of problems with them. Issei. Well, I used to be his apprentice. I thought he was a very good person, but I was wrong. He said seriously. So? What do you mean? She said, looking at him. That's how Issei explains his bad luck and how he did nothing to help Lincoln get out of that hell. When it was over, all the Nakiri were furious with that wretched Lin Sr. Azami. I would never do that to my daughter. I may be very harsh with her, but I would never, ever go that far. He said while hitting the floor, making a crack. Mana. Me too, I may not consider myself the best mother, but I would never let my daughter suffer hunger and cold, she said while shedding a few tears as Issei showed them the video of Lincoln's execution. So? I would never be capable of doing that. I might scold my daughter for mistakes she makes in the kitchen, but I would never go so far as to do such a thing. He said while hugging his crying wife. Leonora. What kind of mother is Rita? A mother's duty is always to protect her children, give them the best childhood, and never lead them astray. Instead, she did the complete opposite. She said while hugging her husband. Kajiro. I don't have children, but if I did, I would never do such a thing to them. He said seriously. Irina and Alice couldn't help but smile with happiness. Irina now understood why her father hadn't been so strict with her for years and why her mother spent so much time with her. Alice also now understands why her father was closer to her and why her mother always spent quality time with her. Both of them hug Issei, which surprises him. Issei. And why the hug? He said while stroking their heads. Neither of them said why, and they continued to hug him. Back in history. Issei told them everything, and when he finished, everyone was silent. Issei. I won't force you to join me, but think about it. That wretch abandoned his son to his fate. What kind of father does that, leaving his child alone? And saying he's a man is no excuse, since he was just a poor child who didn't yet know how to defend himself against the cruel world. So tell me, will you join me? He said, looking at him. They all thought it through. It wasn't such an easy decision. But they remembered how that wretched Lin Sr. had stolen their recipes they had perfected over the years, proving they were the very best. Kajiro. Kid, I'm in, I'm not going to let that rat live anymore, he said with a smile. Azami. Me too, I promised to cut off that bastard's head and use his damn skull as a cup, he said seriously. So? Me too, I'm going to hit him so many times he'll beg for more, he said seriously. Mana. Me too, I'm going to rip Rita's vagina off, she said seriously. Leonora. Me too, I'm going to have 10,000 black men grape her, even through her eyes and nose, she said, leaving her Norwegian seat. Issei. Perfect, he said with a smile. Then they see two blondes enter. What did we miss? Said the older blonde. Issei. Who are they? He said, looking at them. Mana. They are the sisters Natsume and Oriel Sendawara, both world-renowned chefs, she said seriously. Natsume. Oriel. Issei. Well, let me explain everything. Wait, are they the Sendawara sisters? He said, surprised. Oriel. That's right, child, she said seriously. Natsume. Why do you ask? She said seriously. Issei pulled out two books, which both girls took, surprising them as they were his recipe books that had been stolen. Natsume. Where did you get this? She said seriously. Issei told them everything again, and both sisters were furious to hear it. Issei. And tell me, are you inside? He said seriously. Both. We accept, they said with a small smile. Issei. Well, first let's go to a hotel, and tomorrow morning we'll go to Michigan and wait for my grandfather to start our training. He said seriously. They all agree and go to a luxury hotel. Azami. Hey kid, if you have the money to stay at this hotel, it's really expensive, it costs 100 regular salaries. If so, I can pay for your stay. He said seriously, looking at the hotel where they would be staying. Issei. Don't worry, Mr. Nakiri, I have plenty of money, so let's go in. He said as they all entered the hotel. So they come in, pay for their rooms, say goodnight, and go inside. Issei looked at his phone and saw that he had messages from his parents, and he lied to them that he was fine, which wasn't true. Issei, just wait Lincoln. This genocide will begin soon, and once it's over, I'll take Lily and give her the life you wanted her to have. He said while looking at a picture of himself and Lincoln dressed as Savvy. And Royal Woods. Saji. Well, thanks for joining us. He said, looking at two fat guys and a thin guy with glasses. Ryota. It was good to save them from these bullies, he said while looking at Hawk and Hank on the floor bleeding from the nose and other bullies on the floor. The Great Army was forming, its objective being massacre and the justice they never did for a simple kind-hearted child. Chapter 74. return, revenge, and help. Issei, along with his Cook allies, had arrived in Michigan and gone to Royal Woods. Mana. So this is Royal Woods, she said, looking around. Azami. Just seeing this damn town makes me want to kill them, he said seriously. Issei. Don't worry, we just need to be patient. Now let's go get my friend Carol and wait for my grandfather, since he'll be back tomorrow morning. He told me he's coming back with new allies. He said seriously. So everyone agrees and they go to Carol's house where all of Issei's allies were staying. When they arrived, they saw Carol cleaning with the help of the robots in Kendall. Carol. Hi Issei, I see you've gained some new allies. She said with a smile. That's how she introduces herself and everyone returns the greeting. Carol. Issei, I need you to come with me because I want to show you something, she said while taking Issei. Thus he bids farewell to his allies and Kendall speaks with them. So Carol took Issei to the cemetery. Issei. What are we doing here? He said, looking at the cemetery. So Carol takes Issei and they go inside. Upon entering, Issei saw many graves and Carol stopped and showed Issei the grave. Carol. I decided to give Juanita a proper burial. I hope you don't mind. She said as Issei looked at the grave and saw an altar behind it. Rest in peace Juanita Morales 1975 to 2015 a great fighter and beloved. Issei. Could you leave me alone with her, please? He said as she nodded and left. When Issei saw that Carol had left, he approached the grave a little closer. Issei. Hello Juanita, I hope you are resting in peace now. I want to tell you that I am grateful for everything you did. You not only helped me, but you also fed me, gave me a roof over my head, and I considered you like a second mother. I hope you rest in peace in the other world. I'll go get some candles so you can always see the light. He said as he left. Issei. I miss you so much, Juanita, he said while touching his chest. Rias hugs Issei. Rias. I bet she'd be very proud of everything you've done, she said while giving him a kiss. Akeno. That's true, I'd even say I consider you like a son I never had, she said with a smile. Issei. That's right, I bet she's taking care of Lincoln and the others in the other world now, he said with a smile. Back in history. Issei was about to leave, but hid at Juanita's altar because he saw Ronnie and Sid walking to the grave. Ronnie. Ha, who would have thought Juanita would get such a dignified grave? He said while kicking the grave a little. Sid. Hey, let her rest in peace. She said seriously, looking at Ronnie. Ronnie. I see her very rested, look, she said, taking the silver and gold crosses that were used as decoration. Sid. Hey Ronnie, you're going to be damned, he said as Ronnie handed him some crosses. Ronnie. Come on, even family members steal from the dead, he said as he finished taking the crosses. Sid. You told the family, remember that you killed her, he said, looking at Ronnie. Ronnie. Hey, remember that you and Nikki did it too, so you're no saint, so if I'm condemned, you and Nikki are coming with me. She said seriously. They just looked at each other, smiled, and left the cemetery. What neither of them knew was that Issei heard everything and he wasn't happy. She wanted to avenge Juanita's death, but she also wanted to avenge Stella, who was a victim of Ronnie when he was caught. So he comes out and walks near Ronnie and Sid. Sid. Did you notice that Issei looks more handsome with those metal parts? She said blushing. Ronnie. It's true, he even looks more manly. I think I'll show him that'll be perfect for him. She said as they followed Issei. Some time later. Issei had arrived at an abandoned house that was Juanita's old house, and he went inside. Issei knew Ronnie and Sid were following him, but Nikki joined in too. So they arrive and see how Issei closed. Ronnie. Do you think Issei knows we're following him? She said, looking at her friends. Sid. Yes, now we wait for Issei to fall asleep and then we'll make him ours, she said while they both patiently waited but saw something that surprised them. Issei came out with a weight and a speaker and he turned it on and erotic music came out. Thus Issei begins his exercise with a weight but not before doing his body stretch. Issei took off his jacket, revealing only a white tank top that accentuated his already noticeable muscles from Juanita's training. Issei struck poses that made the three girls blush. Issei struck poses that made the three girls want to possess him. Already sweaty, Issei grabbed a bottle of water and poured it all over his body, making his muscles even more prominent. That had already turned Ronnie and her friends on, who were blushing at the sight of those Hercules muscles. So Issei takes his things and goes inside, leaving the door open. Rias and the others blushed at the poses Issei made. Roberto. Who taught you how to seduce? He said, looking at Issei. Issei. Nobody, I just followed my instinct because, he said while looking at him. Roberto. Look behind you, he said as Issei turned around. Rias blushed as she imagined some unholy things with Issei. Akeno blushed deeply as she imagined how Issei was her tamer. Asia and Arena blushed as they imagined touching Issei's muscles. Zenobia was about to pounce on Issei and make him hers in front of everyone. Kaneko, Kuroka and Ravel were blushing, their pupils turning into hearts. Ross and Yusaka imagined Issei carrying them like princesses. Gabriel blushed as she watched Issei's muscles and the poses he was making. The office was held by Kurumi and Lukoa as she told the Alpha to make her his forever. Murayama and Kadis were having unholy thoughts as a trickle of blood trickled from them. Aika only had her phone recording what Issei did. Irina, Ikumi, Alice and Hisako blushed deeply as they imagined Issei carrying them like princesses. Issei just saw that and gave a small laugh. Azazel. Get ready, kid, because you're going to be spending many hours pleasing them all. He said while watching Rias and Asia babble nonsense. Back in history. Ronnie. This is my chance, he said, entering Juanita's house. Ronnie entered and saw Issei arranging a chair. Issei. I knew you'd come, we're going to have a lot of fun, he said seductively. Ronnie didn't notice that Issei had a yellow eye, so she sat in the chair while Issei danced for Ronnie. Issei danced seductively while she felt her breasts and vagina burning hot. Issei slowly removed his tank top, revealing his muscular physique. Ronnie felt very excited as he watched such movements. Saji. You really did it with her? He said, looking at his friend. Issei. Ha, you wish, huh? I did something better. He said, giving a demented smile that excited Akeno. Back in history. Issei watched as Ronnie became excited. Issei. Now, he said, massaging his groin. Ronnie. Ah, he let out a moan of excitement. Issei. You like it? He said while moving his hand on Ronnie's crotch. Ronnie. I love it, she said, lost in pleasure. Issei's eye changed back to its normal color and he remembered something. Flashback. Stella was seen being raped by Bobby. Issei. Stop. He said while crying as he watched his friend being tortured and raped. Ronnie. Isn't it wonderful? Ha, look how your bitch of a friend is being raped by my brother, she said while hitting Zack with a bat. Vindel flashback. Issei touched a green button on his metal arm where his blade emerges. Issei. You're enjoying this, he said, preparing his attack. Ronnie. I love it, make me yours already, she said with her eyes closed. Issei. Well, enjoy it, he said as he plunged his blade into his groin. Ronnie. A scream of extreme pain. Ronnie stood up while using his sweatshirt to cover his wound. Ronnie. Holy shit, what's wrong with you? He said while doing the impossible to stand up. Issei. What, you don't want IT anymore? Come on Ronnie, we're not finished yet. He said as Ronnie escaped. Issei. Where are you going Ronnie? Don't you want to have fun? He said as she fell to the ground near his door. Sid. You bastard, what did you do to him? He said while grabbing Ronnie, but before he could, Issei kicked Ronnie in the head. Ronnie. You'll pay for this, Hyoudou. She said as Sid and Nikki carried Ronnie away. Issei was so angry that he let out a shout that some neighbors heard. Issei. I am Issei Hyoudou and no one messes with me. I yelled while watching Sid and Nikki take Ronnie away. Issei entered and saw the blood Ronnie had left behind and he knelt down as his arm returned to normal. Issei couldn't believe what he had done, but he did it to avenge Juanita's death. Issei remained like that for a long time while thinking about what he had done and Ronnie's cries of pain. Everyone was silent as Issei's friends praised him. Futuro. Well done, Issei, he said, patting him on the back. Saji. That was incredible, he said while looking at Issei. Itsuki. That must have hurt, but he deserved it. She said while watching Issei still in that position. Back in history. Issei decided to go outside for some fresh air, but as he walked he came to a baseball field and heard some groans. Issei approached the noise and saw that it was Futuro and his gang, badly beaten. Issei. Futara, he said while taking it. Issei heard crying and saw that it was Tadano crying while in a fetal position. Issei. Shit, he said, grabbing his phone and calling Carol to bring several cars to help the Homer Blacks. Some time later. All the Homer Blacks were seen in various beds while having bandages on their bodies. David. Well, they were all brutally beaten, from what I can see. It was baseball bats and metal pipes. He said seriously. Very. Some have broken bones and others are very seriously injured, especially that Futuro guy, she said seriously. Susan. His skull is badly damaged. If you hadn't found him, he could have died. Both his arms are badly damaged and it was difficult to realign the bones. He also has 6 broken ribs. She said seriously. Dexter. And Tadano, well, I don't know how to say it, he said, since he didn't know how to tell them. Ronaldo. He was great and has serious damage to his hennis, he said seriously. Issei and Shido were silent as they listened to the status of the Homer's Blacks. Shido. Who did this to you? He said seriously. David. I have no idea, Sheila is hacking the security cameras at the place, he said seriously. Issei. Can I see Hyoudou? He said as Hyoudou nodded and told him which room he was in. So he went and upon arriving saw how Lisa 34's robot was healing Hyoudou. 34. Alright, Hyoudou's wounds will heal in half a day, so he needs to rest during that time, said the robot as it left. Issei approaches him and he slowly awakens. Hyoudou. Issei, he said weakly while touching his head. Issei. Futara, it's good that you're awake, he said while looking at him. Hyoudou. How did I get here? He said, looking at his bed. Hyoudou remembers everything and stands up, but I fall to the floor. Hyoudou. Where are those bitches Lin and Francisco? He said while trying to stand up again but fell. Issei calms him down and lays him down. Issei. I brought you here, you and the others were badly beaten, especially Tadano who was crying while hugging himself in a fetal position, he said while he saw Hyoudou start to cry. Hyoudou. I wasn't a good friend, I let those damn girls grape Tadano in front of me, he said crying. The quintuplets saw Hyoudou with his head down and all hugged him to make him feel better. Back in history. Hyoudou. Why did you help us? We made fun of your plan. I hit you when you asked for our help. Why did you help me? You could have just let me die, and then he said, but then stopped because he didn't want to say the last part. Issei. Listen, right now your whole gang is receiving medical help so calm down, he said while touching Hyoudou's head and seeing that he had a fever. So he takes a bag of cold water and puts it on Hyoudou's head. Hyoudou. You know, you're the only one who gives us this help. When we were hurt, the hospital wouldn't treat us because of our reputation, but you're the only one who helped us, even when we made fun of you, and I hit you. He said, looking away. Issei. It was nothing, but tell me what happened with you guys, he said, looking at Hyoudou. Hyoudou. Well, today was a great day because we robbed a damn greedy and arrogant old man, and we helped several old people cross the street to earn some good money, so we celebrated our day by buying some pizzas, he said while recounting what happened today. Flashback. Hyoudou, Tadano, and the other Homer Blacks were seen eating their feast on a baseball field. Hyoudou. It was a great day, he said while taking a bite of his pizza. Tadano. Don't even mention it, that lady gave me some bread, anyone want some? He said while holding up some sweet rolls. Everyone was having a good time, but then Lin Jr., Francisco, Sam, Luna, and their band arrived. Lin Jr. This field is ours, so get out of here. He said while holding a bat. Hyoudou had the same bat and he approached, just like the others. Hyoudou. Why don't you leave? You don't want to get beaten up by me again. He said while pointing his bat at him. Lin Jr. I actually came here for revenge, and this time I'm sure I'll win, just like us, she said as she ripped off her shirt sleeves, revealing her arms. Hyoudou. We'll see about that, loser. He said as he got into a fighting stance. Thus they began to fight with their bats, while the Homer's Black supported Hyoudou who was the strongest of them. Both combined blows, but Hyoudou, like Tadano, realized something. Lin's resistance was not normal, so they continued, but in a moment of carelessness, Hyoudou hit Lin on the head, but she felt nothing. Hyoudou watched as his bat bent, and Lin hit him in the stomach with it, drawing blood. Tadano lunged at Lin, but Sam and Tabby delivered a combined attack. Tadano noticed that the strength of both was great, even greater than usual. The other Homer Blacks rushed towards them, but they were all beaten to a pulp. Some time later. Hyoudou was seen receiving many blows to the head while it bled. Ichika. Hyoudou, she said worriedly while hugging him tighter. Nino. Tell me if you were okay, he said while checking his head. Back in history. Lin Jr. Hey, leader of the Homer's Blacks, don't fall unconscious yet, there's still the final act to come, he said while showing him where Tadano was bleeding from various parts of his body. At that moment, Hyoudou saw Sam, Tabby, and Luna take off their clothes and slowly approach Tadano. Tadano. What will they do to me? He said, taking steps backwards. Sam. Relax, I know you'll enjoy it, he said while taking off his pants. Hyoudou witnessed his best friend being raped by 4 miserable bastards while he screamed in pain as he received many blows to his groin. Hyoudou also saw Tadano's groin bleeding. Hyoudou. Enough. He said as he used all his strength and launched himself towards Luna and Sam, but received a kick from Margot that sent him flying and he fell to the ground almost unconscious. Hyoudou couldn't withstand so many blows and fell unconscious, and the only thing he heard were Tadano's pleas. Everyone was silent because of that act of cruelty. Everyone saw Tadano crying because even though time had passed, it still hurt to remember that damned memory. Komi hugged him as he cried on Komi's shoulder, releasing his pain. Hyoudou still felt pain because he hadn't been strong enough to protect his best friend that day. Dindel flashback. Hyoudou looks away as he sheds a few tears. Hyoudou. That bitch will pay for this, he said while he was still crying. Hyoudou. I look pathetic crying in front of the person I hit, right? He said as he received a hug from Issei. Issei. Okay, let it out. Even the strongest among us all need to release the pain that haunts us. He said as Hyoudou hugged him, crying as he remembered the beating he received and how his best friend was raped in front of him. Chapter 75. New Allies and Island. It was another day at Carol's mansion and Issei was going to Hyudou's room with food. When I opened the door, Hyoudou was gone and there was only a note on his bed. Thank you. That was all the letter said and this was with the others. Issei. It seems Hyoudou has left. He said seriously. Shido. Same with Tadano, his bed was empty too, he said while eating some food. Ryota. All the Homer Blacks are gone, I bet it was last night, he said while doing push-ups. Issei. Well, I'm going with Saji. He said he's gained new allies. He said as he went with him. This didn't take long and Saji was with 3 boys who were Lini's age. Saji. Issei, it's good that you're here. Let me introduce you to Daniel Park, Pian Diok and Park Jai-ho. He said, introducing the 3 boys. Daniel. Pian. Park. Issei. It's a pleasure, but what happened to you? You have a bruise on your eye. He said while looking at them. Daniel. Well, what happened is that we are the victims of some bullies at school, he said while looking at him. Pian. When the rumor started that you were creating an army, many people mocked you, except for us, said the boy. Park. So we don't want to be humiliated anymore, so please let us be part of your army, he said as the 3 of them knelt down. Issei. Well, I'll give you a test first, he said as he asked them to follow him, which they did. Scene change. Issei was seen with the 3 new allies standing in a strength meter. Issei. Well, this will be easy. If your strength is over 400 points, you can join the army, but if you fail, you're out. Don't worry, once we launch our attack, we won't attack you or your family. He said as the 3 nodded. The first was Pian who hit the punching bag where his score was 450 points. Issei. Thinking, wow, even Saji has more strength. He thought as he saw Pian happy that his number was greater. Next up was Park, who hit the punching bag with a force of 410 points. Issei. Thinking, they're very weak. He thought, looking at both boys who were happy that they made it through. Rias. You seriously recruited those weaklings? She said, observing how weak they were. Issei. Rias, as some say, never judge a book by its cover. They were able to give me a fight when training ended. He said while remembering the fight he had with the 3 of them. Saji. I miss Pian's grandmother, she was very sweet, he said, remembering Pian's grandmother. Hyoudou. I miss the stew she used to make at the cafeteria, he said while remembering the good stew the old woman made. Back in history. Issei. Okay, your turn Daniel. He said, looking at the fat guy with glasses. So Daniel got into a suitable position and threw a punch, but it deflected and Issei and Saji noticed that it only hit a corner of the chin, which didn't even move. Issei and Saji remained silent as he covered his face, blushing deeply. Issei watched as the punching bag got a cut and the sand inside fell to the floor. Issei saw and was surprised since the force of that punch was 950 points, almost surpassing Ryota's strength. Daniel and his friends were surprised to see that as Issei touched a broken part. Daniel. I'm sorry for breaking the pair, I'll pay for it, he said while kneeling down. Issei. You're joking, you almost surpass Ryota's strength, the strongest of us all, so you, like his friends, are in. He said with a smile. The 3 of them were happy to hear that. Then they saw someone approaching them and it was Albert who had returned from his journey in search of teachers. Issei. Grandfather, he said as he approached. Albert. Hello son, well from what I see you were able to recruit many allies, I'm proud of you. Take everyone to the backyard as I will tell them about their training. He said as the boy nodded and gathered everyone together. Some time later. So Issei gathered all his allies and Albert told them. Albert. Well guys, first I want to thank you for joining our cause. Now, about the training, I want to tell you that we're going to an island that's special because 1 month here on the island is equivalent to 50 years. He said, causing surprise in everyone. Albert. Well, many of you have a lot of questions, so I'll tell you. No, that island won't affect our age or growth, although it will affect our strength, speed, and muscle mass, so no one needs to worry about age. Next, we'll travel by boat to the island to begin our training. He said this while everyone murmured. Albert. Does anyone have any questions? He said as David raised his hand. Yes, he said, looking at him. David. On the island there are materials like chemicals and metals, since Sheila, Dexter, Cerebro, Kendall, Ronaldo, Susan, Mary, Lisa's 2000 robots, and I will make the weapons, he said while waiting for a response. Albert. The chemicals are no problem, nor is the metal, since there's another island very close to ours, but that one's full of metal scrap. I'll take care of giving you everything you need. He said, and everyone agreed. Albert. Does anyone have another question? He said as Pion raised his hand. Yes, he said, looking at him. Pion. Can I bring my grandma? I don't want her to be alone. He said, thinking his question was silly and everyone would make fun of him. Albert. She knows how to cook, he said, looking at Pion. Pion. Yes, of course, he said with a smile. Albert. Then she's welcome, he said as he became happy. Albert. Does anyone have any more questions? He said while no one raised their hand. Albert. Okay, let's go to the pier. He said as everyone nodded and he told them there were buses that would take them there. So they get ready, put their suitcases on the buses, and prepare to leave. Issei. I wish Hyoudou had allied himself with us, he said while putting away a suitcase. Shido. Me too, but what can you do? He said as Issei saw Saji looking to the side with a smile. Issei. What are you looking at? He said as he looked where Saji was looking and Saji was surprised. It was Hyoudou, Tadano, and all the members of the Homer's Blacks walking towards where the buses were, carrying weapons like metal pipes and machetes. They also each had a suitcase. Hyoudou. This better be serious, he said while looking at Issei. Issei. Of course it is, he said while shaking Hyoudou's hand. Hyoudou. Heh, then let our training begin. He said while smiling. Shido. Here comes the cavalry, he said while laughing, just like all the Homer Blacks. Thus everyone introduces themselves to the allies, and the allies do the same. Some time later. Everyone could be seen on the ships that would depart for the island where a hellish training would begin. David and the group of scientists had different types of chemicals, some dangerous and others deadly. Issei. Just wait, Royal Woods, your end is near. He said as he went to talk to Naoto, Ryota and Saji. Rias. Does that island really exist? She said, looking at her boyfriend. Issei. Yes, I could even say it has a slightly stronger gravity, he said while remembering when they arrived at that island. Roberto. In fact, that island is Big Red, he said while his arms were crossed. Issei. But when we arrived, no one was there, even though we were there for 50 years, he said while looking at him. Roberto. I guess I'll forget about it, but well, I think I have an idea which island Junk Island it is, he said, having the idea. Thus they saw as the ships headed towards the island. Chapter 76 Island and Training. A few days later. The ships could be seen arriving at an island that everyone could see was just one in a state of abandonment. Kick. We'll train here, he said while looking at the island. Albert. Yes, their teachers are already on the island and will teach them different types of fighting, he said as the ships arrived on land. So they went down, but they felt a lot of weight. Ronaldo. Why is it a little difficult for us to walk? He said while walking. Albert. This island has strong gravity, so get used to it. Follow me. He said as everyone followed Albert. They saw 10 buildings, each 50 stories high. Albert. This is where you'll be staying, so go and leave your things and come back down in 10 minutes, he said seriously. Everyone. Yes sir, they said as they went to put their things away. Some time later. They all stood in a row watching their teachers. Albert. Well, first I'd like to introduce you to Mr. Miyagi, the creator of the Nerve Tap and a World War II veteran. He said while introducing him. Miyagi. It's a pleasure, young people. He said, bowing. Albert. Mr. Johnny Lawrence, the one who reached the elite of the Cobra Kai, he said, introducing a blonde man. Johnny. Stand at attention now, he said as everyone stood at attention. Johnny. On break, he said as everyone relaxed a little. Albert. To Mr. John Keynes, founder of the Cobra Kai and Vietnam War veteran, he said as an old man approached. John. It's a pleasure, he said while bowing. Albert. To Mr. Terry Silver, founder of Cobra Kai 2.0, Vietnam War veteran and creator of the Bullet Punch, he said as he approached and bowed. Albert. And finally, Mr. Daniel LaRusso, founder of Miyagi-Do Karate and disciple of Mr. Miyagi, he said while bowing. Albert. And I almost forgot, soldiers, I present to you White Queen, Rita's enemy, the main enemy of the Aztec faction, and the mortal enemy of Irachi's wife, Kurumi, he said as she greeted them with a smile that made Issei blush upon seeing that beautiful lady. Roberto was speechless, as he never thought he would see her again. Roberto. How is it possible that she's alive? He said, surprised. Isaka. She knows her, she said while looking at Kurumi who had a serious expression. Kurumi. Well, you see, 10,000 years ago Wider and I were one, but back then I decided to change, but that caused her to be born. I was good and she was evil. She said seriously. Kurumi. At that time I wasn't married to Roberto, and I intended to conquer everything. I was considered an evil goddess, but Roberto approached me without any intention of killing me, and he changed me a lot. So I decided to change for Roberto and for myself. She said while remembering how she met Roberto. Kurumi. But that caused a part of me to come out and she was born. She caused chaos on Olympus where even Zeus and the Olympian gods couldn't stop her, so I fought her. She said seriously. Kurumi. I controlled time and she controlled space, so our battle lasted for years, but I was defeated by her. But Roberto appeared and sealed her away forever. She said seriously. Kurumi. But I see she was freed. She said while summoning a rifle. Kurumi. So I'll have to kill her for good. She said while reloading her rifle. Issei. Don't do it. Even though it might not seem like it, she's a good person. She trained us and taught us different fighting styles. Please, I beg you not to kill White. She's very kind and she even saved me. He said while looking at Kurumi. Kurumi. I'll keep watching and decide whether to kill her or not, she said seriously. Back in history. White. It's a pleasure, she said with a smile. Albert. Well, first I'll train them for a while, then finally I'll train them, he said seriously. All. Yes sir, they said in a military manner. Miyagi. Okay, I'll be first. Go get some paint cans and paint from top to bottom. He said while everyone was confused because that didn't make sense. So everyone started doing it, but they didn't know why they were doing it. It didn't make the slightest sense. Office. What kind of training is that? She said, confused. Ryota. You see, everything we do is karate, the more we do it, the stronger we become, he said while watching them paint the building. Back in history. Everyone in the cafeteria could be seen taking a break. Issei. Miyagi-sensei's training didn't make any sense, he said, eating his food. Futuro. Well, I know how to fight in the street and this is the first time I've had this kind of training. He said while eating his food. Futuro. Hey, this stew is delicious, seriously, does your grandma make this? He said while looking at Pion. Pion. Yes, she sold street food, but my bullies would sometimes come and eat my grandmother's food, leaving her with nothing, under the excuse that we were friends, but they were just looking for free food, he said while remembering that past. Futuro. Don't worry, once all this is over, I'll take care of killing those bullies who ate something so delicious myself. He said while eating the entire stew. Futuro. I'll go get more, he said as he went to get more food. Itsuki. And you used to call me grouchy, she said, looking at her boyfriend who just looked away. Back in history. 6 months later. During that time, Mr. Miyagi taught them how to paint, wash cars, and wax floors. Issei was already fed up with him. Some time had passed and he wasn't learning anything. Issei. Miyagi-sensei, this is pointless. We've done this over and over again and we still haven't learned anything. I quit. He said as he left. Miyagi. Issei, come here. He said seriously. Everyone looked, thinking Issei would get slapped, but they saw something that surprised them. Miyagi. Teach me how to paint the wall, he said while doing it, but Miyagi shows him how. Miyagi. Put your arm up strong, he said while moving his arms up and down. Miyagi. Now wash the car. He said while the car did so, but defended itself against the blows Miyagi gave it. Miyagi. Now wax the floor, he said while Issei did it, but this was a defense to protect himself from the kicks he was about to receive. Miyagi. Now all together now. He said while throwing punches, but Issei defended himself with the previous moves. Issei is surprised, as are the others who doubted the old man. Miyagi. Listen, everything we do is karate. When we drink water, when we go to work, it's karate. Karate is in everything we do. He said as everyone stopped doubting Mr. Miyagi and continued doing their homework. 6 months later. During that time, Issei and his allies had trained like never before, becoming very skilled soldiers. Mr. Miyagi taught them everything, including household chores and karate. Now everyone saw Mr. Miyagi looking at the sky. Miyagi. Children, I am very proud of you. I don't know what else to teach you since I've already taught you everything. Keep going, my children. He said, still looking at the sky. Issei. What are you talking about? He said as he approached. Miyagi. My moment has come, Issei. I am very proud of you because you seek justice, not revenge, so keep it up and earn respect. He said as his body faded away. Issei. No, Miyagi-sensei, don't go. He said while grabbing his arm. Miyagi. It's inevitable, it's time for me to join my family, goodbye my children, he said as he disappeared. Issei just had his head down, but he saw the image of Mr. Miyagi with a smile. Issei. Rest in peace, he said while looking at the sky and raising his fist in the air. They all looked at the sky the same way and raised their fists in respect. Some time later. Daniel. Well, Mr. Miyagi is no longer with us, but you were his greatest pride, so I will be your sensei. he said as everyone bowed. Daniel gave them the same training as Mr. Miyagi, so they learned things like repairing car engines, changing oil, changing tires, and he also taught them all how to drive. Rias. You knew how to drive before, she said, looking at her boyfriend. Issei. Yes, in fact, we all know how to drive as well as do household chores, he said with a smile. Back in history. 1 year later. Everyone was seen bowing to Mr. Daniel. Then they go to the dining room where they begin to eat. Futuro. This training is paying off, look, he said, showing his washboard area. The quintuplets blushed upon seeing such pictures of their beloved. Back in history. Tadano. Me too, thanks to Mr. Daniel, I've already overcome that damn experience, he said while eating. Daniel. And now we are no longer afraid, said Daniel, who was now thinner. Hyan. Me too, he said, eating. Futuro. And I'll always say this beef and vegetable stew is delicious, just like your grandma makes it, he said while eating. Hyan. It's a family recipe, he said with a smile. Issei. And tell me, David, how's the weaponry coming along? He said, looking at David, who no longer needed to wear glasses. David. Well, Mr. Albert took us to that junkyard island and we built a metal melting factory and made a lot of weapons and grenades, he said while eating. Issei. I'm glad, he said with a smile. Sheila. I'm working on a suit of armor that will be useful, she said with a smile. Ronaldo. And I'm making some defense vehicles that will be useful for destroying buildings and houses, he said with a smile. So everyone chatted with each other in a friendly atmosphere. Asia. Issei-san, the armor Sheila mentioned isn't the one I have, she said, looking at her boyfriend. Tadano. You gave her the armor she gave you, he said, looking at him. Issei. I thought they noticed when they arrived. Besides, I didn't need to wear that armor anyway. Asia wears it very well, he said with a smile. Back in history. Johnny. Alright brats, from today on I am your sensei and I will teach you the art of the Cobra Kai, he said as they all accepted. So Johnny taught them Cobra Kai fighting and he also taught them masonry, plumbing, and cleaning. Issei was the best, Futuro was below Issei as the best, and Ryota was the most outstanding. Thus everyone learned the art of the Cobra Kai where Johnny showed no mercy to anyone, whether women or men. Issei already knew Miyagi-Do karate, as well as the Cobra Kai karate art. Thus Issei trained and trained with one goal. Justice for his friend Lincoln. Chapter 77. A shocking truth and a story from the past. Some time later. During that time, both Issei and his allies had greatly improved in the martial arts better known as karate. Ryota showed some of them that were interested in sumo, his sport, such as Chaz, Miguel, the hextuplets, and others. Issei was already seen as a leader since he was the one who implored everyone to do all this. Now Issei was in Albert's office. Issei. Why am I called Grandpa? He said as Albert offered him a seat. So Issei sat down, but felt a chill. Albert saw Issei and gave him a smile. Albert. You know, Issei, Lincoln was very lucky to have you as a friend, he said with a smile. Issei. Thank you very much, he said while taking a glass of water. Albert gave Issei some papers, which he took and looked at. Issei. A birth certificate, he said, confused. Albert. Issei, there's something I want to tell you, not even my sweetheart knows it. Issei, this is about Lincoln, he said seriously. Rias. What's wrong with him? She said, looking at her boyfriend who was silent. Even Futuro and the others had no idea what they were seeing. Back in history. Issei. What does Lincoln have to do with this? This document belongs to someone named Leonardo Jones, he said, looking at the document. Albert. Issei, Lincoln was never allowed, he said seriously. Issei remained silent as he processed the information. Issei. What do you mean he's not allowed? He said while looking at the document. Albert. Lincoln was never allowed, his real name is Leonardo Jones, he said while Issei remained silent. Rias and the others, as well as the leaders, remained silent as they processed the information. Futuro. What do you mean Lincoln was never allowed? He said while looking at Issei. Saji. How is that possible? He said while looking at his friend. Everyone wanted answers, but Issei told them to keep watching. Back in history. Albert. You see, you're probably wondering how this happened. Well, years ago Lin Sr. and Rita got married. Lin Sr. wanted a son, but he always had daughters, the first 7 of them, he said seriously. Albert. They both went to the hospital to find out why they always had children, but they were surprised to learn that Rita had more X chromosomes than Y chromosomes, he said seriously. Issei. What are the X and Y chromosomes? He said seriously, looking at the document. Albert. Chromosomes are what help a woman have children as a male and female. Rita had more X chromosomes than Y chromosomes, meaning she had 88% X chromosomes and only 12% Y chromosomes, he said seriously. Issei. But it doesn't make sense, Linka and Liberty aren't his triplets, he said while Albert gave him a picture where Lincoln at 5 years old is hugging Linka and Liberty, but it was clear that both were taller. Albert. Lincoln was 5 years old at that time when in reality he was only 4 years old, meaning that Lincoln wasn't 12 years old but 11 years old, he said seriously. Albert. At that time, Lynn got Rita pregnant again, and to their surprise, it was a boy this time. But that happiness they had didn't last long. He said seriously. Albert. The baby didn't survive childbirth and died. The child who was going to be allowed didn't survive childbirth. He said seriously. Everyone was silent because of that story, as they couldn't believe it. Back in history. Albert. Lynn was devastated to hear that, but he came up with one of the worst plans of his life, which was to steal a newborn baby. Lynn entered the baby room and saw a newborn baby, and that was Leonardo, better known as Lincoln. Lynn put his dead baby down and took Leonardo, he said seriously. Issei couldn't believe it, Lincoln was never allowed, that couldn't be true. Issei. Lori, Lini, Luna and Luan knew about this, he said, looking at Albert. Albert. Only Lori, Luna and Luan knew. Lini was given a false story, told that she was a triplet of Linka and Liberty, only that she was late in being born. He said seriously. Issei was speechless again, he was at a loss for words after what his grandfather had said. Issei. And what happened to his real parents? He said while looking at Albert. Albert. Jessica Jackson committed suicide because she couldn't bear the thought of her son's death, and Isaac Jones committed suicide by shooting himself in the head because he couldn't bear the thought of his son's death and his wife's suicide. He said seriously. Albert took a photo that he gives to Issei. Albert. This is the only photo that exists of the three of them together, he said while showing an image of a beautiful blonde woman, another of a handsome albino man, and Lincoln in the woman's arms. Issei. You knew about this? He said while looking at him. Albert. I found out 2 years ago when we took a DNA test for fun, and that's when I learned that Lincoln wasn't my grandson. So I investigated and found out the whole truth. I decided to tell Lincoln when he turned 18, but he's no longer here. I wanted to at least tell someone this secret. He said while looking at him. Everyone was silent as they listened to everything. Dodano. So Lincoln wasn't allowed, he said, speechless. Naoto. He suffered hell at the hands of some damned monsters who kidnapped him as a newborn, he said angrily. Ryota. You knew it all this time, he said, looking at Issei. Issei. Grandpa Pop told me never to tell anyone, but now they know. He said seriously. Back in history. Issei. Now I understand why they always treated him like trash. He never realized that his sisters only used him for their own benefit. I bet Lisa threatened those useless people that she could do any experiment she wanted with Lincoln, and in return, she wouldn't say a word. He said while clenching his fists. Issei. I want that justice no matter what it takes, he said with great determination. Albert. That's the spirit. Now go, and please, this conversation never happened. He said seriously. Issei. Consider it done. He said as he left the office. At that time, Issei was more determined to carry out his genocide, so he trained day and night with Johnny, who gave him tough training sessions. 1 year later. Johnny. Guys, I'm proud of you, especially Daniel, Pyan, and Park, who are no longer weaklings. Applause for your effort. He said as everyone applauded them. Johnny. Now I'll give you nicknames that will mark your performance. Issei, from today your nickname will be Eternal Darkness, since your specialty is attacking under the cover of darkness. He said seriously. Issei felt happy because he had a good nickname as a soldier and leader. Rias. So that's how you got your nickname, she said while looking at him. Issei. Yes, I liked it a lot, he said while smiling. Momo. And what nickname do you have, Saji-kun? She said while hugging him. Saji. Well, my nickname is Crazy Rocker, which in Spanish means the crazy rocker, he said with a smile. Futuro. Mine is Flying General, in Spanish it means Flying General, he said with a smile. Naoto. Mine is King of Demon Kings, which means King of Demon Kings, he said seriously. Ryota. Mine is God of Strength, which means God of Strength, he said with a smile. Shido. Mine is Alcon Eyes, which means Falcon Eyes, he said with a smile. Dodano. Mine is the Crazy Clown, which means the Crazy Clown, he said with a smile. Asper. And what nickname would you give me, Issei-sensei? I want one. He said while waiting for a nickname. Issei thought for a while and came up with a nickname for Gasper. Issei. I know, you'll be the Bloodthirsty, which means bloodthirsty, he said while stroking his head. Asper. I like it, he said with a smile. Tiba. What nickname would you give me? He said, looking at Issei. Issei thought of a good nickname. He couldn't call him Knight Gremory since it didn't have a good impact. Issei. I know, your nickname will be Fatal Cuts, which means Eternal Cuts, he said while looking at Kiba. Kiba. I like it, he said with a smile. Ryo. And what nickname would you give me? He said, looking at Issei. Issei thought again of a nickname and something came to him. Issei. Your nickname would be Eternal Chains, which means Eternal Chains, he said with a smile. Ryo smiled as he liked his nickname. Mitsuda. And what about me? He said while looking at him. Motohama. And from me, he said, looking at him. Issei thought of a nickname, but nothing came up. Issei. Sorry guys, but I can't think of anything. He said while looking at both of them with a depressed aura. Issei didn't want to see them like that, but he saw both of their weapons, and an idea came to him. Issei. I've got it, Mitsuda, your nickname will be Sunlight, which means sunlight, he said while looking at his friend happily. Issei. And Motohama would be Guardian of the Eagle, which means Guardian of the Eagle, he said with a smile. Both boys were happy with their nicknames. Back in history. Everyone was seen exercising, except for David and the other scientists, who weren't doing much exercise since they were in charge of making weapons like dangerous gases. Elsewhere. Lin Jr. was seen doing army work. Lin Jr. Issei Hyoudou, prepare to suffer, he said while breaking a titanium bat in two. Chapter 78. Turbo Power and the Birth of the Homer Blacks. Years later. By this time Issei had already improved considerably. During this time, Issei learned techniques like the bullet punch, which consists of putting all your strength into your hand and hitting your opponent in a fast manner. This caused the opponent to collapse from lack of oxygen and lose. The other attack he learned was the nerve strike, which consists of hitting the opponent's nerves, causing them to take a long time to respond when struck. Now everyone had a serious look on their face as they stared at Albert. Albert. I congratulate you all, you already have fighting skills, now I will teach you myself, he said while looking at them. Albert. Now everyone in a meditation position, he said as everyone obeyed. Albert. Close your eyes and think about everything that made you angry. He said as everyone complied. Issei was in his mind but saw a cage. Issei. Where am I? He said while looking around. Albert. You're in your own mind. Now think about all your anger, think about all the pain, sadness, and fury you've lived through your whole life. He said seriously. Issei did it and he was angry, furious, sad, and desperate, and that caused that black mass to grow larger and form an appearance. Issei saw himself with a different appearance. His body acted on its own, opening the cage and emerging where Issei fell unconscious. In real life, Issei screamed while everyone watched, Issei's hair grew longer and his eye turned purple while his hair turned black. Everyone saw that Hyoudou also screamed while gang-style braids began to form and he had piercings in his nose and lip. Saji also screamed as a rocker's hair appeared. Shido also screamed as his hair turned a dark blue color. Tadano screamed as his skin turned white and a ponytail sprouted from his head. Ryodo also screamed as his muscles grew and his hair turned into curly hair. Naoto also screamed as scars appeared on his face and chest and his hair turned silver with a small ponytail. The 7 boys screamed as their appearance changed. Azami wanted to approach to help them, but Albert stopped him, saying they had to finish their transformation. In the end, they had a terrifying purple aura while wearing sadistic smiles. Everyone was surprised to see such a transformation. Azazel. Interesting, I bet you have abilities, right? He said, seeing everyone nodding. Issei. As you saw, I can unleash energy attacks in the form of fists, both electric and fire, he said with a smile. Saji. I can paralyze the opponent without any problems, he said seriously. Tadano. I can pull weapons out of thin air, both bladed and firearms, he said with a smile. Hyoudou. I can see a person's weak points and use them against them, and I can also summon spears, he said with a smile. Shido. I can see from a distance of 12,000 kilometers and my bullets explode upon contact with the enemy or the ground, he said seriously. Ryoda. My strength increases to such a point that I can demolish a building with one finger, he said with a smile. Naoto. My speed increases to such a point that I can surpass the speed of light for a few moments, he said seriously. Everyone was surprised to learn about the powers they possessed. Back in history. Issei and the others rushed at them, but Albert, with incredible speed, struck them, knocking them unconscious. They returned to normal, surprising everyone. Albert. Wow, I'm surprised, but they need to control that power. He said seriously. So Albert took the unconscious boys to rest so they could control such power. Some time later. Both the boys and the others had difficulty controlling the turbo, and sometimes Albert had to knock more than one of them unconscious. 10 years had passed, and Issei could control 35% of his turbo power, but if he really pushed himself, he could control 40%. Saji could control 32% of the turbo power, but if he tried hard he could control 36%. Tadano could control 25% of the turbo power, but if he unleashed his full potential, he could control 28%. Hyoudou almost surpassed Issei, since he could control 34%, but if he tried harder he could control 38%. Shido could control 20% of his turbo power, which gave him great potential in combat. Ryota had a lot of trouble controlling the turbo due to his great strength, as he could barely control 15%, but if he calmed down he could control 20%. And the others could control, some barely 5 to 10% of the power, and others could control 10 to 18% of the turbo power. So they trained for a longer, more specific time, 10 more years, where everyone had more power. Issei could already control 90% of his turbo power, since he couldn't control his alternate versions. Saji could control 85% of the turbo power. Hyoudou almost surpassed Issei again, as he was able to control 88%. Shido could control 80% of the turbo power. Naoto could control 82% of the turbo power, but with Pichita's help, he could control 87% of the turbo power. Ryota could control 70% of the turbo power, which surpassed everyone else in strength. Tadano could control 75% of the turbo power. And the others could control 45 to 60% of the turbo power. So everyone was prepared, but Albert tells them. Albert. Well guys, Issei, Saji, Tadano, Hyoudou, Naoto, Ryota and Shido will all receive training from White, as she provides more effective and rigorous training. He said seriously. Albert. While the others will train with me, you should still go with White and please survive. He said as they nodded and left. So they went to a remote part of the island and there was White waiting for them. White. So you guys are the best, he said while looking at them. Issei. That's right, he said with a smile. White. Well, now your first training session will be to run 100 laps around the entire island in just 1 hour, he said while everyone made a blank face. Ryota. Just kidding, he said while looking at his teacher. White. No, and if they take even a second longer, they'll do twice as much, he said as they, without wasting any time, ran at an incredible speed. Saji. This is impossible. He said as he ran. Hyoudou. I have an idea, he said while running. Ryota. And what is it? He said while watching him run. Hyoudou. The last one to finish is gay, he said while increasing his speed. Nino. Seriously, Hyoudou? She said, looking at her boyfriend. Ichika. I don't think that will work, she said, looking at her boyfriend. In that, everyone sees the following. Back in history. Everyone is seen running at an incredible speed, finishing on time with only 1 minute left to spare. Issei. Shido, you're gay. He said, looking at Shido. Shido. Of course not, Saji finished in the end, he said, looking at Saji. Saji. That's a lie, Tadano was the last one, he said, looking at Tadano. Tadano. No, Hyoudou finished last, he said, looking at where everyone was arguing. White. Actually, they all finished at the same time, so nobody's gay, she said seriously. Everyone high-fived when they found out that no one was gay. White. Well, your next training session will be endurance training, she said as she told them to follow her. So they reach a cliff and he tells them to hold on to the edge. Issei. Why did she ask us to hold on to the edge? He said while looking at her. White gave a sadistic smile and a chain appeared on each of their abdomens and above them they could see some rather large rocks. White gave a small kick to the rocks where Kane was, but they were being held up by their abdomens. White. They have to withstand 1 hour with that rock. If I find out anyone is looking at my underwear, I'll put another rock on them and they'll have to withstand 2 hours. She said seriously. They were all well supported since it was a lot of weight while looking at a pocket watch to check the time. Issei. Excuse me, teacher, but tell me, are you a goddess? He said while resisting the weight. White. That won't help you lose weight, Hyoudou, she said seriously. Issei. No, seriously, you're some kind of goddess, he said while maintaining his stamina. White. Well, since it's boring waiting for you to finish, I'll tell you, I'm Kurumi's alternate side, the goddess of time. Let's just say I'm the goddess of space. She said with a smile. Issei. That means he can control anything within his reach, he said while sweating from the weight. White. That's right, but Arachi, the god of the earth, sealed away a large part of my powers, so I can only control one building, she said seriously. Hyoudou. And why did he do it? He said while keeping his resistance afloat. White. Well, Kurumi is his wife, just like others. He was angry when he saw his wife hurt by me, who sealed me away, but an Aztec who rebelled against Irachi freed me, and so I live in darkness waiting for the moment to regain my power, she said seriously. Issei. That's interesting, but why did she decide to train us, and why is she read aloud's enemy? He said seriously. White. Well, I didn't have anything else to do, and Albert gave me this job, but I gave him the condition that I would train the strongest ones. And I'm Rita's enemy because she stole one of my ideas for a book called Light and Darkness. She said seriously. White. Since I couldn't kill her because that would attract Kurumi's attention and I wouldn't stand a chance against her, she said seriously. White. Okay, enough about me, now I want to know about you. Tell me, Futuro, why did you decide to make the Homers blacks? He said, looking at Futuro, who was drenched in sweat. Futuro? Well, it all happened 6 years ago, he said while telling his story. Flashback to 6 years ago. Futuro narrates. At that time I lived in Nevada, United States. I lived happily with my mother. I was very studious and always got the best grades. He was very social with everyone and I even won several awards at school for my intelligence and learning. That day I had passed the year so my mother took me to the hamburger place where it was my favorite. I ate with my mother, even though I had no friends, that didn't matter to me at all. That day we returned home, but a thief pointed a gun at us and demanded money. That wretch looked at my mother lustfully and took her to an alley. My mother resisted, but I tried to defend her, but I was weak. My mother hit the thief and told me to run and not take a single step back. So I ran and the last thing I heard was 4 gunshots as I ran. I got home and covered myself with all my sheets, waiting for the moment she would return. He never made it home and never returned. The next day the police arrived and sent me to a nun's orphanage. But those wretched women treated the children like slaves. I showed them my good grades hoping for a compliment, but they told me not to bother them. Only one of them complimented me. They'll say she was nice, but no. I lived in that orphanage for 2 years, 2 years where I ate a horrible grey mass, and if I was lucky I got a piece of fruit and it was a miracle I drank a soda. One day I was walking in the orphanage when someone put a handkerchief over my head, which knocked me unconscious. When I woke up, I was in a bed and there was the nun who was taking care of me. She told me I was cute and that it had been a long time since she had enjoyed the company of such a child. I was scared. She took off her clothes, revealing a very tight bikini. I didn't want to do this because it was wrong, and worse, I was 8 years old and that damn woman was about 65 years old. That's how I remembered that day when I lost my mother, so I saw a pen on the nightstand. Instinctively, I plunged one pen into his eye and another into his neck. I didn't stop until I was sure she was dead. When I finished, I put down the pen and saw what I had done. I left that room and ran to my room where I shared with other orphans. I grabbed my things and left, distracting the doorman, and ran until I reached a bus stop. I came to one in particular that said Royal Woods. I knew it was far away and I took it. I gave the driver all my money to take me there and he did. I arrived in Royal Woods in 2 days where I was starving because I only had clothes and a pair of shoes. When I arrived, I looked for food and went to a restaurant, but they told me they didn't accept homeless people. I told that guy I'd do anything for some food. So he gave me a broom and told me he would clean everything up if I wanted to eat. I cleaned the whole place, and that guy was nice enough to give me a filling meal. That's how I said goodbye to that kind gentleman who was rude to me at first. So I looked for a job, but what could someone like me do? So the day passed and night came when he had to find a place to sleep. That's how I saw an abandoned car. It was disgusting, but what options did I have other than to freeze to death? So I fell asleep and the days passed where I was escaping from the police because they wanted to send me to an orphanage, but I didn't want to suffer in an orphanage again. The man who gave me food when I arrived in Royal Woods gave me a job as a janitor. I cleaned the place and he gave me my 3 meals and $100 a week. I used $10 to go to public baths to bathe and maintain my hygiene, another $10 to clean my used clothes, and some women taught me how to use the washing machine at the laundromat. So I turned that abandoned car into a little house. It was all in my imagination, since I had removed the padding from the seats to make pillows and I found some clothes lying in the streets and used them as sheets. Some time later I already had a life, so to speak. I had abandoned my studies, but that day changed my life. That day I saw a thief again pointing a gun at a dark-haired boy who was telling him not to. I remembered that damned memory again, so I pulled out a mini knife, jumped behind the thief, and slit his throat right in front of him. I took the child with me while that bastard was dying. When I got to my car, which was my home, I saw the boy, and he was Tadano. He said he escaped from the orphanage because he was going to be sold to organ traffickers. He discovered it when he saw the manager receiving money from one of them and saying that I was good merchandise. So he ran and what happened, happened. I offered her my home and we both began to live well. Tadano got a small job as a dishwasher at a hamburger restaurant. He was paid less, but it was compensated by the fact that he received free hamburgers every hour and his salary was $50. Tadano and I formed a great friendship and used a building as our home. After some time, I met more children who were going through the same thing as me and Tadano. We both accepted the children and began to build a big family. But that damn society treated us like garbage. I saw people of color being murdered by racist, shitty cops. I saw how women went into prostitution, I saw how everything was against us. So I decided to form my own gang. I would be the leader and Tadano my right-hand man. We pulled out weapons like machetes and pistols, but I spent all my money on a shotgun, so I'd command more respect. So we started stealing to gain influence, we killed some corrupt police officers and others who were racist or sexist. We took their weapons and hung their bodies in public squares. We began to gain power by being intimidating. That's why I called the gang the Homer's Blacks, since we had a home and the flu. We robbed and killed people who deserved it, but we also helped people like the elderly and received a $1 reward for our good deed. So time passed and all of Royal Woods knew our name, Homer's Blacks, and I was the main leader and the one who received the most respect. Vindel flashback. Hyoudou. That's how I created the Homer Blacks. Society treated us like trash, so we treat society like trash too. He said seriously, finishing his story. Everyone was impressed by Hyoudou's story. The quintuplets hugged Hyoudou and told him they were proud of him. What no one knew was that they would witness an unforgivable act by the Louds and it would be the final straw. Chapter 79. Illegal auction and attack on Korea and the drop that was spilled. 20 years later. By that time everyone could control the turbo. Issei and the others had become very strong thanks to White's training. White saw everyone as his children except for Issei, who, upon getting to know him well, was more than just a pervert. He wanted to do justice for Lincoln. White got to know Issei better. She knew his dreams and goals. It amused him that he wanted to be the king of the harem. It wasn't impossible, but it would be difficult. She developed feelings for Issei, she saw Saji, Hyoudou, Ryota, Naoto, Shido and Tadano as her children, but she saw Issei in a different light. So she decided to leave and wish them all the best as she was confused about her feelings. So they returned to Albert, who was proud to see them stronger. At that moment, Albert and Issei were summoned by David and his scientists. Albert. Well, what do you need, guys? He said, looking at all the army scientists. David. Well, the thing is, we already have the weapons, but we have a problem, he said seriously. Albert. Which one is it? He said, looking at them. Ronaldo. We need gunpowder, ab-type ceridium, plutonium, and motor oil, he said seriously. Albert looked seriously at everyone and they accept, telling him how much they want but that it will take time. So he left along with Issei and Albert looked at Issei. Albert. Issei, you can come with me to get everything you need, he said as Issei nodded and they went to the ships. So they leave the island and go in another direction. Some time later. Albert was piloting the boat and they arrived at a boat station. Issei. Where are we? He said while looking at Albert. Alberty. We're in Colombia, here we can get large quantities of gunpowder. I can get the rest from my contacts in the war, but I can't order more than 1,000 kilograms of gunpowder because it will be suspicious, he said seriously. Issei understands and they go down, but Albert brings down several briefcases. So they walked until they reached a seedy place where the people had unfriendly faces. Asia. I'm scared, she said while hugging Issei. Homie also hugs Tadano, who trembles with fear at the sight of those people. Itsuba hugs Hyoudou, who was afraid to see those people. Back in history. So they entered a warehouse where there were several people. So they take their seats and after 10 minutes a guy comes out wearing a suit. Auctioneer. Welcome to the weapons auction where we will be auctioning off various weapons, he said as everyone applauded. Auctioneer. Well, the first thing we have today is 100 tons of gunpowder for firearms, he said while lowering a screen showing a large wooden box containing all the gunpowder. Auctioneer. How much will you give for this amount? He said as the auction began. Type 1. $1,000, he said while raising his paddle. Type 2. $3,000, he said, raising his paddle. Type 3. $5,000, he said, raising his paddle. Type 4. 10,000 euros, he said, raising his paddle. Albert. 10 kilograms, he said while the auctioneer was speaking. Auctioneer. Sold. He said while celebrating his purchase. Rias. 10 kilograms, she said, but saw Roberto laughing. Roberto. That old man knows his stuff, he said laughing. Israel. That's true, he said laughing. Zenobia. What does kilo mean? She said, confused. Everyone except those mentioned was the same. Back in history. Albert. Well, we have what we need, it's time to go back. He said as Issei nodded, but before leaving, the auctioneer said. Auctioneer. Well, the next item is Gigi's Langogo chef's knife. Who gives? He said as a beautiful woman walked by carrying a knife. So they started the auction, but Albert saw that Issei was interested in the knife. Albert. 1 kilogram, he said, raising his palette. Auctioneer. Sold, he said while pointing at Albert. Arena. You seriously bought that bastard's knife? She said while looking at Issei who just nodded. Akeno. Who is Langogo to Gigi? She said, confused. Alice. Well, he was a cannibal chef who kidnapped many people and used their flesh to make dishes that made his restaurant very famous, but one day when he was discovered he disappeared and in his kitchen, they found many corpses in refrigerators and a lot of finely chopped human meat, she said seriously. Ryo. They say his cooking utensils were thrown into the sea, but that was never proven. She said seriously. Everyone was surprised except Roberto, who knew the story of that cook, so they continued watching. Back in history. Several people are seen carrying all the gunpowder to Albert's ship and they finish loading it all. Albert gave them all 10,000 Colombian pesos, which they appreciated and then left. Note. I don't know the value of the Colombian peso, so please tell me. So they go back to the island. Upon arriving, Issei and the others unload the gunpowder and take it to the factories that were built by the scientists and robots. So these people express their gratitude and these people leave. Some time later. Albert. Okay guys, are you ready to start the genocide? But before we begin, I'll give you a test to see if you're ready. He said seriously, looking at everyone. Albert pulls out a map of North Korea. Albert. This is your mission. You will go and save all the people who are prisoners at Camp 22. He said, pointing to a location. Albert. They will also save all the people who were imprisoned for committing trivial acts, he said seriously. Everyone nods and creates the plan to save some people in Korea. Rias. No. Don't tell me you attacked, she said in disbelief. Issei. That's right, we attacked North Korea before the Molotov genocide, he said proudly. Tadano. That's where I met love, he said blushing as he remembered a dark-haired girl. Homie got jealous and pinched Tadano's cheek, who complained of pain, and when Tadano saw his girlfriend, she made a cute pout. Back in history. It was night in North Korea and there were many ships patrolling the area. On the ships were soldiers guarding the place in case anyone entered or left the country. A soldier was guarding the area when he was shot in the chest, the bullet hitting his heart and causing him to fall dead. The soldier approaches dead soldiers but is also killed by a gunshot. All the soldiers fell to the ground or into the sea dead, well they didn't know what was happening. From 12,000 kilometers away, Shido could be seen shooting the soldiers mercilessly and perfectly. Shido. That's everyone, Kendall, your turn. He said as Kendall, who had changed her body and had a model's body that even made Kick blush. Kendall had a control center where he controlled several robot flies and these went to military ships and were responsible for shutting down communication and power systems. So once all the ships were safe, they passed through without any problems. Thus they almost reached the coast but saw soldiers guarding the coast. Issei. David, your turn, seriously. David, who no longer had black hair and was now albino thanks to his experiments, listened and placed several gas tanks where they would hit the coast. David. Active fans, he said as a current of air went towards the coast. The military thought it was just the weather, so they didn't take it seriously, but that would be a grave mistake. David, like the others, put on a gas mask and opened the gas tanks that contained a very dangerous gas. So the soldiers' noses began to bleed, then they were overcome by a great itch, and finally they spat blood with an organ and fell dead. The soldiers tried to flee, but it was too late. Once the gas was inhaled, there was no turning back. Thus all the soldiers fell dead who were watching the coast and the ships where they saw Issei and his allies arrive on the coast and get off with weapons prepared for anything. Korean military vehicles leave the ships to avoid attracting attention and these vehicles board the ships and go to the camps of the oppressors. Some time later. Soldiers were seen guarding a field but both were shot in the head and fell dead. The other soldiers saw this and looked for the person responsible but they were all falling dead. Some tried to activate the alarm to call for backup but they were easily killed. Thus the place ended up without soldiers and Kick, Chaz, Gunther and Tadano are seen killing all the soldiers without problems. So they go to the cells and release innocent people and they tell them to go outside. Thus they freed the prisoners and these took them to the cars and went to the ship along with the citizens. Elsewhere, Ryota is seen brutally beating soldiers who are shooting at him but the bullets don't harm him and Ryota kills them in a cruel way. While he was killing soldiers, Fiona, Carlota and Cookie freed the citizens. The same thing happened in different places where they released all the prisoners and killed the soldiers. To ensure that no one saw them, they destroyed the security systems of the place so that there would be no suspicion. Issei went to a special place to do something that would mark all of North Korea. Once this was over, it was with everyone who was ready to leave, having already gathered everyone. Thus the ship set sail for the island while everyone celebrated their victory. Issei. We did it. He said, high-fiving Futuro. Futuro? I can't believe it, but yes, he said while the Korean citizens were confused. So they explained what happened with the help of David, who knew how to speak their language, and they were grateful. Some time later. They all got off the boats along with the Korean citizens, who were looking at the island. So they take them to the cafeteria to eat something, and then they'll know what to do with them. Albert. I'm proud, haha, I see they did well, they're ready to start the genocide, he said with a smile. Issei. Thank you, but before we start all this, can I go back to Royal Woods? I want to see one last time all the places Lincoln and I used to go. He said with a smile. David. And I'm dealing with some projects I left at home, he said seriously. Albert accepts, and Mary and Susan, who knew Issei well, give them a teleportation device that gets them to Royal Woods in a matter of seconds. David. You can go, I know the way, he said, walking. Issei. Well, he said as he walked towards the places I mentioned. Issei arrived at Burt Burger where he remembered how Lincoln introduced him to the place and even how they both sang the place's song. He continued walking and arrived at Flips, the place where he tried the flippies and was delighted with them. Issei arrived at the mall where he remembered how Issei, Clyde, and Lincoln helped Leni get hired at her job since she had been fired for theft, but it was a lie. Issei walked and arrived at the park where he looked nostalgically at the place where he and Lincoln took care of Lily. Lily knew what she would do with that poor baby. She couldn't leave her here in the chaos. She would take her to Japan and convince her parents to adopt her. Issei was about to leave, but a child gave him a letter that said to go to the forest because he would have a surprise. Issei felt that something was wrong, so he was, but his heart was beating, he didn't know why. Issei. That day was the last straw for the Louds, he said seriously. Rias? What do you mean? She said, confused. Issei, like the others, remained silent and continued watching. Thus Issei arrived at the forest where he would search, but found nothing. Issei searched and searched deeper and saw something that left a mark on him. Lily was badly beaten, she had signs of torture such as cuts and bruises, and she had a USB drive in her hand and a piece of paper on her chest that said, "This is for Ronnie." But the worst part was that a white liquid was coming out of his crotch and buttocks. Everyone was in shock, especially Asaka, Grayfia, Kurumi, Toga and Miyuki, who covered their mouths with their hands. Asia couldn't bear to see Lily in that state and fell unconscious. Zenobia. What kind of monsters are they? She said in shock as tears streamed from her eyes. They were all the same, their legs wouldn't respond and they fell to their knees, but they kept watching. Back in history. Issei ran as fast as he could to the hospital, and when he arrived the nurses recognized him. Nurse. I'm sorry, but we can't see you. You're unlucky. He said while blocking her entry. Issei. It's not me, it's her, please, he said while holding Lily who was in life and death. Nurse. I'm sorry, but there's no charity in this place. He said, calling security, and they kicked him out of the hospital. Issei. Shit, I know, let's go to David's house, he said running. Issei ran as best he could, but he felt Lily's heart grow weaker. Issei. No, hold on, Lily. I promised Lincoln I would protect you. He said as he looked at her and tears streamed down his face. Lily. Issei, she said with a smile, dying in Issei's arms. Issei was in shock, he couldn't believe it. Lily had died in his arms. Issei. No, Lily wake up. I already lost Juanita and Lincoln, and now you too, no, he said while shaking her, but she was already dead. Issei. Please wake up, tell me God what did she do to suffer that, is it because she was born into a family of useless people that you will punish her too, if so then take me, but return her, I shout into the air as the rain appears. Issei just cried, holding Lily in his arms, who had died. Rias and the others were crying when they saw that. It was so cruel and sad to see an innocent baby die. Itsuki and her other sisters hugged Futuro, who also had a few treacherous tears in his eyes. Komi was crying her eyes out and hugged Tadano, who also shed a tear. Grayfia hugs her husband, who does the same. Roberto was comforting his wives and friends who cried when they saw that and could still hear Issei crying on the screen. Nobody had any comments about seeing that. That was the last straw and it doomed the entire state of Michigan. Chapter 80. The beginning of the genocide and a new ally. Rain could be heard in the streets of Royal Woods. Many people were walking around in black suits or dresses. Issei and Saji were carrying a small coffin containing Lily's body. They all walked while Pian, Daniel, and Park sang a sad song. They all arrived at the cement where there was a tomb with the finest decorations. Issei, like Albert, said a few words of farewell to Lily. So once everyone had finished, they all began to play something on Lily's grave. Vic started by giving him his first helmet, which he received as a child. Brianna gave her her first doll. Ronaldo left him a special lollipop. Pendle left her a rattle. Christopher left her some sweets. Dexter left him some sweets too. Cerebro left him a set of cubes. Mary and Susan left him some sodas. David left him a lollipop. Sheila left him a record that had a lullaby on it. Amanda left her a pretty little girl's dress. Francisco left him a small weight. Marta left her a set of makeup for a girl. Nikki left him a drawing of Lily hugging Lincoln. Shido left her a coloring book. Fyodoro left him a book of stories. Tadano left him a hamburger. Haiku, a book of poems. Chloe, a toy crown. Emma, a small cake. Laughter, a clown nose. Naoto left him some toy glasses. Saji left him a toy guitar. So everyone left something at Lily's grave. Finally, Albert gave her his commander's cap, which was Lily's favorite. Issei saw everything and couldn't help but shed a tear, and he left him 2 photos. One was a picture of Lincoln with his real parents, and the other was a picture of Lincoln holding Lily, who was 2 days old. And so he left. This was a very low blow, but he would give them one worse. Some time later. After Lily's death, Issei had to move on, so he went to David, and that's how he arrived and saw David. Issei. What does David need? He said, looking at him. David. Well, Issei, look, I'm very sorry about Lily's death, but look, he said while showing him an X-ray. David. When you brought Lily to me, she had 95% of her bones broken, she had rattlesnake venom in her body, she had signs of torture, and the worst part is this, he said while sighing. David. Her vagina, mouth, and anus were all destroyed, he said without a hint of humor. Issei was shocked to hear that, and words failed him to come out. David. The USB drive that Lily had a video on it, and look, he said as he put it in his computer and the video started playing. The video showed Bobby and Chandler telling the camera how they would avenge Ronnie's death, and it also showed them both abusing Lily. Issei, filled with rage, hits the computer and renders it unusable. Everyone stared at it in fury. They couldn't believe it. Now they understood why Issei killed so many people. The angriest were Sirzechs, Grayfia, Yusaka, Auden Israel, Roberto, and their wives, as they tried their best to control themselves. Back in history. Issei. David, I want you to show me what weapons we will use for the Molotov genocide, he said seriously while looking at the pieces of glass he had buried in his hand. David. Okay, but you need to relax for a moment, so relax, and once you're relaxed, I'll show you the weaponry. He said seriously. Issei accepts and calms down. 6 hours later. Issei had calmed down, but he still harbored a great thirst for revenge. It was no longer for Lincoln, now it was for Lily, and especially for Lincoln. So this was with David. David. Okay, let me show you the Killdozer, he said while showing a very strange vehicle. Issei. What is that? He said, confused, looking at the large vehicle. David. You see, we'll use these vehicles as shields once the genocide begins. People will shoot at us, even the army will try to kill us, but these vehicles can withstand even a missile from an airplane and a tank. He said seriously. Issei. I understand, he said while looking at the large vehicle. David. Well, these are the next weapons I made, he said while showing the gases. David. This is Nazi gas or mustard gas 2.0. It's even more lethal than the mustard gas used in World War I. He said seriously. David. This is chlorine gas. It's not lethal, but it makes people blind, deaf, and mute. He said seriously. Issei. Interesting, he said, observing both gases. Kendall. Now I'll show you the weapons I created, he said as he led him away. Aussie Kendall gives Issei a scoopetta. Kendall. That shotgun is called the Taver TS-12. This shotgun is capable of double firing and destroying heavy armor. He said proudly. Issei. Awesome, he said while looking at the shotgun. Kendall shows Issei a bullet and Issei reloads a gun. Issei. A bullet, he said, confused. Kendall fires into a white room where there was nothing, and the bullet ricochets about 15 times off the walls of the place. Kendall. I call these rubber bullets, these can even pierce steel and still bounce back, he said with a smile. Issei is surprised to see the intelligence that Kendall possessed. Ronaldo. Well, now it's my turn, he said as he took him away. Ronaldo. Well Issei, look, he said, handing him a machete. Issei. A machete, he said, confused. Ronaldo takes it and cuts a large rock in two with a machete. Issei is a little surprised. Ronaldo. This machete is special because you can cut anything in two, it can even cut through tank armor, he said with a smile. Issei saw the machete and made a cut in the floor, which was right since it split anything in two without even using force. Ronaldo. Well, and this one's on my other weapon, he said while showing some robot spiders. Ronaldo. Well, these are kamikaze spiders, since they are placed in a suitable location and explode. Their explosion is even like a grenade, he said with a smile. Issei smiled but was grabbed by Dexter. Dexter. It's my turn, he said as he took it. Dexter gave Issei a weapon. Dexter. Well Issei, this SAX-200 is capable of firing around 1000 shots per minute. It's even lethal since if you hit someone, each bullet has black widow venom mixed with blue-ringed octopus snake venom, he said proudly. Issei is surprised by the weapon, so Dexter gives Issei another weapon. Dexter. This is the Macmillan TAC-50 sniper rifle. It's capable of hitting targets at such a long distance that it's very difficult to even see who fired this weapon, he said proudly. Issei saw the weapon and smiled as it was the perfect weapon for Shido. Brain, well, it's my turn sir. He said as he took him and led him to where his weapons were. Cerebro took him to where he kept his weapons and gave him a grenade. Issei. A grenade, he said while looking at the weapon. Brain. Well, you see, this is a special grenade because when it explodes it launches blades that burrow into the skin. I call them fragmentation grenades. He said proudly. Issei saw the grenades and was fascinated. Brain. This is my other weapon, he said while handing over a rocket launcher. Brain. That's a rocket launcher, it reloads automatically and is capable of demolishing a building with a single shot, he said proudly. Issei saw the weapon and smiled. Susan. Well, it's our turn. She said, taking Issei's hand. Issei was taken in by Susan and Marimi and they gave Issei a jar. Mary. Those are energy restoration potions. They can restore your strength and energy with just one potion. The downside is that they don't heal wounds. She said while Issei looked at the potion with interest. Susan. This is the other one, she said, handing him a syringe containing a green liquid. Mary. This syringe can increase your strength and speed 20 times. If you use it against Lynn, she'll never stand a chance against you. She said with a smile. Issei looked at both liquids and smiled. Sheila. I'm next, she said as she took it. Sheila gave Issei a drone. Sheila. These are kamikaze drones, you can control them with your arm and they explode when they hit their target, she said with a smile. Issei smiled and Sheila showed him a special robot. Sheila. This is the slug armor. It's capable of firing different types of weapons, whether it's a flamethrower, shotgun, AK-47, etc. It can even launch cannons. She said with a smile. Issei gazed at the armor with stars in his eyes and smiled in admiration. Issei saw a large curtain covering something and asked. Issei. I have a question about that, he said, looking at the curtain. Pendle. It's something we were all working on together, it's the secret weapon, we also made nuclear bombs if you want to use them, he said while looking at it. Issei. It's not necessary. If we want to get rid of those monsters, we have to do it without using nuclear bombs. He said seriously. Everyone understands and they teach how many weapons were made. Daniel. Issei, we have a problem. Daniel said, who, after training a lot, was no longer fat but a handsome boy. Issei. Which one is it? He said, confused. Daniel. A ship is approaching and it's not ours. He said as Issei took Cerebro's rocket launcher and they left. Issei saw the ship approaching and prepared to fire. Kick. Wait, I think I know whose boat it is. He said seriously. Everyone watched as the ship reached land and everyone got into position while preparing their powers. Then some stairs come out of the ship and a rather special boy comes out. Kick. Gordon Gibble, said somewhat surprised. Gibble. That's right, well Kick, it's a pleasure, he said seriously. Gunther. How did you find us? He said, looking at him. Gibble. I'm rich, it was easy, but the reason I'm here is because I already know what they'll do, he said seriously. Albert. And you're going to stop us? He said seriously. Gibble. Ha, no, on the contrary, I want to join this. I'll give you combat suits and professional bulletproof vests. He said while snapping his fingers and his two bodyguards brought down boxes and opened them, revealing military suits, both black and green. Everyone looks at the suits and approaches. Kick. What do you gain from all this? He said, looking at him. Dibble. Well, Dad said I must build my empire and this is my plan. Once Michigan is destroyed, how about I take in the North Korean citizens you saved and make them their home in Michigan? And the best part is, they'll work for me. I'll give them jobs and resources they never had in their country and I profit. He said with a smile. Issei. So you want to join us just to have North Korean people work for you? He said seriously. Dibble. I promise to give you a good salary and a good life, he said with a smile. Issei and Kick think about it for a moment and both accept. Issei. Welcome, he said with a smile. So he went to look at the suits, but Gibble stopped him. Gibble. Stop, I have something better for you, he said as he led him to the ship. Rias. So those are all her weapons? She said, surprised. Asia. My armor was made by Lincoln Sen's girlfriend, she said while looking at Issei. Issei. That's right, in fact Gibble gave us our military outfits including boots, helmets, endoskeletons to last longer and several important resources, he said with a smile. Bekeno. What did that Gibble guy give you? She said, looking at him. Issei. You'll see, he said with a smile. Back in history. Gibble. So, how's it going? Do you like your suit? He said while looking at Issei. Issei. I love it, he said while wearing a black commander's uniform, a cap like White's, but this one was black and a patch with the Soviet symbol. Ignore the hat. Gibble. I'm glad. Well, when will we begin the genocide? He said, looking at Issei. Issei. We'll do it tomorrow morning. In the meantime, I'm going to Royal Woods to do something important. He said as he walked. Some time later. Issei was seen arriving at a church. Issei. Hello God, he said as he entered and saw the place. Issei. I don't know if you can hear me or not, but I'll speak anyway. He said, looking at the cross. Issei. God, I don't know if it's wrong to say this in your house, but I'll say it anyway, I hate you, he said while looking at the cross. Issei. According to the Bible, you help those in need, but I begged you day and night when that bitch Lynn took me to that place and tortured me and my friends, he said seriously. Issei. I would have done anything you asked if only you had sent someone to stop this, but no one came. He said seriously. Issei. I know Lincoln was wrong to encourage this bad luck thing, but tell me, is it a sin to have time for ourselves? You knew Lincoln's situation, living with 12 sisters, and he never had time for himself. He said seriously. Issei. Sometimes when I sleep I think you're not real, or I think you only help those who benefit you. Anyway, the damage is done, I can't complain or ask you to stop this anymore. He said while looking at the cross. Issei. I will bring justice for Lincoln and my friends, especially Lily, so get ready, God, because I will send many people to hell. He said seriously as he stood up. Church priest. What are you doing here? You're unlucky. You could tarnish the Lord's name if you're here. He said while holding a cross and holy water. Issei. You want to see how much I hate you? He said while looking at his father, who gave a sinister smile. Some time later. Father of the church. Please free me, he said while tied to the cross and there was a liquid everywhere. Issei only saw the church and the priest's pleas, so he activated his power and launched a small fist of fire, and the church began to fall in flames. All that could be heard was the father screaming as the fire killed him. Issei just left as his eye changed color from yellow to purple. This would be the first victim of the Molotov genocide. Chapter 81. The beginning of hell. Issei was on a stage watching everyone who had weapons, others drove David's vehicles, others wore Sheila's armor, and still others had other vehicles built by their scientists, like motorcycles and armored cars. Issei was nervous because he had to give a motivational speech, but he put his nerves aside and continued. Issei. Listen, today we will make history. We have all been humiliated at some point. He said seriously. Issei. But today will be different. Today the state of Michigan will be destroyed and we will show everyone that the United States is not invincible. He said seriously. Issei. Today everyone will know that we did something against injustice, racism, and hexism. Today all those damned police officers who killed innocent people will go to hell. Today everyone will know who we are. He said while shouting with glory. Issei. Homer's blacks, athletes, geniuses, today we will take the glory, he said while everyone shouted with motivation. So everyone starts taking all their weapons to the ships and they go to Royal Woods. Rias. It's already started, she said while looking at how everyone was ready. Hyoudou. Yep, he said with a smile. Back in history. They arrived in western Michigan where the chaos would begin. So they got out with their weapons and started walking. They arrived in a city in Michigan and people walking through the city began to see the genocidal maniacs. People stared at the Kildases and were confused. Then people wearing slug armor started shooting at the people who began to run. People were running for their lives, but a Kildaser moved to the side and Lisa's robots, which were on motorcycles, came out and started killing people. Ronaldo would release kamikaze spiders and they would enter shops and buildings. Issei saw the police and the others start shooting at them, but they had bulletproof vests and slug armor protecting them, as well as the Kildases. The Kildases are responsible for destroying cars and any other obstacles. Sheila placed drones in the premises so that they would explode. The police forces fell to the genocidal forces while they continued killing people. Then they see the soldiers arrive and prepare themselves while firing. Issei. Masks, he said as everyone stopped and put on a gas mask. Thus the genocidal maniacs released the Nazi gas where the soldiers were better able to cover their noses, but Issei shoots them so that they lose their concentration on breathing. Thus all the soldiers and some citizens who were nearby died. They continued like this and destroyed everything in their path. The news spread quickly as the newscast reported what was happening, but for some strange reason, the news didn't reach other states in the country. Spiders and drones explode in the buildings and premises where I killed the people who were hiding from the genocidal maniacs. Shido shoots the snipers who were hiding and kills them one by one. Ryota came out in his sumo suit and began beating people who defended themselves or ran for their lives, killing them. Naoto also appeared where he killed everyone at great speed with the help of Pichita. All the genocidal maniacs had no mercy on anyone. These men had already destroyed a quarter of the city. More soldiers arrived to stop them, but Gunther threw himself at the planes and destroyed them with his strength, bringing them down. Fighter jets appear and attempt to launch defensive rockets, but Hyoudou cuts off the rockets, rendering them useless. Christopher uses a machine gun to shoot at the planes, killing them. Planes were falling like flies, as were military defenses. The buildings were destroyed by the kamikazes. They fell to nothing but rubble. Some time later. 3/4 of the city had fallen. The smell of death permeated the city. Thus they continued destroying schools, hospitals, and American military forces. Rias. They showed no mercy, she said, seeing the destruction. Tadano. Yes, he said seriously. Back in history. The entire city had fallen. There were no survivors. So, to ensure no one spoke, David released chlorine gas, which would leave the survivors blind, deaf, and mute. So they kept driving and saw some planes trying to bomb them, but Hyoudou and Christopher destroyed them. So they reach the next city and this time they bring out a special catapult. Issei. Prepare the grenades, he said as they obeyed and prepared fragmentation grenades. So they put them in the catapult and fire. Once the grenades hit the ground, they will explode. The grenades flew into the city where people had heard the news but didn't take it seriously, thinking it was a joke, which it wasn't. They saw something fall from the sky, but when it hit the ground, a large number of knives fell onto the body, piercing nearby people. The screams started immediately as people began to run, but several spiders and drones appeared on buildings and premises. The grenades kept falling from the sky and exploding, killing people. After 2 hours of throwing grenades into the city, they stopped. David activated chlorine gas, which caused people who smelled it to become blind, deaf, and mute. Nobody knew what was happening since they lost their senses, so Ronaldo and Sheila detonated the drones and spiders, which exploded, killing everyone in the buildings or killing them from falling debris. The other city fell because it was not prepared for such an attack. Thus they continued in the other cities where one by one they fell, just like the army. Rias. They showed no mercy, she said seriously. Issei. We were all furious about Lily's death, he said seriously. Hyoudou. That's right, I still remember how Christopher beat Bobby up, he said seriously. Back in history. In Michigan it was chaos, citizens and towns destroyed, the military could not ask for help from other states, since Sheila along with Kendall had hacked Michigan's defense system, making it impossible for them to send a message of help. The Kildases had Royal Wood surrounded, which was their main target. David. Well, we'll have to do this on foot. The Kildases are already damaged from so many attacks by planes and tanks. He said seriously. David. And the Nazi gas and chlorine are gone now, he said seriously. Sheila. And there are no more kamikaze drones, she said seriously. Ronaldo. Not even kamikaze spiders, he said seriously. Issei. I understand, he said as the entire army entered Royal Woods. So they went in but saw no one. Then they are met with a hail of bullets, everyone takes cover and the slug armors fire, searching for the target. Then a missile hit the motorcycles directly, killing several robots inside. Issei. But what? He said, surprised. Ryota destroyed a building, then picked it up and threw it at several houses, destroying them. But there was no one like that. They saw all the citizens of Royal Woods with weapons and they attacked the genocidal maniacs. They do the same, but are surprised that the weapons of the citizens of Royal Woods were weapons like lasers and guided missiles. Everyone turns against everyone else. Thus Issei, along with Hyoudou, Ryota, Tadano, Saji, Shido, and Naoto, leave for another place, leaving the others to defend themselves. They all arrive at their main objective. Chandler's mansion. Issei. Chandler, get out of there, you bastard, I will never forgive you for what you did, he said, activating his turbo power and creating a large fist of fire. Naoto. Look what Pichita and I found. He said while holding Chandler's parents by the hair. Hyoudou. Chandler, if you don't come out now, we'll kill your parents. He said while holding a spear. No one came out, so Tadano summons a knife and cuts open Chandler's father's chest. Chandler's father. Aiya, scream of pain. What they didn't know was that Chandler was in the basement opening a hatch in the floor. So he saw that there was a mine cart, so he got in and started it. Chandler. They won't catch me alive, he said while he was in the mine. Hank and Hawk. Don't leave us alone, boss. He said, climbing into the mine as well. Roberto. You damned coward, he said seriously. Azazel. Unhappy, he said seriously. Back in history. Both Chandler's father and mother had suffered so many cuts at the hands of Tadano and Issei. Unable to tolerate Chandler's cowardice, Issei unleashes his fire and electricity fist at the mansion, destroying it. Hyoudou cut off both their heads, killing them. So they go somewhere else. So they arrive at the Loud house where the Louds were, as well as Nikki and Sid. Issei. Hello, loser. He said seriously, looking at the one who caused everything. Lin Jr. You know what you did, she said seriously. Issei. Yes, I'm committing genocide, so yeah, well, it's time to end you. He said, pulling out his machete. Lin Jr. First you'll have to defeat my family. If you want to fight me, then go to the Royal Wood skyscraper and you'll find me there. He said as he threw a smoke bomb and disappeared. Hyoudou. I fight against Lori, he said as he lunged at her, but she stopped his attack. Hyoudou. But what? He said speechlessly. At that moment, Lori throws Hyoudou into the air, then lunges at him and kicks him in the stomach, sending him crashing to the ground. Rias. But what? She said, surprised. Hibba. How is this possible? He said as he watched Hyoudou get kicked. Issei said nothing and they continued watching. Issei, like the others, was surprised to see that. Ryota transforms into his turbo mode and launches himself towards Lori, who does the same. Lini decides to help Lori against Ryota and they both fight against him. Luna and Luin launch themselves towards Tadano, who likewise launches himself towards them. Nikki and Sid lunge towards Saji, who also lunges towards him. Issei lunges towards Linka and Liberty likewise lunges towards him. Naoto lunges towards Lucy, who does the same. Lana lunges towards Shido, who does the same. Hyoudou began searching for Lin, but was interfered with by the baseball team who beat him up, as well as Lin's friends. Lol and Lisa weren't there, so they didn't know where they could be. This is how the final battle would go, where the strongest will win. Chapter 82 Ryota vs Lori and Lini. Ryota stared intently at Lori and Lini, then mercilessly lunged towards Lori. Ryota delivers a double kick to her face that sends her flying into several buildings. Lini lunges at Ryota and delivers several blows that, to Ryota's surprise, affect him. Lori lunged at Ryota and kicked him, knocking him to the ground, but Ryota took advantage of this and swept her off her feet. Ryota. How does he have powers? He said as Lini tried to hit him, but he dodged the blows. Lori. Lisa, you know we're not stupid. We knew they were going to commit this genocide. We didn't take it seriously, but she did, so she made us a serum that increased our speed, stamina, strength, and reflexes 500,000 times. She said while punching her in the stomach. Everyone was surprised when they heard that and they started fighting. Ryota. Then it's time to activate the turbo, he said as he transformed into turbo and looked at Lori and Lini with a psychopathic smile. Hibba. Great fight, he said while watching this with a smile. Ryo. Now I understand why my chains didn't affect you, he said seriously. Back in history. Ryota lunged at Lini, who unleashed a barrage of blows, but Ryota, possessing turbo power, saw his speed, stamina, reflexes, and strength increase 200,000 times and continue to grow daily. Ryota takes Lini's left arm and she looks at Ryota. Lini. Hey, let go of me. She said while trying to get Ryota off her, but he was stronger. Ryota mercilessly crushes Lini's arm, who screams in pain as she stares at her destroyed arm. Lini. Ay, scream of pain as she feels Ryota crush her arm. Lori kicked Ryota in the face, sending him flying. Ryota landed on his feet as a furious Lori launched herself at him, using all her strength and speed to unleash a barrage of blows. Lori leaps high and has a knife ready. As she lands, she makes a large cut on Ryota's eye and part of his abdomen. Ryota touched his eye while Lori and Lini unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, taking advantage of the fact that his eye was injured. Ryota grabs them both by the leg and throws them, but they stand up to Kane. Ryota. Heh, you know, Issei and Hyoudou give me more of a fight than you guys, he said while taking a can of gasoline out of his backpack. Searches. But what are you doing? He said, confused. Kurumi. Will you burn them? She said, looking at Ryota. Ryota. I did something better, he said with a smile. Back in history. Lori. Are you going to burn us? What a coward. She said while looking at him. Ryota. "This isn't my final turbo form, please bear with the heat," he said while pouring gasoline on his body. They were both confused when they saw that, but then they watched as he set himself on fire. Everyone was surprised except his friends when they saw Ryota set himself on fire. Back in history. Ryota saw Lori and Lini, and without wasting any time, he launched himself towards Lori at great speed, but she protected herself with her arms. But she felt great pain when she looked at her arm and saw a severe burn on it. Lini dodges Ryota's blows, but the signatures he releases are very powerful, so Lini tries to dodge, but Ryota grabs her by the head and mercilessly crushes it, killing her. "Lori. Lini," she said, running towards her, but her skull was destroyed. Lori saw Ryota and, furious, lunged at him. Lori unleashes a barrage of blows on Ryota, who is unable to dodge them, and takes them head-on. Ryota noticed something, so he stopped hitting himself because he had a plan. Lori struck angrily but stopped when Ryota didn't defend himself. "Lori. Why don't you defend yourself, you bastard?" she said while looking at him angrily. "Ryota. Look at your arms," he said as she looked at her arms and they were destroyed by the fire. Lori then decides to put all her strength into her leg and launches herself towards Ryota, putting all her power into her left leg. "Ryota. Diva Loca," he said while preparing an attack on his leg in the same way. Both kicks collided, but Ryota destroyed Lori's leg, who was in shock upon seeing her limb destroyed. Lori fell to the floor as Ryota approached. "Ryota. You know, we found out everything you did regarding the bad luck incident," he said seriously while looking at Lori, who was losing a lot of blood, but Ryota burned her wound to stop the bleeding. "Ryota. Heh, she was a really bad friend since she slept with all her boyfriends." "What kind of friend does that?" he said while looking at her. "Lori. I never did that," she said while looking at him. Ryota extinguishes his fire and returns to normal. He then pulls out a tablet containing all the videos of her having sex with them, including some where she had orgies with Bobby. Lori stared in shock as she watched it. "Rias. What a bitch," she said seriously. "Rias. Thinking, I know I cheated on my Issei, and it's a mistake I paid for with my life before, but she's a damn bitch who stabbed her friends in the back," she thought seriously. "The Keno. It's true, I would never do that, and you know why," she said as she approached Issei in a seductive manner. "Issei. Why?" he said, confused. The Keno winks at him and touches his large package. "The Keno. Because I'm very satisfied with this titan," she said while giving him a small bite on his ear. Issei felt so excited that he was about to take a Keno to the room and make her his, not caring if her moans could be heard throughout the room and mansion. Back in history. Ryota. You're a fake older sister and a damn slut, he said seriously. Lori. I'm a good older sister, she said while looking at him. Ryota. Ha, what a lie. You let your brother suffer through hell, you let your friends grape him, you let Lily be graped by those bastards. That makes you the worst older sister in the world, he said while stepping on Lori's head. Lori. Stop. She said while trying to remove Ryota's foot. Ryota. Goodbye Lori loud and say hi to the villains from Dragon Ball for me. He said while stepping on Lori's head, leaving a large trail of blood and brains. Two Louds had fallen and Ryota went to the nurses, since his final form had many consequences, one of them being that his resistance was practically non-existent. Two monsters finally fell. Now only the others and that damned board, which was the worst, remained. Chapter 83 Tadano vs Luna and Luan. Tadano stared seriously at Luna and Luan, then summoned some gauntlets and lunged at them both. Luna, with her guitar, launches herself at great speed, as does Luan, who had two knives. Thus they clashed weapons and neither stopped, both fought without pausing for a second, while Tadano tried to hit them, but they had a good defense. Tadano. This time you're going to pay for what you did, he said while punching Luna in the stomach, but Luan cuts his cheek, making him back up. Luna. You're going to pay for this, because of you my fame plummeted, she said while trying to punch Tadano in the face, but he dodged the blows. Tadano. You mean we uploaded their fraud to the internet, that your pathetic band only copied songs from other bands? He said while summoning a cane which collided with Luna's guitar. Luna. Exactly, I can't go on tour anymore because of him, she said as she finally hit him on the head. Tadano began to bleed from the head as he saw Luna. Komi hugged her boyfriend and he stroked her head. Tadano. I was fine, Komi, keep watching, he said with a smile. Komi nods and continues watching. Back in history. Tadano increases his power and lunges towards Luna, but Luan stabs him in the shoulder. Tadano summons a pair of electrical clamps and electrocutes Luan, making her scream in pain. Tadano. Your laughter made your hair stand on end, ha 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 ha, you understand. He said while kicking her in the face, sending her flying into some rubble. Tadano and Luna continue fighting where neither of them stops. Tadano. Enough games, he said while activating his turbo power. Thus Tadano had a demented smile and he summoned a trident, then he launched himself towards Luna. Luna tries to hit Tadano, but he destroys Luna's guitar to pieces with his trident, then buries his trident in his groin. Luna. Scream of pain. Tadano. You know, I'd kill you right now, but I still remember that damn day you and your bitch friends raped me, so, he said while moving his trident where she screams in pain. Luna. She screamed in pain as blood gushed out. Tadano tortured Luna while she screamed and begged for mercy. Tadano moved his trident between Luna's legs while she continued to scream. Tadano grew tired of the trident, so he summoned a rod and buried it in his anus. Luna. I screamed worse and worse as I felt the rod heat up until it was as hot as a boiling pot. Tired of Luna's screams, Tadano approached her. Miraculously, she was conscious. Tadano forced her to open her mouth, which she did, and then cut out her tongue with a knife. She slowly died. Tadano. I hope the demons grape you every day, he said, summoning an axe which cut off his limbs and finally his head. Everyone was stunned to see that, except for those who already knew. Roberto. Israel, write that down, because we'll use it to kill our enemies, he said while watching Israel write. Komi was very scared when she saw that, but Tadano hugged her to calm her down. Tadano. Don't worry, I'll never hurt you. You know I only love you. He said, kissing her, which made her blush. Back in history. Tadano saw Lewin, who was terrified of him, and she ran for her life. But Tadano summoned a special gas grenade and threw it at Lewin, who was running for her life. She was hit by the grenade, but saw that it only released gas. Lewin. What is this? He said while confused, as he laughed. Then she started laughing, though she didn't know why she was laughing. Lewin. What? Ha 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 ha, you made me laugh so hard. He said while laughing uncontrollably. Tadano. You're a lover of laughter, so this will be your punishment. To laugh until you die. He said while she continued laughing. Tadano. Wow, you're laughing even though you're going to die. Let me laugh with you haha. Lewin. Haha. Tadano. You're laughing, you're enjoying it, he said as he watched her spit blood while she continued to laugh. Instead of crying tears, Lewin starts crying blood while continuing to laugh. Lewin looked at Tadano who was still laughing, and in the end, Lewin felt like her eyes were going to explode and she died because she couldn't stand laughing without stopping. Tadano lost his transformation and went on to kill more people. But Futuro. He looked very seriously at Francisco and his team, as did Lin's friends. Thus he lunges towards Francis, holding his lance. Francisco doesn't back down, and they both clash weapons. Lin's friends were going to interfere, but they were blown away by two girls. Futuro. Francisca and Amanda, he said, looking at both of them. Francisca. We'll take care of them, you deal with that wooden hick, she said, referring to Francisco. Futuro combines blows with Francisco where both clash weapons. Futuro tries to hit Francisco, but Francisco punches him in the stomach, making him spit blood. Futuro grabs Francisco's head and Francisco headbutts him. But he is hit with a bat by one of Francisco's friends. Futuro stands up while his head bleeds. So he lunged towards Francisco's friends, who were 10 of them, throwing shots which they defended with their bats. Futuro plunges his spear into the other man's stomach, causing him to spit blood. Then Futuro plunges his spear into the other man's head, killing him. Futuro summons several spears from the floor, which emerge from the ground. Francisco's friends try to dodge them, but the attack kills 7 of them. Without wasting a second, Futuro kills the 2 remaining friends, burying his spear in both of them. Futuro sees Francisco, who has a serious look on his face, and they both lunge forward as their weapons clash. Francisco tried to hit him on the head again, but Futuro ducked and cut him in the chest, making him scream in pain. Futuro. Well, I have to defeat that board's boyfriend, so say goodbye to the world, he said, activating his turbo power. Futuro starts running towards a motorcycle that belonged to one of the genocidal maniacs, and the man drops his spear. Francisco. You're going to run away, coward, he said mockingly. Futuro. Now you'll see why they call me the Flying General, he said while summoning a halberd. So Futuro starts driving in circles, leaving Francisco confused, but he saw how Futuro increased his speed. Nino. What are you doing, Futuro-kun? She said, looking at her boyfriend. Futuro. It's my most powerful attack, he said with a proud smile. Everyone was interested in seeing that, so they kept watching. Once Futuro reached a speed of 200 km per hour, he approached Francisco at high speed, where Futuro took the halberd from the end and prepared his best attack. Francisco also prepares his bat as he sees Futuro approaching. Futuro. Sky Destroyer, he said as he attacked Francisco at great speed. Francisco also didn't stay behind where the bat and halberd collide, and it can be seen that neither stops. Hyoudou increases his strength where Francisco's bat begins to cut in two where in the end, Francisco's bat cuts in two where Francisco was cut in two and at the same time caused the clouds covering the sky to be cut in two where he sees in the stars of the sky. Hyoudou stopped as he saw the result, then looked up at the sky and smiled, losing his turbo mode. And so he leaves, leaving behind a horrible scene. Francisca and Amanda had brutally beaten Lynn's friends, with Francisca hitting them all without mercy. Francisca still remembers how Issei told them all that Lincoln had been raped by them, which enraged him, causing him to lose control of his strength and massacre them. Several monsters had fallen, and the next ones that had to be killed remained. Chapter 84 Issei vs Linka and Liberty and a shocking truth. Issei stared very seriously at both albino girls, then he lunged towards them, who in turn lunged towards him. Issei combined attacks with both of them, who had good reflexes. Issei. Not bad, he said while throwing a kick at Linka who dodged it and Liberty kicked him in the face, making his nose bleed. Issei. Heh, good hit, but, he said while grabbing Liberty by the head and giving her a strong knee strike. Issei. Never stop attacking, he said as he grabbed Liberty and threw her into some rubble. Linka had a machete and lunged at Issei, who transformed his metal arm into a blade and their weapons clashed. Issei. Look at my new punches, he said while hitting Linka on the arm, who was surprised because her arm didn't respond. Linka. What? She said, trying to move her arm. Issei gave him another blow to the other arm where it doesn't move. Linka. What did you do to me? She said while trying to move her arms but unable to. Issei. I call those blows nerve strikes. The blows I gave you are capable of paralyzing arms or legs so they don't respond for half an hour. He said seriously. Issei. This is my other punch, he said, delivering a powerful blow to Linka's chest, causing her to lose her breath for a moment and fall to the floor with heavy breathing. Issei. That's the bullet punch. He said as he walked towards Liberty. Rias. Those blows are interesting, she said while watching what her beloved did. Issei. Someday I'll teach them those moves, he said with a smile. Itsuba. Hyoudou, you know those punches too, she said, looking at her boyfriend. Hyoudou. Yes, we all know about those blows, he said seriously. Back in history. Issei and Liberty exchange blows while Liberty tries to hit Issei, but it was useless. Liberty. You're still fighting for Lincoln. She said while looking at him. Issei. He was his best friend and I don't think his death will go unavenged, he said as he threw Liberty into some rubble, but Liberty, before she could be thrown, bit Issei's arm. Issei. Besides, I'm not going to leave any of them alive. I'm going to make them pay for believing in something as stupid as luck. He said while hitting Liberty who was on the floor. Liberty. She said laughing. Issei. What are you laughing at? He said seriously, looking at Liberty who started to mock Issei. Liberty laughed as Issei looked at her seriously. Akeno. What's so funny? She said, looking at Issei. Hiroka. I don't get the joke, she said seriously. Issei just clenches his fists as a few drops of blood come out. Back in history. Issei. What's so funny? He said seriously. Liberty. Oh, sorry, but it's so funny that everyone believed that, she said while sitting on the floor. Issei. What are you talking about? He said seriously. Liberty. Haha, Issei, we knew Lincoln never had bad luck, she said, causing surprise in everyone, even those watching the video. Issei. What are you saying? He said, looking at Liberty. Liberty. Issei, we knew Lincoln never had bad luck, it was just a fair punishment for him, she said with a smile. Rias. What are you talking about? She said, looking at Issei. Asia. I don't understand anything, she said while looking. Azazel. Neither do I, he said, confused. Back in history. Issei. Just for him. You killed him. How do you say it was a just punishment for him? He said angrily, unleashing his turbo power. Liberty. Issei, you see, 5 months ago, before you came here to Royal Woods, Lincoln made a video for a school contest where the winner would win a trophy, so that jerk made a video of how all of us were ridiculed and even embarrassed, she said angrily and seriously. Issei. Knowing Lincoln, I bet he did something to fix it. He said seriously. Liberty. That's right, you see, he deleted the video and changed it himself, he humiliated himself by posting all his humiliating and embarrassing moments online. Ha, we couldn't stop laughing at him making a fool of himself on the internet, she said while laughing as she remembered that. Liberty. But that didn't undo the damage. We were all the laughing stock of the school. There were times when Laurie's locker was labeled Queen of Farts. There were also times when Laurie had to comfort Leanie because she was always crying after being humiliated in the streets. Luna was always subjected to idiots lifting her skirt to see if she always wore the same underwear. Lewin, well, don't even get me started. There were times when idiots put logs in her locker and called her a beaver or told her to build a dam. She said angrily, looking at Issei. Liberty. Lin was the shame of sports because they called her dog and sometimes they would throw a ball to see if she could catch it with her mouth. Linka's skirt was always lifted up to see if she wore matching underwear or not. There were even times when they called her a slut or a bitch, she said seriously. Liberty. Lucy always had to hide in the dark. There were even times we heard her crying in the ventilation ducts. Lola was humiliated in beauty contests. They even told her she had to sleep horribly to maintain her beauty. Lana, well, she didn't suffer as much as we did. Lisa was always the laughingstock of her fellow scientists. There were even times when they told her to watch out for the wall. And me, well, I wasn't humiliated like the others, but it did make me angry that that bastard got away with it while we suffered. She said while looking at Issei, annoyed. Issei. I bet Lincoln did something, right? She said seriously. Liberty. Yes, he stopped all the teasing, but the damage was already done. We sent him to the hospital accidentally, but we all had a thirst for revenge against that wretch, so Lin decided to throw that baseball game on purpose. That's where our revenge began, where Lincoln was humiliated as he deserved. It was easy to convince our parents that he was unlucky, and it was just as easy to convince the town that he was unlucky, but we never thought that the entire state of Michigan would believe that nonsense. You should have seen our faces when we saw him dead with his pathetic friends. She said, laughing like a maniac. Issei was silent, so he created a fist of fire with electricity and looked at Liberty. Issei. That was revenge that went too far. I admit Lincoln wasn't right to do that, but he tried to make amends. Instead of accepting his apology, you spat in his face, and I will not forgive that. He said while launching both attacks towards Liberty. Liberty. No 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 no. Liberty died, so Issei approaches Linka and looks at her. Linka backs away as she kneels and begs for mercy. Linka. Please forgive me, look, if you let me live I'll give you everything, I'll give you my virginity, my body, I'll be your hex slave, look, she said while taking off her shirt showing her breasts. Issei looks seriously at Linka and summons his drill, piercing her stomach and causing her to let out the worst scream of pain of her life. Issei. Ha, I used to have feelings for you, but you're worse than Lola, so I don't want that body of a future bore, so goodbye. And by the way, you're not a virgin anymore since you gave yourself to Chandler, remember? He said as Issei grabbed Linka and threw her into the air, creating a fist of fire and throwing it at Linka, who burned, leaving only ashes of her. Issei was serious when he learned the real reason why Lincoln suffered so much, so he decided to look for Lin at the Loud House, but there was a note that said to go to the tallest building in Royal Woods, and that's where Lin would be. And so this was the search for the dog that started it all. Chapter 85 Lucy vs Naoto. Lucy and Naoto look at each other seriously, and without thinking, he lunges towards Lucy, who does the same. They clash blow after blow, neither stopping. Of course, Naoto had his chainsaw, which was Pachita, who helps Naoto. Lucy's arms then turn into claws, and her legs change into those of a horse. Naoto. But what? He said, but was scratched by Lucy who scratched his chest. Lucy. Didn't you see it coming? She said with an arrogant smile. Hineko. She's a monster, she said, looking at Lucy's appearance. Searches. But how is it that shape? He said, surprised. Issei. Lisa's experiments, he said seriously. Hiroka. Why am I not surprised, Naya? She said seriously, remembering her former master. Back in history. Lucy was delivering a large number of cuts to Naoto, who couldn't see the incredible speed she possessed. Naoto. Damn it, I can't see her. He said while dodging a slash from Lucy, but she kicked him with her horse hooves. Naoto was bleeding from the nose from the kick, so she unleashed a barrage of cuts, causing him to bleed profusely. Naoto. Shit, he said, activating his turbo power. Naoto lunges at Lucy at great speed, but she catches him by the face and slams him to the ground repeatedly. Naoto felt his ribs breaking and he fell. Pachita then lunged towards Lucy to defend her master. Naoto. Pachita no, he said as he watched Lucy take it and cut it in two. Naoto was shocked to see his friend between life and death, so he lunged towards her, but she grabbed his face and buried her claws in his throat where he was dying. Lucy. Loser, she said, throwing Naoto onto Pachita's body. Both were dead as Lucy watched this with a smile, then left without looking back. Rias. To die, she said, surprised. Naoto. Almost, he said seriously. Akeno. What do you mean? She said while looking at him. Naoto unbuttons a few buttons and reveals a rope on his chest. They are all confused and continue watching. Back in history. Naoto was bleeding profusely from his body, losing blood in large quantities. Then a few drops of Kane's blood fell into Pachita's mouth and he regenerated and began to enter Naoto, where he healed his wounds. Naoto's wounds heal as Pachita's body enters him. Naoto was hallucinating while he saw Pachita. Naoto. Pachita, is that you? He said while the dog barks, but to everyone's surprise, it speaks. Pachita. I like seeing your art and dreams, we'll make a deal, I'll give you my heart with my power, in exchange you show me the dreams you have, she said while looking at him. Naoto. Pachita, he said, coming out of the hallucination and seeing that he was in the same place where he was thrown. Naoto sees his healed body, but he sees Pachita's tail on his chest and sees Lucy who turned around upon seeing Naoto as if nothing had happened. Lucy. I got overconfident, but this time I'll kill you. She said while running at great speed. Naoto watched as she approached, but he saw that she was coming slowly, so he pulled the tail on his chest and 3 chainsaws appeared on his arms and face. Lucy is surprised to see him like this, so she launches herself at great speed towards Naoto, who in turn launches himself at a rapid speed towards her and cuts off her left arm. Lucy is surprised and lunges again, but Naoto cuts her other arm and blood immediately flows. She looks at Naoto in fear. Naoto. What's wrong? Are you scared? But it's what you always enjoy. He said with a demented smile. Lucy. Get away from me. She said, running away from him at incredible speed, but Naoto lunged at her and cut her in two. Lucy, I. Scream of agony and sheet eyes. Naoto looked with a smile at Lucy's body split in two, knowing this was going to kill more people, leaving a horrific scene. Asia was so scared that she hugged Issei to calm him down. Komi was in the same state, but Tadano hugged him to reassure him. Itsuba and Itsuki were also scared, but Futaro hugged her to comfort her, which worked. Back in history. Elsewhere. Lin Sr. and Rita could be seen staring at So, Azami, Mana and Leonora, who were glaring at the two pathetic parents with great hatred. Lin Sr. So they allied themselves with that traitor, he said, referring to Issei. Azami. You damned big nose one, you're going to pay for what you did to your son. He said seriously, taking out a metal tube, but it was carrying an electric current. So. And you'll pay for stealing our recipes. She said while pulling out a chain. So they both launched themselves towards Lin Sr., who doesn't stay behind and also launches himself. Mana and Leonora glared at Rita with hatred, who looked at them the same way. Mana. You're the worst mother I've ever known in my life, she said while looking at her. Rita. You are no saints, my husband told me how you forced your daughters in the kitchen, she said while looking at her. Leonora. It's true, but we did it for their own good, since we always knew it would benefit them in the future. You, on the other hand, let your daughters torture and kill your only son. What kind of mother does that? She said while looking at her. Rita, without saying a word, lunges towards them, but receives a double kick from two blondes. It was Natsume and Oriel who kicked him. Natsume. Do you mind if we join? She said seriously. Leonora. Of course, she said that the four women rushed towards Rita. Lin Sr. was being beaten up by Azami and So, who were hitting him over and over again. Azami hit him in the back, which made Lin scream in pain. So hit her with her chain, causing Lin to bleed from the head. Then a pink-haired girl hit him hard with a titanium bat. Lin Sr. Scream of pain as his arm was broken. It was none other than Kajiro who was glaring at Lin with hatred. Kajiro. We have to beat this damn thief and the worst father in history, he said while those who gave Lin Sr. the worst beating. Rita was worse off because Natsume had a great idea. To burn Rita's face, which everyone liked. Rita screamed in pain as Leonora poured alcohol on her face and set her on fire. Rita screamed in pain, especially when Azami stuck needles in her fingernails and toenails. Lin Sr. was being brutally beaten by the three cooks and Azami was about to deliver the final blow, but Issei arrived. Issei. Let me hit him, he said as they nodded. Issei approaches him and he looks at him. Issei. This is for Leonardo, Lincoln, you bastard. He said as he shot him in the balls with a shotgun. Azami, So and Kajiro. Ouch, they said while touching their crotches. All the men who saw this did the same thing while the women were watching. Back in history. Lin Sr. writhed in pain as Azami punched him in the face until Lin Sr. was dead. Rita had died from not being able to bear the pain of the burns on her face, so they had recorded everything they did and set the woman on fire in real life. The goth girl and the worst parents in the world had fallen. Only a few more were missing. Chapter 86 Lisa, Lola and Lana vs Shido and scientists. Shido watched as Lana quickly ran away from the battlefield. Shido. Come back, you damn pig. He said while pointing, but he was gone. Shido. Where are you? He said, pointing. There was nobody there until suddenly a loud noise was heard. Everyone looked up and stepped aside as a giant robot appeared. The robot was so big you couldn't see the top part, but in the robot's crotch were Lola and Lana, who were watching this with a demented grin. Rias. What is that? She said while looking at the large robot. Issei. David told me that's the perfect weapon for Royal Woods, it's called Perfect King of Jupiter, he said seriously. Issei. It was the weapon Lisa created to wipe out my army, he said seriously. Everyone saw that and they're still watching. Back in history. The giant robot starts walking and steps on several Kildases, destroying them. Slug's armor tried to resist him, but he had such good armor that the bullets didn't affect him. Lisa. Ha 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 ha, victory is ours primates, she said where everyone heard Lisa's voice but didn't know where she was. Issei was about to jump but he saw something in the sky. Issei. What is that? He said, looking at the sky. Everyone sees a large metallic bird descend from the sky and land in front of Lisa's robot. They all saw that and prepared their weapons, but then they heard a voice. David. Don't worry, we're on Issei's side. David said, who was inside the great bird. Issei just looked at this and smiled. Now he understood the big curtain that was covering up that big thing. The Keno. Well, it looks like there's going to be a robot fight. She said with a smile. Asia. What kind of weapon is that? She said, looking at the large bird. Issei. It's called the slug bird. It's the weapon all the scientists created to deal with something like that. He said with a smile. Back in history. The King of Jupiter and the slug bird stared at each other, then both launched themselves at where the King of Jupiter stepped, but the slug bird had armor on its wings. David. Mary, energy blade. He said as he removed the shields and an energy attack was launched at Lisa's robot, but it had no effect on her. The King of Jupiter prepares his arm, forming a large fist, and upon hitting the ground, it creates a small tremor, but also sends several of Issei's allies flying. Luckily, David activated the shields, so the bird wasn't seriously damaged. David then activates the defenses where several rockets are launched at the legs of the King of Jupiter. This causes damage to Lisa's robot's legs, but she throws the big fist again, but David doesn't react in time, and the fist almost hits them directly. But Gunther stops the giant fist, but it recoils due to the robot's immense strength. Gunther. Do something, he said while holding the robot's arm. David. Ronaldo, activate the maximum bomb, he said as Ronaldo nodded, and a large blue energy ball appeared on the bird's chest, emitting blue steam, which the bird then launched at Lisa's robot. As it was launched, it also released a line of steam that burned everyone nearby. The energy ball, upon colliding with Lisa's robot, created a large lethal vapor line that destroyed a large section of armor plating on the robot's legs. Lol and Lana are saved by the robot's armor. Otherwise, they would have died from the steam. Shido. I'll have to do it, he said, activating his turbo power and pulling out a bullet. Shido. David, stand aside. He shouted loudly, causing the bird to move aside, and Shido fired a bullet that hit Lisa's robot in the groin, where Lola and Lana were standing. Everyone was silent since nothing had happened, so Lola and Lana started laughing at what Shido had done. Lola. Haha. Shido. Yeah, I thought that would destroy it, he said with the turbo active. Lola and Lana were on the floor while the big bird watched them. Lola. This isn't over yet, she said while pointing at the bird. Dexter. I say yes, said Dexter, who was also on the bird. At that moment, they raised their arms, leaving Shido and the scientists confused, but they see the top part falling on top of Lola and Lana, who carry him to his feet. Lola and Lana were red-faced from carrying such a load, so the robot unleashed a barrage of blows on the bird. David was unable to react in time, and several blows hit the bird, causing a considerable damage. Issei's allies shoot at Lola and Lana, but she has a protective shield. Lisa's robot was throwing a barrage of punches, and inside its head was Lisa laughing like a psychopath. Lisa presses a button, and the robot's eyes fire two beams at the bird, which was defending itself. When both beams explode upon hitting the ground, they create a pool of lava, causing further damage to the bird. Lisa continued with a barrage of blows, where the robot defended itself, but Shido fired several shots at Lisa's robot. Shido shoots at the part of the robot where the projectiles were not damaging it. Lisa. You're just wasting bullets, orphan. She said with an arrogant smile. Shido. I'm just stalling. He said as she looked confused but saw the bird create another energy ball and launch it towards Lisa's robot. The energy ball hit the robot directly, creating a large vapor cloud, but the robot was still standing. Shido. My turn, he said as he snapped his fingers and all the bullets he fired at Lisa's robot exploded, destroying it into pieces. Lisa, Lola and Lana emerge from the rubble and watch as Issei's allies approach with very unfriendly expressions. Lana. You know, the beams are burning, bye. She said as she started running. Lola. I'll go with her, she said as she ran with her. Issei's allies catch them and begin beating them, regardless of whether they were children. Lisa had a nervous smile as she saw her former colleagues face to face, then she stepped back and looked at them. Lisa. You know, we can negotiate. You know, I'll give you my scientific knowledge and in exchange, you can work for me. What do you say? She said while looking at them. This infuriated all the scientists and Brain pulls out a jar that had something special for Lisa. David. You're going to pay, you bitch, he said while grabbing her hair, which Lisa tried to get away from David, but he was stronger than her. Brain opens the jar where there was a green liquid, so David, without thinking twice, puts Lisa's head inside. Lisa's screams could be heard, and David pulled Lisa's head out, where it was disfigured because the container held the strongest and most painful acid of all. Cerebro pulls out a collar and begins to electrocute Lisa mercilessly. Everyone begins to torture Lisa in different ways. It is unknown how she died. Lol and Lana were decapitated and their heads were on spears courtesy of Hyoudou, who was the one who killed them in the end. Issei was in the tallest building of all and looked around the place. Issei. It's time to end this. He said as he entered the building. Chapter 87 Final Fight Issei vs Lin Jr. Issei was going up the building while outside he could hear a carnage of people being mercilessly massacred. Issei reached the top floor where the rooftop was and approached Lin, who did the same. Issei. We finally meet face to face, he said seriously, activating the turbo and taking out his machete and shotgun. Lin Jr. injects herself with a purple liquid and her muscles grow to the point where she is taller than Laurie. Lin Jr. This is the end for you. She said arrogantly, launching herself at incredible speed towards Issei. Issei is surprised because he was so fast that he receives a punch that sends him flying. Issei shoots at her with his shotgun, but the bullet ricochets when it hits her. Issei. Thinking, his speed, strength and endurance have increased to such a degree that shotgun blasts are nothing to him. He thought seriously. Issei throws a fire punch, but Lin knocks the ball away. Lin Jr. Ha, this is the end for you. She said as she threw him towards Issei and slammed him to the ground, making him spit blood. Issei Aya, scream of pain. Rias. Issei, she said worriedly upon seeing her boyfriend. Issei said nothing and continued watching their fight, just like the others. Back in history. Lin throws Issei towards the rooftop entrance and he falls to the ground. Issei gets to his feet, hurt, and lunges towards Lin. Lin does the same and they both clash blows, but Issei hurts his arm because Lin is stronger than him. Lin grabs Issei by the neck and stares intently at him. Lin Jr. Last words, he said as he prepared his punch. Issei. Don't get cocky, he said, touching the red button, and his drill came out of Issei's arm and damaged Lin's head, causing her to scream in pain. Lin releases Issei, who is breathing heavily. Enraged, Lin lunges at Issei and punches him in the stomach, causing him to scream in pain and blood to gush from his mouth. Issei is breathing heavily. He points his metal arm at Lin, presses the black button, and his arm shoots out like a rocket. Lin stops the arm, but Issei, wielding his machete, tries to cut her, but the machete bends. Lin Jr. My skin is very tough, he said as he threw his arm away, and Lin kneed him, sending him flying. Issei stands up and lunges at Lin again, and she does the same. Issei throws fire and electricity punches at Lin, but she suffers very little damage. Issei presses the button on his leg that makes him fly and launches several rockets aimed at Lin, who hits them, but some hit her and cause her some damage. Issei touches the black button on his arm again, and Issei's metal arm flies off towards Lin. Lin stops the arm without much trouble, but Issei lunges at Lin with a fiery fist and punches her in the stomach, hurting her a little. Lin Jr. Damn it. He said, but Issei put a fragmentation grenade in his mouth and it exploded in Lin's mouth. Searches. He did it, he said while watching. Issei. No, not yet, he said seriously. Back in history. Issei takes a potion, regaining his strength, and Lin had small fragments of razor blades in her mouth, but it was nothing serious. Lin lunges at Issei again, who dodges her sweep. Issei lands a powerful blow to her face, but she grabs his arm and slams him to the ground, causing both of them to fall to the floor below. Lin landed on her feet and he fell to the ground. Issei picks up his shotgun again and looks at Lin. Lin Jr. You seriously think that shotgun will hurt me? She said as Issei channeled his turbo power into his shotgun and fired a powerful shot. Lin takes the full force of the attack and falls to the ground. Issei. I did it, he said as she quickly stood up and had a small hole in her chest. Lin angrily lunges at Issei and throws him back down to the floor, where he was smashing through the building floor by floor until he fell to the first floor. Lin got off the ground while Issei was on the floor. Lin picks up Issei from the floor, who was badly injured, and headbutts him, causing Issei's forehead to bleed. Lin was about to hit him, but Issei grabbed her fist and used his drill to strike her eye, causing her to scream in pain. Issei saw his machete was broken and lunged at Lin, throwing several punches that nearly knocked her down, but Issei was struck by a metal fist that emerged from Lin's back. Lin stood up while wiping the blood off her face, and behind her were two metal arms. Lin Jr. Look, this is one of Lisa's inventions and they're great. He said as Lin launched a barrage of punches at Issei, who protected himself with his arms but felt his left arm breaking and the other wouldn't withstand it. Issei protected himself as best he could, but Issei heard silence. Issei doesn't hear Lin's screams or the chaos outside. He only hears crying. Issei. Thinking, that's a crying baby, it's not Lily crying. Don't worry, Lily, your older brother is here. I'll protect you from any monsters that attack you. If anyone hurts you, I'll kill them. He thought while smiling and his eye turned gray. The memory surfaced in Issei's mind where he was wearing a fox costume with Lincoln and they were both dancing while Lily laughed. Issei had a weak smile, but Lin broke through his defense, punching him squarely in the face. Before falling to the ground, Issei grabs Lin's hair, who does the same. Lin Jr. You wretch, she said while Issei had a weak smile and his eye was already gray. Issei. I've got you covered, he said with a weak smile. Thus, they both unleash a flurry of blows. Issei launched attacks of both fire and electricity, and Lin increased her strength until neither of them stopped. Issei threw blow after blow at him, and he screamed, and Lin did the same. No one stopped where everyone would think no one would stop. In the end Issei let go of Lin's hair, and Lin let go of Issei's hair. Lin fell badly injured, with burns and traces of electricity on her body, and Issei stood with his fist raised in front. Lin Jr. waited for the final blow, but nothing happened. She saw Issei, who had a smile on his face as blood trickled from his eye. Lin Jr. He's dead, she said while checking his pulse but finding nothing. Lin Jr. I think I was already dead when I rained blows on you, ha, I knew you were no match for the great Lin Jr., she said as Issei's body turned to ashes. Azazel. Why is Issei's body turning to ashes? He said while looking at him. Roberto. Everyone who possesses turbo power, when they die, their body just turns to dust, he said seriously. Back in history. Issei's body turns to dust in front of Lin, and she goes out to confront the genocidal maniacs. Issei could be seen in the darkness where he walked. Issei. Never say I never did anything, he said, but then saw two doors, one white and one red. The white door opens, revealing Issei's friends who are happy to see him again, as are Juanita and Lily. Without thinking, Issei went to the white door, but the red door opened, revealing Issei's parents crying, as well as his cook friends. Issei stood between the doors and tried to decide which one to choose. Issei. Thinking, I don't know, I'm leaving. My friends will die for Lin and she'll end up winning. He thought while looking at his friends. Issei. Sorry guys, it's not the right time for me to be with you yet, he said as Lincoln approached and hugged him. Lincoln. Do what you have to do, he said with a smile while behind him were his real parents. Clyde. Issei congratulated you, he said with a smile. Juanita. You can do it, my son, she said with a smile. Rusty. Take good care of Rocky for me, he said with a smile. Stella. Please tell Naoto to get a nice girl, she said with a smile, hugging him. Zach. If you discover life on other planets, I'll be happy, he said with a smile. Liam. Take good care of my little sister, he said with a smile. Issei couldn't help but cry and hugged his friends, who returned his hug, as did Juanita. Issei. Please lend me your strength so I can defeat her, he said with a smile. Everyone nods and he enters through the red door. Rias and the others were crying tears of joy at the sight of that beautiful scene, as was Naoto, who was overjoyed to see his beloved again. Back in history. Issei's body reappeared where he died, but he was unconscious. In his thoughts. Issei was walking in his mind when he saw two eyes staring at him with hatred. One was yellow and the other was purple. Issei. Listen, I know I left you behind, but this time it won't be like that anymore. When I'm happy, when I touch a breast, or when I get a good girl, we'll do it together. He said with a smile. The eyes disappear and two figures appear, one of Issei with turbo power and the other of Issei in flippy mode. Issei and the other two shake hands and both Isseis disappear. Issei wakes up, but with one blue eye. Issei stood up and went to look for Lin again, but he felt stronger than before. With Lin. Lin had defeated Tadano, Shido, Ryota, Naoto, and Saji, who was saved by Sam's brother and taken out of Michigan. Hyoudou was using the Skybuster on Lin, who received the attack, but it didn't do much to her. Lin grabbed Hyoudou by the neck and was ready to kill him. But then he felt a double kick and it was Issei who arrived and punched Lin. Lin was thrown into some rubble and stood up, very annoyed. Lin Jr. Who was it? She said, but was surprised to see Issei. Lin Jr. I thought I was done with you, she said while looking at him. Issei. Heh, you're very weak, Lin. Even Lincoln is stronger than you. He said as he pulled out his broken machete. Lin Jr. That I'm weak, she said angrily. Issei. You're weak, Lin. My friends will always be with me. Volunteer. he said as the machete glowed and the figures of Issei's friends appeared with determined expressions. Issei had a new machete and launched himself at a bestial speed towards Lin, who didn't see his speed and ended up being cut by Issei on her left arm, where her arm fell to the ground. Lin, very annoyed, pulls out her other two metal arms, but Issei destroys them with his machete. Issei cuts off her other arm, causing Lin to scream in pain. Lin was about to attack with her teeth, but Issei summoned his blade and with a machete, made a double cut across her chest. Lin was incredulous. She had lost, she couldn't believe it. Issei just stared at Lin, who said her last words to him. Lin Jr. Damn bad luck, he said as I fell to pieces and died. Issei only had a smile on his face as he sought to avenge the death of his friends, and he saw something beautiful in the sky. It was Lincoln walking in the sky, and when he saw it, he gave it 2 thumbs up. Issei. Lincoln, haha, he said laughing as some tears came out. Issei. This was amazing, see you soon Lincoln, he said as he watched Lincoln and his friends board a ship as well as Juanita, and they all sailed off into the clouds where the ship disappeared. Issei fell unconscious and everyone let out a cry of victory upon learning that they had won. This would be the end of the Molotov genocide, where everyone witnessed everything Issei did and his motives. Chapter 88, the end of the genocide. 1 week later. Issei was seen in a bed and he slowly woke up. Issei. Where am I? He said while looking at his bandaged body. At that moment, 2 Retides, Susan and Mary, entered and, upon seeing him, rushed to hug Issei. Susan. We're glad you're finally awake, she said while hugging him. Mary. You were unconscious for a week, but we're glad you're awake, she said with a smile. Issei. What happened where we are? He said while looking around. Susan. We're in Madrid, Spain, she said with a smile. Issei. What happened to the others? He said while looking at them. Mary. We couldn't find Saji, nor could we find Samuel, Sam's brother. Kik, Gunther, Kendall, Ronaldo, and Christopher went back to California. So, Azami, Mana, Leonora, Kajiro, Natsume, and Oriel went to continue their work and cooking tour. Lindsay went to Rome because she said she had family there, she said seriously. Susan. Everyone went to different parts of the world, it's just David, Dexter, Brain, Carol, Cookie, Futuro, Shido, Naoto, Ryota, Tadano, Mr. Albert, Mary, you and me left, she said seriously. Issei. I see. And what happened during the genocide? He said, looking at both girls. Mary. Well, we were able to destroy all of Michigan, look, she said as she turned on the TV and the news from that day came on. Reporter. In other news, chaos in Michigan. In the state of Michigan there was a total genocide of people on the spot. The total they say to this day is 20 million people dead, said the reporter. Reporter. The area is heavily guarded by the military because traces of a lethal gas, whose identity is still unknown, were found. No evidence of those responsible for the genocide has been found and there are no recordings or photos of it. Survivors were even found, but they are blind, deaf, and mute, which doesn't help us much. Keep watching to see the chaos of the place, as seen by drones. He said as Mary turned off the television. Issei. Wow, so much chaos. He said seriously as he sat down. So they talk, but he receives this, he sees his phone, which had a broken screen but still worked, and he sees that he had 1 million missed calls from his mother and father. I also had missed calls from school. Issei. Well, how am I going to explain my new appearance? I can't tell you it's a disguise because sooner or later you'll know it isn't. He said seriously. Susan gives him a syringe that contained a blue liquid. Issei. What is this? He said while looking at the syringe. Mary. With that syringe they can regenerate your arm, leg, and eye that you lost, she said with a smile. Issei saw the syringe, put it away, and thanked them. So this was with Albert, who had a plane ready. Albert. I'm glad you're awake, we're leaving now, he said while preparing the plane. Issei. Where will I go? He said, looking at his grandfather. Albert. I'll take you to Japan, Futuro, Ryota, Tadano, Shido and Naoto too, he said seriously. Issei smiled and climbed on top, and there they all were, some with bandages. The plane took off and flew to Japan on a secret airstrip. Issei. What will happen to you? He said as he looked at them. Naoto. My mother is in Japan so I'm fine, he said with a smile. Ryota. My mother died in the genocide, but I have some uncles who live in Japan, he said with a smile. Futuro. Shido, Tadano, all the Homer blacks on the plane, and I will be going to different orphanages, he said seriously. Issei. I see, how many casualties were there? He said while looking at them. Futuro. Some robots died, and others that helped us died too. I'd say there were about 50 casualties. He said seriously. Issei was just silent, so they were in an awkward silence, and so they decided to stay like that. Several hours later. These arrived in Japan and then took different paths. Issei. I hope someone adopts you, he said, looking at Futuro. Futuro? Of course, we'll be fine. He said while there were several trucks where all the Homer Blacks were. Shido. Take care, Issei, Naoto, and Ryota, he said with a smile. They give each other a friendly hug and Issei, Naoto, and Ryota leave in a car driven by Albert. So they go to their first stop, the house of Ryota's relatives. Issei. Do you think Saji is alive? He said while looking at them. Ryota. Yes, he's very strong, he said with a smile. Issei. What happened to him? He said seriously. Naoto. Once he defeated Sit and Nikki, Bobby threw a grenade at him that he couldn't avoid and it exploded directly on him and then we didn't know anything until he stopped Lin when Futuro did his strongest attack but Lin used him as a punching bag and after that I didn't know anything, he said seriously, looking at the rope on his chest. They decide to talk about something else and arrive at Ryota's uncle's large mansion. Albert. We've arrived, he said seriously. So he gets out and takes out his suitcase. Ryota. Take care, he said with a smile. They'll say goodbye and leave too. Later they arrive at Naoto's house, who comes down. Naoto. Take care, Issei, he said with a smile. Issei. I hope we meet again too, he said with a smile. This car continues on and arrives at its next destination, which was Issei Totsuki's school. Some time later. He had arrived at his next and final destination, which was Totsuki's school. Issei. Well, this is goodbye, right? He said while looking at him. Albert. If that's the case, take care Issei, he said, hugging him. Issei does the same and lowers his suitcase. So Albert leaves and Issei enters. Issei. Thinking, I wonder how my parents will react since I bet the news reached the whole world, he thought and entered the school. Issei entered, where some stared at him, some seeing him as a cool guy with those metal parts, others as a freak. But the girls looked at Issei with hard eyes because he was very manly. Issei. I'm handsome, I know it, he said while the girls looked at Issei with even more desire. Irina. What did you say? She said while pulling his ear. Issei. I got carried away that time, sorry. He said as Alice did the same. Back in history. He arrived at the address and asked for permission to enter, which they told him to do. Upon entering, he saw Senzimian looking at the paperwork. When Senzimian saw Issei, he ran to see him. Senzimian. Issei, it's a pleasure to see you alive. Tell me what happened to you in Royal Woods. The old man said, looking at Issei. Issei. Well, I can't tell you, but I can go to my room. He said as the other nodded. He went to his shared house and when he arrived he saw Tiffany who, upon seeing him, ran and hugged him because she thought he had died. Tiffany. You're alive, what happened to you? She said, looking at his metal arm. Issei. Long story, where are Irina, Alice, and Akumi? He said while looking at her. Tiffany. They're at summer camp, tell me what you're going to do, she said while looking at him. Issei. I'm packing my bags, I'm leaving this school. He said as he entered his room and locked himself in. Issei saw the syringe and didn't want to see his parents' horrified faces when they saw him like that. So he takes off his arm, leg and patch and looks in the mirror. Issei. Heh, I'll always have these scars. He said while injecting himself with the contents. Issei suddenly felt a great pain as he screamed non-stop. Luckily for him, the room was soundproof, so after 10 minutes of suffering, his lost arm, leg, and eye grew back. Issei realized he could now see with both eyes and looked in the mirror. Issei's eyes returned to normal and he smiled, but it didn't last long as he fell to the ground. Issei. That's right, I need to strengthen my grown-up parts, he said as he began to train. Some time later. During that time, Issei had secretly trained his new parts in his eye, unbeknownst to his parents, who cried a lot upon seeing him alive, as they had thought he had died. Issei asked for his high school diploma, which Senzimian gave him without hesitation, and they left Itsuki High School. Issei asked him not to tell Irina, Alice, and Akumi that he had been there and was dead, and he had to tell him everything, which he agreed to in order to compensate for the mental damage Issei had suffered. Issei was in his room looking at a gun. Issei. Heh, I wonder what Lincoln will say when he sees me again, he said while putting the gun to his head. Issei just closed his eyes and was about to shoot himself in the head, but nothing came of it. He opened his eyes and saw Juanita, who shook her head. Juanita. It's not time for us to meet yet, she said with a smile. Issei only saw Juanita and gave her a smile, so he lowered his weapon and looked at the sky. Issei. I hope you guys rest in peace, he said while looking at the sky. The end of the story. Issei disappears from the screen and looks at them. Issei. This happened years ago, I never thought it would happen again, he said while looking at them. Issei. Girls, I understand if you hate me now for killing so many people. If you want to finish me off, I understand. he said as he left. Hyoudou. Me too, girls. I don't think you'd like the idea of you dating someone like me. He said as he left. Saji. I understand, girls, if you want to break up with me. I don't think you'd like being the boyfriend of someone like me. He said as he left. Tadano. I understand, Komi, if you want to break up with me. He said as he left. The four boys were leaving, but Issei was grabbed by Rias, who kissed him on the lips, which was appropriate. Hyoudou was taken by Itsuki, who gave him a kiss, which he reciprocated. Saji was taken by Momo, who gave him a kiss, which he reciprocated. Tadano was taken by Komi and kissed. Rias. I would never hate you, she said with a smile. Itsuki. You had your reasons for committing that genocide, she said with a smile. Momo. We will never leave you, no matter what stupid thing you do, she said while giving him a smile. Komi writes in her notebook. Komi. I love you no matter what you did, the notebook said, and Komi blushed. The boys were happy that these embraced their harems in the case of Tadano's partner. What they didn't know was that it would launch a worldwide attack courtesy of Lin. Chapter 89 World War III. Everyone was asleep except for the Gremorys, who had returned to the past. Roberto and Yusaka were looking seriously at Roberto. Rias. You knew about the genocide, she said, looking at Roberto. Asia. Issei-san did this in the old timeline, she said while watching him. Roberto. You see, I'll tell you the reason why nobody knew anything about the Molotov genocide on the old line, he said seriously. Roberto. Everything you saw was real, but the difference between the old timeline and this one is that Issei did something that caused something worse than genocide, he said seriously. Ikeno. What are you talking about? She said seriously. Roberto. I investigated this body when Big Red and I came here and well, Issei never used those bombs here, he said seriously. Office. What are you talking about? She said while looking at him. Roberto. I'll be very direct, in the old timeline Issei launched 5 nuclear bombs in the United States, causing World War III, he said while everyone was in shock. Roberto. You see, Issei in the old timeline, once he defeated Lin, Issei's fury was so great that he ordered the dropping of 5 nuclear bombs on several states in the country. They were California, Texas, Alaska, Florida and Washington, where this almost caused a third world war, he said seriously. They were all surprised to learn that. Roberto. Great Red, Zeus and I had to intervene, casting a spell on everyone to erase their memories. We erased everyone's memories, even Issei's and his allies'. We erased their memories of what they did. You could even say we erased Lincoln and his friends into oblivion. Issei never remembered anything he did until he faced Rizavum, and I made the decision to restore his memories of what he did years ago, regaining his turbo power. He said seriously. Roberto. Why do you think Issei was throwing blue lightning and fire when he faced Rizavum and killed him, but that bastard released Trihiksa? He said seriously. They all remained silent upon hearing this information, and so it continues. Roberto. From what I can see, Issei never launched any nuclear bombs, and that was for the best, since the genocide, instead of condemning 20 million people, would have condemned 350 million people, he said seriously. None of them knew what to say until Roberto said. Roberto. Come out of your hiding place, Yusaka. I already knew you were here. He said seriously. Yusaka opens the door and she was serious. Roberto. You went back to the past, didn't you? I feel like Big Red and I forgot about you on that timeline, but we were so focused on repairing the damage that Trihiksa did. He said seriously. Yusaka. That doesn't matter. She said as she approached Rias and punched her in the stomach. Asia. Rias Onasama, she said while looking at her. Yusaka. That was for being unfaithful to Issei in the old timeline, she said while looking at her seriously. Roberto. You can relax those rheumatism muscles or you look like an old woman, he said seriously while Yusaka glared at him. Roberto. Look, Yusaka, they're truly sorry for what they did to Issei. You can even see that some of them have already surrendered to him. He said seriously. Yusaka saw them all and saw that all except Ross and Gabriel had surrendered to Issei. Yusaka. Well then, I'll be next, you can count on it. My future husband will love these breasts, she said proudly. Rias. I don't plan on losing to you, she said while looking at Yusaka defiantly. Roberto. Well, we need to sleep now because I need to investigate the Chaos Brigade since they now have Lin and that family of idiots as allies. He said seriously. So they went to sleep in their rooms since Issei had Yumbaluna and Kateria sleeping with him as an excuse since Roberto said that Issei should keep an eye on Kateria and Yumbaluna joined him to help in case she did anything. The next day. Everyone was seen having breakfast as they had to return to their faction, but the door opened and Mitlet was seen very agitated and falling unconscious. Ryo. Mitlet, he said, carrying the loli. Issei. You know her, he said while looking at her. Ryo. She's my girlfriend, long story, he said, leading Mitlet into an armchair. The door is opened again by the former Razor members, where Mitsuda and Motohama went to help them, as they were all very agitated and some had cuts or a bullet wound. Asia. What's happening? She said, frightened, looking at everyone. Albert. You have to see this, he said while looking out the window. Everyone saw it. Lin soldiers, mummies, mutants, zombies and more, doing their thing, killing people, while others defended themselves, but with little success. Roberto transforms into his god mode and uses his punishment of the gods technique, killing all those who attacked except those who defended themselves. Roberto. What the hell? He said while listening to a call on his phone. Roberto. Hello, he said while calling. Aztec. Mr. Roberto, all of Mexico is under attack, he said as gunshots and attacks by Aztecs were heard. Roberto. Go and defend Mexico, it doesn't matter if you reveal your identity, he said seriously. Aztec. Yes sir, he said hanging up. Searches, Azazel, Auden, and Yusaka received the call that their territories are under attack. Rias turns on the television and there are news reports that the whole world is being attacked by soldiers and different creatures. Countries in the Americas that were losing out included Argentina, Ecuador, Honduras, Nicaragua, Venezuela, the Dominican Republic, and Haiti. The other countries were fighting these beings. Aztecs were even seen attacking Lin soldiers and evacuating the humans. Peru was not left behind, and several beings wearing Inca clothing also attacked the Aztecs. The countries of Europe also defended themselves as best they could. For example, Norway was being defended, to everyone's surprise, by Vikings, and Romania was being defended by vampires. Everyone was defending themselves against the attacks being provoked by Lin and her allies. Issei. Damn you Lin. He said furiously, seeing the chaos. Roberto. We have to go to my territory, we'll be safe there, he said seriously. Issei. Can you help me with something important? He said seriously. Roberto. What do you plan to do? He said while looking at him. Issei just had a serious look and explained to them. Some time later. Issei was seen on the global television network. He had a serious expression and wore a commander's uniform like the one he wore during the Molotov genocide. Roberto. You can deliver your message, Issei, he said seriously. Thus Roberto put Issei on the air, where on all screens, radios, telephones and computers, Issei could be seen looking at the screen. Issei. Are you listening? You might be wondering who I am. Well, my name is Issei Hyoudou, responsible for the Molotov genocide that happened in Michigan, USA, where 20 million people died. He said seriously. Issei. Many will tell me right now that I'm a monster or that I showed no mercy to anyone, well, this is Lincoln Loud, he said as Lincoln's image appeared on the screen. Issei. He was blamed for something stupid because he only had time for himself. All of Michigan blamed him for it and they ended up executing that poor kid. And I, well, for revenge, killed them all. But now Lin Jr. and Maria Loud are attacking the whole world with their army. Their objective is revenge. He said seriously. Issei. So all of you who participated in the Molotov genocide, raise your weapons and face Lin Jr. We must show that damned woman that we are still alive and that we will never let ourselves be humiliated again. So all of you watching this, stand up and reveal yourselves to Lin Jr. He said as he finished his message. Everyone was silent, so Roberto teleported everyone, including them, to Mexico, since they would be safe there. In Russia. An albino girl with pigtails was seen reading Issei's message and she had a big smile on her face. Then she started making clones of herself and screamed with pure joy. White. He's back, he said happily as his clones killed the soldiers and invaders. In Italy. Carlotta was seen in a beauty salon, since it was hers and the most famous in Rome. She went down to the basement and when she came out she was wearing slug armor and launched herself towards the soldiers and invaders attacking the place. In France. Lindsay was seen reading the message and she told everyone. Lindsay. Our leader needs us, she said as the other girls nodded and drew their weapons. In Germany. Peril and Cookie were seen in a cafe and upon seeing Issei's message, they wasted no time and began attacking the soldiers and invaders. In Colombia. The hextuplets were seen viewing the message while working at a car wash and they wasted no time before launching an attack. On Mars. There was a race unknown to humanity, but there was a green-skinned guy reading Issei's message. Well, I see that bitch is back and what's worse, she's attacking everything. Mr. Rietmers, could you help us? He said while looking at a large alien. Rietmers. You have our support, we will finally finish off the invaders of Venus, he said as several aliens who had the form of octopuses prepared themselves. So the guy prepares the ships to go to Earth and form an alliance with Issei. Throughout the land, Issei's message was heard, and in different parts of the world, all those who participated in the Molotov genocide were seen attacking Lin soldiers, zombies, mummies, and more. This would be the beginning of the Third World War where neither Russia nor the United States would be the main enemy, but someone with a great ambition. Chapter 90 People of Mars and the Liberation of Mexico. In Mexico. The magic circle appeared, from which Issei and the others emerged. Naoto. Roberto-sama, I want to return to Japan because there are some people I want to save. He said seriously. Futuro. Me too, my sister and my friend are in danger, he said seriously. Ryota. I have some people I need to save, he said seriously. Shido. I have some people I need to save, he said seriously. Tadano. I also have some friends I need to rescue, he said seriously. Roberto summons some papers and gives one to each of them. Roberto. With this you can go to Japan and return here, good luck, he said seriously. They all thank him and return to Japan. Roberto. Well, we have to attack those wretches who are attacking Mexico, because once my territory is free and secure, we can use it as a base and refuge. He said seriously. They all nod and begin attacking Lin soldiers. Lin. Lin was seen in a king's seat watching the chaos in the world. Rizivum. Are you sure about launching such a massive attack? She said, observing the chaos in the world. Lin Jr. Yes, and more than the Amadeus army will attack with its computer virus and the two strongest viruses in the world, he said with a smile. Thus, they decided to continue witnessing the chaos in the world and watching as their armies took over countries as their own. In Mexico. Issei was seen attacking fallen angels and rebel tanks. Then Issei receives a double kick from a girl. It was none other than Penemu who had a parasite controlling her. He also receives a magic attack that sends him flying. That was none other than Lefei, who also had a parasite controlling her. Both girls create an attack and launch themselves towards Issei. Seeing this, Rias lunges towards Penemu, as does Gabriel, who also lunges towards her. Rias. The parasite controls her, she said, trying to remove the parasite, but Penemu headbutted her, grabbed Gabriel, threw her into the air, and threw a spear at her. Gabriel cried out in pain as he felt the spear in his leg, but it did not retreat and lunged towards Penemu. Lefei created several magic circles from which fire and water attacks emerged, but Kuroka and Kaneko rushed towards Lefei to try and remove the parasite. Penemu was throwing spears at Rias, who was protecting herself with a magic circle, but Akeno joined in and launched an electric attack that hit Penemu directly. Issei takes advantage of this and rips off the parasite that tries to attack him to control him, but Rias launches a destructive attack, destroying the parasite. Penemu fell unconscious but was caught by Issei, who carried her like a princess. Issei. Roberto, somewhere I can leave her? He said while holding Penemu. Roberto. You'll be safe in the building that's 5 blocks away, he said while killing zombies and mummies that were attacking him. Issei took her to safety and left her there, then left to continue fighting. Kuroka was launching fireballs at Lefei, who was attacking mercilessly, but Kaneko jumped over her and tried to remove the parasite. However, she was attacked by a rogue tank, injuring Kaneko. Kuroka. Sister, she said as she went towards her to protect her as several soldiers began shooting at them. At that moment, all the soldiers were set ablaze by Asia, who was wearing her armor, and she lunged towards Lefei, who in turn lunged towards her. Asia and Lefei launched attacks. In Asia's case, shots were fired. But this was a distraction, as Ravel stealthily approached Lily and ripped out the parasite, leaving Lefei unconscious. Issei picked her up and carried her to the building where there were refugees being protected. 10 hours later. There was great chaos in Mexico, many Lin soldiers were dead, but this was now a safe area. Issei was being healed by Asia, as he had sustained some damage from the soldiers and invaders who were attacking him. Roberto. Well, Mexico is safe now, but the other countries were subdued by Lin soldiers, he said seriously. Issei. What will we do? He said, looking at him. Roberto. Well, we'll send another message that Mexico is a safe place to live and that everyone who wants security is welcome, he said seriously. Then a portal opens and Great Red emerges along with other dragons. Great Red. Those wretches attacked the territory of Gremorys, Sitri, and many others, and now they have everyone under their control, he said seriously. Roberto. Well, I'll hold a meeting with all the presidents of the world and tell them our identity so we can form a great alliance and attack Lin's army, he said seriously. Great Red. Okay, I'll call our allies for help. He said seriously. Thus they disappear, leaving Issei and the others alone. Juan. Well, I'll take you so you can tell everyone that Mexico is a safe place. He said, taking Issei, who nodded. Some time later. Issei had already finished delivering his message, stating that the borders in Belize, Guatemala, and the United States were full. The Lees had accepted all the inhabitants, but to make it more secure, they were given the opportunity to annex themselves to Mexico, becoming another state of the country. Guatemala was similarly accepted and its people were safe under the Aztecs. In the United States it was very difficult because Mexico didn't want people from the United States there and they even used military trucks to defend the border. Issei and his harem were at Roberto's house where they were waiting for their order. Then several magic circles appear, from which Futuro, Ryota, Naoto, Tadano, and Shido emerge, who were not alone. Komi and the quintuplets rushed towards their boyfriends and hugged them because they were worried about them. Issei. I'm glad you're back, he said with a smile. Tadano. Thank you, and I didn't come alone, he said while behind him were Komi's and his friends. My goddess, said a girl throwing herself at Komi who was worried about her. Issei. Who is she? He said, looking at Tadano. Tadano. He stepped into the magic circle, he said angrily upon seeing the girl hugging his girlfriend. Note. In the next chapters I will list who saved Tadano, Naoto, Futuro, Ryota and Shido, as there are many characters. So once they introduced their partners to their friends, these friends also went to the Aztecs to find out what mission they would have. Then an alarm is heard, everyone goes to see what's happening, and they say that something in the sky is approaching. They even say that a large number of people are also approaching. Everyone is preparing their weapons, even the leaders, as they thought it would be a threat or a massive attack. Then Issei saw clearly and told everyone to stop. Everyone sees them and says they are not enemies. They see several ships approaching and realize they are soldiers, but Issei's soldiers, who came in ships and were survivors of the attack. Thus everyone lowers their weapons, and the ships reach land where a large number of people come out safely. It's been a long time since we last saw each other, Issei, said a voice in the sky. So everyone sees a strange ship from which a guy with green skin and white hair gets off. Issei. David, he said, surprised to see him again, and behind him appeared some beings who had a weapon. David. It's a pleasure to see you, he said with a smile. Issei. What happened to you? He said, looking at him. David. Experiments, radiation, and more, but it doesn't matter right now, we're being attacked, so I asked the people from Mars for help. He said seriously. Issei. They're the ones that look like octopuses, he said, looking at the aliens. David. That's right, they will help us since they want to eliminate the invaders of Venus, who are their predators, once and for all. He said seriously. Issei. I understand. We'll have to make a plan to counterattack and liberate the countries of the world. He said seriously. Futuro. It's true, our allies just arrived, he said seriously. Issei, so that means that. He couldn't finish because he was hugged by two blondes and an albino. Natsume. Heh, what a joy to see you, she said while burying Issei's face in her breasts. Oriel. Hey sister, don't hug my boyfriend, she said while hugging Issei. Wider. Hey, he's mine, understand. So get lost. She said while hugging Issei, who was red from feeling the breasts of the three girls. Rias. Issei, can you explain this? She said while having an aura and a sweet smile that didn't inspire any confidence. Issei. Well, he said while not knowing what to say, but then a portal opened, revealing Roberto, who was serious. Roberto. Well, the good news is that I made an alliance with all the armies of the world. Now Colombia, Ecuador, Venezuela and Panama have united again and recreated Gran Colombia. Russia and the other countries that formed the Soviet Union have united again and the Soviet Union has been reborn. He said seriously. Roberto. Germany had hidden a large arsenal, which led to the creation of Nazi Germany 2.0, but this time it no longer has the same intentions as before. Now it is fighting against Lin's enemies and liberating smaller countries like the Netherlands and Belgium, and these countries joined it to further the fight, he said seriously. Issei. Wow, that's incredible, but we need to attack to stop Lin. He said seriously. Roberto. I have a big plan, Red and I, to attack Lin's army, he said seriously. Roberto. I will take all your friends and partners to the island where you were trained to teach you the turbo, while you and the other allies will go first to the United States to liberate it and then to Canada, so that Lin doesn't have control over those countries, he said seriously. Issei. I understand, he said seriously. Roberto. I wish you the best of luck, so prepare your plan well and go attack Lin's army, he said seriously. Thus, they didn't have time to say goodbye to their partners because Roberto, without wasting any time, took them away, as well as his friends. Roberto. Well, I'll have to think the plan through carefully. He said seriously while asking an Aztec for a place to discuss how he would liberate those countries that were still under attack. This would be the Third World War and Germany wouldn't be to blame. Everyone would be allied for someone, Lin, who had a great ambition. People who accepted Ano. Ai Katai. Makoto's younger sister and her trainer. Akira Komi. Prima of Komi. Dushaku Kamitani. Tadano's friend and breaks the fourth wall like Lincoln. Himeko Kishi. Yamai's friend and helps with everything she needs. Himeko Agari. Friend of Komi and Tadano and Komi's pet. Hitomi Tadano. Tadano's younger sister and unrequited love. Hitatori. The friend of Tadano and Komi and very innocent. Wakaria Dano. Komi's rival and friend and a sore loser like Lin, but not as much. Makoto Katai. The friend of Tadano and an apprentice of Komi, he helped when Tadano faced Luna's gang. Masayoshi Komi. Komi's father and very strong. Sugarcane. Lazy and seductive, but hardworking and responsible. Najimi Sona. Unknown Hex and Tadano's best friend. Ninanaman. She helps everyone in need, is Kid's best friend and Tadano's love interest. Nokonoko Inaka. The shy peasant girl trying to be popular. Anahara Nakanaka. The Taku and video game fanatic and rival of Yamai. Only a hole. Komi's rival and in love with Tadano. Rain Natsukido. Responsible and mature. Ren Yamai. Yandere wasn't going to be saved by Tadano, but she snuck in and became obsessed. Rumiko Mangagi. Shy and Tadano's love interest. Ryako Komi. Masayashi's sister and Komi's aunt. People except Tadano Part 2 and Futuro. Sadayoshi Komi. Masayashi's brother and intimidating. Shisudo Najor. Narcissistic, arrogant, and a friend of Tadano despite his narcissism. Note. Believe it or not, he's one of my favorite characters despite his attitude because he tries hard to socialize despite his behavior. Shasu Komi. Komi's brother and Tadano's brother-in-law. Shuko Komi. Komi's mother and Masayashi's wife. These are all the characters Tadano was able to save. Now let's go for the people Futuro saved. Size. Secretary to the father of the quintuplets. Isonaru Isugi. Futuro's adoptive father and Raiha's father. Mita. Friend of Futuro and the quintuplets. Moro Severe. Father of the quintuplets and father-in-law of Futuro. Raihu Isugi. Futuro's stepbrother and secret love. Takebayashi. Futuro's best friend, rival, and secret crush. Grandfather of the quintuplets and father of Moro. Note. Does anyone know the name of the quintuplets' grandfather? I couldn't figure it out. Characters except for Naoto and Ryota. Nagatoro Hayes. Naoto's main girlfriend and fun. Maki Gamo. Naoto's girlfriend and Nagatoro's best friend. Yashi, surname unknown. Naoto's girlfriend and very innocent. Sakura, surname unknown. Naoto's girlfriend and very seductive, she almost made Naoto lose his virginity to her. Sona Sunamiya. Naoto's girlfriend and Nagatoro's rival. Misaki Nagatoro. Naoto's girlfriend and Nagatoro's sister and a big joker. Higa Nagatoro. Misaki and Nagatoro's middle brother and Naoto's brother-in-law. Orihara, surname unknown. Naoto's girlfriend and Nagatoro's sumo rival. Hana Sunamiya. Naoto's girlfriend and Sona's cousin. Himeko Jabami. Ryota's main girlfriend and a high roller. Urimi Mushinami. Ryota's girlfriend and an expert at lying and gambling. Inaho Yamato. Ryota's girlfriend and gambler's referee. Itsuki Sumeragi. Himeko's friend, heiress to a great fortune, and Ryota's best friend. Harari Mamabami. School president, high roller, and Ryota's girlfriend. Mary Sadam. Ryota's girlfriend, Yumeko's best friend and rival. The lines are moving. Ryota's girlfriend, a responsible psychopath who isn't a virgin. Note. She helped Ryota when he went to save them from Lin's massive attack. Ririka Mamabami. Ryota's girlfriend, Kurari's twin sister, and very shy. Speech by Yamazuki. Ryota's girlfriend and Kurari's right-hand woman. Sayaka Igarashi. Ryota's girlfriend, Kurari's secretary, and very intelligent with numbers. Yumemi Yumamite. Ryota's girlfriend, a very famous idol and expert in musical talents. People who saved Shido. Yuriko Nishinadun. Ryota's girlfriend, a cheating gambler and knife expert who helped Ryota escape from Japan. Note. These are all the girls Ryota saved, as he couldn't save any more people. Now let's move on to the people who saved Shido. Vittori Itsuka. Shido's girlfriend, stepsister, and leader of the Spirit faction, a faction that is largely unknown even to other factions and Roberto himself. Mary, surname unknown. Shido's girlfriend, very serious and powerful. Mikuai Aoi. Shido's girlfriend, Behexwell and a very famous idol, even more famous than Yumemi. Mio Takamiya. Shido, Toka, and Katori's stepmother, and very protective of the spirits. Yukuro Hashimiya. Shido's girlfriend, serious and very difficult to trust. Origami Tabiichi. Shido's girlfriend, second main character, very perverted although he doesn't show it, and responsible for Shido no longer being a virgin. Toki Atagami. Shido's main girlfriend, very gluttonous, even more so than Itsuki, Futuro's girlfriend. Ishino Himikama. Shido's girlfriend is very innocent and don't try to take her rabbit away. Note. Do not call the FBI, CIA, or UN as he or she is of legal age. Bigai and Yuzuri Yamai. Shido's girlfriends are twin sisters, one is serious and the other is funny in her own way. Itsumi Kayano. Shido's girlfriend and don't try to find out her age because it's dangerous if you do. Nihonju. Shido's girlfriend, lazy and manga expert. Aihei Kanazuki. Katori's right-hand man, obsessed with Katori and very perverted. Elliot Woodman. Katori partner and global arms distributor. Ellen Mira Mathers. Shido's girlfriend, Isaac's former secretary and Katori's ally. Karen Nora Mathers. Shido's girlfriend, Ellen's younger sister and Isaac's enemy. Ryako Kusanab. Shido's girlfriend, origami master and expert in different types of fighting, barely surpassing Shido. Mona Takamiya. Shido's official sister, an expert assassin surpassing origami and Toka combined. Mike Ackerman. Shido's girlfriend, very much in love with Shido and origami and responsible for Shido having a threesome with her and origami. Mildred F. Furimura. Shido's girlfriend, creator of defensive armor and weaponry and an expert in both firearms and heavy weapons, even possessing near-perfect aim like Shido's. These are all the characters our protagonists were able to save. Stay tuned for the next chapter, friends. Chapter 91 Liberation of the United States, Canada and Central America. At a military base in Roberto. All the leaders were present except for Roberto, Yusaka, and Serafal, whom Roberto took to train. He also took Issei's and company's partners and even Ryo, Kiba and Gaspar to improve their turbo power. Issei. Well, this is the plan. Demons, angels, fallen angels, Valkyries and Yokai will go to Central America and free it from Lin's grasp. He said seriously while holding some colorful figures and placing them on a world map marking Central America. Searches. Why all of us and what will you do? He said seriously. Issei. Well, my army will go to the United States and Canada and we will attack there so that it is freed. The United States and Canada have suffered more attacks at the hands of Lin and 45% of the people who live there have become zombies, mummies and mutants. My army, the people of Mars and the Aztecs will attack there, he said seriously. Issei. You all go to Central America and once you get there and the countries are free, prepare yourselves because after that you will go to Gran Colombia and then to Ecuador since there are several Incas fighting alone, so we have to help them. He said seriously. Azazel understands Issei's plan since if those countries were free, they would form an alliance with the Incas who were still fighting alone. Issei. So prepare your troops, we're about to begin. He said seriously as everyone nodded and left. Some time later. All of Issei's soldiers, Martians and Aztecs were at the US-Mexico border where they would begin their attack. Issei. Well, let's move forward, he said as everyone took no steps back and advanced where the Mexican soldiers gave them free passage and they entered US territory. They walk around for a while waiting for an attack, but nothing happens. Who knew? There's no one here, she said, holding blue fire in her hands and sitting on Issei's shoulders. Issei. Don't get cocky, Lin isn't to be trusted. He said as a barrage of spears flew towards him, but Issei and his companions protected themselves with energy shields. They all see a girl with a harpoon looking at them seriously. Then helicopters, tanks and mummies come out to attack. Everyone rushes towards them and Issei lunges towards the girl, but several other girls also appear and look at Issei and his friends seriously. Issei was surrounded by the 5 girls who were looking at Issei seriously. But Issei noticed that they all had a parasite controlling them, so they all launched themselves towards Issei at great speed. Issei activates his armor in queen mode and launches himself towards the girls at great speed. In Central America. 50% of Central America had been freed from Lin's grasp thanks to Searches and company. Searches. These wretches are giving us a fight, he said while hitting a zombie. Then 2 very muscular men and a girl appear. The 3 rush towards the leaders who respond. Azazel hurls spears of light at them, but the bald man strikes the spears, deflecting them. Azazel. But what? He said as he received several shots in his wings that made him scream in pain. Several invaders rush towards Auden, who launches attacks destroying them, but the girl throws several axes that explode upon hitting the ground, causing Auden considerable damage. The muscular blonde man lunges at Searches, who unleashes several destructive attacks, but Searches lowers his weapon and screams, causing his wounds to heal. The leaders retreated as demons, angels, fallen angels, Valkyries, and Yokai fought against Lin's army. Azazel summons his Farner armor and lunges at the bald man, inflicting serious damage that causes him to turn red and fall dead. Urbio. Our mistress is stronger than all of us, didn't you notice the damage we've done? he said while shooting at Sirzechs, who made a shield to protect himself. Rubio. We've already destroyed the first world countries, and once we have control of the whole world, we'll destroy porn sites, so that every man and every pervert can join us and have a porn magazine featuring the best women in our army, he said arrogantly. Azazel and Auden. No porn pages, no. They said as they lunged at the blonde guy and gave him a real beating. Sirzechs watched this with a bead of sweat on his brow as he watched the blonde man being beaten up. Azazel. Those wretches will pay for this, he said while punching the blonde in the face, knocking out 4 of his teeth. Auden. Videos XXX and Pornhub are in great danger, he said while hitting the blonde man, knocking him out. Grayfia had defeated the blonde, but she kicked her, grabbed the bald and blonde men who were unconscious, threw a smoke bomb, and they left. Azazel. Don't worry, beautiful little birds, we're going to save you. He said, more motivated than ever, as he launched himself towards Lin's army and began to kill them. Auden does so with greater force, invoking powerful attacks and destroying entire squadrons. Issei's son. He was fighting with a vampire girl, but felt a great chill of fury. Brag. Is something wrong, buddy? He said seriously. Issei. I feel like I want to kill Lin more than ever, but I don't know why. He said while hitting the vampire, but the harpoon girl and the sniper girl shot at Issei, but Hyoudou hit the harpoon girl, removed the parasite, and destroyed it. Hyoudou shoots the girl's gun, disarming her, and lunges at her, but she has a knife and starts trying to hurt Hyoudou. Saji paralyzes the girl with pink and blonde hair, removes the parasite, and destroys it. The pink-haired girl was shooting at Tadano, but he summoned a lasso, grabbed her arm, pulled her towards him, and punched her in the stomach. Tadano, to increase his strength, had a gauntlet and knocked the girl out of the fight. Tadano removes the parasite and destroys it, and they leave them in a safe place. Thus they continued the massacre where Issei's army advanced little by little, killing and massacring. With Rias and group. Roberto. Take a break, he said as he left, leaving Rias and the others very tired. Itsuki. These training sessions are tiring, I'm hungry, she said while touching her stomach. Toka. Now there are 2 of us, she said while her stomach growled. Bimeko. Seriously? Said the gambler. Itsuki. What's wrong with eating? She said as she went to the dining room. Ren. The bad thing is that last time they ate the whole buffet that Roberto made for all of us, said the annoyed Yandere. Toka. Lies, she said while defending herself. Origami takes out her phone, which shows a video of the 2 of them on the floor, with a large belly and lots of dirty dishes. They both blush, which makes everyone laugh. Rias. Well, Roberto-sama gave us a 20-minute break, so let's practice what their boyfriends are like. She said while everyone gossiped. Ichika. Well, Hyoudou is sometimes very arrogant, but he's a good boyfriend. Once, a guy tried to take advantage of me and my sisters, but Hyoudou gave him the worst beating of his life. Every time I remember that, I want him to shove his huge. She started, but was silenced by Nino, who was blushing, as were the others. Homie. Well, Tadano is very nice, he always respects me, he's very respectful to me, and he's always looking out for me, she said in a low voice, but everyone could hear. I was jealous of Komi, as were Tadano's other friends, and for some reason Ren was jealous too. Toka. Shido is so sweet to me, he always takes me to fun places and teaches me how to make delicious food, she said while remembering her good times with Shido. Baruko. Saji is so funny, he's always so attentive to us and he has a beautiful voice, he said blushing as he remembered how he sang to her on her birthday. Himeko. Ryota is very strong and a great gambler. He always defends me. Once he took a guy to the hospital who tried to assault me for being a cat, but Ryota went out and gave him the worst beating of his life. I still remember those defined muscles, that very thick skin. How hexy he looked watching him beat up that idiot. I would have been so happy if I had been his first time, but someone beat me to it. She said, looking at Midari. Midari. I don't regret anything, she said proudly. Nagatoro. Well, senpai is very shy. I always like to tease him, but the truth is I was in love with him, and being his bully was the only way I could think of to get closer to him. But when I confessed to him, a guy tried to take advantage of me and he came out and hit him like a baseball. That day I stopped teasing him and decided to confess all my feelings to him. She said, blushing as she remembered their first kiss. Nin. And what's your relationship like? She said, looking at Rias and company. Rias. Well, Issei is very affectionate with us, cute, strong, and has great potential, if you know what I mean. She said while everyone blushed except for Yashi, Yoshino, Yotsuba and Kid, who didn't understand. Hiroka. I still remember those 10 hours we did it without stopping, she said with a playful smile. Isaka, Gabriel, Ross, Lefay and Penemu. Thinking, lucky ones, they thought jealously. They all blushed upon hearing this and were about to ask for details, but were interrupted by Roberto, who told them they still needed to continue their training to master the turbo and help their boyfriends, lovers, or whatever. Their boyfriends were giving their lives to defeat an army that aimed to dominate everything, but they would help once their training was over. Chapter 92 Freedom. The Sirzechs and the leaders. These had freed Central America from Lin's control, and these countries annexed themselves to Mexico for greater protection, as they were now states. Sirzechs. Issei, how are you doing in the United States? He said while creating a magic circle calling to Issei. Issei. Well, Texas, California and New Mexico are safe now, but these wretches are putting up a fight, he said as explosions and screams could be heard. Sirzechs. We freed her in Central America, now we're going to Panama to go straight to Peru, he said while resting after a big fight. Issei. I understand. Once you reach Peru and it's free, form an alliance with the Incas and attack the soldiers in Bolivia and Chile. He said as explosions continued to be heard. Sirzechs. I understand, and another thing, Lin wants to destroy the computer system, both the internet and global defense systems, she said seriously. Issei. If she does that, no one will be able to communicate with each other. It would be complete chaos. We have to stop that bitch. Advance. He said as the soldiers advanced, destroying the soldiers' defenses. Sirzechs. I understand, and another thing, Lin will destroy pornography programs worldwide to further motivate you. He said as a great silence fell and no one did anything while more soldiers emerged, as well as invaders. Hyoudou. What are you doing? He said as his spear glowed. Dodano. That bitch, what's she doing? He said while summoning 2 cannons. Issei. How will he destroy our night pages? He said as drags boots and the turbo power of his friends and soldiers who heard what he was going to do could be heard. Azazel. I told you that would motivate him, he said while healing from gunshot wounds to his legs. Sirzechs heard Issei and his soldiers massacring Lin's soldiers, and he heard them advancing and freeing the American people who were being taken to refugee trucks and going to safe states. Sirzechs cut off communication and Azazel called someone. Azazel. Vali, how are things in Japan? He said while listening to Vali. Vali. Kuoh and his group, along with Seekvaira and his entourage, and also myself and my group, have already liberated 35% of the country of Japan and have taken the people to Mexico through magic circles so that they are safe, he said while the sound of volley killing soldiers is heard. Azazel. Perfect, and one more thing to motivate you and make the butt dragon attack with everything, he said while telling Vali what Lin would do. Azazel could only hear Vali attacking with great anger and it sounded as if he were massacring without mercy. Azazel cuts off communication and Michael calls Big Red. Michael. How are things going, Great Red Sama? Said the angel. Great Red. Our allies have already liberated a large part of Africa, 40%. We are going to Greece and Egypt to form an alliance with the Olympians and Egyptians, he said while the sound of dragons breathing fire could be heard. Michael. I understand, over and out, he said, cutting off communication. 2 months later. At that time, Sirzechs and company had left Gran Colombia, Peru, where they allied with Sirzechs and the others, Bolivia, Paraguay, Chile, Argentina, and Uruguay free, and they had Brazil surrounded in preparation for a massive attack. Issei had already freed the United States. Of course, they only needed Canada and Alaska for all of Latin America, the United States, and Canada to be free. Azazel, Sirzechs, and Aten led their troops to the Caribbean islands so that they would be free. The free countries of Latin America organized themselves, with Peru and Bolivia uniting to create the Peru-Bolivian Confederation. Uruguay joined forces with Argentina to make that country safer. Brazil was surrounded, where soldiers from the factions had the country of football surrounded. Bali and company had already liberated Japan, both Korea's Taiwan, the Philippines and 30% of China. With Rias and company. Roberto. Well girls, after 100 years of training you've all mastered Turbo 100%. You've all done a great job. Now let's go help our allies and their boyfriends. He said as everyone nodded and disappeared from the island. Issei's son. Issei. What kind of enemies are these? He said while shooting at a robot that had a brain in a glass dome. David. I have no idea, but it's a good thing I brought my weapon. He said as he pressed a button and a large robot emerged from the Martian people's ship. David climbed onto it and launched himself at the robot with a brain. David confronts the robot and Issei faces the other soldiers, but a warplane appears from which the same bald muscular man emerges. Finally, we meet face to face once more, Issei, said the voice on the plane. Issei. Who are you? He said while launching an attack on the plane. Alan. My name is Alan, or Neo, General Morton's right-hand man, or better known as the Bold Rambo, he said as he emerged from a hatch and threw grenades at Issei's soldiers and the people of Mars. Issei. Bold Rambo, your better nickname is Krillin on steroids. You've died like 4 times when we fought and you still come back. At least introduce me to Goku. He said while shooting him. Note. While they were liberating the United States, Alan faced Issei many times, and Issei died. Alan. Don't give me that crap, I'm the strongest soldier, I single-handedly defeated all the Spanish soldiers, and now they're dominated by Lin, so open your mouth and swallow these grenades, you like eating thick things, he said while throwing grenades at him. Issei. Damn it, these grenades launch light debris, and I can't get too close, he said while continuing to shoot and Alan's body turned red. Then a dragon of light struck the plane directly, and Alan fell dead, again. Issei saw that it was his harem accompanied by the harems of his friends or partner in Tadano's case. Nagatoro saw her boyfriend fighting a guy with a sword, so she lunged at him and unleashed an energy attack, leaving the guy badly injured, and with no other option, he fled. Naoto turned around, looking at his girlfriend, who blushed because if she was beautiful before, now she was a goddess, and for 2 enormous reasons that were now obvious. The girls take care of the remaining soldiers, killing them and clearing the US-Canada border. Issei. Girls, it's good to see you again, he said as Rias buried Issei's face in her breasts. Futuro. Girls, he said with a smile, but all his girls rushed towards him, including Raiha and Takebayashi. Itsuki. After 100 years, it's good to see you again, she said with a smile, hugging Futuro. Naoto. Girls, he said with a smile. All his girlfriends rushed towards him, where Naoto almost drowns under the weight of his girl's breasts. Sona. Listen carefully Naoto, your first time will be mine, she said while burying Naoto's face in her enormous breasts. Himeko. I missed you, my Ryota-kun, she said while hugging him. So they all hug their partners, and they say they are on the border of the United States and Canada, so they enter, but a large rock falls from the sky, which they all dodge, and they see Lori descend from the sky. Lori. Sorry losers, but I'm not letting anyone into Canada, she said while holding floating rocks in her arms. Issei. I'll take care of it. He said as he walked away, but Rias touched his chest. Rias. I'll take care of that bitch, she said as she walked confidently. Issei. Are you sure? He said while looking at her. Rias. I'll take care of that wretch. She said as she walked away, but Ichika and Nin joined her. Rias. Safe, she said while looking at them. Ichika. She's a failed older sister, and as the eldest of the quintuplets, it's my duty to put her in her place. She said seriously. Nin. As the older sister, I'll take it upon myself to punish that phone-addicted bitch and steal her friends' boyfriends, she said while the 3 of them looked at Lori seriously. Thus, 3 older sisters would face the worst older sister in the history of humanity. Chapter 93 Rias Ichika and Nin vs Lori. Rias looked seriously at Lori, who did the same. Rias and the others, without thinking twice, rushed towards Lori, who does the same. Issei. I hope Rias wins, he said, watching his girlfriend fight. Futuro. I say the same about Ichika, he said as his girlfriend threw herself at Lori. Tadano. Same with Nin, he said seriously while watching his friend fight. Saji. What do we do while they fight? He said, watching the fight. Finally we will get our revenge on you, you pair of wretches, said a man's voice. Do. That's right, brother, but Issei is mine. I have unfinished business with you. Said a voice. All of Issei's friends, including himself, see both people. Issei. Mexico's shame is not like that, Bobby and Ronnie, he said, looking at both Santiago brothers. With Rias. She was fighting hand to hand against Lori, who had rocks on her arms like gloves. Lori punched Rias in the face, sending her flying, but Ichika delivered a double kick to her face, sending her crashing into a building, which then fell on top of Lori. The baby's eyes turn blue as bubbles appear in the rubble where Lori fell, and these float where Lori is seen very furious. Lori, at great speed, launches herself towards the 3 of them and punches them in the stomach, knocking the wind out of them. But Rias creates a destructive attack in her hand and strikes Lori in the stomach. Lori. Aya, scream of pain as she felt the burning pain in her stomach. Ichika summons thorny roses and throws them at Lori, who protects herself with stones. But Nin snaps her fingers, and the debris floating in the air, thanks to her bubbles bursts, falling on Lori, who doesn't notice and takes the full force of it. Issei-san. Issei. I thought you were dead, he said as he approached her face to face. Ronnie. I almost died, I lived, but the price was that I became sterile, you destroyed my eggs, and I will never be able to have children again, she said angrily. Issei. You deserved it, your damn brother raped Stella countless times, you raped Lincoln hundreds of times, so you deserve that, and more, he said while having an active fire fist. Ronnie. I'm going to make you suffer, he said while holding a gun, but the bullets had something special about them. Ronnie. Every bullet in this gun is filled with Samuel's poison. One shot will kill you. he said, but saw Issei take his weapon and put it to his head. Issei. You're going to kill me, do it, kill me with what little courage you have left, he said as Ronnie was ready to shoot. Asia. Issei-san, no. She said, fearing that Issei would die again. Hyoudou. Leave him alone, he knows what he's doing, he said seriously while sensing a presence he already knew belonged to, and I already know Issei's plan, he said seriously. With Rias and her colleagues. Rias was being beaten by Lori, who had arms made of stones. Nin tries to help Rias, but Lori grabs Nin and slams her to the floor. Ichika had arms covered in poisonous spines and lunged at Lori, but Lori easily grabbed Ichika by the neck and threw her towards Nin, who was standing up. Lori. I'm going to enjoy killing you, well Issei begs me not to and cries for you, she said while she already had her stone fist ready, and without thinking she threw her fist at Ria's face, but she caught her fist. Rias. You fell for it, bitch, she said while headbutting her. Lori steps back as a trickle of blood trickles down her forehead. Lori. What? She said, surprised. Rias, Ichika and Nin stand up and activate their turbo power. Rias had dark red hair, a totally sadistic smile, revealing dark clothing like Rainer's, slightly larger breasts that rivaled Yusaka's, and her skin was a little lighter. Issei got a nosebleed while looking at his girlfriend and leader of his harem. Ronaldo. She's Issei's girlfriend, he said while blushing deeply. Brain. How envious, he said, falling unconscious while bleeding from his nose. Ichika had rapper braids, rocker clothes like Saji, and breasts the size of Rias. Hyoudou was blushing deeply as he thought about what he would do to Ichika once all this was over. Miku. What are you thinking, Hyoudou? She said jealously, grabbing Hyoudou's cheek, who complained of pain. Nin had a braid in her hair had turned pink like Najimi's, dark green eyes, and an innocent smile that was the complete opposite, and her breasts had grown, becoming the same size as Ross's. Dodano blushed when he saw his friend in that state, but then he stood up straight since he had a girlfriend, but he couldn't help but look at her. Komi just smiled, knowing that very soon she would be sharing her boyfriend like other girls. With Rias and in the fight. Lori wasn't intimidated and lunged at Nin, punching her in the face, but Nin didn't back down. Instead, Lori felt a sharp pain in her arm and face. Lori. Why does my face hurt? She said while spitting out 4 teeth. Nin. My power without the turbo is to create indestructible bubbles that I can destroy at will, but with the turbo I can reflect any blow you give me or that I give my enemy, he said with a sinister smile. Without listening, Lori lunges at Ichika and kicks her, but Ichika easily stops her. A red glow appears in Ichika's eyes, forcing Lori to look her in the eyes, and Lori's eyes explode as she remembers all her sins. Lori. What's wrong with me? She said as she raised her face, revealing black holes in her eyes and blood oozing from them. Ichika. My power without the turbo is that I can control nature, both its poisons and cures, but with the turbo I can control fire as well as the temperature in my environment, she said seriously. Lori couldn't see and Rias had a seizure that left her paralyzed. Rias. My power with turbo is that I can paralyze people just by touching them, and I can also control their bodies once they're paralyzed. She said this while thinking about Lori's body, and Lori felt her legs break. Lori. Ai, scream of pain as she felt her arms break, as well as her ribs and other bones. Rias, Ichika and Nin began torturing Lori, and she tried to escape through a magic circle, but she couldn't thanks to Rias, who wouldn't let her escape. Rias prepares a destructive attack, Nin creates a very powerful light attack, and Ichika creates a lethal gas. Rias. It will not be an honor to kill someone like you, she said while merging her attack with the other two. Ichika. You're the worst older sister in the world. She said while she had her attack ready. Nin. I hope you suffer in Tartarus, he said while he had his attack ready. The three mercilessly launched the combined attack, and Lori was destroyed by the attack. Lori remembers her moments with Lincoln, how she used to be, a good older sister, and when the matter of bad luck and her revenge for the video came into her life. Lori. I ruined it, forgive me little brother, she said as she was destroyed by the attack, killing Lori. Rias, Ichika and Nin return to normal and walk with the others, watching Issei, Hyoudou, Tadano, Naoto, Saji, Ryota and Shido, along with some Aztecs, including Roberto and some of Issei's soldiers, playing soccer. And what was wrong with that? They were using Bobby's head as a ball and kicking it. Issei. Saji, to me. He said as Saji kicked his head and he approached the goal and scored. Issei. Ghoul, he said excitedly, as did others who support him. Rias. What happened? She said confused, but everyone was excited to watch the game. Chapter 94 Rem vs Ronnie and Naoto vs Bobby. Rias. What happened? She said confused, watching as Issei and his friends continued playing with Bobby's head, which had already been kicked several times. David. I'll tell you, said the scientist, looking at Rias. David. You'll see, when you were fighting with Lori, he said, recounting what happened. Flashback. Issei was seen staring seriously at Ronnie, who was about to deliver the final blow, but was kicked by a blue-haired girl. Ronnie dropped the weapon and Issei picked it up. Issei was surprised to see a girl in a maid outfit. I am, she said happily as she lunged towards Issei and covered his face with kisses. Sona. Who is she? She said, suppressing her jealousy. Issei was nervous seeing his jealous partners, but the girl got ahead of him. Rem. My name is Rem Jones, I'm Issei-sama's personal maid. She said with a smile. Bakeno. Like, a personal maid. She said jealously while holding a lightning bolt in her fingers. Issei. I'll tell you later, he said while he saw Ronnie with blue and red fire in her hands. Ronnie. You damned wretch. She said as she looked at Rem, furious. Issei. I'm fed up with that bitch, he said while having two fists of purple fire, but Rem touches his shoulder. Rem. Let me fight. He saved me from North Korea, so I'll fight for you. She said as she approached Ronnie. Naoto. Issei, will you let me kill this wretch? He said, pointing at Bobby. Issei. It's all yours, he said as he decided to watch the show with the others, but someone stopped them. Caesar. Wait, he said as everyone looked at him. Caesar. Who's making bets? He said as the vast majority took out money and started betting. Roberto. What nerve, Caesar, to make bets at a time like this? He said angrily, I'll bet 1 million on Rem and another million on Naoto. He said while handing him the money. Israel receives a call, answers it, and immediately hangs up. Roberto. Who was he? He said while looking at him. Israel. Your wives say that if you lose another bet you won't have Hex with them for a millennium, he said while Roberto sweated cold. Roberto. Come on, last time wasn't so bad, was it? He said while looking at him. Israel. You lost 600 million euros in a bet last time, he said seriously, looking at him. Roberto. Yeah, I'm screwed, but you know I can turn stones into diamonds and gold, I can even create bismuth, so money isn't a concern. He said seriously, but he was nervous because if his wives found out he lost money, he could say goodbye to Hex for a long time. Back in the fight. Caesar. Okay, Rem and Naoto, break their faces. He said while both Latinos looked at him angrily and he left with a large amount of money. Rem looks seriously at Ronnie, who without thinking activates the turbo. She has dark blue eyes and her hair is pink. Rem's hands were made of ice, and without thinking twice, she lunged at Ronnie. Ronnie does the same as both blows collide. Ronnie and Rem stepped back, and Rem had a serious expression as a chill ran through her body. Asia. Issei-san, who is she? She said while looking at him. Issei. She is Rem Jones. Her former name was AF-16. She didn't have a name. When we carried out the attack on North Korea and rescued the prisoners there, she was there. She was very shy and wouldn't let anyone touch her because she would cry and beg them not to hurt her. He said seriously. Issei. She was so damaged, both physically and mentally, that she didn't want anyone near her. Even if she heard metal, she would cry and beg us not to hurt her. He said seriously. Issei. One day I approached her with a piece of bread. She took it very suspiciously and started eating it, and I stroked her head. She was surprised, but when I was about to remove my hand, she took it and said to continue, that it felt good. He said seriously, but smiled when he remembered that. Issei. After that, she and I started getting to know each other. I told her name, and she said she was prisoner AF-16 and didn't have a name. I asked her why she was in those concentration camps, and she said her father was a general in the North Korean army, but one day he soiled the president's shoe, and they executed him and took her and her mother to the concentration camps. She was only 3 months old. He said seriously. Issei. Then, as the years passed, she witnessed her mother being raped by the guards and how her mother sacrificed herself for her. There were even times when the guards forced her to watch them rape her mother. She was very damaged, both physically and mentally, that even every time she spoke to me, she became nervous and afraid of saying the wrong thing. He said seriously. Issei. As the days passed, when we were about to start the Molotov genocide, I gave her the name Rem Jones. I gave her Lincoln's real last name, so that she would have that last name in her soul. After that, she promised that when she grew up she would become my maid and wife, and I see that she never forgot it. He said, blushing as he saw his now maid in her maid outfit. They were all surprised to hear Rem's story, who they saw fighting Ronnie hand to hand. With Rem and Ronnie exchange blow after blow, Ronnie's hands ablaze with red and blue fire, while Rem's fists are ice, and she strikes her mercilessly. Rem kept hitting him, but Ronnie wouldn't give up and punched Rem in the face, but his flames went out. Ronnie. What's wrong with my flames? He said while trying to summon his power but couldn't. Rem. My power with the turbo is that I can extinguish any flame when it hits my face, and there's no way your flames will return. That means you're now just someone without powers. She said with a smile. Bram creates 2 eye spears and buries them in Ronnie's thighs. Ronnie. I. Scream of pain as he felt his blood freezing along with his tissues and veins. Bram summons an ice axe and cuts off Ronnie's arms. Ronnie. Mercy. Scream as blood pours from his severed arms. Bram pulls out a phone and the video plays of Bobby raping Lily and Ronnie, encouraging this bastard to continue the torture. Bram. People like you should burn in hell, she said as she pulled a knife from her dress and began to cut open her abdomen and breasts. Both his rib bones and lungs were exposed to the air and Ram mercilessly began to remove his liver, stomach and kidneys with his hands. Ronnie screamed in agony and Ram grabbed Ronnie's face and mercilessly ripped off the flesh where his red flesh was visible. Ronnie just screamed and cried, so Ram, to end it, kicked her, decapitating her. Ram just stared intently at Ronnie's body and left with Issei. Issei. Good job, I see you're not so shy anymore, he said while stroking her head. Ram. I took classes in kung fu, karate, boxing, Petro-Roman wrestling, and others to be perfect for you, she said with a smile. Issei. There's no need, you're already perfect, he said with a smile. Bram, unable to contain her feelings, kisses Issei on the lips, making her girls jealous. But they saw that she loved Issei, so they would argue with her later. With Naoto and Bobby. Naoto. Finally, after a long time you will pay for what you did, you wretch. He said, having his chainsaws with their turbo power activated where there was electricity in them. Bobby. I see we're not so different, he said as he pulled a cord from his chest and 3 katanas came out, 2 in his arms and 1 on his head. Naoto and Bobby look at each other seriously and both dive into the clash of weapons. Every time Bobby clashed weapons with Naoto, he felt an electric shock that hurt him. Bobby didn't pay any attention and continued clashing weapons with Naoto. In a moment of carelessness, Bobby cuts Naoto's left arm, causing him to groan. Negatoro. Senpai, she said as she went to help him but Tadano stopped her. Tadano. Calm down, look, he said as he watched Naoto's arm return to his body as if nothing had happened. Amo. He said as he watched Naoto lunge at Bobby again. Shido. It's easy to explain, you see Naoto with a turbo and having the power of his deceased friend Pachita is able to make any part of his body come back again. The bad thing is that if that same part is cut off many times it takes a while to come back, but it's very rare for that to happen, so you can rest easy about your boyfriend, he said while watching Issei cut off Ronnie's head. With Naoto. Naoto clashed weapons with Bobby and they were evenly matched. Bobby. You're pathetic, he said while letting out a big sigh. Naoto. I'll tell you as many times as necessary, I will get revenge for what you did to Stella and I don't care how many times I try, he said while Bobby saw the image of Stella behind Naoto with a determined smile. Bobby was distracted by what he saw and Naoto, without wasting any time, cut off Bobby's arms, causing him to scream in pain. Naoto uses his 3 saws to pierce Bobby through the stomach and chest, causing him to lose his katana and stare at Naoto. Naoto draws electricity from his saws, where Bobby is burned alive while screaming, and a great electricity damages his body until he dies. Naoto pulls out his saw, and Bobby, before dying, saw Stella smile and disappear. Naoto cuts off Bobby's head and returns to normal. Bobby then takes the head and lets out a cry of victory. Issei. I knew I would win, he said with a smile. Futuro. You know, we need to take a break. We've been attacking relentlessly. If we continue like this, we'll be defeated. He said seriously. Issei. You're right, we'll take a break, but I'll say something, he said while taking Ronnie's head. Issei. Who wants to play soccer? He said as his friends approached and they went to a soccer field that had not been greatly affected by the attacks. End of flashback. David. And that's what happened, he said as he watched Kiba take Futuro's head off and score. Rias. I understand, she said as she watched the girls talking to Rem. This would be the defeat of Laurie, Ronnie, and Bobby. Now all that remained was to defeat the others. In an unknown place. Lin was seen looking at the screen. Lin Jr. Laurie and those Santiagos got too confident, but soon it will be my turn to fight, he said while touching a dome where there was a giant being and the invaders from Venus were guarding it very well. Chapter 95 break. All of Issei's soldiers, Aztecs, and people from Mars could be seen setting up camp. Issei. We'll rest for today. Tomorrow at 5 AM we'll continue the attack. He said seriously. Rias. I understand, she said while watching Issei's soldiers set up grills. Issei. We'll have a barbecue tonight, no alcohol, we'll just eat some BBQ ribs and mango habanero, he said as he approached the grills. Irina, Ikumi, Hisako, Alice, Natsu and Oriel. We'll help you, she said as they approached Issei. So they started making ribs while everyone had a good time. Asia. So you're Sheila, the one who made the armor, she said while there was a taller Sheila. Sheila. That's right, I see you have one. Where did you get it? She said while watching her drinking a soda. Asia. Issei-sen gave it to me, taught me how to use it, and helped me when I fought a fallen, she said while talking to her. Sheila. I understand, and you have some power. She said while looking at her. Asia. I can heal people, and I can also create a bow and arrows, she said while talking. Sheila. I see, she said while continuing to chat with Asia and Ika joined the conversation. Another conversation. Rias. So you all love my Issei, right? She said while looking at White, Rem, Susan, and Mary. White. While at first I saw him as a son, but then I started to see him as a man, and as time went on I fell in love with him. She said, blushing as she looked at him. Rem. He was the only one who made me feel confident in myself, and he also taught me the beautiful things in life, she said, blushing. Susan. At first I saw him as a fellow genocidal maniac, but then I saw him as a man because he was strong and cared about all of us, she said, blushing. Mary. It's true, once when we were making weapons, a chemical went out of control and was going to explode, killing us, but he came in when he heard the noise and got us out of the lab, she said blushing because she still remembers how he carried her and her sister. Susan. That day we became closer to Issei, and the more we got to know him, the more we fell in love with him, she said blushing. Akeno. We understand that feeling, she said with a slight blush, as Issei had helped her accept herself. Rias. We'll give them a chance to be in Issei's harem, she said with a smile. The girls were happy to know they could be with Issei. Another conversation. Nino. So Hyoudou was the terror of Royal Woods, he said while talking to Cookie, who was now older, and Carol, who was now a beauty. Cookie. If he had territory, it was very likely you'd be robbed, she said while taking a sip of soda. Itsuki. But Hyoudou didn't kill, right? She said while looking at her. Carol. Futara did kill, but he didn't kill innocent people, he killed racist police officers, thieves, and rapists, she said while doing some arm stretches. Nino. I see. I'm glad Hyoudou didn't kill any innocent people. She said while watching Hyoudou, Ryota, Shido, and Naoto play volleyball with Ronnie's head. Itsuki. And changing the subject, do they have partners? She said while looking at them. Cookie. Well, I'm not interested in anyone. She said while watching an older Rocky polishing his weapon. Carol. Me neither, she said, looking at Chaz, who no longer had his belly and now had noticeable muscles. Nino. You can see they're devouring them with their eyes, he said while looking at both sisters. Cookie. Yes, Rocky is cute, but do you think he'll accept me? She said while looking at them. Carol. I say the same about Chaz. When Lini rejected him, he won't accept any other woman. Do you think he'll accept me? She said while looking at them. Nino. You won't know if you don't try. At first, I hated Hyoudou for breaking our sisterly bond. I even drugged him the first day he was my tutor. I regret that day and night. But when I confessed my feelings for him, I was terrified. I even feared he hated me for the way I treated him. But I realized I won't know if I don't try, so you can try to get closer to the boys you like too. She said with a smile that gave both sisters confidence. Cookie. You're right, that's what we'll do, she said with a smile. Itsuki. That's the spirit, she said with a smile. Another conversation. Francisca. And that time I ate all the food at the burger place, she said with a winning smile. Zenobia. Wow, impressive. We want to end this war since Issei promised us we'd be his guinea pigs for his dishes, she said, drooling at the thought. Marta. They'll love the food, especially the vaccinated hamburgers, the fried shrimp tower, the shrimp and octopus sushi, the red burrito tacos, the fried sandwiches, the black spaghetti, and many others, she said while watching Zenobia and Irina drooling as they imagined the great food Issei would make for them. Irina. And for dessert, she said while looking at them. Francisca. Issei's desserts are very good, the vanilla flan with sweetened condensed milk, the Oreo cake, the chocolate truffle pie, the lemon pie with cream, the 14 milk cake and others, she said while watching them both imagine that. Zenobia. Irina, we must end this war soon so we can eat such delicacies, she said determinedly. Irina. You're right, I'm not going to let the Chaos Brigade get away with this, she said determinedly. Both smiled at the determination of Issei's partners. Another conversation. Ross. So you guys have a lot of scientific knowledge, he said, looking at David, Dexter, and Brain. David. That's right, we are capable of saving the world from hunger and pollution, he said proudly. Dexter. That's right, once the war is over, the water engine and the anti-pollution system that the three of us created together will be revealed, he said proudly. Cerebro. But we'll ask Issei to kill the presidents, because if these projects come to light, they'll silence us, and the world will be doomed to pollution. He said seriously. Enemu. I understand, and tell me, do you have girlfriends? He said, looking at them. David. I'm married to Darcy and Lindsay are on their way now, as they're currently in France on vacation. He said seriously. Dexter. I have 2 wives, but they're on Mars, he said while showing him a picture of his wives. Brain. And I married Dee, he said while showing a picture of himself with Dee. Dexter. I still don't understand what you saw in my sister, he said, looking at him. Brain. It's perfect for me, she said with a smile. Enemu? Well, congratulations to all 3 of you, she said with a smile. So they continued talking. Another conversation. Bimeko. I won. She said while showing her cards. Dana. You're good, she said while looking at her cards. Kaneko. That's true, she said while showing her cards. Midari. How about we play something extreme? She said while pulling out a gun. Yumemi. We won't play that game. Last time you almost killed Yumeko. She said seriously. Midari. How boring, she said, putting away her gun. Dana. It seems we've all changed, she said while watching everyone chatting and having a good time. Issei. The ribs are ready, he said while on the tables there were several pots with BBQ ribs and mango habanero. Arena. And the desserts too, she said while looking at several ice creams with gold dust. This way everyone comes together to eat and have a better time talking and getting to know each other better. Some time later. Everyone seemed satisfied after eating the ribs and desserts, so they prepared to sleep in a building, but then a barrier trapped them all. Ahahahahaha, finally my revenge will be fulfilled, she said as a loud appeared. Tadano. Lewin, he said seriously. Lewin. That's right, she said, snapping her fingers, and fallen and demons appeared behind her, but these had rays around their necks and a metallic spider on their necks. Issei. It seems they're controlling them, he said, but was kicked by a beautiful blonde girl. She also had a spider on her neck and her face was expressionless. Tadano. I'll take care of her, he said as he walked away, but 2 people with pumpkin heads touched his chest and both approached him. Issei. Listen, it seems the fallen and demons on Lewin's side are being controlled. We need to subdue them and remove the spider controlling them. Will Pumpkin Knight and Pumpkin King take care of Lewin, and I'll take care of her. He said, dodging 4 fireballs that were heading towards him. They all nod and prepare to attack the control demons and fallen. Chapter 96 Pumpkin Knight Y Pumpkin King vs Lewin. Both boys were looking at Lewin, who was doing the same. Pumpkin King pulled out a shotgun and started shooting at Lewin, who dodged it, grabbed a rock where it grew, and threw it at both of them. They both dodge it, and Pumpkin Knight throws a barrage of knives at Lewin who protects himself with a log. Rias. Who are they? She said while watching the fight. Issei. Looks like they have it easy, he said while carrying the blonde who attacked him. Rias. You defeated Seekvaira. She said, surprised. Issei. Well, using their weaknesses to my advantage was easy, but seeing the fight, they still hold a lot of resentment towards Lewin, he said, watching them both fight in sync. Gabriel. Who are they? He said, seeing how Pumpkin King managed to cut Lewin's lip. Issei. Well, Pumpkin Knight is Maggie and Pumpkin King is Benny, her ex-friends, he said seriously. Asia. But why do they have those pumpkins? She said, confused. Issei. You see, the bad luck thing started when I left. Maggie and Benny were in a relationship, and Lewin didn't like that. She considered them traitors since she had feelings for Benny. He said seriously. Issei. She ended her friendship with them and started playing pranks on both of them. I can say that they suffered much worse than Lincoln because of her pranks. He said seriously. Issei. But one day she crossed the line. On Halloween, Royal Woods High School held a dance where they chose the Pumpkin King and Queen. Everyone knew about the close relationship they had, so many voted for Benny and Maggie, and they both won. He said seriously. Issei. But the moment they put the pumpkins in, the pumpkins burst into flames, and both of them screamed for help as their faces burned. Lewin had put firecrackers in the pumpkins, and they were taken to a mental hospital because the police said they played the prank on themselves. He said seriously. Issei. When I recruited them, I showed them the video of how Lewin put firecrackers in the pumpkins, but that wasn't all. They saw that it wasn't just the firecrackers that caused their faces to be destroyed, but that Lewin also put sulfuric acid in the pumpkins so that their faces couldn't be repaired. They won't stop until they kill Lewin. He said seriously. Their harem was surprised to hear Maggie and Benny's story, so they went to help the others remove the spider that controlled them. Lewin. Lewin increased the size of the stones he threw at both madmen. Maggie pulls out some ninja stars and throws them at Lewin, who blocks, but they bounce off and hit her, one in the arm and another in the leg. Lewin complained of pain, but Benny approached her at great speed and threw a pie at her face. But what was so shocking about it? Well, the pie was made of cement where Lewin spits out a tooth and gets a nosebleed. Lewin. You miserable wretch. she said as she pulled out a knife which grew in size and cut off the head that Benny had. Benny's face was exposed. It was disfigured, but he had bandages so that his face wouldn't be too visible. Benny just smiled maniacally and lunged at Lewin, punching her in the stomach, followed by Maggie who cut off Lewin's ear. Lewin. Aya, scream of pain. Rias. It looks like they have it under control, she said while watching as they both gained the upper hand in the fight. Issei. Yes, when the Molotov genocide ended, they disappeared off the map, but what I heard was that they became assassins, the most wanted in the United States, the United Kingdom, France, and Denmark. But they killed criminals who never went to trial and committed cruel acts without being punished, he said seriously. Bekeno. How many did they kill? She said as she watched them continue fighting. Issei. You know how many ants you've stepped on? He said while looking at Bekeno. Bekeno. Very funny, she said while hugging him, putting her face on his chest. With Maggie and Benny. Maggie plants a grenade on Lewin's chest, sending her flying. Lewin gets to her feet injured and grabs a tree where it grows and hits them both, sending them flying and crashing into some rubble. Both were injured, but they wouldn't give up. Benny pulled out some grenades he had in his chest and threw them at Lewin. They exploded, but they weren't ordinary grenades. They were fragmentation grenades, and the fragments hit Lewin. Lewin tries to protect herself, but the fragments hit her directly, striking almost her entire body. Lewin screamed in pain from the fragments in her body, and Maggie lunged at Lewin with a spiked titanium bat, hitting her in the face, knocking out some teeth, and she fell to the ground. Lewin tries to escape, but Issei asks Gasp to freeze her powers so she can't escape, which he does. Lewin couldn't move, and Maggie and Benny approached her. Lewin begged for mercy, but Maggie removed the pumpkin, revealing her face destroyed by acid and firecrackers. Without thinking, Maggie puts the pumpkin in Lewin's face. Lewin tries to remove it, but it has a special glue that Benny put on it, so she can't take it off. Benny pressed a small button on the pumpkin, and Lewin felt a bunch of knives pierce her head. Lewin. I, scream of pain while trying to remove the pumpkin. Lewin screamed as she felt blood all over her face, but then two corkscrews appeared in front of her and slowly approached her as she begged for help, but the corkscrews began to gouge out her eyes. Lewin was apologizing, but then an acid started burning her face. She begged them to take the pumpkin away, but nobody did anything. Lewin remembers how she ruined both of their lives and how she was the one who caused them to be taken to a mental institution where she made sure they both received the worst possible treatment. Lewin stopped screaming, and finally the pumpkin exploded, killing Lewin and causing her to lose her head. Thus they both walk away with a satisfied smile, having killed their nightmare. Issei. I knew you guys would defeat her, he said, and they both just gave him a thumbs up. Arena. They don't speak, she said while looking at them. Issei. I promise you that once the genocide is over, I will ask David to fix your faces and give you back your voices. He said while they both just smiled. Elsewhere. Lynn looked unfriendly as she stared at Roberto's wives. Lynn Jr. It took me some work to catch her, but it was easy, he said while they looked at Lynn with deathly eyes. Kurumi. Damn bored, you won't get away with this. She said while trying to summon a rifle, but the cage was anti-magic. Lynn Jr. I think so, nobody can stop me, especially since I have the powers of Roberto's enemies, she said while summoning tentacles. Thus Lynn Jr. began to take away the powers of Miyuki, Toga, and Kurumi, who screamed in pain as they felt their power being stolen. Lynn Jr. just had an arrogant face as he looked at the three. Lynn Jr. Well, I don't need them anymore. Happy birthday, Dad, have fun. She said as Lynn Sr. entered and went into the cage where the three of them were. The three women resisted, but it was useless as Lynn Sr. abused all three married women. With Roberto. He was helping Great Red liberate Africa when he transformed into his god mode and felt a great fury. Big Red. What's wrong? He said while looking at his friend. Roberto felt a great thump in his heart and he teleported to the secret refuge of the Aztecs, where upon arriving he saw everyone dead and his children unconscious. Roberto. What happened here? He said as he saw an Aztec move. Roberto takes it and begins to heal, but the Aztec did not heal. Roberto. What happened, soldier? And where are my handcuffs? He said as he looked at the Aztec. Azteca? Lynn Jr. took them, she's very strong. When we tried to protect his wives, it was too late because she had already taken them. He said this while dying from his injuries. Roberto was furious and grabbed his children and teleported to where Issei was. Issei's son. Issei was sleeping with his girls when a magic circle appeared, Roberto emerged, and he left his children with him and went in search of his wives. Chapter 97 Torture and History. Roberto was focused on finding his wives when he sensed a small but sufficient presence of Kurumi in a remote and unknown place in the underworld. He then teleported to a castle where the fallen and demons quickly appeared and began attacking Roberto. Roberto easily kills them all and enters the castle where more demons and fallen arrive and begin attacking Roberto, who has no problem finishing them off. He reached the top of the castle where he saw a room and broke down the door where he saw something that made him furious. And it was like Lin Sr. abused Kurumi, who cried and begged him to stop, which he did not do. Roberto instantly transforms into his god mode and launches himself at great speed towards Lin Sr., where Roberto delivers a blow that pierces the castle wall and lands in the courtyard. Roberto breaks the anti-magic cage, creates a portal, and pushes his wives to safety. Roberto looks at Lin Sr. and he lunges towards him, his eyes red with red pupils. Roberto. Never mess with my wives again, he said while raining blows on Lin Sr., who defended himself with his strength, but Roberto's fury was greater. Roberto freezes time for a few seconds, enough to punch him in the nose, stomach, legs, and arms. When time returned to normal, Lin Sr. had a broken nose, was spitting up a large amount of blood, had broken arms and legs, and couldn't move. Lin Sr. tries to escape, but Roberto blocks his magic, grabs his jaw, and rips it off, causing Lin Sr. to scream in pain. Roberto. I'll teach you not to mess with other people's wives, he said while taking his eggs and summoning a lemon squeezer, which then began squeezing Lin Sr.'s children. Lin Sr. Scream of pain as his children were crushed. Once Roberto finished, he summoned a knife and cut off his nose and tongue. Lin Sr. was suffering from pain, and Roberto summoned a corkscrew and began to gouge out Lin Sr.'s eyes, who was suffering from such torture. Roberto was still furious about what he saw, and with the knife he began to cut open his chest where his organs were exposed. Roberto began to tear out his intestines, then his kidneys, then his lungs, and then his liver. Lin Sr. suffered hell from such torture, and Roberto finally ripped off his head, at which point he let out a cry of victory, which the dragons nearby echoed. Roberto. I hope you suffer in Tartarus, he said while crushing Lin Sr.'s head. Then he heard a slow, sarcastic clap, and Roberto saw Lin Jr. watching him. Lin Jr. Wow, you beat my father. You know, thanks. I was fed up with that arrogant big-nosed guy. She said seriously. Roberto. I see you stole my wife's powers, this won't go unpunished, he said as they got into fighting stances. Lin Jr. You won't have it easy, Arachi. I'm very powerful, and once everything is under my control, everyone will know I'm number one. She said while looking at him. Roberto. Before we fight, tell me something, how did you come back to life? He said while looking at her. Lin Jr. Well, since you're going to die, I'll tell you, she said, starting to tell without knowing that a very small snake had her leg and was absorbing the power she stole from Roberto's wives. Flashback to years ago. One day after the end of the Molotov genocide, Lin Jr.'s lifeless body was seen. Lin Jr. was seen staring into space until suddenly three beings appeared. This girl is very evil, said a man wearing a 19th century hat. 2. That's true, but she's perfect, said a guy in a red suit. 3. Finally we will get revenge on that damned Arachi, said a girl with pigtails. 4. That bastard will pay for this, said a muscular guy. Lin Jr. Who are they? He said while looking at them. Black Hat. Hello brat, my name is Black Hat, he said while taking off his hat. Alistair. My name is Alistair, little one, he said while holding a microphone that had an eye on it. Makima. My name is Makima, miss, she said with a smile. Rugel. My name is Rugel, girl, said the muscular guy. Lin Jr. And where are we? He said as he looked at them. Alistair. We're in the same nothingness, girl, nothingness, he said while turning her around. Lin Jr. Then I'm dead, she said while looking at them. Rugel. Yes, your soul was rejected from heaven, hell, Valhalla, and paradise. Basically, you are a rejected soul. He said while looking at her. Black Hat. And tell us how you died, he said while looking at her. Lin Jr. Well, we have to start from the beginning, she said as she began to tell her story. Some time later. Lin Jr. And then that damn Issei cut me to pieces. She said angrily. Everyone was silent listening to the story until they all started laughing. Black Hat. Ha 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 ha, that is a cruel and heartless act, my respects, miss, he said loudly while laughing. Alistair. Ha 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 ha, I haven't laughed like that since the stock market crash of '65, there are so many orphans, he said while wiping away his tears. Makima. Great job, girl, putting that loser in his place. She said while patting her head. Rugel. It's a shame you died because of that wretch, he said while giving her a smile. Lin Jr. Thank you, I should have tortured him more than he suffered, he said while clenching his fists. Lin Jr. And tell me how you died, she said while looking at them. The villains were silent until they spoke. Black Hat. Well, you see, years ago, more specifically in the Dark Ages, I was the terror of the world. Everyone knew my name and what I was capable of. I was the cruelest being to ever walk the earth. But one day, I wanted the whole world at my feet. I wanted everyone to fear and be terrified of me. I created an army of monsters that heartlessly killed millions. My plan was going perfectly until I reached America, and there I began my conquest. But my mistake was attacking the Aztecs. They attacked my army, and I killed those wretches, but that was another mistake because Irachi appeared and killed me and my army of monsters, freeing the territories that were under my control. My soul wasn't accepted anywhere, and I ended up here. He said while looking at her. Alistair? Well, my story is different. In the 19th century, I was the terror of all Europe because I kidnapped people and killed them. What was so special about me? Well, I broadcast the torture I inflicted on the radio. Many listened as I massacred these people and as they screamed for mercy. The people of Europe were afraid to go out at night because I could kill them. Until Irachi discovered what I was doing and killed me. He did it in the same way I killed people, broadcasting my torture on the radio where people were happy and shouted for him to kill me for the people I killed. And I ended up here. He said with a smile. Wakima. Well, I was an Aztec banished by Irachi because he discovered that I was killing many innocent people. Filled with anger at Irachi for not appreciating my work, I tried to release the true demons to create chaos in the world for revenge, but I was stopped by Irachi and he killed me and I ended up here. She said while taking out a very used cigarette and beginning to smoke what little she had left. Virgil. Well, I was the best Aztec Irachi had, I could even beat his right-hand man. Irachi never appreciated what I did for him, so out of revenge I wanted to steal his power, but his power was too much for me to control, so he killed me and I ended up here. He said seriously. Lin Jr. Wow, great story, guys, but you have powers, you can't escape. She said while looking at them. Alistair. We even tried merging our powers, but nothing worked. He said seriously. Black Hat. We've even tried everything to escape, but nothing has worked. He said seriously. Wakima saw Lin, and an idea came to her. Wakima. I have an idea, we should merge with Lin, she said while looking at them. Virgil. You're crazy, he said while grabbing her shirt. Wakima. It's either merge with Lin or live here for all eternity, she said seriously. Everyone thought so, and they were right. Besides, she had a heart full of evil, they even saw that she didn't have a shred of kindness in her. Thus Black Hat takes Lin's head, Alistair touches her chest, Wakima her leg, and Virgil her back. Then they all chant, and Lin's body glows, and the four bodies enter her, causing her to scream in pain, but then she feels a great power within her body. At the end, only Lin was there, so she saw that there was no one else around, and it took her a while to process the information, even though she had all the knowledge of Black Hat, Alistair, Wakima, and Virgil. Thus she fused the power of the four into one, and was able to create a direct portal to Earth. So she just smiled as she passed through the doorway. Then Del flashed back. Lin Jr. And after that, I took my family's bodies and escaped, where I began recruiting more people for my revenge, and joined forces with the Chaos Brigade, he said with a smile. Roberto. I see, those wretches. I should have destroyed their souls when I had the chance, but thanks for the information. He said as the snake left Lin's body and quickly attached itself to Roberto's arm, and without wasting any time, he teleported away. Lin Jr. tried to stop Roberto, but it was too late, and Roberto left as she felt herself lose the powers she had gained from Roberto's handcuffs. Lin Jr. Unhappy. She said while shouting into the wind. This way Roberto would have the information on how Lin returned to life, and she would be a danger since not even he would be able to kill her. Chapter 98 Liberation of America. Issei. So that's how Lin came back to life, he said while eating a stew and talking to Roberto. Roberto. Yes, I even doubt we can beat Lin. Black Hat made me use 95% of my maximum power, Alistair 80%, Wakima 75%, and Virgil 55%, so we're in trouble when that bitch has the powers of my old enemies. He said seriously. Issei. So what does he have in mind? He said while looking at him. Roberto. The only option I have is to train you, as well as Saji, Naoto, Shido, Ryota, Futuro, and Tadano, he said seriously. Issei. I understand. Well, we need to go train now, as Lin might have a plan against us. He said seriously. So Roberto, without wasting any time, takes the boys away without saying goodbye to his loved ones. Some time later. Rias. Well, the letter Roberto Sama left us says that I'm in command of the army, so let's keep advancing until we liberate Canada. She said as everyone nodded. Thus they advanced, defeating soldiers, zombies, and mummies. There were many zombies and mummies appearing everywhere until they reached a base heavily protected by soldiers and invaders. So they killed everyone without mercy until they entered and saw a giant robot. Thus the robot began to launch missiles and potions that turned some of Issei's soldiers into zombies and mummies. But they saw that the Amadea soldiers had potions that were antidotes, so they stole the antidotes and gave them to the infected soldiers. Rias, Akeno, and Kuroka create a combined attack and launch it at the robot, destroying it in a matter of seconds. Rias. I have a theory that the zombies and mummies came from there, she said while looking at what was left of the robot. David. Yes, but we have to keep going, he said as they continued with their liberation. 1 week later. All of Canada had already been freed from Lin's army, and they would now go to Brazil, which was the last country in America to be free. Thus they arrived very quickly where Sirzechs and the other leaders were waiting for them. Sirzechs. They've arrived, he said while he already had an army of demons ready to fight. Rias. Yes, now we have to go in, she said as Sirzechs nodded and they entered Brazilian territory. Upon entering, they were met with a hail of gunfire, killing some demons and fallen. They then saw a huge red tank fall from the sky. And that wasn't all, as some angels and yokai were burned by an airplane's propeller. They then saw a giant plane descend from the sky, and not only that, but a huge submarine that could hide underground also emerged and took position. Rias. Attack. She said as everyone rushed to the 3 weapons. Asia launches herself in her armor and begins shooting at the red tank, but Asia dodges another tank that descends from the sky, which is green. And to make matters worse, another tank fell, but this one was blue, and all 3 attacked Asia with gunfire and cannons. Asia was firing cannons and flamethrowers at the tanks, but they were armored, so the blue tank jumped and landed on top of Asia. Note. I know it doesn't make sense for a tank to jump, but those who played Metal Slug Attack understand. Asia was saved by her armor. Otherwise, she would have been crushed to death. She realized her armor didn't have much protection, so she pressed the self-destruct button. Before the blue tank could crush her again, Asia escaped thanks to her armor's self-destruct mechanism, which exploded on top of the blue tank, causing serious damage. Asia summons her bow and arrows and begins firing at the tanks. Azazel. Asia, catch it. He said, throwing a stake. Asia catches him and sees that it is Azazel's armor. Azazel. Use it to destroy those tanks, he said, dodging the fireballs the plane was launching. Asia concentrates and thinks as the gem that held the stake shines. Asia remembered how she felt like a burden to Issei and his friends, how she was the one who caused Issei to activate the forbidden form of the Red Emperor, how she tried to stand out, but only served to heal. Asia just tightens the stake and screams. Asia. Break the balance, she said as her body glowed next to the stake and the tanks retreated. They all stared at that blow that came out of nowhere and saw Asia in golden armor. Asia summons her bow and arrow and fires an arrow into the sky. Less than 2 seconds later, a rain of arrows strikes the 3 tanks, destroying the blue tank. Asia launched herself towards the 2 remaining tanks and struck the cannon of the green tank, creating a trident of light which she made larger and used her demon wings to fly and reach a great height. Asia hurls a huge trident at the green tank, destroying it and leaving it in pieces. Without wasting any time, Asia begins to hit the red tank, which starts to smoke from the damage it receives. Asia then creates an energy sphere and hits the red tank directly, rendering it useless. Asia loses her armor and falls, exhausted, breathing heavily. Azazel. It's normal, it's the first time you've used it, he said as he watched the purple gem on the stake enter Asia. Azazel. I accept you as my bearer, he said with a smile. Itsuki launched fire attacks at the giant plane that was shooting fireballs from its rear hatch. Nino and Miku help her with stone attacks from Nino and ice attacks from Miku. Akeno concentrates, and behind her emerge 5 fallen angel wings and 5 demon wings. She creates a tornado of electricity and hurls it at the plane, destroying it and leaving it severely damaged. Searches. Damn it, that submarine is hiding. He said as he launched a destructive attack, but the submarine hit underground. Enemu creates a great spear and waits for the exact moment. Once he sees the sand submarine on the surface, he launches his great spear, destroying it. The Fae. They're all there, he said, but saw more rebel soldiers and Amadeus approaching and attacking. Issei's son. Roberto. Well, the 10,000 exercises are over, so rest up. He said as he left. Issei. Roberto-sensei went too far, he said while cracking his bones. Futuro. I agree, I'm very tired, he said while wiping his sweat. Shido. How do you think the girls will do? He said while looking at them. Issei. We have to have faith, I know they can take them on, he said with a smile. Futuro. And speaking of which, what's your relationship like with your partners? He said while looking at them. Issei. Well, the girls are very beautiful in my eyes, they didn't judge me for being a pervert, and they're amazing in bed, he said with a perverted smile as he remembered the intimate moments with his partners. Futuro. Well, at first I hated the girls, to the point that I was going to quit as their tutor, but as time went on I got to know them well. The most difficult one was Nino, he said seriously. Hidano. And why? he said while looking at him. Futuro. Well, once I forgot some books at her house and Miku let me in, but I didn't know that Nino had just gotten out of the shower and was wearing contact lenses, and her towel fell off, and I saw her naked, he said blushing. Naoto. And they did, he said while looking at him. Futuro. No, when she realized it was me, well, they almost fired me, but I explained everything, and from that day on she hated me, but I got along well with her when she was kidnapped once, he said very seriously. Ryota. How did that happen? He said while looking at him. Futuro. Well, she was kidnapped by some jerks from high school, and I took care of her and saved her because those jerks wanted to sell her into prostitution. He said seriously. Saji. And from then on, he got along well with you, right? He said while drinking water. Futuro. Yes, even when I saved her, she didn't want to leave my side out of fear. She even slept with me, hugging me. He said with a smile. Tadano. And you already did it with them, he said while looking at him. Futuro. No, I almost did it with Miku, but we almost got caught so I haven't done it with anyone, he said seriously. Issei. Wow, and I thought you'd be the first, but what about the others? He said, looking at them. Shido. Well, I made it with origami, he said, blushing. Tadano. Seriously, he said while looking at him. Shido. Well, that day I went on a date with her and she gave me a glass of water that had an aphrodisiac and Viagra in it and I lost control and had sex with her many times. The next day I was even in a wheelchair. He said, blushing as he remembered the day he couldn't control himself. Issei. Poor thing, I don't know if she felt happy or angry with you, he said while looking at him. Shido. I say I was happy because I already had a baby name book and had already bought several baby things like pacifiers, bottles, bibs and other things, he said while remembering that day. Issei. And only with her, he said while looking at him. Shido. No, I also did it with Miki, her best friend, and she did the same thing as origami, but the difference was that she gave us both a cupcake that had a very strong aphrodisiac, and the three of us lost control and did it like rabbits in heat, he said blushing as he remembered the moans of both of them and their lesbian acts. Issei. Wow, I had no idea about that. He said, somewhat surprised by Shido. Ryota. Me too, only it was with Midori, he said blushing. Naoto. That girl gives me the creeps, he said somewhat nervously. Ryota. Believe it or not, she has an amazing butt and really soft breasts, he said blushing. Tadano. So much so, but how, he said while looking at him. Ryota. You see, my school isn't like the others because what matters is gambling, and well, I played cards with her and I lost, and as a loser, I slept with her because she bet that if I lost I'd give her my virginity, and if I won I'd do whatever I wanted, he said blushing. Issei. I see, but I see you enjoyed it. He said as Ryota blushed, remembering that day. Issei. And you, he said, looking at Tadano and Naoto. Tadano. No, Komi is very shy about those things and I respect that. I'll wait for the moment when she's ready. He said with a smile. Naoto. I almost did it with Sakura and Hana, but we didn't get to that point, he said, blushing. Issei. I see, well we must continue training to protect our girls, he said with a smile. Futuro. That's right, he said with a smile as they stood up. Issei. Wait, before we start, I want you to promise me something. He said while looking at them. Tadano. What a thing, he said while looking at it. Issei. If I die at Lin's hands, protect my girls now, Lily, he said seriously. Naoto. What are you talking about? You'll never die, especially not with that bitch. He said while looking at him. Issei. I don't know why, but I feel death near, he said seriously. Issei. Thinking, I highly doubt I can defeat Lin, but if I sacrifice myself for the others, knowing she'll never hurt anyone else again, he thought seriously. Shido. Stop talking nonsense and let's continue training, he said as they returned to their training. Chapter 99 Lucy vs Allied Army. Rias and the others advance, destroying Lin's soldiers' defenses. They continued onward until they reached the capital of Brazil, but then they saw Lucy, who looked at them in a serious manner. Lucy. You can't pass, she said seriously. Rias. In the name of the Gremory family, your punishment is death. She said seriously. Sona. You're going to pay dearly for your sins, she said seriously. Lucy. I don't think so, you know, those arms, legs, organs and other things from those bad luck people were very useful to me, she said with a small smile. Akeno. What are you talking about? She said seriously. Lucy. I sacrificed the souls of Lincoln and his pathetic friends to gain power, she said with a smile. That caused surprise in everyone. Michael. What do you mean by sacrificing the souls of your brother and friends? He said seriously. Lucy. Well, let me show you, she said as she revealed her eyes, which were red, and began to transform. Lucy's body was taking the form of a true demon. Her entire body was being transformed into a monster. Kaneko. She's a monster, she said while covering her nose because of the horrible smell that Lucy gave off, as did Kuroka, Ikumi, Yasaka and Kunu. Lucy, in that form, unleashes fire from the skull on her chest, destroying and burning soldiers as well as Martians. Everyone starts to back away as Lucy creates energy balls and throws them at great speed. Akeno creates an electric attack in the shape of a dragon, but Lucy strikes Akeno's attack, destroying it. Lucy flies into the air with her wings and everything goes dark. No one could see, not even the demons who could see through the darkness. Then a scythe's tip fell from the sky, the blade engulfed in blue fire, and it crawled along, killing several demons and angels. This left behind some blue fire skulls for a few moments, and they disappeared. Lucy descended from the sky and continued her attack. Rias. She's very strong, she said while launching a destructive attack at Lucy's head, but it doesn't hurt her. Leona fires her shotguns at Lucy's body, but it doesn't do any damage. Clara and Leona joined the hail of bullets, but none of them harmed Lucy. Lucy, with her large hand, strikes the three, sending them flying. They crash into several trees and debris, falling unconscious. Francisca. Damn it, you took our Linky away from us. She said while she had a sea of tears and hit her legs with her great strength, but it didn't hurt her. Marta. I will never forgive you, she said as she lunged at Lucy and hit one of her eyes with mittens that had spikes on the front, but did not hurt her. Amanda. Give me back my bunny, she said while holding a circular chainsaw and making a cut on Lucy's back, but it didn't hurt her. Nikki. My Linky, we loved him, she said while holding a machine gun and shooting him without harming him. Sheila. He was the only boy who ever called me beautiful and never a nerd, she said while holding 2 mini buns and firing a large number of shots at his face, but she was not harmed at all. Lucy. Enough, she said in an imposing voice and grabbed the 5 girls and slammed them to the floor where they were badly hurt. Lucy. They will also be my sacrifice and join Lincoln, she said as she was about to stomp on the 5 to kill them. Murayama. Damn it, the damn bullets and magic attacks don't hurt her, she said while reloading her weapon, but someone approaches her at great speed and says. Its weak point is the skull on its chest, shoot mercilessly there, he said as he sped away. Murayama. Who was it? I know that voice, but who? Well, it doesn't matter. He said while pointing at the skull on Lucy's chest, and Lucy screamed in pain when she was hit by the bullets. Rias. Did you see that? Her weak point is the skull on her chest. She said as everyone, already knowing Lucy's weak point, began shooting at the skull. Lucy moves at great speed so that no one can shoot skull, but then they hear. Divide 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 divide. Lucy was losing her power, and someone wearing lion armor struck Lucy in the skull, destroying it, and Lucy's form was destroyed. Lucy's body exploded, and she was seen on the floor trying to escape. Himeko and Toka subdue her, and she tries everything to escape. Ravel gave some phoenix tears to the Johnsons, and they approached Lucy. Amanda. This is for Linky, she said while cutting off his arms. Lucy screamed in pain, but then Francisca cut off her ears and broke her nose. Marta tears Lucy's blouse, exposing her breasts, and using electrical clamps, begins to electrocute Lucy's breasts, causing her to scream in great pain. Nikki gets behind Lucy and starts burning her back, causing Lucy to scream in pain, which worsens when Nikki pours salt and alcohol on the wound. And finally Sheila makes her swallow a pill, and not even 2 minutes later she starts spitting up blood. Lucy. What did you give me, Aya? Scream of pain and vomits up her 2 kidneys. Sheila. That's the wash pill. The Soviets used it on German prisoners to test its lethality, and it's very lethal because it completely destroys their organs and blood vessels. She said seriously. Lucy vomited up her organs, but after 10 minutes she began vomiting her own bones and begged for death, but Sheila told her that she had to suffer for the damage Lincoln suffered. Sheila noticed 6 necklaces Lucy was wearing around her neck, and when she picked them up, she saw that they had several seals on them. Sheila. Do you know what these necklaces are? She said as Kuroka approached and looked at them. Kuroka. They are soul seals, they serve to imprison a person's soul and offer it as a sacrifice, she said seriously. Amanda. So they are, she said, looking at the necklaces. Azazel. Let me see, he said as he took the necklaces and examined them closely. Azazel examines them and finally has an answer. Azazel. They are the souls of Lincoln and his friends, he said seriously. They were all surprised to learn that they had the weapons of their friends and their beloved Lincoln. Amanda. We can bring him back to life, she said while looking at him. Azazel. There are two ways to bring them back, one is through the Holy Grail, and the other is for Roberto to bring them back to life, he said seriously. The Johnsons begin to celebrate and feel good knowing that their beloved could return. Then a magic circle appears and Roberto comes out, and without saying a word he takes the necklaces. Roberto. I'll take this, thank you very much, he said as he left. Meanwhile, in the underworld. Lin Jr. witnessed how his children, adults, and women were taken to concentration camps where they were tortured and experimented on in various ways. Lin Jr. My empire grows more every day, she said with a smile. Chandler. Thanks for letting me have this bitch, he said while he was raping Ria's mother, who was crying and begging him to stop, but he didn't and continued while Ria's father lay dead on the floor. Lin Jr. Consider it a reward for defeating the German army and the Soviet Union, which are now under my control. He said with a smile. At that moment, a soldier approaches Lin and he speaks. Soldier. My lady, all of America is free. They defeated the soldiers and weapons we brought there. All of Africa is also free, as is all of Asia, except for China. He said seriously. Lin Jr. Well, I bet Issei will travel by ship all the way to Spain. Good. Send Liberty halfway through that loser's journey. If he manages to defeat her, he'll be in for a big surprise. She said with an evil smile. Chandler. Stop crying, you damn bitch. He said, slapping Venelana's butt, who wouldn't stop crying. Chapter 100 Trip to Europe and Kateria vs Linka. Everyone in Brazil was seen killing the last of Lin's soldiers, and they already had victory assured. Searches. Finally, America is free, he said seriously. Azazel. And what are you doing here, Vali? I thought you were in Asia liberating countries. He said seriously. Vali. I left them to the fallen angels and yokai there, besides, there are some cooks who are helping us, he said seriously. Irina. What kind of people? She said, looking at Vali. Vali. Some people we met in Japan were putting up a big fight against the soldiers and invaders who wouldn't let them advance to the school, especially those kids from the North Star, or I think that's what it was called, he said seriously. Alice. So Soma and the others are alive. She said, surprised. Ali. If that Redeed gives them all a good fight, even when we arrived the area was safe and there were many refugees in the school, he said seriously. Alice. You can tell us later what we're doing, because in the meantime all of America is safe, she said seriously. Rias. We'll go to Spain, we'll go there and attack. We heard that Chandler defeated the Soviet and Nazi armies, so we need to go there to liberate the European countries. She said seriously. Fiona. We can't go through magic circles because it would attract the attention of others, she said while they were thinking about how to get to Europe. Azazel. We'll go by ship. It's too dangerous to go by plane, so cargo ships will be safe to go to Spain. He said seriously. So everyone accepted the idea and began preparing to go to Spain and liberate the European countries. Some time later. Many ships were seen at sea, carrying many fallen angels, demons, etc., all heading toward Spain. Kateria. Thank you for freeing me, girls, she said with a smile. Rias. Don't worry, you helped us a lot when we freed America, so I'll tell my brother not to punish you. She said with a smile. The ships were moving forward, but then they heard a noise and all stopped. Then one of the ships is destroyed, killing an entire human army that was there. Another one is destroyed where the fallen had to use their wings to fly and see who was there. Thus everyone sees a large octopus emerge from the sea where on its head was an albino woman wearing a mermaid costume. Linka. They won't stop, damn it. She said with a smile. Rias. So the albino fox became the ocean's bitch, she said while Linka glared at her angrily. Linka. Say goodbye to this world, she said as the great octopus raises its tentacles and destroys 16 ships, killing the vast majority and the supernatural beings using its wings. Kateria. I'll take care of her, said the brunette approaching. Gabriel. Good luck, he said as she walked forward. The office creates a snake of infinite energy and gives it to Kateria. The office. I'll lend you some of my power, she said emotionlessly when she saw those swimming in the ocean being devoured by sharks. Seraphol. She controls the entire ocean, she said seriously, watching as Kateria took out her 12 demonic wings and flew to where she saw Linka dying. Linka. The traitor will face me, how pathetic. She said while calling some piranhas and they jumped towards Kateria trying to bite her, but she summoned a ball of energy and killed them. Kateria. You're a damn bitch. She said as she lunged towards Linka, but the giant octopus's tentacle struck her, sending her flying. But she sprouted her now 12 demon wings and flew towards Linka. Linka summons sharks, which leap to a great height to bite Kateria, but she summons 2 energy swords and kills the sharks that try to bite her. Kateria was about to cut off Linka's head, but Linka delivered a powerful blow to Kateria's stomach, causing her to scream in pain. Linka was holding stonefish in her arms, which were causing Kateria great harm. Note. For those who don't know, stonefish are fish that hide under rocks, which helps them because their skin resembles stone. However, if someone steps on one, you only have a 5% chance of survival, but if you do live, you will be left paraplegic due to its venom. Kateria fell onto some floating wreckage of a ship and she saw her chest and saw that it was bruised. Kateria lunges at Linka again, but Linka summons a whale and Kateria is struck by the whale's powerful blow, leaving her severely injured. Rias. Kateria, she said as she flew and caught her. Kateria fell unconscious and Ravel healed her wounds with a phoenix tear and Asia healed her chest wound. Linka. Goodbye, I can't wait to see Lincoln's face when he sees them floating dead in the sea, she said as the giant octopus was about to destroy the ships, but then. A huge explosion is heard and everyone sees that the giant octopus no longer has a head and Linka has fallen wings to fly while she looks to see who attacked. So everyone saw an albino who hadn't been seen for a long time. Hajim. I'm sorry I'm late, but those fallen soldiers gave me a lot of trouble. He said while reloading a bazooka. Linka. Damn it. She said while calling for some piranhas, but Hajim dodged them by predicting their movements and killed them, as well as the sharks that approached. Hajim saw Linka's left eye glow and noticed that. Linka then calls more creatures of the Mara to attack, but Hajim, with his weapon, shoots Linka in her left eye, where she screams in pain. Linka. I, scream of pain while touching her eye. Linka had lost not only her only eye, but had also become blind with no possibility of ever seeing again. Linka launches several energy spheres but misses everyone, so she tries to escape, but Hajim grabs Linka and coldly tears off her fallen wings. Linka. I, scream of pain as Hajim begins to torture Linka with a knife in full view of everyone. Everyone saw how Hajim tortured Linka by hitting her, electrocuting her with his power, and tearing off one of her arms, which he then ate while possessing Linka's power. Hajim tests Linka's power by summoning eels that bite her breasts, causing her to scream in pain as the eels electrocute her. Linka was badly hurt, so Hajim ripped off her nose, tongue, and head, where he drank her blood but spat it out. Hajim. It tastes disgusting, he said, throwing Linka's head into the sea where the sharks eat Linka's head, and Hajim throws in the body, and they eat his whole body. He then approaches Rias and the others, who get into fighting stances, but he sees them. Hajim. Calm down, I'm on your side. If I had wanted to, I could have killed them all. He said while looking serious. Thus everyone lowers their position and the ships help the very few survivors from the sunken ships. Thus they go to Spain where they advance towards their destination. In another unknown place. Lisa was seen in a laboratory looking at her invention. Lisa. This is perfect, it will be a great surprise for Issei and the others when they see my invention, she said while looking at some human-sized capsules where several bodies could be seen, but these had something special. Elsewhere. Chandler was seen running while being attacked by a group. Siichi, we mustn't let him escape, said Aridid while a blue-haired boy chased after him. Siichi. Of course, you won't escape, you bastard. He said while summoning a rope and trying to tie him up. The catgirl lunges at Chandler and tries to subdue him, but Chandler slaps her and sends her flying. Chandler kept running, but then he was cut by an axe from a brown-skinned albino. Chandler fell to the ground as Siichi approached and put special handcuffs on him to prevent him from escaping. Siichi. Good job, Altoria, he said with a smile, making her blush. Chandler. You damn bastards, this won't end like this. He said as he tried to escape again, but the Redid turned her arm into a gorilla arm and punched him in the face, knocking him unconscious. Siichi. Good job, Saria. We all did an excellent job helping the citizens of China. Now, Great Red Sama's orders are to teleport him to Spain for an interrogation with Rias Gremory and Sona Sitri. He said this while teleporting Chandler to an abandoned building in Spain, but not before gagging him, so he couldn't ask for help. Chapter 101 Liberation of Spain. Rias and the others had reached the Spanish border, and without wasting any time they got off the boats and began their liberation. They all formed groups to split up and liberate Spain from Lin's army. With Rias, Itsuki, Toka, Carol, Komi and Nagatoro. These were killing soldiers who came out, as well as zombies and mummies trying to infect the soldier takes advantage of Nagatoro being out killing soldiers and throws a bottle at him, which breaks on his head. Komi summons a spear and kills the soldier. Rias. Are you alright, Nagatoro? She said while checking Nagatoro's skin, but it started turning blue. Itsuki. What's wrong with him? She said as Nagatoro screamed and fell to the floor. The lightning bolt struck her and she stood up with a lifeless dead face. Toka didn't want to kill her, but she was already a zombie. Then several invaders appear and begin attacking Rias and her group. But then Nagatoro vomits a large amount of blood, killing all the invaders. Rias. Are you alright? she said, but Nagatoro very slowly walked and fired a small pistol at the soldiers that appeared. The soldiers try to kill Nagatoro, but the bullets don't harm her. Instead, when she takes damage, she heals in a matter of seconds and fires shots, vomiting blood and killing the enemies. Rias. We have to find a cure for Nagatoro, she said seriously while you were helping Nagatoro kill. Anakeno, Katori, Yumeko, Momo, Yotsuba y Kendall. They were elsewhere killing the soldiers that appeared, but then Katori was hit by a mace that sent her flying. Kendall. Katori, said the blonde worriedly as she saw a guy who looked like an executioner. Then more like him also appear, using their mallets as weapons. The Keno creates lightning and throws it at the executioners, but they run towards them and try to hurt them, but they all dodge the blows. Kendall throws fragmentation grenades at them, but it's not much of a problem for them, and they try to cut Kendall, but she dodges them because, having Kick as her boyfriend, he taught her physical agility. Kendall dodges the executioner's blows, but one was about to cut her in half, but Katori clashes weapons with the executioner using her axe. Katori creates a fireball and throws it at the executioner, killing him by burning half of his body. Itsuba threw punches at 3 executioners who tried to hurt her, but she had great speed and hit all 3 without much trouble. Yumeko threw grenades at the executioners who tried to approach her, but one of them was behind her and tried to cut her in half. Yumeko dodged the blow and, with a commander's sword, cut off his head, killing him. The Keno and Momo combine their powers, creating a powerful attack that kills 5 executioners, turning them to ashes. Only 3 executioners remained, whom Yotsuba was hitting, so they approached to help, but then the 3 executioners were destroyed by 3 cannons that hit them directly. They all saw it, and it was Carlotta who was wearing slug armor. Carlotta. Hi Kendall, it's been a long time since I've seen you, she said with a smile. Kendall. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in Rome? He said, looking at her. Carlotta. Italy is being subdued by Lin soldiers, so I came to Spain to wait for them after hearing their message. But these damned soldiers didn't make it easy for me. I only arrived in Spain 2 days ago. She said seriously. Kendall. I understand, he said as he approached her and gave her a can of food which she ate without much thought, regardless of what it was. Kendall. You were very hungry, but come with us, she said with a smile. Thus they continued killing Lin soldiers as well as any mutants they encountered. Don Asia, Kaneko, Ravel, Nino, Neen, Keed and Mary. These were located on the border of Spain and Portugal, and without wasting any time they entered the border killing soldiers, just like the rebel fallen angels. Asia, in her armor, killed soldiers by creating tridents of light. Kaneko and Ravel combined their fire powers and launched them at the fallen, killing them. Keed and Neen were killing soldiers with their axes, courtesy of Roberto. The boy with 2 whips mercilessly killed the fallen who tried to attack her. Mary had a machine gun and she was killing soldiers by killing them. They advanced until there were no soldiers left, no fallen. Thus they continued until they reached some prisons where the people of Portugal were held prisoner and were slaves for the Chaos Brigade. Asia and Kaneko wasted no time and killed them, freeing the people who went to the free city the girls had left behind to take refuge. Thus they all continued until no member of the Chaos Brigade was left alive. So they all arrived at a building, but they saw Chandler get out with an arrogant smile. Chandler. I'm fed up with you bastards, this time I'll finish you off, he said while red fire was burning in his fists. Hajim lunges towards him, but Chandler punches him, knocking him unconscious. His harem tried to help him, but the result was the same. Chandler. I'm going to destroy them, he said, throwing a fireball that exploded, killing angels and demons. Rias. We have to take care of him, if we let him stay alive he'll kill us, she said, but then heard an electric guitar playing. Then everyone sees Luna coming down from a building with her guitar. Luna. For those who want to rock, she said while playing her guitar and a sonic blast came out of the speaker behind her and destroyed a building. Rias and the others approach and tell them that this battle will only be against the heroes' harems against 2 miserable wretches. Elsewhere. Lisa was seen taking some bodies out. Lisa. My experiment was a success, go my clones and kill those scumbags, she said while looking at some clones of Issei, Futuro, Naoto, Shido, Tadano, Ryota and Saji, but these had red eyes and a dark soldier's uniform. They then teleport into Lisa's line of sight and she begins to laugh like a psychopath. Issei's son. He was in his final training sessions, so they were ready to leave and continue the fight. Roberto. Well guys, it's time to go back. He said with a smile and everyone nodded. They were about to leave, but then they had to form a shield because they saw 2 unwanted twins. Lola. I'm sorry, but we won't let them through, she said arrogantly. Issei. Wow, so that Royal Wood slut is looking for big hicks, huh? Well, sorry, but this package already has owners. He said while angrily touching his crotch to Lola. Lana. So get ready, we will show no mercy, she said while holding 2 cannons in her arms and wearing glasses. Everyone gets into fighting stances and the fight of the year begins. Lin Jr. She was in the underworld witnessing the chaos her soldiers were creating, as well as the slavery. Rita. I'll go help your sister Luna, daughter, she said as she teleported towards where Luna was. Lin Jr. Good luck, mom, she said simply. Then Iso Rizavam approaches Lin Jr. Rizavam. You know your family is dying, right? Lin Sr., Lori, Luan, Lucy, and Linka are dead. He said seriously. Lin Jr. I don't care about that. When the time comes for me to face Issei, no one will be able to stop me. She said seriously, watching as 2 soldiers subdued a demon and began to grape her in full view of everyone who was forced to make weapons and chemicals. Chapter 102 Lola and Lana vs Issei and group. Roberto. Good luck, guys. He said as he disappeared, leaving Issei and his friends alone. Issei. We'll finish this quickly, he said while summoning his dragon Diabolo's armor. Shido. I'll help you, he said while holding a rifle and some special bullets. Futuro. This time I'll finish you off, he said, holding his spear that could split in 2. Ryota. We have to fight, he said, stomping his foot and causing the water to spill out elsewhere. Tadano. We have to do it, he said while summoning 2 machine guns. Saji. I will finish you off, he said, wearing his glass armor and surrounded by black fire. Naoto. You will suffer the fury of the chainsaw demon, he said while pulling the cord on his chest, and 5 chainsaws now come out, 2 on his arms, 2 on his legs and 1 on his head. So they lunge towards both girls. Lola summons a hammer and blue fire erupts from her chest. Without wasting any time, she launches herself towards the boys, who do the same. Lana lunges towards Issei with her 2 arm cannons ready to fire. Issei, wearing his Diabolo's dragon armor, launched himself towards Lana and delivered a powerful blow that sent her flying into some trees. Lola was carrying 2 shields and her mace and launched herself towards Naoto, who did the same. Naoto tries to cut off Lola's arms, but she protects herself with her shield on her arm. Shido then shoots her in the leg, making her groan in pain, but she doesn't stop and continues attacking. Lola increased her speed and attacked everyone mercilessly, but Futuro cut her with his spear, making her scream in pain. Lola. Aya, screams in pain while touching her chest. Futuro tried to bury his spear in her leg, but she moved too fast. Lola delivered a powerful blow with her mallet that sent Futuro flying into a palm tree. Tadano threw some threads that trapped Lola, and Tadano mercilessly cut off Lola's left arm with scissors. Lola. Aya, she screamed in pain as blood flowed from her severed limb. Tadano. Take that, you damn bitch. He said as he tried to cut off her other arm, but Lola, very angry, threw blue fire at Tadano, burning him. Ryota gave Lola a powerful kick that knocked out 3 of her teeth and then he ran at great speed towards Lola and punched her in the stomach, causing her to spit blood. To end Lola's life, Saji threw vitrifier at her, causing her to burn. Lola. Aya damn it. She said, using her last bit of strength to try and kill one of them, but Shido finally shot her in the head. Lola fell dead as her body was burned to ashes. Issei was beating Lana up while she tried to defend herself with her cannons, but Issei, with his armor, wasn't taking much damage. Issei kicked her, sending her crashing to the ground and then, with all his strength, he punched Lana through. Lana spat blood as she stared at Issei, who had removed his armor. Issei. Tell me, Lana, why did you betray Lincoln? He considered you his favorite. He even told me about all the adventures he had with you. He said while looking at Lana. Lana. I did it out of fear. Fear made me act badly and I hurt him a lot. I didn't want to kill him, but when I realized my mistake it was too late. Every day I said it was a dream without accepting my mistake. I always want to go back and fix this damn mistake and beat up Lola and Lin for their arrogance, she said while spitting blood. Lana. My sisters put thoughts in my head that if I supported him I would fail. I wanted everyone to know my name until my death, Lana allowed. She said, falling almost dead, but before dying she saw Lincoln who gave her a smile and took her hand, so she shed tears as she fell dead. Thus Lana's soul went to heaven where Lincoln and his friends were, since she was only deceived by those she considered family. Thus, everyone felt bad for killing Lana. They could feel the fear she felt of failing in life, and the blame lay with those she considered family who instilled those thoughts in her. Issei. Lana, I promise you that I will kill Lin Jr. myself, no matter if I die trying. He said this while Futuro and company made a grave, took Lana's body, and buried her. They left his 2 cannons at his grave as a sign of respect and then left to help others. What they didn't know was that someone was watching this and this person is approaching Lana's grave. Lana, you should have told me, but it was too late. I hope you can forgive me for not helping you, but I promise they will pay for the damage they have done. He said as he took Lana's cannons and left. With Rias and the others. Rias was seen looking seriously at Chandler and Luna. But they saw a magic circle where Liberty emerged, wearing a confident smile. "Isaka. You," she said as she walked towards Rita, who did the same. "Chandler. That cow-booped woman fights well," he said while mocking Rias. "Rias. Damn it," she said as she lunged towards Chandler using her destructive power, but Rias was slammed to the floor with force, causing her nose to bleed. "Chandler. You like my new powers, huh? I just let that idiot beat me. Look at my techniques," he said while summoning several balls and throwing them at high speed towards some soldiers who were pierced by the balls. The worst part was that they bounced back where Sirzechs tried to stop them, but he almost lost his hand and foot. "Akeno. Bastard," she said as she lunged, but Chandler launched several webs towards Akeno, causing her to get many cuts. "Chandler. Let the fun begin," he said as he lunged at them all with the intention of killing them and making them his slaves. Luna, watching Chandler fight, doesn't stay behind and starts playing her guitar, where several sound waves came out of her guitar and sent some people flying. So Komi and Kawai rushed towards Luna to stop her. Rita and Yusaka were having a very even fight where neither of them stopped. "Yusaka. You'll pay for this, you damn bitch," she said as she threw a punch at her face, but Rita stopped it and punched her in the face, sending her flying into some rubble. Yusaka recovers and lunges at Rita again. With Lin. Several soldiers were seen bringing in the bodies of the fallen Loud sisters and their father. "Soldier. We brought them, Lin-sama," said the soldier, bowing. "Lin Jr. You can go," she said as the soldier nodded. And so they all leave, leaving Lin Jr. staring at the corpses of his fallen relatives. Lin begins to speak and the wounds of the Loud sisters heal, especially Lucy and Lola. That way everyone was better off, and Lin sings another song where all the Loud sisters come back to life. "Glory. But what?" she said while looking at herself. "Luin. But how?" she said while touching her face. "Lin Jr. I have the power to bring back the dead," she said simply. So everyone sees a large screen where Chandler is humiliating Itsuki in his spirit mode and Miku is sending Luna flying with her piano and singing. "Lin Sr. Do you want us to go help?" he said, looking at his daughter. "Lin Jr. No, what we'll do is wait for them to liberate all the invaded countries and then once we're the only ones left, boom, we'll deliver the final blow. If they fall, they'll all fall," she said while everyone agreed with her idea. "Rizivam? Are you kidding me? I refuse to consider that idea. We've already won, so forget it," he said, but then he felt blood in his eyes. "Lin Jr. I didn't ask you, you useless old man," he said as he raised his arm and closed his fist where Rizivam's body had been crushed and fallen dead. Lin said nothing and watched the fight Chandler was having against the harems of the same. Chapter 103 Mecha vs Chandler and the End of a Monster. Chandler was humiliating Yotsuba by using his power, slamming her to the ground several times. Yotsuba tried to hit him, but he used his web power to trap her and knock her out of the fight. "Chandler. Hahaha, I'm so strong that nobody can hurt me," he said, but then he saw a black-haired girl approaching him. "Chandler. So you want to fight, huh?" he said, looking at none other than Yumeko. "Yumeko. You know, you should give up," she said simply. "Chandler. What are you saying?" he said, looking at Yumeko. "Yumeko. You're so weak. Now I understand why you humiliated Lincoln. You didn't have the guts to be on his level," she said as Chandler got angry and threw his webs at Yumeko, but she dodged them without any problem. Chandler and Yumeko begin to fight, with Chandler using his mind control through arrows to move Yumeko into the rubble and cause her to hit it, but she uses her own blood to cushion her fall. Note: Chandler's powers are those of the demon from Demon Slayer, who had eyes in his hands to move his opponent at will, the powers of the four-armed demon who could summon balls that bounce at will, and the power of the lower fifth moon, who hid the power of his spider webs. Chandler moved Yumeko so that she would hit herself on the rubble, but she could control the same blood at will, as well as summon flames that were the same as those of Tartarus. Chandler shot webs at Yumeko again, but she burned them with her flames and delivered a powerful blow to Chandler. Chandler avoids being hit by the debris and throws four balls towards Yumeko, but Arena and Zenobia cut them off and Yumeko charges at Chandler, who is sent flying towards a building. "Yumeko. Midari, do it," she said seriously. Midari nods and a fog appears surrounding Chandler. "Chandler. But what?" he said while searching, but then he felt a cut from an axe, courtesy of Katori. Then he receives another cut, courtesy of Kiba, then he receives another courtesy of Arena, then he receives another from Penemu, then another from Zenobia. Chandler was receiving a large number of cuts on his body until he saw Yumeko in the sky holding a blood mace. The cloud of earth and debris appeared, and as it dissipated, Chandler could be seen in the crater with many cuts and serious injuries. Yumeko looked at Chandler with disdain, but then Chandler took Yumeko by the hands. "Chandler. I'm going to absorb your power, and once I'm done, it'll be the end for you. Even if you hit me or beg, I won't let you go. He said while waiting for Yumeko's despair, but she had a smile on her face. Yumeko. I see, well we'll have to see if it's true, she said while putting her feet on his face. Yumeko. Don't let go of me, you damn radish. She said while straining. Chandler. You know you're giving me a good view, he said pervertedly upon seeing Yumeko's underwear. Yumeko was angry because the only one who could see and touch her was Ryota, not this miserable wretch, but she would give him the pleasure before taking him to hell with Bobby. Yumeko. Don't let go of me, don't do it, she said while pulling harder. Chandler had a very tight grip on her, but Yumeko exerted so much force on her feet that Chandler's hands couldn't withstand it and were torn off. Chandler was surprised as he looked at his hands and Yumeko's hands. Chandler was bleeding as he looked at his own hands. Yumeko. I see, you could control your opponent with your hands, but you won't be able to anymore, she said while Chandler was angry. Yumeko. What's wrong? Is the rapist afraid of his victim? She said as Chandler created an attack through his mouth. Chandler. You're screwed, you idiot, he said while preparing for an attack but felt something cold on his head. Both. Guess who we are, idiot, she said while waiting for Chandler's answer. Chandler grumbles but gives his answer. Chandler. The bucking menstrual hairs and the Sitri board, he said but receives 2 shots in his ears while he screams in pain. Indeed, it was none other than Rias and Sona who had a gun that Hajim had lent them. Yumeko. Keep it, she said as they both pointed at Chandler. Rias. Wait, tell me where Lin is, speak up, she said while Chandler recovered from the ringing in his ears. Chandler looks at her and says. Chandler. Ask me in French and I'll tell you, you damn hick, he said with a smile, but Rias shoots him in the right leg. Chandler screams in pain but still doesn't fall. Chandler. Hey, the 4 eyes and the redeeded bitch, just as stupid as their father, he said, but Sona and Rias shot him in the shoulders. Chandler screams again but doesn't fall yet. Chandler. Hey, flat-chested, your mom cried like a pig when I raped her, he said as Sona shot him in the groin, making him scream even more. Chandler was screaming but still didn't fall. Chandler. You know, cow tits, your mom screams really well when you penetrate her heinous, he said, but Rias shot him in the groin again. Chandler was screaming in pain, but I still didn't fall. Chandler. You're not bringing any more stupid girls, huh? Kill me, I swear. If you don't, I'm going to get Lily and grape her again in front of you all, he said with a villainous look. Both. See you in hell, she said while pointing at him. Chandler. I'll be waiting for you, you stupid bitches, he said as Rias and Sona mercilessly began to rain bullets on his body, causing Chandler's body to fall to the ground, but Rias and Sona did not stop until they finished the cartridge of bullets. Chandler was dead as Rias and Sona looked at Chandler's dead body. That way they'll help the others against liberty, leaving Chandler's body behind. Elsewhere. The boys were seen reaching Spanish waters, but at that point they were interfered with by some people. Lucy. They won't get through, you know, she said while holding an accordion. Lola. This time I will get my revenge, she said while holding some scarves behind her. Issei. Shit, we're in trouble. He said while looking at them seriously. Chapter 104 Issei vs Lola y Lucy. Issei. Guys, you go help the girls, I'll fight against both of them, he said seriously. Futuro. Good luck, Issei. He said as he made a magic circle and disappeared, as did the others. Issei. Well, I'll fight against the pink fox and the stupid goth girl, ha, how pathetic they are, he said while Lola launched several attacks with her scarves and Lucy played her instrument making gravity heavier. Lola. You'll pay for this, Issei Hyoudou. She said while increasing the speed of the scarves. Issei. Tell me, are you still furious that we uploaded the whole truth about you to the internet? He said as she blushed. Issei. The truth is, he slept with the judges to win, you know, we sold those videos to several pedophiles and became millionaires, he said while she became furious, as did Lucy, and increased her blood pressure and played her instrument faster. Issei wasn't affected by that and lunged towards Lucy, punching her, but she disappeared. Issei. I see, teleportation, right? He said as she nodded and created several energy attacks, launching them at great speed. Issei activates his armor and launches himself towards Lola, who launches more attacks, but Issei destroys them. Issei was already close, but Lucy appeared with a scythe and cut Issei in the back, but his armor suffered no damage. Issei. Pathetic, well watch my new attack, he said while throwing an energy ball into the air, leaving them both confused. Everything was silent until they saw several fire and electricity punch attacks fall from the sky like rain. Both shielded themselves from the attacks, but Lola suffered more damage than Lucy. Lola had very serious burns and some traces of electricity on her body. Issei. Well, let's continue. he said as he lunged towards Lucy, hitting her repeatedly while Lola recovered from the attacks. Issei, you know something Lucy? I liked it when Hyoudou killed you. It was incredible to see a damn witch like you die. He said while grabbing her hair and starting to punch her repeatedly in the face to the point that he began to break her nose. Lola, now recovered from her injuries, tried to stab Issei in the back but was stopped by a girl. Issei headbutted Lucy, who began to bleed from her forehead and screamed in pain while touching the wound. Issei turned around and saw a girl he hadn't seen in a long time. "Hello Issei," she said with a smile. Issei. "Lindsay, wow, it's been a long time since I've seen you," he said, looking at a beautiful teenager. Lindsay now had the body of a 13-year-old girl with incomparable beauty. Issei could say she was Ria's sister or cousin, and everyone believed him. "Lindsay. I'll take care of Lola, you go after that emo, satanic, or whatever she is," she said as she approached Lola, who stood up. Lola. "Well, it looks like I'll be fighting with that red-headed bitch," she said while looking at her deathly. "Lindsay, I will never forgive you," Lola Mary aloud. "Lincoln was like a brother to me," she said, looking at Lola furiously. "Lola. What do you see that's so special about him?" she said while looking at him. Lindsay. "Well, I saw him as my brother when," she said, counting. Flashback to years ago. 2 months ago, before Issei returned to Royal Woods. Lincoln was seen wearing the squirrel costume while at Lola's pageant. Lola. "And listen, bad luck, if I come in second or third place, you'll see what I'll do to you," she said while looking at Lincoln with a death glare. Lincoln just broke out in a cold sweat and nodded. He saw what Lola was doing and how she was performing. But Lincoln watched as Lindsay did her dance like Lola, but instead of a ribbon she had a chain and she mastered it like a professional. Lincoln was amazed to see that chain dance, but due to a mishap by Lindsay, he hit his foot, ruining his dance and causing him to lose points. Judges. "The winner is Lola Loud," they all said as she received a golden crown. Lincoln sighed in relief, knowing he wouldn't tolerate a beating from Lola, so she went off to celebrate with her parents. Lincoln saw Lindsay running towards the exit crying, so Lincoln took advantage of the fact that Lola didn't need him at the moment. That's how Lincoln saw Lindsay with her knees to her face, crying her eyes out. Lincoln. "Hey, are you okay?" he said while looking at her. Lindsay. "Go away, leave me alone," she said while not looking at him and continuing to cry over the mistake she made. Lincoln. "You know, I saw your dance with the chain and it was amazing," he said while looking at her. Lindsay. "And what good is it if I failed? I'm a failure and I always will be," she said while wiping away her tears and smudged makeup. Lincoln. "You're not, you know you have something that Lola doesn't have and never will," he said while Lindsay looked at him. Lindsay. "And what is it?" she said while looking at him. Lincoln. "Well, you never blackmail the judges, so that's in your favor. You would have won if Lola hadn't bribed the judges. I saw Lola and she did a mediocre dance, but you were incredible," he said while Lindsay looked at him. Lindsay. "Well, thanks, I guess," she said while Lincoln wasn't visible because of his suit, but he was smiling. Lincoln. "Why don't you teach me that chain dance? I want to see it again," he said as Lindsay smiled and danced with the chain again. Lincoln watched her do her dance, but she hit her foot again, and that's how Lincoln saw the mistake Lindsay was making. Lincoln. "I see the problem, the chain is heavy and you concentrate too much on the chain so you don't hit yourself, you need practice," he said while Lincoln showed him how not to be afraid of his dance. So Lincoln showed Lindsay how to use it and in doing so, he helped all the beauty pageant girls since they saw how Lindsay wasn't afraid of the chain and danced like a professional. Lincoln at that time helped the girls, especially Lindsay, with their talents at night. In the end, Lincoln spent the whole month helping everyone and they all began to trust him and no longer saw him as the unlucky squirrel, but as their teacher. In the end, Lindsay dominated the chain and danced like a professional to such an extent that Lola's ribbon dance was a joke in comparison to her. Lincoln. "Girls, you did a great job. I want to give you these. Some people might not see you as pretty or beautiful in this race, but you'll always be my princesses," he said while pulling tiaras made from tree branches out of a bush. So they saw the gift, put it on, and felt like real princesses. They didn't need other people to see them as princesses because they already had someone who looked at them as princesses and beautiful girls. Lindsay was the first to rush to Lincoln and gave him a tight hug, not caring if Lincoln was very dirty and smelly. Lindsay. "Thank you, Linky," she said while hugging him. So all the girls went to Lincoln and hugged him because he had helped them, even though he didn't know them or they were complete strangers to him. Girl. "Lincoln, I'm giving you this as a form of payment," she said while giving him a pudding. Girl 2. "I'll do this," she said while giving her an apple. Girl 3. "And I'll do this," she said, giving him some cookies. So they all gave Lincoln some food and in the end he thanked them. Lindsay. "Here, Linky, these are some rolls I made," she said while giving him a bag of rolls. Lincoln thanked them and ate everything that night and enjoyed it. Finally, the next beauty pageant arrived, where everyone showcased their great talents, and Lola was a joke that time. In the end, Lindsay came in first place for her dancing, and the next places went to other girls whom Lincoln had taught. In the end, Lola came in last place that time, and Lincoln got a beating from her, but it was worth it to see Lindsay smile and the others showing who they were. After that came Lincoln's execution, where all the girls cried a lot, but the one who cried the most was Lindsay, who cried every day. But then Issei arrived and offered them his revenge deal, which Lindsay didn't hesitate to accept, agreeing to the alliance to get revenge on her older brother. Vindel flashback. Lindsay simply took her branch crown out of her dress and put it on. "Lindsay. Let's fight together, Linky," she said while taking out 2 chains and looking at Lola. Lola decides to use her full power, and her hair changes to white with green tips, and without wasting any time she launches herself towards Lindsay. Lindsay doesn't stay behind and activates her turbo power where she has blood red hair, her dress has red flames, and her chains have a golden fire. Thus they both charged at each other, with Lola launching several attacks at Lindsay, but she destroyed them with her chains. Lola punched her in the face, but Lindsay grabbed her head and headbutted her, causing her forehead to bleed. Lola, furious, launched several attacks at high speed towards Lindsay, but she spun her chains, creating a tornado of fire that destroyed the attacks. "Lola. What?" she said in disbelief. "Lindsay. Lincoln will always be with me," she said as Lola was about to kick her, but saw Lincoln's figure behind Lindsay, and that was enough for Lindsay to grab her by the hair and slam her against a building, destroying it. "Lindsay. I'm not finished with you yet, you bitch," she said while Lola was hurt, so she lunged at Lindsay, but she kicked her, but Lindsay still caught her with her chains, preventing her from moving. "Lola. Let me go," she said while trying to remove the chains. "Lindsay. Goodbye forever, you damned bitch," she said while straining, and a red fire appeared on the chains, making Lola scream in pain to such an extent that Lola felt the flames of Tartarus. Lola felt her life slipping away, but then she remembered a day when Lola Loud's life changed. Memory. 3-year-old Lola was seen in the mud while some girls made fun of him. "Girl. Did you see that little pig loves mud?" she said while mocking Lola. "Girl 2. She's not beautiful, she's ugly and we don't like ugly girls," she said while Lola just cried because of the insults. So the girls threw mud at Lola, who begged them to stop, but none of them stopped. "Lincoln. Hey, what are you doing to my sister?" said a 9-year-old Lincoln. So when the girls saw that Lincoln had a stick to hit them with, they ran away, while Lincoln, seeing that his plan worked, went to Lola, who was still crying, and took her home. So Lincoln bathed Lola and told her a bedtime story. The next day Lola was watching a beauty show and saw a contestant with a ribbon doing a dance. So she took a rope and tried to do it, but ended up destroying the television and was punished. That's how Lola looked practicing, but she couldn't do it like the dancer she saw. So Lincoln saw what Lola was trying to do and helped her in ways that Lola liked. In the end, she proved her talent and liked the encouragement Lincoln gave her. Finally, when she won her first crown, she saw the smiles on Lincoln's face and her parents. Lola liked the encouragement Lincoln gave her. She didn't care if her parents were proud of her, she just wanted to see Lincoln smile in pride. In the end, out of fear of losing and that Lincoln wouldn't give her those smiles and encouragement, she made the decision to blackmail or scam the judges just to see that smile from Lincoln and for him to see her as she wanted him to see her, his princess. End of memory. Lola realized her mistake and shed tears of regret as she saw how she herself had hurt the only person who saw her as her princess and little sister. She remembered the mistreatment she gave Lincoln and didn't know when she became such a shitty person. "Lola. Forgive me, Linky," she said as Lindsay pulled the chains very hard, destroying Lola's body, but before she died she saw Lincoln in the sky giving her a hand and smiling. Lola smiled at him as she took his hand where Lincoln's smile was, and without wasting any time, Lola hugged him and apologized again and again as Lincoln picked her up and they both left. "Lindsay. It's over, Lola Loud," she said as Lola's body turned to ashes. "Issei's son." Issei was beating Lucy up, who couldn't do much against him. "Lucy. Enough," she said as she transformed into the Avatar of Evil. Lucy launches a large number of attacks at Issei, but he dodges them very easily. Lucy launched desperate attacks, but Issei summoned his armor and put it into its horse promotion mode, where he beat Lucy senseless as she was suffering serious injuries. Issei. "Well, before I die I'll teach you a power that my dragon Hex gave me," he said while an infinity symbol was behind him. Issei. "Come on Drag, let's finish this bitch off," he said while Drag gave him power-ups. Lucy. "I'd better get out of here," she said, trying to escape, but an infinity symbol appeared below her and several snakes trapped her, preventing her from moving. "Drag. Infinite boots," he said while Issei had a powerful attack. Lucy decided to use all her power. She had blue fire on her skull, ready to unleash it. Thus both attacks are launched, but Issei's attack was ridiculously strong, leaving Lucy only to await death. Lucy just stared at the great attack that would end her life. She didn't care about dying if in the end she would have what she desired, and that was eternal darkness. Lucy then remembers something as the attack gets closer to her. Memory. Lucy was seen crying on a swing because nobody wanted to be with her for being strange and not showing her eyes, and also because she wore dark clothes and had no colorful ones. Then she felt someone push her and saw that it was her brother Lincoln who was pushing her to make her feel better. "Lucy. What are you doing, brother?" she said while looking at him. "Lincoln. Enjoy it, sis," he said as he pushed the swing and she held on. Although she didn't show it, she felt good that at least her brother didn't see her as a freak. Lucy remembered how she and Lincoln used to watch the ghost show where Lucy didn't show it. She was scared, but nobody noticed except Lincoln, who hugged her so she wouldn't be afraid. Later, she developed a taste for dark art and poetry, and she would ask Lincoln for advice to see if she was doing well or not. After that, Lincoln discovered her secret. She liked the pony princess. He blamed himself, and from that day on, Lincoln gave her various pony princess things, like figurines and comics, letting her know he had someone special for her. Lucy liked being alone, but she remembered all the moments she had with Lincoln, even how he became emo because of her that time she wanted to be president of the poetry club. She realized she didn't like being alone. She just wanted someone who understood her, and that was Lincoln. And how did he repay her for the attention she craved? And it was by supporting that nonsense about bad luck and removing its skin to perform satanic rituals, although that didn't do any good, since that wasn't the right way to do it. End of memory. Lucy. Now I understand, I'm a shitty person. I hope to see you again, Lincoln, so I can beg your forgiveness on my knees. She said as her avatar form disappeared and she just awaited her end. Lucy saw Lincoln take her, and he had a smile on his face. When Lucy saw this, she just hugged him and asked him to never leave her alone. In the end, Lucy died from the powerful attack, but she didn't care about that as long as she had her brother by her side. Lucy died, but knowing and realizing her mistake. Lucy's soul. Good luck, Issei, I hope you kill that sore loser, she said as she disappeared along with Lincoln. In the end, Issei goes with Lindsay and they both travel with the others. Chapter 105 Singers vs Luna Dark. Luna was playing her guitar while Miku, Spirit, did her best to reciprocate those attacks. Luna. For those who like to rock, she said as very large red speakers appeared behind her, and when she played her guitar for the first time, a great blast of sound was released. It was so loud that some demons, fallen angels, Aztecs, and angels died from being unable to bear too much noise, while the others were left deafened by the great sound. Some buildings collapsed, and many windows were broken. Asia. My ears, she said while bleeding from her ears. Ikasa. Damn it. She said while covering her ears but received a kick from Rita. Rita. Concentrate, she said as she got into a fighting stance. Miku, Spirit, was hurt because she did not expect such an attack. Miku, Spirit. It's very strong, she said while summoning her piano, but traces of blood were noticeable in her ears. Luna. For the final show, she said while preparing another attack, but was then sent flying by a sound attack from someone. Imemi was Ryoda's girlfriend and a very famous and rich idol at his school. Imemi. We'll both defeat you, she said while holding a microphone and a heart-shaped electric guitar. Luna. Let's do this, she said as she dropped her pose. Miku, Spirit. What is it? She said while looking at her. Luna. The only way to kill me is with incredible music. If I win, you will all die, but if you win, I will die, she said while looking at them. Rias. What do you propose? She said while looking at her and seeing that she had some wounds and a few drops of blood from Luna's attack. Luna. A music battle, whoever has the best music wins, she said while snapping her fingers and the earth began to rise and take the shape of a musical battle arena. This is what the musical battle arena looked like, but that wasn't all. Everywhere you looked, you could see the screen where the entire supernatural and human world would witness the greatest musical battle in history. Dotori. I trust you, Miku. I know you can do it, she said, expressing her confidence in Miku. Yumeko. I know you can, Yumemi-san, she said while encouraging her friend and harem companion. Both. We accept, they said seriously. Luna. Okay, get dressed or something for this show. You have 15 minutes. She said as they both nodded and went to join Rias and her group. Azazel. Well, good luck girls, I know you can defeat Luna, he said as both idols nodded. So they ask Sirzechs for some idol clothes, which he accepts and gives them to begin. Futuro. We're coming, what's going on? He said as he and the others appeared on the scene. The girls quickly went to their boyfriends and hugged and kissed them. Rias. Where is Issei? she said while worried about her boyfriend, just like the others. Then Rias feels someone cover her eyes and say. "That's who I am," said a voice Rias knew very well. Rias smiled at that moment and, without saying anything, removed the hands that covered her eyes and kissed the person who had covered them. It was none other than Issei, who was accompanied by Lindsay. "Rias. He's my cute pawn," she said while hugging him. Issei simply reciprocates as his other girls approach and hug him. "Issei. What's wrong?" he said while looking at him. They explained to him how they could defeat Luna and he understands. Issei. "I see, I'll go in," he said while he was sure. Futuro. "Me too," he said with a confident smile. Naoto. "Me too," he said with a smile. Ryota. "Me too," he said with a smile. Naoto. "Me too," he said with a smile. Saji. "Me too," he said with a smile. Tadano. "Me too," he said confidently. Rias. "Are you sure, guys?" she said worriedly, since she didn't know because she had never heard Issei sing before. The only song she had ever heard him sing was Up-Eye Dragon. Issei. "Trust us," he said with a smile. Thus they trusted Rias, especially since she wouldn't doubt Issei. 15 minutes passed and Luna appeared in a rock outfit with the right side of her head shaved, a purple streak in her hair, a black shirt, a purple jacket, and black rocker pants. "Luna. Are you ready to suffer?" she said while holding a microphone and ready to sing. And so she begins to sing. So she begins to sing while playing her guitar, but all those who were going to participate against Luna felt a pain in their chest. "Futuro. Did you feel that?" he said while touching his chest. Issei. "I understand, if we lose we'll die of a heart attack," he said seriously. Naoto. "We must show what we're made of," he said, confident in himself and the others. At the end, everyone who was on Luna's side applauded her, while those who were against her said nothing. Luna. "Thanks, get over it, losers," she said as Yumemi approached and began to sing. So she began to sing, and not only she sang, but Mary, Yumeko, and Runa also joined in, creating a symphony to follow the song. Ryota blushed because his girlfriend sang very well. As it was over, Luna felt a slight pain in her chest, but it wasn't as strong as Issei and the others. Luna. "Wow, not bad at all, but it's time to level up," she said while singing another song. Everyone was surprised by the song. Even Issei could say it was very good. Issei and the others felt a stronger pain in their chests, but they still wouldn't give up. In the end, everyone on Luna's side applauded and congratulated her. "Miku, spirit. My turn," she said as she approached, but Shido kissed her on the cheek. Shido. "Good luck," he said as Miku smiled at him. So there she is on stage and she starts to sing. The help Katori, Yoshino and Toka assist by creating a symphony to accompany the song. And to further enhance the experience, behind the stage there was a screen displaying images of various rivalries, such as. On the left was Futuro with his back turned, and on the right was Lori. Next up were Shido and Lini. The next hero was Naoto and Liberty. The next one was Tadano and Luan. The next one was Ryota and Luna. The next one was Saji and Luna. The last one was Issei and Lin Jr., but the difference was that they were facing away from each other, staring intently. At the end, many applauded her, and Luna felt a slightly stronger pain in her chest. Luna. "Okay, let's continue," she said while singing another song. In the end, many were delighted because Luna was an all-terrain vehicle. As it ended, Issei and the others felt a great pain in their chests. Naoto. "It's my turn, I'll show him what I'm made of," he said as he stepped onto the stage. So he puts his nerves aside, especially because of the smiles his girls gave him. He sang, making everyone emotional, even Nagatoro and her friends, who screamed with excitement at seeing their boyfriend sing like that. To improve, Naoto's followers helped him add touches to his song, where Naoto put on a good show. At the end, everyone screamed with excitement, especially when Naoto transformed into his chainsaw mode to finish the song. Sona, Hana and Sakura threw their bras at their boyfriend, who blushed, but it wasn't noticeable because of his chainsaw mode. Luna didn't expect that loser to have such a voice. She felt a very strong pain in her chest, but she decided to use one of her cards. Luna took out a king piece and captured it. Luna then felt her body change, something that everyone noticed. Tadano. "It worked," he said while watching Luna change. Issei. "That's all it takes to defeat her," he said seriously. In the end, Luna had a different appearance than she had before, so it wasn't noticeable that it was Luna. Everyone was surprised by this form, and Luna continues. Luna. "This is Lucy's favorite, so enjoy it," she said as she began to sing. Everyone was surprised by the song. It was really good. Futuro. "I admit I didn't expect that one," he said while watching Luna sing. As it ended, Issei and his companions felt a stronger pain in their chests. Issei. "We will not give up," he said while touching his chest. Saji. "My turn," he said as he walked to the stage. Saji. For those who like to rap, he said as he began to sing. Saji sang with rhythm and coordination, delighting everyone with her music, even her harem who hadn't expected her to sing like that. When it was over, both girls rushed towards Saji and covered his face with kisses, making him blush. Luna felt a sharp pain in her chest and began to spit out a little blood as Saji rapped well. Luna. My turn, she said as she began to sing. Once again, everyone was speechless because of Luna, where Issei and company felt a great pain in their chest, causing them to drop to one knee while clutching their chests. Issei. He's very strong, he said while touching his chest. Luna. They're already giving up, she said mockingly. Issei. Never your turn, Hyoudou. He said as Hyoudou nodded and went to the stage. Hyoudou. I used to sing this song when I was the leader of the Homer Blacks, he said as he began to sing. So Hyoudou began to sing, and his harem blushed because Hyoudou had a good voice. Hyoudou sang very well, receiving a lot of applause at the end, and Ichika, without thinking twice, threw her bra at him, making Hyoudou blush, especially when all his girls rushed towards him and covered him with kisses. Luna felt a sharp pain in her chest, but she wouldn't give them victory so easily. Luna. I have to change my cards, she said while remembering some people who could sing like men while being women and men singing like women. Luna. I've got it, she said as she went to the sand. So she begins to sing, but they didn't expect a song and her great voice change. Issei. Damn it, she can change her voice, he said while listening to her sing. At the end, everyone was surprised by such a song, and then she unleashed her rock power, and Issei and company began to spit blood. Tadano. My turn, he said as he walked onto the stage. Tadano. Well, I made this song for someone very special, and that's you, Komi. He said as a light shone down, revealing where Komi was, who was very nervous. Thus Tadano begins to sing. At the end, Tadano saw Komi crying, but it wasn't from sadness, it was from happiness. Without thinking twice, she ran towards Tadano and hugged him, saying that his song was the best. Tadano and Komi's friends blushed because that song was beautiful. Luna felt something in her mind and remembered something, and it was Lincoln. Luna. Get out of here, bad luck, you're ruining my moment. She said while hitting her head, but then she felt a very strong pain in her chest that made her kneel down. Luna. Not yet, it's my turn, she said as she stood up and went to the stage. So she begins to sing a song. Issei and the others didn't expect the song to end like this, and Issei and the others felt a pain in their chest. Issei. Not yet, who's next? He said while looking at Ryota and Shido. Ryota. I'll go, he said as he walked to the stage. Ryota. I hope you like it, he said as he began to sing. At the end of her song, her entire harem screamed with excitement, with some throwing their bras at her, or in the case of Yumeko and Mary, their underwear. Ryota was equally surprised, as he hadn't expected this. Ryota. Thank you, he said as he left, but Yumemi knocked him to the ground and gave him a passionate kiss. Yumemi. I didn't know you had such a voice, she said while hugging her boyfriend. Ryota just chuckled and went Luna. But they saw her spit up a lot of blood, which was a good sign that it works. Luna. Well, losers, you want to play like this? Fine, my turn, but I won't sing, I'll play. She said as she began to summon various instruments and started moving at great speed, playing each instrument and creating a great song. So everyone followed the music and Luna didn't stop until she finished playing all the instruments by herself. At the end, he received a lot of support from his followers. Issei and the others get on their knees while spitting out more blood. Shido. My turn, he said as he stepped onto the stage. Issei. Oh no, he said while covering his ears like the others. Rias. What's wrong? She said as she looked at them. Hyoudou. Let's just say Shido likes reggaeton, and well, it's horrible. He said while looking for something to cover his ears. Bakeno. I bet he's not that bad, she said, but Tadano showed her a video of him singing, but everyone was touching their ears from listening to him sing. Rias. I understand, she said while watching him on stage. Thus began the singing of his song. Everyone watched Shido sing, but his song wasn't so bad. As they watched him sing, everyone danced to his rhythm, especially the people from America, as they felt like they were in their youth. Note. Youth, where music didn't constantly talk about hex and positions like it does today. When it was over, Shido's girls rushed at him and showered him with kisses. Luna spits out a lot of blood as she sees blood starting to fall from her chest. Luna. Not yet, she said as she walked onto the stage. Luna. You like this, she said as she began to sing. So she started singing, but everyone noticed that she mixed in other songs. She wasn't bad at it, but that's not how it works. Issei. You're noticing, aren't you? He said as everyone nodded. Hyoudou. She's desperate. He said seriously. At the end, Luna received a lot of applause, but the boys felt a pain in their chest, though not very strong. Issei. My turn, he said as he approached the stage. Issei. I made this when I did the Molotov genocide. I hope you like it, Lincoln. He said, pointing to the sky, and Saji threw a guitar at him. And so he begins to sing. So Issei sang and Rias and the others blushed because Issei sang very well. Rias. Issei, she said while imagining how she was hurt by a guy and Issei hit him over and over again and yelled at him not to touch his princess. They all imagined that scenario, especially Asia, who imagined Issei defending her from Diodora. At the end, her girls launched themselves into the fray, especially Yasaka, who finished her fight against Rita. They all showered him with kisses and Issei had various types of lipstick on his face. They saw Luna on the ground, touching her chest and spitting out various amounts of blood. Issei. Luna finished you off, he said as Luna spat out a lot of blood. Issei. You know, you were Lincoln's role model. He liked rock music because of you. He always tried his best to make you happy, but I don't think you saw the same in him. He said as he left, leaving Luna in agony. Luna felt so much anger. She had lost, and the worst part was that she was going to die from her own attack. How pathetic. Then Luna remembers something she had forgotten a long time ago. Memory. At that time Luna didn't know how to sing. At most she listened to different types of music, but never rock. The girls made fun of her because she couldn't sing due to her shyness. She didn't sing the day she met her idol and saw him sing on stage, but because of a rainy night when her life changed. Luna was sleeping, but thunder was heard and Lincoln looked very scared. Lincoln. Moon, Moon, can I sleep with you? Said a very scared 6-year-old Lincoln. Luna saw her younger brother very scared and let him sleep with her. Lincoln was trying to sleep, but the thunder frightened him so much he was trembling with fear. When Luna saw her brother, she tried to do something to calm him down, but an idea came to her. She didn't know if it would work or not, but she would do it. So Luna began to sing a lullaby to her brother, but her voice was so calm that it made Lincoln feel less afraid of the thunder. Luna sang better when she saw the peace her brother gave her, and when she finished she saw Lincoln looking better and sleeping with a smile. Luna saw that smile and promised herself that she would see that smile from her brother every day. The years passed, and Luna was greatly admired, even though she had forgotten the reason why she entered the world of music. Her younger brother, who was always with her, didn't care if she sometimes made him deaf. End of memory. Luna. Thinking, I understand. The music wasn't meant to hurt, but to soothe and cheer. I understand everything now, Issei's motive for committing the Molotov genocide. You won fair and square, Issei. I respect that. I hope you can defeat Lin Jr. And brother, I hope you forgive me for everything. I'll pay for my sins in hell. It's the least I deserve. She said as she closed her eyes, but then she felt someone take her hand. And it was Lincoln who had a smile and was holding Luna's hand. Luna. Brother, she said as she looked at Lincoln with that smile she always loved to see. Thus Luna's body was destroyed and turned to ashes in full view of everyone, but Luna was happy because Lincoln forgave her despite everything. Issei. And Yasaka, how did you defeat Rita? He said, looking at her. Yasaka. Well, she said while recounting what happened. Chapter 106 Yasaka vs Rita. Flashback. Yasaka and Rita were seen looking at each other seriously. Thus both women launched themselves against each other, neither of them giving up. Yasaka kicked Rita, but Rita grabbed her hair and threw her to the ground. Rita tried to take advantage of that, but Yasaka quickly stood up and threw a punch at her face, which Rita dodged. Rita grabs her hair and headbutts her hard, causing Yasaka to start bleeding from her forehead. Yasaka. Damn it. She said as she lunged towards Rita and kicked her in the leg, followed by another in the stomach, and finally one in the face that made Rita spit out a tooth. Yasaka and Rita were tired, especially Yasaka, since she only rested very little during attacks. Rita. Not bad, but, she said as her fists turned to metal. Rita. It's not enough, she said as she punched Yasaka in the stomach, making her spit blood. Rita landed another blow to her right eye, where Yasaka tried to retaliate, but Rita outmatched her in defense and speed. Rita. It's over, she said while trying to deliver the final blow, but Yasaka moved aside where Rita could only tear her kimono revealing her breasts. Yasaka increased her power, a blue flame engulfing her hands, and attempted to strike Rita, but only managed to burn her shirt followed by her bra, revealing Rita's breasts. Azazel. Lots of clothes, he said excitedly while looking at both women without their tops. Some people whistle and shout with excitement when they see them like that. Yasaka didn't care about that. She only wanted to defeat Rita and make her pay for the harm she did to her son. Yasaka. It's time to increase my power, she said while activating her turbo power where Yasaka had more power. Yasaka then launched himself towards Rita and delivered a flying kick, but Rita dodged it. However, Yasaka used his other leg to kick Rita in the back of the neck, causing her to groan in pain. Rita doesn't stay behind and rushes towards Yusaka where they were both fighting bare knuckle. The men who were there were excited because they could see both women's breasts moving and bouncing. Yusaka gave Riot a hammer kick, which she dodged, but Yusaka then punched Riot in the ribs. Yusaka. I will never forgive you, Rita aloud. You made your own daughters make your son's life a living hell, and the worst part was that he wasn't even yours. She said as she lunged at Rita. Both women were relentless, but Rita, unfortunately for many, had military training from her father, while Yusaka possessed extensive knowledge of magic and karate. Thus both women launched themselves where neither stopped. Searches. We must help, he said while looking at the others. Azazel. No, this is incredible. He said while holding a camera and taking pictures. And so they see how Rita finally fell to the ground, badly hurt. Yusaka. Last words, she said while holding a fireball in her hand. Rita. Don't be overconfident, she said as Rita threw dirt in Yusaka's eyes, who complained because she couldn't see, and Rita took advantage of this to kill her, but she didn't expect what happened next. And it was that Rita received a stab wound from Grayfia, who had an ice sword and was piercing Rita with it. Grayfia. That was a dirty attack, she said simply. Thus Rita fell to the ground while spitting blood and Yusaka recovered from her blindness. Yusaka. Die, you know Lincoln was unlucky, you know, she said while looking at her. Yusaka. Lincoln was unlucky to have a family of monsters like you. When you go to hell, apologize to his real mother for taking her son away. She said as she threw the fireball, where Rita's body slowly turned to ashes. Rita was furious because she lost to a damn cow. This couldn't be possible. But then she remembered something, a memory from a long time ago. Memory. Rita was seen in a hospital bed crying uncontrollably because her son had died during childbirth. Rita was extremely saddened to learn this, feeling as though her life had no meaning. Rita cried non-stop until the day she was discharged. Rita's eyes were dull. There was no point in living without her baby. Rita was just in the car waiting for her husband, but he arrives with a bundle in his hands. So Lin Sr. drives as fast as he can while Rita doesn't understand. Rita. Honey, why so fast? She said in a dull voice, her eyes lifeless. Lin Sr. Look, Rita, he'll be our baby. He said as Rita looked surprised and saw that it was indeed a baby, but he had some white hair. Rita saw the child sleeping, but he slowly woke up and, upon seeing Rita, gave her a small smile. Rita then felt a gleam in her eyes. He may not be her blood son, but seeing that smile, those eyes, that hair, everything about Rita filled her with a very strong happiness. Rita hugs the baby while Lin Sr. drives. So time passed, with Rita caring for Lincoln like her own son and spending a lot of time with him. Rita sometimes felt guilty and wanted to take Lincoln back to his real parents, but Lincoln was a light she didn't want to leave her side. Rita investigated Lincoln's real parents, but learned the sad truth that they both committed suicide and Lincoln had no one. Thus she swore to protect Lincoln with her life, but then came the matter of bad luck where avarice and greed blinded her. End of memory. Rita. Thinking, my actions are unspeakable. We took a son from his mother. She felt the same way I did when I lost my own son. I hope that one day you can forgive me, son. She thought while she shed tears. Rita looked up at the sky and saw Lincoln and her real son holding her hand. He lifted her up and Rita died, but she was taken away by her adopted son and her real son, both of whom were smiling. Rita hugged them while apologizing for everything, especially to Lincoln. Rita's body turned to ashes as Yusaka watched the wind carry them away. Yusaka said nothing and left while covering her chest. End of memory. Issei. I understand now, I understand why she's like this, he said pervertedly upon seeing Yusaka's breasts. Yusaka. You can touch them if you want, she said while giving Issei the privilege of touching both breasts. Issei had a perverted smile and was about to touch them, but then he heard sarcastic applause. That's how they saw Liberty, who simply applauded. Liberty. You know, you forgot about me, she said while looking at them. Futuro. Shit, he said while looking at her. Naoto. I'll take care of it, he said as he transformed into a chainsaw and looked at Liberty seriously. Thus, a tension is seen between them, where they both wait to see who will strike first. Elsewhere. In Mexico, in a hidden laboratory, Roberto, Israel, and Juan are seen looking at some domes. Roberto. How's the project going? He said while looking at them. Juan. Well, the bodies are regenerating, but it will take some time before they can return again, he said seriously. Roberto. Good, with them we can end this war, he said while looking at the domes and leaving. So Roberto left the place, but on the dome they had a name written on each one. Stella Zhau. Rusty Spokes. Zach Girdle. Liam Hunnicutt. Clyde McBride. And the last one said. Lincoln Loud. And in the domes, you could see the bodies of the same people, but turned to carbon from how they were executed years ago. Chapter 107 Hyoudou and Issei vs Liberty and Linka. Hyoudou was in chainsaw mode as he looked at Liberty seriously. Thus Hyoudou launches himself towards Liberty, who is surprised because she did not think Hyoudou had great speed. Liberty narrowly dodges it as Liberty almost loses her head. Rias, you should help him, shouldn't you? She said, looking at her boyfriend. Issei. No, he has unfinished business with her. He said while watching the fight and some people leaving to liberate the villages that were under Lin's control. Thus Hyoudou and Liberty launched cuts where Liberty had 2 machetes and both launched cuts. Liberty increases its speed where Hyoudou felt several cuts on his stomach and neck. Hyoudou decides to increase his speed, causing his weapons to collide and create sparks, and they move at great speed. Asia. They're very fast, she said, watching the fight. Issei. Hyoudou is the fastest of all of us, he could even beat me in a 1,000-meter race, he said seriously. Nagatoro. But he always showed himself to be weak before, don't be offended, senpai, she said while speaking to her boyfriend. Issei. He doesn't like to brag. He's actually very strong, but he hasn't shown his full power yet. When he does, Liberty won't stand a chance. He said while they continued watching the fight. They saw Liberty cut a chainsaw from Hyoudou, who was laughing. Liberty. You're finished, spaghetti, she said mockingly. Hyoudou just lunged at Liberty and bit her breast. Hana. Hyoudou, she said jealously and blushing at Hyoudou's action. The others were the same, as they couldn't believe what she did. Liberty. Kya pervert, she said, kicking Hyoudou and sending him flying. Liberty watched as he bled from his chest, where she saw the chainsaw she had lost regenerate. Hyoudou. Let's continue, he said as he launched himself towards Liberty where both weapons collided again at high speed. Sona. She can regenerate, she said, surprised. Issei. Hyoudou has a special gift, and that is that he can heal himself with blood by drinking it, that's why his limb regenerated, he said seriously. This is how they saw the fight where neither of them gave up. Hyoudou. Let's see who can last longer, he said as they both continued clashing weapons without stopping. Liberty. I like the idea, spaghetti, she said while they both shouted and threw idiotic punches. Thus Hyoudou cut off Liberty's head, which fell to the ground. Hyoudou. How weak, he said while looking at her. Liberty. That's a lie, I'm very strong. I can give Lin a fight at 10% power. She said while looking at him. Hyoudou. You know I didn't fight seriously, nor did I use the turbo to destroy you, he said while still looking at her. Liberty. That's a lie. I didn't fight seriously either. I'm a very powerful albino, so don't tell me I'm weak. She said while looking at him. Hyoudou. Weak, no doubt Lincoln was unlucky to have you as family, especially a boar like you, or rather, Lincoln deserves that boar title more than you, he said as Liberty began to cry. Liberty threw a tantrum while yelling at Hyoudou and cursing at him. Liberty. Die, die, everyone die Lincoln die I hate you Lincoln screamed while someone began to emerge from Liberty's body. Hyoudou reacted quickly and tried to decapitate the one who came out, but he was too fast. So Hyoudou turned around and, to everyone's surprise, saw Linka reattaching Liberty's head to her body. Linka. Don't cry, sister. You know you could rejoin on your own. She said while tending to Liberty's wounds. Hyoudou saw this and lunged towards Linka to cut her down, but she was too fast and cut the chainsaw off Hyoudou's head with a small scythe. Linka. So you told me I'm the biggest slut, right? She said while angry at how they told her. Hyoudou. Yeah, remember how you and Liberty slept with that bastard Chandler and his friends? We even uploaded a video of you guys having an orgy with them. He said mockingly. Linka was furious, she clenched her scythes like this. Hyoudou said something that was the last straw. Hyoudou. You know you were a real bitch, we even saw how much you enjoyed having 3 henizes inside you, he said while suppressing Linka's moans and mocking her. Linka, furious, lunges at Hyoudou with her scythes, but someone blocks the attack. And it was Issei who had Ascalon, which Gabriel gave him, and after much insistence, Issei agreed to have it. Issei. Hyoudou, here, he said while cutting himself and Hyoudou drank Issei's blood, retrieving his saw from his head. Issei. I'll take care of Linka, you take care of Liberty, he said as Hyoudou nodded and they both launched themselves. Issei and Linka clashed weapons, creating chaos in their fight. Linka. Blood tornado, she said while spinning and all the corpses that were nearby released their blood until they turned grey and a blood tornado was formed. Issei powered up a few times and launched an attack, destroying Linka's attack. Issei. Damn, she's stronger, he said as he lunged towards Linka. They were both fighting at great speed while Hyoudou was humiliating Liberty with his saws. Issei receives a cut on his arm and another on his leg where he complains a little of the pain. Linka. You know, stupid, you only have 5 minutes to kill me because my scythes have a lethal poison, so hurry up because the more cuts you receive, the faster your death will be. she said as they both lunged at each other. Thus, both clash weapons, and Linka makes bloody cuts towards Issei, who destroys them with difficulty. Issei. Naoto, we have to use turbo, he said as Naoto agreed, and they both activated their turbo power. Thus both increased their power and launched themselves again, although Linka now had trouble defending herself. Naoto had decapitated Liberty, who still fought with her body, even though her head was gone. Naoto tore Liberty's body to pieces, while Issei decided to end this. Issei. Take this, you bitch. He said while trying to decapitate her but received cuts on his back. Issei screamed in pain and saw that it was Lewin who came to the help of her sisters. Lewin. Wow, my arrival was a little painful, haha, you understand. She said while holding a spear. Hidano rushed to her aid, but when he cut her, Lewin multiplied into 2, now there were 2 Lewins. Hidano. Damn, help me guys, he said as Hyoudou nodded and lunged towards Lewin. Hyoudou decapitates another Lewin, but this causes another Lewin to appear. Shido shot Lewin, but that caused another Lewin to appear. Now there were 4 Lewins, but they all had different types of eyes. With Issei. Issei had decapitated Linka, and Naoto had already destroyed Liberty's body. Thus, they both saw both heads, and Issei saw Linka's body enter self-destruction. Issei. Damn it, what do I do? He said, but saw Rias make a magic circle. Rias. Issei, put that body in there. She said as Issei threw it in without thinking, and Linka's body disappeared. Issei. What did you do with the body? He said while Rias just smiled. In the sky. Many angels were seen being enslaved, and some angels had fallen due to abuse by soldiers. Thus, all was slavery in the sky, but they saw a magic circle appear there, where all the soldiers quickly went and aimed. But they saw Linka's headless body, and in a matter of seconds it exploded, creating a shower of bloody cuts that killed the vast majority. 80% of Lin's soldiers in heaven had died because of this, and the enslaved angels took advantage of this and launched themselves towards the remaining soldiers to free heaven from Lin's grasp. With Issei. Issei walks towards Linka and Liberty's heads as he watches them slowly turn to ash. Issei. You're pathetic, you know. Lincoln admired you both a lot. He was even very proud to have triplets like you. I see that one of you was a slut and the other followed the slut's example. He said while both of them glared at him angrily. Issei. Their actions are beyond words. Lincoln was the only one who loved them for who they truly were, but I see you didn't feel the same way. He said as he left with Naoto. Both remain silent as they recall that, and they remember something. The reason why they pursued the matter of bad luck. Memory. Linka was seen crying in a tree as she asked why. Just then Lincoln arrives, very worried, and says. Lincoln, 7 years old. Sister, what do you have? He said while looking at her very worried. Linka. It doesn't matter to you, said the girl very sadly. Lincoln. Of course I care, you're my sister, he said while looking at her and hugging her. Linka felt good when she heard that and spoke. Linka. Ronaldo refused to go to the dance with me. He said he wouldn't go out with someone with an old woman's hair, she said while covering her face and crying. Lincoln was angry. Nobody said that to his sister. Lincoln. I see, he said as he looked at her and hugged her. Lincoln. He doesn't deserve you, you know. Many would kill to have your hand. You're beautiful and funny. I don't know anyone else besides Liberty who's good at video games. You're versatile, you're very beautiful, many would want to go out with you, you know. He said while Linka looked at him surprised and with a small blush on her cheeks. Lincoln. If he didn't want to go to the dance with you, it's because he's a fool. He doesn't know the opportunity he missed with you. He said with a smile. Linka blushed because no one had ever said that to her. It was very sweet of her brother to say that about her. Linka hugs him and thanks him while kissing his cheek. Lincoln. It was nothing, sis. He said while still being kissed by his sister. The next day Lincoln went to confront Ronaldo about what he did, but in the end, Lincoln ended up with a black eye, a split lip, and a sprained ankle. Linka. Why did you do that? She said while tending to Lincoln's wounds. Lincoln. I couldn't let that idiot make you cry, so that's why I did it. I won't let anyone hurt you if it means I get hurt too. He said with a smile. Linka blushed because Lincoln was being so sweet to her. Linka looked at her brother but couldn't see him that way. She saw him as more than just a brother. Linka. Thank you, Linky, she said while hugging him. Time passed and the day of the dance arrived, where both siblings went, but Linka went somewhere else. Lincoln noticed that and is going to follow her. So she reached a hill overlooking the village and saw the view of it. Lincoln. Sister, shouldn't we go to the dance? He said as he sat down with her. Linka. It's not worth it, I realize there's no point in going, I have no one, she said while lowering her head. Lincoln. You have me, he said while shaking her hand. Linka blushed because Lincoln did so much for her and she loved it. Linka. Lincoln, can we dance here? The view is beautiful. She said while taking Lincoln's hands and blushing. Lincoln just smiled, then took out his phone and played a song where they both danced under the moonlight. Linka was having a great time with her brother. She had already made her decision, Lincoln would be hers from today onwards. Linka. Linky, I want to play a game, she said blushing. Lincoln. Which one would it be? He said innocently. Linka. I want to play wedding, look, I have these, she said, taking out 2 candy rings, one orange and one pink. Lincoln, wanting Linka to be happy, agrees and they both play at a wedding. Linka. Okay, now you have to kiss me on the lips, she said, blushing deeply. Lincoln. Are you sure? He said, sounding a little uncomfortable. Linka nods, blushing, and Lincoln slowly approaches and kisses Linka. Linka felt an electric shock in her body, and to commemorate that day they placed her name with a heart on a tree. Linka. Linky, promise me that when we grow up you'll make me your wife for real, she said while hugging Lincoln's arm. Lincoln. I promise, he said with a smile. Linka was happy to hear that. Many would think that Linka forgot that, but no. As the years passed, she decided to become more beautiful, to the point that Lola was no match for her. Linka became the most desired girl in school, but she didn't care. The only attention she wanted was from her brother Lincoln, whom she always desired. There were times when she would secretly steal Lincoln's underwear that he had worn and put it on, or masturbate with it while smelling it. But everything went to hell when Lincoln said he had a harem, and the worst part was that they were more beautiful than she was. That was a fury that Linka couldn't control, and she began to mistreat Lincoln when she found out. Blinded by rage, Linka decided to pursue the matter of bad luck, but as a smokescreen to get revenge on Lincoln. But she went too far when he was executed. She didn't want this, she wanted to punish Lincoln for replacing her and Liberty. So he had no choice but to play along. She slept with Chandler just to satisfy Lincoln Hexuli and for him to enjoy it as much as she did. But that never happened, nor was it ever close to happening. End of memory. Linka was crying as she lamented remembering everything. She and Lin Jr. killed Lincoln, all because of their damn jealousy. Linka. Forgive me, Bunny, she said while crying her eyes out. Liberty also had a memory, but it was different from Linka's. Memory. Liberty was in a cleaning closet. Liberty, 6 years old. Please get me out of here, she said while banging on the door. Teacher. You're not being punished for taking that picture, so you'll stay like that all day. He said as he left. So she cried while begging to be taken out of the room until she heard Lincoln's voice. Lincoln. Sister, he said as he approached. Liberty. Linky, is that you? Please get me out of here. She said as she tried to leave. Lincoln. I can't, it's locked. He said while trying to open it, but he couldn't either. Liberty. Brother, I'm scared, she said, frightened. Lincoln. Don't worry, I'll wait until someone comes to get you out of there. He said as he sat down, putting his head against the door of the room. Liberty was scared, but Lincoln calmed her down to reassure her, and he didn't leave her there even if she spent the whole night there. The next day the counselor saw Lincoln asleep, and when he woke Lincoln up, Lincoln asked for his help to free his sister. In the end, he did it where Liberty wouldn't let go of him all day. After that, Liberty was very close to Lincoln since he was the only one who was with her. She felt jealous because of the times Linka would take it away from her and carry it far away. In the end, they had a twin sleepover where they both did some challenges. Linka. Okay Liberty, now tell me who you like, she said while she remained silent. Liberty. Well, I'll say it, but only if you say so too, she said as she nodded. Linka. Well, he's a boy my age, he's very cute, she said blushing. Liberty. Well, the boy I like is just as cute, he's always by my side, and he has a very nice smile, she said blushing. Linka. Well, my boyfriend thinks I'm the most beautiful, he doesn't let anyone humiliate me, and he has the same tastes as me, she said blushing. Liberty. Well, my boyfriend likes peanut butter and chucker sandwiches too, she said while blushing. Note. Can someone tell me what the hell a chukik is and what it's used for? Linka. Okay, that's enough, we have to say it at the same time, she said as Liberty nodded. Linka 1, she said, counting. Liberty. 2, she said, counting. Oh 3 is Linky, they said at the same time while both looking incredulous. Liberty. You like my Linky? She said jealously. Linka. No, silly, you like my Linky, she said while both looked annoyed. So they both start fighting, making a mess in the room, but they both stop and reach an agreement. Linka. Well, since we're sisters, there's no problem if we share it. She said while Liberty thought. Liberty. That's right, we're triplets, so there won't be any problems. And to seal this promise, she said while whispering something in Linka's ear. Some time later. Both albino girls were seen entering Lincoln's room, where he was fast asleep. Linka. He's so cute, she said blushing. Liberty. Don't even say it, she said blushing. So Linka approached Lincoln and kissed him, something she felt the same way about when they kissed on that hill. Liberty also approached and kissed him, where she felt an electric current. So they both made a promise to share Lincoln, but their plans went down the drain. Because some time later Lincoln had his harem and of course that made both Linka and Liberty furious. So they both stopped talking to Lincoln, who didn't understand. And finally, Liberty suggested getting revenge on Lincoln for the video, thus both of them committed the worst mistake of their lives. End of memory. Liberty was crying, as was Linka, who was lamenting what she had done. Both. Forgive us, Bunny, they said while they couldn't stop crying, but they saw Lincoln in the sky who had a smile and picked them up. They both hugged him while apologizing and kissing him all over his face. Thus both albinos die as their heads turn to ashes. Issei only saw 4 Luins fighting with his friends, but they had different eye colors. Chapter 108 Luin vs Friends. Issei saw Ryota fighting hand to hand with Luin, who had green eyes. Luin, green. Come on Hulk, you can do it. She said mockingly as Ryota headbutted her, followed by a punch that sent her flying. Hyoudou was fighting against a Luin who had blue eyes. Luin, blue color. How sad that I'm going to kill you, don't worry, I plan to kill you quickly and painlessly, she said with a sad expression. Thus, both weapons clash, but Hyoudou destroys the part of Luin's head, but it regenerates. Saji used his Vitra tongue while trying to catch a Luin who had Aztec wings and yellow eyes. Luin, yellow. Wow, I love seeing you bleed like that, it excites me to see you like that with those scratches, she said while touching her breasts where her hands had eagle claws, but these had the ability to cut diamonds without problems. So Luin cut Saji, who complains of the pain, but Saji grabs Luin by one leg and slams her to the floor. And finally, Tadano and Shido were seen shooting at Luin, who had a completely angry expression, and her eyes were red. Luin, red. Damned worthless flies. She said angrily while holding a staff which she used to strike the ground, electrocuting Shido and Tadano, who screamed in pain. But Shido focuses and shoots Luin in the arm, but she regenerates. Issei. What are these things? He said while watching his friends fight, but Luin, who had green eyes, had a fan and blew on it where Ryota was on his knees. Homie. I see she can fight with her emotions, she said while watching the blue-eyed Luin cut Fuatro. Homie. The Luin with green eyes is happiness, the Luin with blue eyes is sadness, the Luin with yellow eyes is pleasure, and the Luin with red eyes is anger, she said while explaining. Issei. I see, they also have regeneration. I think I have a theory, and it's to kill them all at the same time. He said as he lunged towards all the Luins. That's how she hits them all in the chest, and a magic circle appears. Issei snaps his fingers and they explode where the Luins were badly injured. Issei thought it worked, but then he saw them all stand up and heal their wounds. Luin, angrily. Damned vermin. He said, striking his staff on the ground, electrocuting everyone, but Issei launched an energy attack, causing him to lose focus. Wanting to help, Kaneko concentrates and begins to sniff all around her and smells a scent similar to Luin's, but she was very far away. Kaneko. Issei-senpai, there's another Luin, she said while Issei listened to her. Issei. You guys go after that Luin while we fight, he said while dodging an attack from Luin of Pleasure, but Issei jumps on top of her. Luin, Pleasure. Hey idiot, get off me, she said while trying to get off Issei. Issei. This brings back memories, he said pervertedly while remembering how he got on top of Arena and penetrated her without thinking. So Kaneko, Kuroka, and Komi ran to where Luin was. That's how Kaneko finds her, but she was only 15 centimeters tall and very small. This Luin had grey eyes and when she saw 3 o'clock she started running. So she ran while the 3 girls chased her. Kaneko. I think it's the emotion of fear, she said while creating a blue fireball and throwing it at Luin, fear. Kaneko thought that was enough, but no, because Luin, fear, was on her knees crying. Kuroka launched a stronger attack, but it did nothing. Komi, holding a machete, tried to cut it, but it broke. Kaneko. It's very resistant, she said while behind them was Luin, sadly, with her spear. Luin, sadly, was about to kill all 3 of them, but Tadano shoots him, and to top it off, Hyoudou cuts off his head. Hyoudou. I'm tired of you damned girls, he said while nailing Luin's body, sadly, to a tree and holding her head. At that moment, Hyoudou is electrocuted by Luin, angry, while he lets go of Luin's body, sad. Kaneko. Let's see if you can handle this, she said as she lunged towards Luin, fear, and tried to hit her, but Kaneko sensed 2 Luin presences, and when she tried to hit Luin, fear, she heard a drum-like sound. Then some earth dragons appeared on the ground and sent Kaneko, Kuroka, and Komi flying. So the 3 of them gathered and one of them was about to devour Komi, but Tadano arrived in time and carried Komi like a princess. Kuroka and Kaneko were also about to be devoured by an earth dragon, but Issei rescues them and they reach the ground. Despicable beings harassing an innocent person, said a voice. They saw Lewin, but she had a different eye color. Her eyes were red with yellow pupils, but they had the word hate written on them in Japanese. Lewin, hate. Do you have a problem with what I do, cowards? She said while looking at them with total hatred. Hyoudou. I don't know what happened, the red-eyed Lewin, he said, remembering. Lewin, angry, took both Lewin, joy, and Lewin, pleasure, and absorbed them with her hands, and then went for Lewin, sadness, who tried to protest, but was absorbed and came out like this. They saw how Lewin, hate, took Lewin, fear, and placed her on some branches where the trap closed, preventing anyone from getting her out. Issei. Guys, I'll fight this Lewin. She's very strong. Well, you guys kill that Lewin, that beaver-toothed one sealed away. He said as Lewin, hate, got angry. So they nodded and began to chase Lewin, fear, where she was going with her protection. Lewin, hate. You think I'll let you go, cowards? He said, hitting his drum, and an earth dragon lunged at the boys, but Issei struck it with a powerful blow that destroyed it. Issei. Hurry up. He said as they, without wasting any time, ran towards Lewin, fear. Thus Issei launched himself towards Lewin, hate, who threw several gusts of air at him, which Issei dodged, as well as the screams he made. Issei. This will be a long one, he said as he lunged towards Lewin, hate, who summoned her dragons. Issei would have to resist until the boys killed Lewin, fear. So the boys tried to break through Lewin's defense, fear, but he was very resistant. Hyoudou. To the side, he said as he ran at great speed towards Lewin's defense, fear. Thus Hyoudou made his sky-cutting cut, severing Lewin's defense, fear, and revealing that there was nothing there. Kaneko. There's nothing here, she said as she saw that there was no one there. So Lewin, fearful, tried to escape discreetly but stepped on a branch, causing everyone to see where she was, and when she was discovered she started to run. Shido. Don't escape. He said as he shot at her, but Lewin, scared, was too fast. They all started chasing her, but she ran faster than they could. Homie. If we keep going like this, we'll lose her. We need to be quick. She said as Ryota came up with an idea. Ryota then grabs Kaneko by the head as he runs. Kaneko. What are you doing? She said while trying to get Ryota off. Ryota. I trust you, Kaneko, just like Issei does. If you kill Lewin, I'll make him go on a date with you. He said while Kaneko had a determined smile, and Ryota, without thinking, threw Kaneko towards Lewin, fear. Kaneko used all her strength and gave a powerful kick to Lewin, fear, who screamed and felt as if her head was slowly coming out of her body. Then Lewin, fear, grew and grabbed Kaneko by the neck. Lewin, fear. I told you to leave me alone, what's your problem? He said while choking Kaneko. Kaneko was gasping for breath until Kuroka, furious at what she was doing, gave her a double kick with all her might, but it wasn't enough to make Lewin let go of Kaneko. Ryota takes Lewin's hands and makes her release Kaneko, who catches her breath. Ryota. Now Kaneko, he said as Kaneko, now recovered, used all her strength again and punched Lewin, fear, in the face, causing her head to be decapitated. Everyone was watching, but they saw Lewin's body, fear, standing up and punching Ryota, causing him to take several steps back. Ryota saw Lewin's head, fear, and realized that this was not the Lewin they were supposed to kill. Hyoudou. Damn it, so where is the Lewin we have to kill? He said as Lewin's decapitated body kicked him. Kuroka concentrated and saw that the Lewin they were supposed to kill was inside that Lewin. Kuroka. Guys, we need to cut that Lewin Naya off, she said as Hyoudou understood. Hyoudou spun around, holding his spear at the end, and let out a shout. Gyutado. Destroyer of Sky, he said while cutting Lewin's body, fear, and there was Lewin's small body, fear. Hidano. Take this, he said while holding a bazooka and fired a shot which Lewin, scared, could not dodge. So, before she died, Lewin remembered something, and it was the day her life changed. Memory. Many people were seen booing a 9-year-old girl, and that was Lewin, who was sad because nobody liked her show. She ran while crying, and when she got to her room she locked herself in and cried into her pillow. She cried while hugging him until she heard his door open. Lewin. Long, he said while covering his face with his pillow. Lincoln. Sister, what's wrong? Why are you crying? He said while hugging her to calm her down. Lewin only felt her brother's embrace, and she returned it while crying. Lewin. Nobody liked my show, I'm a failure, she said while crying. Lincoln. No, that's not true, why don't you show me your show? He said while Lewin hesitated but agreed. So she starts her show where Lincoln, even though he didn't like any of Lewin's jokes, pretended to laugh at them, which made Lewin feel better and continue. So at the end, Lincoln applauds her while congratulating her. Lincoln looked at Lewin's smile, and Lewin gave a genuine smile. Lewin knew that none of her jokes seemed funny to Lincoln, but seeing that smile on her brother's face motivated her to improve as a comedian. That's how she wanted to see children's smiles, like her brother's. That's how she improved and improved until she forgot why she did comedy. It was then that she no longer cared about the happiness of others, only her own, without caring if she hurt others with her actions. End of memory. Lewin, Fear, is seen crying and Kaneko, to ensure that the shot would kill Lewin, Fear, launched blue fire, which combined, and Lewin, Fear, received the attack, her body burning from the fire and the bazooka explosion. Lewin was burning up, but she saw her brother offer her his hand, which she took, and they both left, while Lewin hugged him tightly and apologized for her actions. So, without wasting any time, they're onto where Issei is fighting against Lewin, hate. With Issei. Issei's armor was broken as he heard the augmentations that Drag was giving him. Issei. Come on, bitch, I can still go on, he said while wiping a trickle of blood from his mouth. Lewin, hate, was going to play again, but her body turned to ashes while she was surprised. Lewin, hate. Damn you Issei Hyoudou, he said as he disappeared from the world. Issei. They did it. He said as he watched Kaneko and Kuroka rush towards him and hug him. Kuroka. Are you okay? She said while burying Issei's face in her breasts. Issei. I'm better than ever, he said pervertedly upon sensing two planets known only to Issei. Kaneko. Nai I defeated Lewin, Fear, what will you give me, she said while hugging him and looking at him. Issei reached down and felt something rectangular in his pants. He pulled out what it was, and it was a chocolate bar that Lindsay had given him. Issei. Here, enjoy it. He said as he gave her the bar, but the chocolate bar was already destroyed thanks to the fight he had against Linka and Lewin, hate. So everyone sees that and laughs while they look at the little pieces of chocolate. So they go with the others to continue the fight. With Lin Jr. Lin Jr. was seen looking at a body. Lori's body could be seen hanging from a rope. Lin Jr. She committed suicide, he said, looking at his sister's body. Soldier. That's right, and he left this for you, ma'am, he said as he handed her a letter which Lin Jr. reads. Damn Lin Jr., I hope Issei killed you and shit on your corpse. Lin Jr. then emits an aura and teleports to a strange place. Several invaders were seen looking at a dome where a being was located. Lin Jr. You'll soon get out and kill all those losers, he said while seeing a large monster while it was asleep. Chapter 109 Diodora vs Issei. 2 months later. A large part of Europe had already been freed, with countries like Portugal, Spain, France, the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, Germany, Belgium, Poland, and others in Europe free from Lin's power. In the UK, when he was freed, they found LeFay's family hiding in a shelter, but they were about to be killed by Lin's soldiers, but Issei saved them. And as a reward, they gave her LeFay's hand in marriage and permission to marry her daughter, which made the little sorceress blush and feel very emotional. After that, they found Ingvild Leviathan, who was being controlled by a parasite from an invader. She caused Issei and Office a lot of trouble with her voice, but Rias, Nagatoro, and Itsuki defeated her and removed the parasite. So when she was free, she was afraid of them, but Issei told her she would be safe with them, and so little by little she gained trust in Issei. Now they were in Greece to help the Olympians, and everyone was eating, but Kaneko and Ravel were pouting because Ingvild was sitting on Issei's lap. Ingvild. So this is the sushi, she said while looking at the sushi with her hands. Issei. That's right, then you cover it with soy sauce and eat it, he said while she ate it and was delighted. So she starts eating different types of sushi. But they heard an explosion and saw that it was a green-haired man with an arrogant smile. I finally found them, especially you, Asia, he said as the guy grabbed Asia's leg. Asia. Let me go, she said while paralyzed by a spell and unable to move. Issei. Who are you? He said while annoyed at seeing how that guy had Asia. Diodora. My name is Diodora Astaroth, don't sully my name, you disgusting dragon. She said while looking arrogantly at Issei. Issei remembered that he was the one who ruined Asia's life and her own people saw her as a witch. Issei. You damn shameless bastard. He said while his turbo power was active with his armor. So he launched himself towards Diodora, but all of its pieces were thrown towards him, but 2 boys arrived to intervene. Issei. Kick and Gunther, he said, looking at both allies. Kick. We'll take care of them, he said as he launched himself towards them with 2 yo-yos, but these had sharp blades. Gunther. You take care of him, save your girl, he said while using his turbo power and displaying great musculature. Rias and the others see this, but then they sense an attack nearby, which they dodge, and they see Issei and the boys, but they have red eyes. Fudro. What the hell? He said, but Fudro Evil lunged at him and their spears clashed. Ryota. Let's fight then. He said as he lunged towards Ryota Evil, who did the same, and they clashed fists. Thus everyone rushes towards their counterparts, but the girls see Issei Evil who summons his Red Emperor armor. Issei and Diodora look at each other seriously, and Issei lunges towards him, but Diodora teleports away. Issei. What the hell? He said as he lunged at him again, but Diodora just teleported away. Diodora. Isn't it great? Lisa Sama fused Shalba's body with mine and she also has some very strong attacks. Look at this. He said, summoning a vase, and everyone looked, but they saw people like angels, Aztecs, fallen angels, demons, and some yokai appear from it. Some were still alive but in agony, but they saw how he turned a key that had been causing those people to suffer. Diodora laughed at the sight and Issei, very angry, lunged towards him, but he only teleported away. Diodora. I'm tired of you, look at this water prison. She said as Issei was trapped by a vase made of water that was very difficult to break. Diodora. I'll let you die while I have fun with Asia. One thing, you disgusting dragon, Asia is still a virgin. I don't want used merchandise, but it would be interesting to take her from you. It will be fun to grape Asia while she screams your name. He said while mocking him, but Issei breaks that vase of water and grabs Diodora by the neck. Issei increases his power, causing Diodora to punch him, which, to Issei's surprise, made him fall back. Issei. You damn bastard. He said while throwing an energy ball towards Diodora, but Diodora got into a stance to receive the attack head-on. Thus the attack hit him directly, but instead of harming him, he begins to absorb it. Issei. What did he do? He said as Diodora lunged and punched him, cracking his armor. Diodora starts beating Issei while Issei tries to hit him back, but he notices that Diodora's eyes have turned green. Issei. Thinking, I see that he reads my movements, every single one of them, he said while trying to land a surprise blow, but Diodora sees this and dodges it. Diodora. Isn't it great? Lin Sama gave me some of her blood and Lisa Sama also gave me some special drops to know my opponent's movements. She said as she lunged at Issei, who dodged her attack, but Diodora moved very quickly and punched him in the face, followed by another in the stomach, which caused his armor to break and a gem to fly towards where the girls were. Diodora summoned wings and began to divide Issei's power. Volley. How does he have my power? He said while fighting against Issei Evil, who was humiliating Volley. Diodora. Lisa Sama found some of your fragments, fused them, and created a White Emperor gem, and gave it to me. Ha. I'm invincible. She said, leaving Issei with zero energy, unable to move. Diodora. Now die, he said while creating an attack powerful enough to kill Issei, but then someone stepped in front of Issei. Don't hurt him anymore, you bastard. He said while protecting Issei. Issei. Pen him you, he said while looking at her. You'll also have to go through me to kill him, he said while also protecting him. Issei. Gabriel, he said as Drag gave him several boosts so he could stand up. Pen him you. You are a wretch, we are going to stop you, she said while summoning a spear of light. Gabriel. No matter what happens, we will kill you, he said, summoning a spear. Thus, the angel and the fall launched a great number of light spears at you, where Diodora simply positioned himself to receive all the spears, and his body absorbed them. Diodora. Don't you understand? The more you throw at me, the stronger I become. She said as both girls continued to attack. Issei saw this but realized something. Issei. Thinking, I see, in order to absorb the energy of the spears he has to get into a position that allows him to absorb them. Heh, what a list, they're girls, he thought with a smile. Issei. Girls keep it up, he said while summoning his gauntlet and making many power-ups. Diodora. Do you want to die? Don't you realize you're making me stronger by doing that? He said while continuing to absorb the spears. Issei. I know already, he said as he lunged towards Diodora. Issei. Learn about my new ability, Red Emperor Dragon Strike, he said while behind him, Drag could be seen in his dragon form. Diodora saw this and tried to protect himself, but Issei pierced him with his fist, leaving a huge hole in Diodora's stomach. Diodora. You wretched bastard, you'll see when I get my hands on you. She said while summoning, trying to make an attack, but nothing happened. Issei. Take this. He said, launching an attack towards the same hole he made. Diodora tried to absorb it, but he was damaged. Issei throws another one, causing him to take more damage, and then another where he also takes a lot of damage. Issei. Take this. He said, creating an electric fist attack, purple in color but with red fire. Gabriel. You did it Issei-kun, he said while watching the attack. Thus Diodora screamed as her body was destroyed into pieces, leaving nothing behind. Issei went down, and Penemu gave him a phoenix tear to heal his wounds. Issei saw Iota engulfed in flames, humiliating a guy who looked just like him, but had red eyes. Hyoudou wore strange armor and was throwing a large number of spears at someone who looked just like him. Shido was massacring someone who looked just like him with a knife. Tadano had a machine gun and was mercilessly shooting someone like him. Naoto was in his chainsaw fashion and was also humiliating someone who looked just like him. Saji had Vitra's fire active and was mercilessly beating someone just like him. And finally, a girl wearing the Red Emperor's armor was seen mercilessly beating someone just like him. Issei got a better look at the girl and was surprised to see who she was. Issei. Rias, he said, surprised. Chapter 110 Hyoudou vs Hyoudou Evil. A while ago. The boys who were going to help Issei from Diodora were seen, but then they were attacked by beings just like them. Upon seeing someone identical to himself, Hyoudou's counterpart launched himself towards him, summoning a spear, and their weapons clashed. They were exchanging several thrusts, fighting evenly matched. Itsuki. Who is he? She said as Hyoudou dodged a slash from evil Hyoudou. Hyoudou and Hyoudou Evil were combining attacks where neither was giving an inch. Hyoudou saw a distraction from Hyoudou Evil, and the latter made a cut on his chest. Nino. That's it, she said while supporting her boyfriend, but saw how Hyoudou Evil's wound regenerated. Hyoudou saw that and made another cut on his chest, but he saw how it regenerated without problems. Hyoudou. Damn it. He said as he watched Hyoudou Evil split his spear in two, now having two spears. Thus Hyoudou Evil lunges towards Hyoudou, who covers himself from the cuts, but Hyoudou Evil managed to cut him on the leg. Hyoudou. Ah, scream of pain as he receives another blow to his back. Itsuba. Uesugi-san, she said worriedly. Hyoudou Evil was going to cut off his head, but Hyoudou protected himself with his spear, receiving another cut on his right arm. Hyoudou. Shit, he said as he felt the blood oozing from his wounds. Hyoudou decides to increase his speed, and at great speed he launches himself towards Hyoudou Evil, inflicting many cuts on his body. Hyoudou Evil does the same, and Hyoudou is losing because Hyoudou Evil has the ability to regenerate, while he does not. Thus, Hyoudou Evil mercilessly cuts off Hyoudou's right arm, leaving him in shock. Quintuplets. Hyoudou, they said while looking at Hyoudou like this. Hyoudou, due to all the injuries he had, lost his turbo transformation and was on his knees, while blood flowed from the cuts all over his body. Hyoudou Evil. It's over, he said as he raised his spear to cut off his head, but his arm was cut off by someone. Hyoudou Evil saw Yotsuba, who had a sword and was angry. Yotsuba. Leave him alone, she said, annoyed for the first time. Nino had two knives that contained a lethal poison, but it wasn't lethal to Hyoudou Evil, though it did slow him down. Itsuki threw fireballs at Hyoudou, who just watched them, and all of them without exception, were upset to see their boyfriend hurt. Miku threw ice spears at his shoulders, which he just stared at, and she was very angry. And finally there was Ichika who pierced him with thorns from prickly roses. Hyoudou Evil only regenerated the attacks he received and launched himself towards the quintuplets who did the same. Hyoudou Evil was destroying Itsuki and Miku's attacks, but Ichika grabbed him by the leg and slammed him to the ground. Hyoudou Evil gets to his feet, but his arms are cut off by Yotsuba, and Nino stabs him with her two knives. Hyoudou. Damn it, he said while trying to stand up. Hyoudou. Thinking, they're fighting for me, damn it, I feel pathetic for not defending them, damn it, he thought while hitting the ground. Are you going to give up? Said a voice. Hyoudou looked to the side and saw a person with a hood, their face hidden. Lincoln never begged, he never gave up, and he hoped the Louds would reconsider the harm they did to him, she said while Hyoudou just stared at her. Don't you feel humiliated? What would Lincoln say if he saw you, the great leader of the Black Homers, humiliated by a cheap copy of himself? She said while Hyoudou just stared at her. You're strong, you know your true limits, show who Hyoudou Isugi is, he said as he disappeared. Hyoudou. He's right, Lincoln, wherever you are, I want you to give me some of that courage you had. I am Hyoudou Isugi and no one makes a ridiculous of me, he said while behind him was a Lincoln who had a smile, and Hyoudou's body glowed. Hyoudou Evil had broken Yotsuba's sword, and the combined attacks of the five of them were no longer enough to defeat him, as he regenerated the wounds they inflicted as if nothing had happened. Hyoudou Evil. Goodbye, he said while preparing an attack to kill all five of them. Hyoudou Evil was about to kill them, well they just closed their eyes, but when they saw that they felt nothing they opened them where they saw someone with armor with a heart on his chest and holding Hyoudou Evil's arm. Without thinking twice, he rips off Hyoudou Evil's arm, which regenerates, and sees the guy in armor. Hyoudou. I haven't given up yet, he said as his helmet disappeared and his eyes turned green with a white glow. The quintuplets were surprised to see their boyfriend's armor, and they watched as Hyoudou, at great speed, slashed Hyoudou Evil, who tried to regenerate, but his chest took a long time to heal, which surprised him. Hyoudou. I'll send you to hell, you damn thing. He said as he stomped his foot on the ground, creating a large crater that mercilessly inflicted many cuts on Hyoudou Evil. He saw that his wounds were not regenerating and tried to regenerate, but he saw a green glow in his wounds. Hyoudou Evil. Blocking magic, he said as Hyoudou Evil felt a spear pierce his stomach. Hyoudou. Girls, catch me. He said as he took a great leap and created a large spear. Hyoudou concentrates while Hyoudou Evil stares into his eyes. Hyoudou felt many cracks in his armor as he held his spear. Thus he throws his large spear towards Hyoudou Evil, who receives it head-on, and his body is destroyed without leaving any trace. Hyoudou was breathing so hard that not even 2 seconds passed before his armor was destroyed and he fell flat on his face to the ground. Before he fell, the girls held him up as he fell unconscious. "Itsuki. He did it," he said while looking at the large crater left by Hyoudou's attack. "Hyoudou. Thank you," he said as he fell unconscious. The girls just carried him while he had a smile on his face. But without anyone noticing, a mosquito stole some of Hyudou's blood and he simply left. Elsewhere. Juan looked very frustrated as he looked at the recovered bodies of Lincoln and his friends. "Juan, damn, how much damage did they do to you, Lincoln?" he said while looking at Lincoln's body. "Israel. What's wrong?" he said while looking at Juan. "Juan. There's a problem, and that is that it's very difficult for Lincoln to return," he said while looking at him. "Israel. And why is that?" he said while looking at him. "Juan. His soul was so damaged that it needs healing. In his life, he suffered so much physical and mental abuse, and those souls who suffered so much cannot return because they deserve eternal rest," he said with a serious expression. "Israel. And now what will we do?" he said seriously. "Juan. I have a solution, and it's a very risky one," he said seriously. "Israel. Tell me what you have in mind," he said seriously. "Juan. We will give him the flesh of Great Red, the infinite energy of Office, and a portion of Roberto's power," he said simply. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.